An elderly gentleman of 90 finds himself making headlines for love's sake. Returning to 17, he harbors delusions of securing the affections of the campus beauty, only to be met with a devastating reversal. With the aid of a system, Su Fan meticulously prepares to fulfill the 3 demands posed by Leng Ruoxue from his previous life, only to encounter an unexpected twist during his confession. Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue. I am enamored with you. Will you date me? Leng Ruoxue. That is agreeable, but I have 3 stipulations at Su Fan. Very well, whatever you say, I shall comply. Leng Ruoxue. You must cohabitate with me, exclusively regard me, and live off my benevolence. Su Fan. How does this differ from my past life? Chapter 1. An elderly gentleman of 90 sacrifices himself for love. Beep. The jarring sound reverberated throughout the pristine hospital room. Accompanied by the sighs of medical staff, the white-haired old gentleman slumped despondently to the floor. He longed to weep, yet the relentless days of ceaseless vigil, compounded by his refusal to consume sustenance or hydration, rendered his parched tear ducts incapable of producing a single drop. He wished to cry out, but his hoarse throat could muster no sound, only muffled sobs escaping his lips. Struggling to rise, his once robust thighs now betrayed him, yielding to weakness and lacking the strength to support him. His eyes, devoid of life, clung to a nearby chair as he managed to stand. Slowly, he approached the lifeless patient beside the bed, gently sitting down as if to avoid disturbing her rest. This was a private hospital where treatment costs were exorbitant, thus the number of patients was rather limited. Numerous vacant beds remained, yet the medical staff hesitated, fearful to assist in the removal of the deceased. Mr. Su, this is a letter left for you by your beloved wife. A young nurse composed it on your behalf a few days ago while you were absent. We were instructed to deliver it to you after her passing that a man nearing his 60s, clad in a white coat, entered the room bearing the letter. He was Gao Shuang, the hospital's director and an esteemed authority on cardiovascular diseases. Though only in his 50s, his hair was completely white and his face was etched with deep wrinkles. He was one of the few individuals permitted to converse directly with Su Fan, as he was Leng Ruoxue's attending physician. That it was not that Su Fan was aloof, but rather that his many titles intimidated those around him, leaving few willing to engage. A national treasure in sculpting, the ultimate authority of the Fanxue Group, the legal representative and president of the Fanxue Charity Foundation, one of the nation's top 10 philanthropists, and a leading entrepreneur. Each accolade cast a shadow upon the nonagenarian, rendering him nearly untouchable. That Su Fan stared blankly at Gao Shuang, opening his mouth yet failing to utter a word, his trembling hands accepting the letter with a grateful gesture. Gao Shuang offered a simple, "Take care," before departing the room. Mr. Su needed solitude to gather his thoughts. It was inappropriate to intrude. Even their own children refrained from disturbing him, let alone an outsider like himself. Su Fan opened the letter, his eyes widening as long dry tear ducts forced forth 2 glistening drops. As the tears trickled down his wrinkled cheeks, they transformed from crystalline droplets into crimson streams, a hoarse voice resonating from within the room. "Bring me an easel." Upon his command, several guards stationed at the door promptly retrieved the necessary items, quietly placing them within the room before discreetly withdrawing. Wishing not to intrude upon Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue's final night together, Su Fan gazed at the letter, lost in contemplation. As if recalling something profound, he held his breath, fixating on the blank canvas stretched upon the easel, before seizing the brush and letting it dance. Each stroke embodied Su Fan's longing for Leng Ruoxue, colors and shadows intertwining to gradually reveal a breathtaking image. The warmth of the paper melded with his fingertips, the brush frolicking in the embrace of the amber light. What was once a blank canvas now depicted a vivid silhouette, a pair of lovers clad in school uniforms gazing into each other's eyes under the moonlight, their gazes brimming with affection. Su Fan surveyed his creation, nodding in satisfaction. That moment, the radiant moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Leng Ruoxue's forehead, which was now lined with wrinkles. A smile crept across Su Fan's face as he approached the bedside, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead, murmuring softly, "Wait for me. I shall join you shortly." With that, Su Fan retrieved a small knife used for fruit from the room, slicing open his wrist, blood gushing forth and pooling onto the pristine floor. Gently, he collected a drop of blood with his fingers and inscribed beside the painting, "Romantic until death, love eternal in the heart." Su Fan, final note. After penning his final words, Su Fan lay quietly beside Leng Ruoxue, wrapping his arms around her waist, tucking the letters safely into his embrace, and closing his weary eyes. In his final moments, he imagined Leng Ruoxue standing beside him, tears cascading down her cheeks as she lamented his actions. She scolded herself for her foolishness, yet Su Fan remained indifferent. In a world devoid of her, I have no desire to linger. A faint smile graced Su Fan's lips as he extended his hand, yearning to wipe away her tears. He longed to tell her, "The tear-streaked you is not as lovely." But but his hand never reached her. He slipped away into eternal oblivion. On the road to the afterlife, your presence suffices. Su Fan departed this world with a smile upon his face. The following day, in an ordinary household, a little girl was transfixed by the television, captivated by a painting that graced the screen. The image of a couple in school uniforms gazed at one another, moonlight illuminating their faces and igniting the love reflected in their eyes. The little girl was enchanted. Though she did not fully comprehend its meaning, she could feel the warmth emanating from the painting. It was a comforting sensation, akin to resting in her father's embrace, yet distinctly different, an inexplicable nuance. This feeling caused her breath to quicken and her cheeks to flush, igniting her curiosity. Mommy, come quick. Look at this painting. What is it? The little girl eagerly tugged at her mother's hand, bouncing into the living room to share the image from the television. Mommy, look, what is this? Her mother smiled, finding her daughter's excitement delightful. But when she beheld the painting, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. The mother wept silently, reminiscing about the man who once vowed to provide her with a home during their school days. Could this be what love truly is? She gently caressed the little girl's head, casting her gaze upward to the ceiling, wishing to conceal her vulnerable state from her daughter. The young girl looked up at her mother with wide, bewildered eyes, as if inquiring, "What is love? You will understand when you grow up. It is akin to the bond between a father and a mother." Seeing the expression on her daughter's face, the mother managed to smile through her tears, quietly switching off the television, daring not to glance at that painting any longer. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a weary middle-aged man, briefcase in hand, as he slowly entered the home. The little girl prepared to rush forward to greet her father. To her surprise, her mother reacted even more dramatically, leaping into the man's embrace. The little girl contemplated her parents, pondering, "Is this what love looks like?" The man gazed at his wife in confusion, only to hear her softly whispering in his ear, her scent delicate and enchanting, that "My dear, I am reminded of our high school days. Would it be all right if Yao Yao sleeps alone tonight?" The man paused, staring at his wife's youthful visage nestled in his arms, then glancing at their daughter who stood there, wide-eyed in astonishment. He scratched his head in perplexity, but eventually nodded solemnly, "That my love. I promised to give you a home, and I have fulfilled that promise, haven't I? I am rather tired tonight. Would you attend to me?" The mother shyly nodded, her voice a gentle murmur. "All right." The man opened his mouth, yet no words escaped, for his daughter was watching him. Nevertheless, a hint of joy danced across his face. A text message chimed on the man's phone. Breaking news that a renowned patriotic entrepreneur, a national treasure sculptor, and a celebrated philanthropist, Su Fan, tragically succumbed to the grief of his spouse's passing, committing suicide. He was pronounced dead yesterday at 11:23 p.m. Mourners gathered spontaneously at the couple's memorial to bid them farewell. According to rumors, it is said that Su Fan held tightly to his beloved even in death, with a letter seemingly clasped between them. Per the wishes of their children and the father's testament, their bodies shall not be cremated or separated, but instead interred together, resting in the same coffin. As time flowed on, all of this became but a memory, dust returning to dust, earth returning to earth. The world had changed, yet Su Fan's final masterpiece remained enshrined within the National Art Gallery, treasured for eternity. Chapter 2. Return to 17 in a realm tranquil to the point of desolation, a solemn voice resonated with a soft chime. "What is your wish?" The most genuine desire of Su Fan's heart emerged. He longed to protect his wife and assert himself. He could not bear the thought of Leng Ruoxue departing before him, and thus wished to shield her. Equally, he resented the way she dominated him daily. He yearned for a reversal of fortunes, aspiring to rise above. The deity was rendered speechless. With a sigh, the world began to illuminate. Su Fan faintly discerned a whisper. "Your wish has been received. Ah, comrades, look, it's the school beauty Leng Ruoxue." A previously raucous classroom fell into an abrupt hush as a voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the corridor, where a graceful and stunning young woman approached Class 2 of the second year, trailed by a throng of eager onlookers. Her countenance was both charming and aloof, with delicate brows framing her starry eyes. Her long, lustrous hair was styled in a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. Despite her youthful cheeks betraying her age, her figure was undeniably captivating. The loose school uniform failed to conceal her enchanting silhouette. Her fair skin complemented her ample curves, creating an alluring sight. The slender waist, so delicate it seemed to beg for admiration, evoked a sense of yearning among the observers. Whether it was the fragrance wafting from her hair or the subtle allure of her presence, those nearby could not resist inhaling the intoxicating aroma. Alas, her demeanor was too frigid, akin to a flower that blooms on a distant peak, beautiful from afar, yet untouchable. If only she would smile. Surely she would be even more enchanting, or so thought all who beheld her. As she strode toward them, the students' hearts raced uncontrollably, yearning to close the distance. Indeed, it is Leng Ruoxue. I've heard tales of her ethereal beauty, but in person, she surpasses all descriptions. She is like a celestial being descended to earth. Just to be in her presence is enough to fulfill my life's purpose. Leng Ruoxue, please smile. Your smile would be simply breathtaking. Fool. Leng Ruoxue has never smiled since her arrival at this school. With our humble status, how could we ever capture her attention? No one here could elicit a smile from her, not even the principal. The once quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony as Leng Ruoxue approached. Known as the legendary Ice Queen, she had countless suitors during her time at school, yet every type of admirer had met with rejection, often met with scorn. She was known to prioritize academics above all and spoke little, often dismissing advances with a curt scram, thus securing her status as the epitome of unattainable beauty. In reality, Leng Ruoxue spent most of her time secluded in the art studio, rarely venturing out unless necessary. As soon as classes ended, she would vanish, leaving those curious about her whereabouts to no avail. Yet, today she traversed nearly the entire campus from the art building to the cultural building, a most unprecedented occurrence. What could have prompted such a journey? Under the collective gaze of her peers, Leng Ruoxue's glistening eyes swept over the class sign before she entered class 2 of the second year, seemingly in search of someone. The students immediately straightened their postures, puffing out their chests, eager to attract her attention, even if they were not the individual she sought. However, one student stood out as an anomaly. While others attempted to present themselves well, he lay sprawled over his desk, head buried, comfortably dozing off, as if entirely indifferent to the unfolding drama. In that moment, the classroom was silent save for the sound of Leng Ruoxue's footsteps and the faint sound of his snoring. Leng Ruoxue paused, her attention caught by the soft snoring. Her eyes sparkled, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, though she quickly suppressed it. She resolved that her first smile would be reserved for Su Fan. Did the school beauty just smile? Impossible. You must be mistaken. Leng Ruoxue would never smile. No one here is worthy of such a gesture. Not even the principal could provoke it. Perhaps I was wrong, but indeed, Leng Ruoxue, the Ice Queen, gazes upon us as if we were mere refuse. Did you notice? It's utterly addictive. I long to be trampled by Leng Ruoxue. It seems we have an infiltrator among us. Su Fan, wake up. The school beauty is here. Wang Gang, seated beside Su Fan, could not contain his excitement and was about to nudge his sleeping friend. As Su Fan's close ally, Wang Gang knew that despite Su Fan's frequent declarations of devotion to his studies, he still appreciated beauty. Yet, before he could act, Leng Ruoxue's icy gaze fell upon him, as if warning him not to disturb Su Fan. Wang Gang's hand froze midair, hesitating to touch Su Fan. In an instant, the surrounding crowd understood. Leng Ruoxue was seeking Su Fan. All eyes converged on him. She is looking for Su Fan. Perhaps it's regarding school matters? True. Su Fan is but a frail scholar. Leng Ruoxue likely holds no interest in him. Her intervention must stem from a genuine concern for a fellow student. Your words ring true. The crowd speculated, weaving tales around Leng Ruoxue's intentions, while simultaneously harboring envy towards Su Fan. At 17, Su Fan maintained the image of a delicate scholar, his striking features rendered even more appealing by his frail demeanor. His fair skin and slender physique, coupled with exquisite collarbones, drew the admiration of many compassionate female classmates. He had unwittingly earned the title of the frail school heartthrob, provoking jealousy and disdain among the boys, who could not fathom the allure of such fragile beauty. Frequently, love letters found their way to Su Fan, inciting ire among his male peers. Now, with Leng Ruoxue approaching him, jealousy ignited, and tempers flared. Awakening to the buzz of chatter in the classroom, Su Fan turned over, facing the corridor, irritation brewing. Damn it. Can't I find peace even in death? Did I just hear Wang Gang's voice? Su Fan, wake up. A melodious and familiar voice resonated beside him, imbued with countless tender nuances and a hint of urgency. Compelled to open his eyes, Su Fan beheld a scene of tranquility, adorned with banners proclaiming peace, democracy, self-reliance, and unity hanging above the blackboard. Surrounding him were many familiar faces of his classmates. Yet, beside his desk squatted a charming young girl with delicate brows and bright eyes, her ponytail swaying as her sparkling gaze fixed upon him. Su Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the enchanting girl before him. What was happening? I have not committed suicide by wrist-cutting, have I? Is this the road to the underworld, adorned with the ghostly flowers of the afterlife? Or perhaps it is merely my recollections, a carousel of memories? Or is it the ephemeral dreams of spring, leaving no trace? Must a man remain flirtatious until death? Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Leng Ruoxue, with a countenance as cold as snow, reveals a hint of shyness, a delicate smile gracing her lips. No longer suppressing the upward curve of her mouth, she flutters her long eyelashes, her eyes brimming with bashfulness, embodying the essence of a love-struck maiden. Leng Ruoxue rises slightly, leaning towards Su Fan, allowing him a glimpse of a grand, snow-white jade rabbit at her neckline. This sight renders Su Fan breathless and flushed with embarrassment. Though he had seen such sights before, each encounter elicits the same reaction from him. Devoid of any sense of familiarity, they remain as enamored as newlyweds, deeply entwined. This behavior often invites playful teasing from Leng Ruoxue, who quips that he remains an eternal novice. Observing Su Fan's entranced gaze, Leng Ruoxue's eyes squint into crescent moons of delight. Meanwhile, the classmates around them are left in utter astonishment. What in the world? Has the principal arrived? Leng Ruoxue is actually smiling? The boy who just claimed that the cold school beauty never smiles stands agape, his mouth wide enough to fit an apple. And she is smiling at that frail scholar, Su Fan? What is there to admire in such a slight frame? Could it be that the cold school beauty has a penchant for sickly aesthetics? Mother, please allow me to be reborn. I too desire that ethereal beauty. Oh, I must be dreaming. Leng Ruoxue's smile is enough to fulfill my lifetime. Truly, the cold school beauty is enchanting when she smiles. Su Fan, thank you. Some hearts shatter, some hearts melt, some rejoice, and some lament. Su Fan opens his mouth, intending to speak, but before a sound escapes, he is overwhelmed by a tumultuous sensation, his vision spinning. Like a kite severed from its string, he loses control of his body, collapsing heavily onto his desk. Chapter 3. The love system is online. Please make your wife shy. System loading, please wait. What the hell is this? What a scam. Standing beside Su Fan's desk, Leng Ruoxue witnesses him losing consciousness, her small face instantly paling, exuding an aura of urgency as she pushes Su Fan, her voice trembling as it shifts from a cold, commanding tone to a quivering, gentle one. Hey, Su Fan, Su Fan, Su Fan. Yet, Su Fan remains unresponsive. Quickly, she seems to recall something and glances at Su Fan's deskmate, urgently instructing, her demeanor unmistakably that of someone concerned for a beloved. Wong, what was it? Help me. Take Su Fan to the infirmary. He must be anemic. Without a second thought, Leng Ruoxue directs Wang Gang, her expression and actions leaving the boys in the class dumbfounded. If the cold school beauty had the strength, she would probably carry Su Fan herself to the infirmary, right? Could it be that Leng Ruoxue truly harbors feelings for Su Fan? This thought strikes the boys like a bolt from the blue. They had always followed Leng Ruoxue, hoping to win her favor, but never had they witnessed her so anxious for someone. Wang Gang, seeing Su Fan's condition, nods vigorously, swiftly lifting Su Fan and exiting the classroom. Leng Ruoxue hurries after them. She had intended to carry him herself, but alas. Su Fan stands taller than her 168 centimeters frame, and despite his weight being under 120 pounds, she lacks the strength to carry him. After Leng Ruoxue chases after Su Fan, the boys in the class can no longer suppress their jealousy, especially the class leader, Xiao Tian, who had just stated that Leng Ruoxue would never smile, is now thoroughly slapped in the face by reality. His inner discontent swells, prompting him to mock, TCH. What a delicate school beauty. I wonder if he's truly fainted or just pretending. The heavens have a way of repaying deeds, do they not? 30 years of prosperity. 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth. Don't hit me. I'm not a mole. The boys look at the feeble Su Fan, originally sympathetic, but upon witnessing Leng Ruoxue's concern for him, they turn sarcastic and scornful. Jealousy can transform a person beyond recognition, save for that one mole. Can you all just shut up for a moment? We're classmates, after all. We see each other every day. A girl sitting in front of Su Fan can no longer endure it and retorts, only to face Xiao Tian's merciless derision. Oh, Qin Banhua, have you taken a liking to Su Fan too? Regardless of who you fancy, it certainly isn't him. You're just a jealous person. Bitter because you can't have what you want. Qin Xinya responds coolly, her gaze toward Xiao Tian filled with disdain. The surrounding girls share her sentiments, their eyes brimming with irritation at the boys' backbiting. A gentleman does not speak ill of others behind their backs. TCH, Xiao Tian, aware of his fault, feels his agitation intensify. Without a moment's thought, hurtful words spill from his lips. Isn't he just a pretty face? He has no money, no grades, aside from being somewhat handsome. What can he do besides live off of others? I, Xiao Tian, am well-rounded. How could I envy him? What do I have to be jealous of? His frail health? Such words draw cold glares from all the girls in the class. A few sarcastic remarks are one thing, but to mock someone's illness is beneath contempt. No one responds to him. Even the boys who had previously chimed in feel that he has crossed a line. They may be jealous, but they would never stoop to personal attacks, no matter how envious they might feel of Su Fan. Observing the sudden silence in the classroom, Xiao Tian feels a twinge of anxiety, forcing himself to calm down. Yet, too proud to apologize, he believes he is in the right. His infatuation with Leng Ruoxue drives him to madness. Xiao Tian is among Leng Ruoxue's suitors, but his advances were met with a swift rejection. Her response starkly simple, get lost. Thus, witnessing the cold school beauty smile at that fragile patient, he feels an unbearable bitterness. Though his words were unfiltered, they represented his true feelings. He looks down upon Su Fan, who possesses mediocre grades and frail health, excused from physical activities, yet somehow enjoys the affection of teachers and female classmates alike, and now even the unapproachable Leng Ruoxue. He cannot accept it. He wants to humiliate Su Fan, to expose him to the entire school as nothing more than a pretty face. How can such a pretty boy possibly be worthy of Leng Ruoxue? Xiao Tian rises, casting a fierce glare at Qin Xinya before storming out. He can no longer endure the atmosphere in the classroom and seeks a quiet place to gather himself. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Wang Gang lays Su Fan down on the bed and departs, clearly recognizing that Leng Ruoxue has feelings for his friend. He has no intention of being a third wheel. The nurse in the infirmary, taken aback by the arrival of an unconscious student, soon discovers that he is merely suffering from anemia. No need to worry, he is just anemic. It's nothing serious. He'll be fine after a bit of rest. The school nurse observed the anxious cold Ruoxue beside her, slightly taken aback. She was familiar with cold Ruoxue, after all. She was renowned as the strongest ice beauty in the school. Her academic performance was so exemplary that even teachers found themselves unable to instruct her. And thus she was granted a dedicated art studio. Her beauty captivated the entire campus. It was quite astonishing to see such a stunning woman express so much concern for a man. Piquing the nurse's curiosity about what role Su Fan played in cold Ruoxue's life. Had the times changed so drastically that girls now favored delicate, sickly-looking boys? I'll step out for a moment. Could you keep an eye on him? The nurse chuckled at the flustered, yet hesitant cold Ruoxue, who seemed too shy to approach Su Fan. This was no longer the ice beauty she was known to be. She appeared more like an adorable and caring girl. The nurse covered her cherry lips with her petite hand, turning her back to the door as she exited, a playful smile gracing her face. Youth is truly wonderful. Just moments prior, when Su Fan was laid on the bed by Wang Gang, he heard the mechanical female voice once again. Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of the divine and have been granted a new life. The love system has been activated. Lying on the bed, Su Fan regained consciousness, though his body felt utterly weak and immobile. What is going on? Who is speaking? What happened to me? Wasn't I supposed to have perished? The host has received the blessing of the divine and has been reborn at the age of 17 to fulfill a wish. Host, the current date is April 4th, 2017. And your age is now 17. 17? Su Fan recalled the artwork he had created that fateful night. It was undoubtedly the most remarkable piece of his lifetime. And in that painting, he and cold Ruoxue were both 17. Could it be that he truly had been reborn to fulfill his wish? Indeed. Congratulations on activating the love system. As long as the system detects that the host successfully makes his wife shy, or if she playfully teases him into shyness, achievement points will be awarded, which is one of the host's desires, to master his wife or to be mastered by her. According to the current system functions, the host can exchange achievement points for wealth or items. Master my wife? Upon hearing this, Su Fan instantly recalled his desire from before his death. He wanted to have the upper hand over cold Ruoxue. In his past life, although their love was strong, he always felt as though he was entirely under cold Ruoxue's thumb. He couldn't go to bars without her, and he certainly couldn't step into a foot massage parlor alone. Moreover, he was frail and easily overwhelmed, completely at her mercy. While he found joy in it, it also left him feeling somewhat trapped. Not to mention, he had always cooked for himself and had never once tasted the meals cold Ruoxue prepared for him. Now that he had been reborn, seizing the opportunity to master his wife was imperative. I refuse to believe that at over 90 years old, I can't manage a 17-year-old girl. At the very least, she should be making me a meal, right? I might forego the foot massage. I cannot let her worry. Instead, I should teach her to help me with that. Su Fan mused to himself. As for being teased by his wife, nonsense. Was he the kind of person who could be toyed with? Absolutely not. Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement or the joy of rebirth, Su Fan's psychological age belied his 90-plus years. In the presence of his beloved cold Ruoxue, he would eternally remain that innocent 18-year-old boy, enamored with his cherished treasure. Chapter 4. System Crash. Newbie Gift Package Disappears? Now presenting the host with the title, Blessing of the Divine, along with a newbie gift package. System crash and reboot in progress. Where's my newbie gift package? Can this thing really lag? Reboot completed. The newbie gift package has been granted. This package will assist the host in achieving their objectives. What on earth? What did you give me? Why do I not know anything about it? Where are my items? My newbie gift package? Starting off with just a stick? No equipment whatsoever? To the host, the newbie gift package has been distributed, but the exact location is unknown, though receipt has been confirmed. This pitiful system has betrayed me. Since it is lost, discussing it now is futile. Please remain at ease. This package, even if not physically received, will still impact the host's pursuit of his wife. Oh, this wretched system has ruined my youth. The personal panel has been opened for the host. Name, Su Fan. Age, 17. Physical strength, 12, too frail to even compete with a woman. Attractiveness, 90. Skills, National Treasure Level Sculpting Technique. Items, none. Assets, 150,000. Title, Blessing of the Divine. It is advised that the host strengthen their physique or consider using the marketplace's physical enhancers to achieve better health. Su Fan gazed at the line regarding his physical strength. Lost in thought, he had indeed been rather frail in high school, primarily due to congenital anemia, a condition that would not be resolved until he was nearly 30. Although he felt mocked by the system, he had no means to counter it. Rest assured, host. The blessing of the divine guarantees health and safety for both you and your wife. The congenital anemia has been completely cured and will not be passed on to the next generation. Su Fan paused in surprise. Congenital anemia could indeed be hereditary, which had deterred him from having children with cold Ruoxue before. He had thought he would have to wait for genetic treatments in this life as well. But now it had been resolved. Upon hearing this, a wave of warmth surged through him, coursing through his veins and spreading to every corner of his body. His previously sickly pale skin gradually took on a hint of color. This system is truly delightful. Now, I can fulfill Ruoxue's 3 requests sooner. This time, I won't let myself be consumed by entrepreneurship throughout my entire university life. After the nurse left, cold Ruoxue couldn't help but step forward, gazing at Su Fan lying on the bed. Thankfully, his breathing was steady, and a hint of color had returned to his limbs. He should be feeling somewhat more comfortable now. Lowering her head, she scrutinized Su Fan's face. Had he always been this handsome at 17? With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, his fair skin bore no trace of male vigor, appearing almost fragile. An indescribable emotion surged within her, and as she looked at his delicate lips, she felt a yearning to lean down and tease their owner. Cold Ruoxue glanced around. Noticing that the room was empty save for herself and Su Fan, the nurse had departed. Even if I were to steal a kiss now, he wouldn't know, right? It would merely be a consolation for the hardships he's endured over the years. She had made up her mind, having been given a second chance. She would make amends for this guy, occasionally allowing him to take the lead wouldn't be out of the question, as long as his health permitted. Just as cold Ruoxue slowly leaned towards Su Fan, a voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind, causing her to shudder and stand up abruptly. Did I just see Su? Why would he be looking for me? The plan to steal a kiss had failed. Yet that voice. Cold Ruoxue lifted her head and scanned the area. But apart from herself and Su Fan, there was no one else around. Cold Ruoxue gazed in confusion at Su Fan, who remained blissfully unaware, his eyes still closed. She had just been fixated on his lips and could assert that he had not uttered a word. However, the only ones who called her Ruoxue were her family and Su Fan's family. Could it be that her golden finger had manifested? In her previous life, Ruoxue had perused a plethora of online literature and was well acquainted with the concept of a golden finger, one of which was the ability to read minds. I wonder what Ruoxue wants from me. If I fainted, would she be worried about me? This sudden voice startled cold Ruoxue once again, and she turned her gaze back to Su Fan, who remained unresponsive. Perhaps his anemia had left him physically weak, his mind was awake, yet his body remained dormant. So, could it be that I truly possess the ability to read minds? With this power, winning over that dense-headed boy should be considerably easier. In truth, cold Ruoxue's feelings for Su Fan had always been ambiguous until after their high school graduation. It was only when Su Fan confessed his love that she came to understand her own heart, but her slight pride led her to set lofty goals. Little did she anticipate that her grand aspirations would result in such a distant target. Throughout their 4 years in university, Su Fan was relentlessly pursuing his ambitions, leaving no time for romance. No matter how she hinted, he remained oblivious. During those 4 years, cold Ruoxue often lamented this situation. Fortunately, by the time they graduated, she was able to use his partial success in achieving his goals as a reason for them to officially date. This time, she vowed to skillfully manage the situation with this foolish boy, ensuring he wouldn't overexert himself, preserving only his talent for sculpture. With the wealth of both families and his sculpting skills, they could live a life of ease without worry. If necessary, she wouldn't mind him living off her as well. Cold Ruoxue whispered to herself, her thoughts drifting to the future, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue, and a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her heart swelling with sweetness, akin to ants crawling within, itchy and delightful. If not for Su Fan lying on the bed, she might have succumbed to the urge to roll around in joy. I wonder if I can win over this dense-headed boy during high school? How frustrating. I had come to terms with my feelings since middle school, yet I only confessed after graduation. Little rascal. If I take a more proactive approach, will he be unable to resist? Cold Ruoxue felt not only her body rejuvenated, but also her heart, often teasing Su Fan as a perpetual novice. Yet she too remained unwavering in her affection for him, regardless of age, with no sign of waning. She stretched out her delicate hand to gently caress Su Fan's cheek, which felt hard and gaunt, likely a result of his poor diet. Cold Ruoxue pouted in discontent. Poking it was far from pleasant. Perhaps she should invite Su Fan over for dinner tonight? After all, her mother had mentioned wanting to see him. Bringing him home for a meal should pose no issue, right? It could be seen as a way to strengthen their bond. Her mother had also asked her to look after Su Fan when she left. Cold Ruoxue looked at the tightly closed eyes of Su Fan, relishing the moment. Chapter 5, Awakening, and subsequently being invited to dinner? Why does it feel like someone is poking my face and staring at me? Is this a delusion? Cold Ruoxue's cheeks flushed. Su Fan's senses were rather keen, after all. However, it was fortuitous. With a playful smile, cold Ruoxue, resembling a mischievous little devil, slightly curled her crimson lips and even extended her nimble little tongue to delicately lick her red lips. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Fan's face, her small hand resting on his cheek, waiting for his awakening. Is the gaze becoming bolder? I must be in the infirmary. since Xuexue couldn't move me. It must have been Wang Gang who brought me here. Could it be that Wang Gang is sitting beside me? I never imagined he had such a penchant. Su Fan shuddered involuntarily, feeling as though he was gradually regaining control over his body. Yet, cold Ruoxue silently rolled her eyes at his inner monologue. How infuriating. Could it not simply be me watching over you? But then she reconsidered and managed a wry smile. Indeed, if it were the high school version of herself, she would have never paid such close attention to Su Fan. Although she occasionally cared, it was merely on rare occasions. Their relationship had always lingered in a lukewarm state throughout high school. This was primarily due to her aloof demeanor. She had been too engrossed in her art, oblivious to the world outside, solely focused on her studies. The notion of leaving the art studio to check on Su Fan would have been unfathomable when she was just 17. Su Fan, being the reserved type, kept everything bottled up. He always appeared amiable, but in truth, he was as silent as a rock. This time, she was determined to be attentive. If she could read minds, how could she not manage the boy she had lived with for decades? Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar ceiling above him. Could there be an unexpected twist? He turned his head, only to feel a finger gently pressed against his cheek, the soft, cool touch surprisingly pleasant. Impossible. How could I find comfort in Wang Gang's touch? Su Fan dismissed the thought. I'm straight. With a chuckle, cold Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh at Su Fan's inner thoughts, her eyes bright with mirth, her mood buoyant, her voice imbued with a gentle, melodious tone, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor, or rather, the demeanor expected of someone her age. The boy even mistook her for Wang Gang. How amusing. Cold Ruoxue reached out once more, playfully prodding Su Fan's cheek. Although it felt somewhat firm at first, it softened under her touch. Not only that, she spoke sweetly as her hand caressed his face. Su Fan, you're awake? Su Fan turned to see cold Ruoxue, who was gently poking his cheek with her index finger, momentarily frozen in surprise. He had never imagined that she would be here looking after him. Moreover, the warm smile gracing her face made him question if the system had miscalculated the timeline. This version of cold Ruoxue should not have appeared for at least another 4 years. Cold Ruoxue, what are you doing here? He stammered, bewildered. Because I was worried about you, cold Ruoxue replied, her words sincere and untainted. This isn't the Xuexue I know, not at all. My mom invited you to dinner at our house tonight. Did you hear that? Upon hearing Su Fan's thoughts, cold Ruoxue couldn't suppress a knowing smile. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, her lips curving upward. Those enticing, warm lips seemed irresistible, evoking a desire to steal a kiss. Indeed, she could not claim to be the cold Ruoxue he currently knew, but she was undoubtedly the one who loved Su Fan most dearly. Oh, is that why you came to find me? Su Fan nodded, somewhat understanding. This could have easily been communicated via text. There was no need to come all the way to find me in class. Cold Ruoxue, hearing this, revealed a playful smile, placing her hands on the bed, kneeling beside it, and slowly crawling towards Su Fan, her left index finger gently lifting his chin. Her delicate eyebrows and eyes, coupled with a sweet voice that seemed to exhale the fragrance of orchids, captured Su Fan's attention as her sparkling, watery eyes locked onto his. The moment their gazes met, a rosy hue instantly adorned Su Fan's fair cheeks, prompting him to turn away, unable to suppress a sudden dryness in his throat. Had it not been for his commendable composure, he would have surely succumbed to sheer embarrassment. What is happening? So close. Xuexue is practically glued to me, and her scent is intoxicating. What does she intend to do? Sensing Su Fan's inner turmoil, Leng Ruoxue wore a triumphant smile, reminiscent of a child who had just acquired a cherished toy, akin to a cunning little fox. I said I came specifically to see you. Do you believe me? She whispered softly in his ear, her velvety voice striking a chord deep within him. The warm breath brushing against his ear sent shivers down his spine, as if a swarm of ants were crawling over him. He felt an overwhelming urge to twist and contort himself, his legs growing weak. This was decidedly amiss. How could a 90-year-old soul be so utterly dominated by a 17-year-old wife? It was over. He was completely ensnared by her charms. Detected that the host's legs have weakened under the lady's flirtation, achievement points awarded, 5,000. The system's notification echoed, affirming Su Fan's predicament. Witnessing his bashful expression, Leng Ruoxue appeared utterly satisfied as she rose, her earlobes betraying a rosy flush. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Don't forget about dinner tonight. With that, she flitted away from the infirmary, her delicate steps quickening. At that moment, the school nurse returned, brushing past Leng Ruoxue, observing her flushed visage. The nurse couldn't help but speculate about their activities within the infirmary. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, quietly opening the door and the window to let in fresh air. Youth, indeed, is a wondrous thing. Su Fan stood dazed, gazing at Leng Ruoxue's retreating figure, suddenly recalling that he was still in high school. Xuexue, were you not the aloof school beauty, indifferent to the world beyond? Xuexue, your persona has shattered. This is no longer the cool and distant flower. You have transformed into a little seductress, specifically luring innocent boys like me. Shaking his head, Su Fan resolved to cease pondering these matters. Even if Xuexue's facade had crumbled, The three conditions must remain unchanged: a position in the upper echelons of the business world, undeniable artistic talent, and robust physical fitness. The business sector was currently unattainable for him, being a minor without his parents present to assist him in entrepreneurial endeavors. As for artistic talent, he possessed national treasure-level sculpting skills, and his painting abilities should also be commendable. The only area he could improve upon was his physical fitness, which he deemed lacking. A score of 12 was utterly dismal. The average male typically scores around 50, while females often achieve around 40. It would take 3 Su fans to match a single ordinary girl. Was he to rely on Leng Ruoxue for protection in the future? "Teacher, I'm fine now. I'll head back to class," Su Fan informed the school nurse before hastily departing. "Take care and watch your health." Though well-intentioned, her words struck Su Fan as peculiar. As he made his way back to class, his mind lingered on the evening's dinner invitation. Should he bring a gift to Leng Ruoxue's home? Host: "You are merely visiting your childhood friend for a meal, not meeting your in-laws. There is no need for gifts." He had forgotten. He was indeed just going to share a meal, not to impress a future mother-in-law. There was no reason for concern. Indeed, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue shared a childhood bond, yet their relationship remained a secret at school due to her insistence on discretion. Su Fan hailed from a modest yet decent family. His father owned several shops, while his mother assisted him in managing them. He also had a younger sister in elementary school. However, aside from himself, the rest of his family resided in another province. The old house was left for him. While Leng Ruoxue lived next door, albeit with her parents still present, her family operated a factory. Su Fan's mother, Lin Yi, had previously worked as an accountant for Leng Ruoxue's father, Leng Jun, and had formed a close friendship with Leng Ruoxue's mother, Yang Xiaoyan. Their bond was akin to that of sisters. Eventually, Lin Yi married Su Fan's father, Su Qing, but had asked Yang Xiaoyan to look after Su Fan. This explains why, despite the demolition of 2 of Leng Jun's factories in recent years, they had yet to leave their old neighborhood. It could be said that even if Shui were to rely on her family, she would live a life devoid of financial worries, even capable of affording her own lavish lifestyle. Chapter 6. What? The cold school beauty actually has someone she cares about? Su Fan dismissed his mischievous thoughts. He aspired to become a man deserving of Leng Ruoxue. His foremost objective now was to enhance his physical fitness. Host: "It is advisable to utilize stamina potions to bolster your physique. Each bottle costs 500 achievement points." Without hesitation, Su Fan shook his head. This was a request from Leng Ruoxue, and he wished to fulfill it through his own efforts. These 3 conditions were his bottom line. System: "If I run 5 kilometers every day for a month, how much stamina will I gain?" With a complete exercise manual, you can expect an increase of approximately 30 points. That would suffice. Exchange for the exercise manual. Understood. Exercise manual purchased for 50 achievement points. Automatic learning complete. Host: "Please persevere. You are a unique individual. I support you." Su Fan nodded, removed his jacket, and began to jog slowly around the 400-meter track. The class was likely engaged in self-study, so returning was inconsequential, especially since school would soon dismiss. Su Fan refused to rely on external forces to artificially enhance his stamina. This was a challenge set by Leng Ruoxue, and he sought to approach it without any shortcuts, just as his feelings for her were genuine, devoid of any pretense. As he jogged, adhering to the proper form dictated by the exercise manual, even at a pace as slow as a leisurely stroll, he maintained his discipline. Meanwhile, in the art building, Leng Ruoxue sat alone in a classroom, staring blankly at the easel before her. She was the sole occupant, for her artistic prowess had surpassed that of her teachers, prompting the school to grant her a dedicated space for her craft. Additionally, her academic performance was stellar. She could easily score above 650 on the senior mock exams. Coupled with her numerous accolades from various painting competitions, ranging from the Chi Baisher Award to the Golden Dragon Award for Best Illustration, the Acalypse Art Prize, and Celebrating Art, her achievements were countless. It seemed a foregone conclusion that she would further her studies at the prestigious D. May Academy. Thus the school adopted a hands-off approach towards her. Now her mind was entirely consumed by the image of Su Fan, his gaunt visage, exquisite collarbones, prominent nose, and alluringly thin lips, rendering her utterly incapable of concentrating on her painting. As she pondered, a rosy hue spread across Leng Ruoxue's delicate face. Oh, my Su Fan is undeniably handsome. She rose and approached the window, flinging it open to let the gentle breeze waft in, hoping to soothe the restlessness within her heart. Her classroom afforded a perfect view of the playground outside. Due to a light rain earlier that day, all physical education classes had been suspended, a common ploy employed by the school. Hence, the playground lay barren in her line of sight. With a dazed expression, she relaxed, her gaze lost on the empty playground, slipping into a realm of profound introspection. She simply stared, doing nothing and thinking of nothing. Just then, a figure wobbled into view from the periphery of her sight. He moved slowly across the playground, at a pace that could scarcely be distinguished from walking. Is someone taking a leisurely stroll on the playground? Leng Ruoxue wondered, her curiosity piqued. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the sluggish figure, akin to a snail, was none other than her childhood friend, Su Fan. Her thoughts became a whirlwind. Moments ago, she had been envisioning his likeness, and now he stood before her. This unexpected appearance caused her cheeks to flush, prompting her to reposition her easel by the window. Inspiration struck. She seized her brush and began to paint with remarkable fervor and precision, in a manner reminiscent of a simple copy-paste action. An exquisite scene of a youth strolling on the playground materialized on her canvas. Yet, had she known that Su Fan was actually running, one could only wonder what expression would have graced her face. Leng Ruoxue gazed at her completed masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. It was the finest work she had produced in recent times. She must frame it for safekeeping. What are you looking at? Smiling so joyfully. Just as she prepared to tuck her painting away, a girl breezed through the doorway. It was Jiang Xiaoxiao, one of her few friends and confidants. Jiang Xiaoxiao had achieved high accolades in a national competition and was granted a direct admission to a prestigious school. Thus, her social standing was akin to Leng Ruoxue's, granting her the freedom to roam about. In nothing, Leng Ruoxue stammered, hastily concealing her artwork within the tube, reluctant for Jiang Xiaoxiao to glimpse it. Like a child guarding her cherished toy, she was unwilling to share it with anyone. Yet, having not heard Jiang Xiaoxiao's thoughts just now, it seemed that her mind-reading ability only worked on Su Fan. Oh, let me see. Jiang Xiaoxiao, noticing Leng Ruoxue's nonchalant demeanor, discerned that she was harboring secrets. The easel was positioned by the window. Was she observing the playground? Is there someone out there? Jiang Xiaoxiao peered out, scrutinizing the scene below, and spotted Su Fan, moving at a snail's pace. Hey, isn't that our delicate school heartthrob? What is he doing on the playground? Delicate school heartthrob? Leng Ruoxue queried, puzzled, as she was not well versed in the happenings of high school. In her previous life, she had secluded herself in the art studio, with only Su Fan and Jiang Xiaoxiao occasionally visiting her, leaving her blissfully unaware of the school's dynamics. She had only vaguely heard this name mentioned in the second class of her sophomore year. You don't even know about the delicate school heartthrob? That's Su Fan. He's quite famous among the girls at school. Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished, though she soon understood Leng Ruoxue's situation. Su Fan was academically proficient and strikingly handsome, often projecting a fragile demeanor that suggested a delicate beauty, earning him the moniker of delicate school heartthrob from the female students. Jiang Xiaoxiao observed Leng Ruoxue's reaction, noting her keen interest. It was somewhat astonishing to her. Leng Ruoxue had always been the person who paid no heed to the world outside, singularly devoted to her studies. She had never shown interest in any boy, despite the many suitors who had pursued her, all of whom she had coldly rebuffed or ignored entirely. Could it be that this aloof girl had developed an interest in the delicate school heartthrob? Was there a new trend for fragile beauty? Jiang Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued, and she couldn't help but notice Leng Ruoxue's longing expression. Ruoxue, I heard you sought out Su Fan today, Jiang Xiaoxiao remarked. Leng Ruoxue nodded, her cheeks flushing, choosing not to elaborate. It was not yet the right moment. Do you know that the delicate school heartthrob is quite popular at school? Because you made such a bold entrance into Su Fan's class today, numerous girls have been asking me on their phones if you have feelings for him. In just one class period, over 30 girls have inquired, though among them were some mere spectators. Leng Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, panic flickering across her face. She had never considered that Su Fan was so well-liked during their high school days. He was still so popular? A hint of jealousy tinged her voice, which even Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was somewhat oblivious to matters of romance, could perceive. This girl was clearly feeling possessive. Jiang Xiaoxiao regarded Leng Ruoxue with a bemused expression, finding the situation amusing, and decided to embellish the tale. I heard that the school's flower, Chu, also wrote Su Fan a love letter, but he turned her down. However, she hasn't given up yet. She just asked me about your relationship with Su Fan. Ugh, tell her to stop dreaming. Su Fan is mine. Leng Ruoxue exclaimed, her face aflame, her demeanor brimming with anxiety as she yearned to rush out and cling to Su Fan, desperate to prevent any rival from stealing him away. Haha. You two haven't even started anything yet, and Su Fan is already yours? Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled, relieved to see Leng Ruoxue's reaction. Her daily life had been exceedingly monotonous, and she worried that it would stifle her spirit. That high and mighty demeanor was no act. Yet, this girl had now developed feelings for someone, which was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. She had some understanding of Su Fan. He was a serious individual, as evidenced by his repeated rejections of girls' advances. Only someone who took love seriously would turn down so many admirers. If he were a playboy, he would have jumped at the chance. Jiang Xiaoxiao was quite satisfied with the idea of Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue together, though she wondered about their differing academic paths. Su Fan was focused on academics, while Leng Ruoxue was destined for an art academy. Yet, that was not something she should concern herself with. They hadn't even begun their journey together yet. So what future was there to speak of? Eventually, he will be mine, Leng Ruoxue declared with a haughty expression, prompting Jiang Xiaoxiao to feel an instinctual maternal urge rise within her. Ruoxue, since you've taken a liking to him, you ought to be a bit more proactive. At the very least, assert your claim to avoid being usurped. Leng Ruoxue nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. I will go home with him today. With that, she charged out of the classroom with fervor, leaving Jiang Xiaoxiao in stunned silence. Wait, home together? Are they moving this quickly? My original intention was simply for two individuals to converse at the school gate, showcasing it to their classmates. Alas, it seems that this matter has escalated. I hope Su Fan can devise a way to evade the situation. Chapter 7. What is the cold school bell doing waiting at the school gate? Cultural building. As the final class approached its conclusion, most students were engaged in self-study within their classrooms. With the lesson nearing its end, the number of diligent learners dwindled. One by one, they idly glanced around, surveying their surroundings, occasionally casting furtive glances at the clock on the blackboard. Meanwhile, a student seated by the window was gazing towards the school gate, daydreaming of the freedom that awaited them. Suddenly, a graceful figure materialized within their vision. Goodness! Isn't that the cold school bell at the gate? What? I wondered why I couldn't see her leaving. Had she departed so early? After all, she is a top-tier talent, excelling academically. Even if she chose not to attend school, no one would dare voice an objection. It stands to reason, considering her status as the cold school belle. Yet at that moment, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance, clad in a suit, cradling a magnificent bouquet of blue roses. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz C200 was parked nearby, its front adorned with an array of roses as well. The commotion was considerable. It seemed he even had a loudspeaker connected to the car's sound system. Was he intent on broadcasting this to the entire student body? How brazen of him! His presence instantly captivated the attention of students within the school. Some even retrieved long-cherished binoculars. What? Isn't that the heartthrob from the neighboring prestigious academy? Goodness! The son of a prominent hotel chain director? No wonder the cold school belle's reputation extends even to the neighboring institution. However, considering her family's affluence, why didn't she enroll in that elite academy? Perhaps it is due to the favorable academic environment our school offers. Indeed, it is worth noting that at just 18 years of age, he drives a Mercedes-Benz and dons a suit. His attire alone must cost a fortune. Truly wealthy. Huh. But wealth alone cannot win over the cold school belle. You all know her temper. Yet, I heard that today the school belle took the initiative to seek out Su Fan in Class 2 of Grade 11. We shall see how this unfolds. At the school gate, the aloof Ruoxue stood patiently, awaiting Su Fan's departure. The security guard recognized her and, without hesitation, allowed her to pass. Such is the privilege accorded to guaranteed admission students. The life of a guaranteed admission student is refreshingly unpretentious. Little did she anticipate that a man would suddenly emerge from the roadside, kneeling before her. Cold Ruoxue, will you be my girlfriend? The sound of the loudspeaker was deafening, ringing painfully in Ruoxue's ears. Her expression remained frigid, exuding an aura that repelled others. Get lost. Ruoxue, I am serious. I'll give you this car. The suited man swiftly extended the car keys, believing that his offer lacked sufficient sincerity. After all, Ruoxue was not lacking in wealth. It was only natural she might dismiss such flowers. Surely, offering her a Mercedes-Benz would convey his earnestness? What? He can just give away a Mercedes? What a rich man. That car must be worth hundreds of thousands. Hey, look, Ruoxue has just turned back to school. Is that even a question? She must have rejected him. Look, the man is trying to enter but has been stopped by the guard. Indeed, the security guard is even lying on the ground. Goodness, an unexpected turn of events. This old gentleman is quite crafty. Look at his expression. He appears green with envy and has fled in haste. You lucky one with binoculars. How can you see his face while we mere mortals cannot? Quick, hand them over so I can take a look. Jiegu, please don't. Even the old security guard seems to be enjoying this spectacle. A shared thought arose among the students. It is best not to provoke the old guard to avoid future repercussions. Nonetheless, the cold school belle remained unyielding. Her presence in Class 2 of Grade 11 must pertain to some important matter. Rumors of her affections for the feeble heartthrob were swiftly dispelled. It was simply implausible. As Ruoxue was no longer visible from the window, the students who had been observing gradually returned to their seats. The old guard, witnessing the man's departure, dusted himself off and returned to the security room. Jiang Xiaoxiao was also observing from a distance. She was taken aback by the old guard's assertiveness. This gentleman certainly deserves a little golden statue for his efforts. Jiang Xiaoxiao intended to approach Ruoxue to strike up a conversation, but the school bell rang, compelling her to depart. With a resigned smile, she left the school, hoping that Su Fan would not be besieged the following day. Upon hearing the bell, Ruoxue leaned against the pillar at the school gate, silently awaiting Su Fan's arrival. The end of classes is undoubtedly one of the students' favorite moments in their academic journey. A large crowd surged forth, yet today's dismissal was remarkably orderly. The boys lined up quietly, refraining from pushing or playing around, save for those with significant others who hurriedly exited through the main gate. The remaining boys queued at the small gate. It was not that they could not use the main entrance. Rather, the presence of the school bell at the small gate compelled them to maintain decorum. Surely, passing by the school bell would be more delightful than rushing through the main gate. To stroll past the school bell is an experience worth savoring. But what is the cold school bell doing here? I wonder if perhaps she is waiting for Jiang Xiaoxiao? Indeed, the school bell must be here for that reason. Everyone knows of their close friendship. If the school bell is waiting, it must be for Jiang Xiaoxiao. That icy gaze. I'm overwhelmed. I wish to be trampled. What on earth? Who is this pervert? Quickly, remove him. The security guard observed as this group of spirited boys transformed into docile kittens, unable to suppress a chuckle. Love is reciprocal. If one is not favored and lacks fortune, an elder's blessing, or any special system, what good is pursuing someone? To chase after someone with fervor, only to end up with empty hands. Ruoxue paid no mind to the line of boys. There was no doubt Su Fan would not emerge from the classroom. He had just been jogging on the playground. What a blunder. Should I purchase a bottle of water for him? But would that seem too forward and intimidate him? Such a dilemma. At that moment, Su Fan emerged from the playground, drenched in sweat after completing 3.5 laps. Alas, his stamina was lacking. Nevertheless, he managed to endure 1,400 meters, which was commendable given his condition. Just then, a system notification indicated that he had earned 1,000 achievement points. He was puzzled by this development, only aware that it was a gift from Ruoxue, causing the young girl to blush inexplicably. It is merely a system delay, however. Given the host's emotional intelligence, he is unlikely to fathom the true nature of the situation. Right. As Su Fan walked towards the school gate, he listened to the system chattering in his ear, resembling a nagging mother. What is going on today? Why are there so few people at the school gate? Su Fan wondered, glancing at the boys lined up at the small gate. Is the sun rising from the west today? Is this how school dismissals are conducted? After school should not resemble a herd of cattle being herded, chaotic and crowded, right? This is not the after school I know. Upon hearing the voice echoing in her mind, Leng Ruoxue's eyes brightened. Su Fan has finally arrived, my little fan. Chapter 8. What? Is Leng Ruoxue waiting for Su Fan? What is happening? Did I just see Leng Ruoxue smile? Impossible. You must be mistaken. Even if the principal were to arrive, she would never smile. It seems Leng Ruoxue is searching for someone? Certainly. She is looking for Jiang Xiaoxiao. I patiently await my mortal. No need to interfere. I shall quietly queue and present myself, lest Leng Ruoxue finds Jiang Xiaoxiao and departs, missing the opportunity to be within 5 meters of her. The line of boys hastened their pace, transforming from one person in under a second to 2 people in under a second. Those who found interest in Leng Ruoxue from this school were essentially all present. Some had queued once, exited, and then even climbed back over the wall to rejoin the line. Yet, Leng Ruoxue treated them as if they were invisible, eternally perceived as the ethereal flower of a lofty peak in the eyes of others. As the crowd passed by, they noticed that Leng Ruoxue's gaze was fixed upon a man. This man was not in the queue. He was walking out through the gates. However, Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with starlight, brimming with expectation as she looked at him. No, it can't be. Is the person Leng Ruoxue awaits truly Su Fan? The crowd followed her gaze, focusing on Su Fan, who was currently wiping the sweat from his neck with a tissue, oblivious to the attention he had drawn. He merely felt that the group of boys today was rather peculiar. Simultaneously, he remained unaware that he was surrounded by a circle of girls watching him intently. Unlike boys, girls were not as bold. Upon seeing Su Fan, they did not immediately swarm him, gushing over his charm. After all, with a boy like Su Fan, delicate and easily toppled, what if he were to get hurt? Su Fan continued to dab at the sweat lingering on his collarbone, his back completely soaked. The white school uniform, now damp, had almost become translucent. Su Fan's not-so-broad back was laid bare for all to see. The girls stealthily followed him, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, engaging in hushed exchanges. What luck today, an SSR-level delicate school heartthrob. Look, Su Fan's collarbone is truly beautiful. Have you noticed the sweat on his forehead? Doesn't it create a sense of contrast? Some girls even pulled out their phones, attempting to discreetly capture a snapshot of the perspiring Su Fan. With no one jostling, what great fortune. Usually, after school, it feels like herding sheep. Listening to Su Fan's solitary musings, Leng Ruoxue smiled slightly, but her expression shifted when she noticed someone preparing to take a clandestine photo of him. Leng Ruoxue's countenance changed as she quickly approached. Su Fan, is that you here? The boys froze, the girls paused, and the girl ready to snap a picture found her view entirely obstructed by Leng Ruoxue. Is the sun truly setting in the west today? Leng Ruoxue actually took the initiative to greet a boy. While it was one thing for Su Fan to be popular with ordinary girls, to think he had caught the eye of Leng Ruoxue? Unthinkable, absolutely inconceivable. No, I cannot accept this. Mother, I need a makeover. I too desire to embody that sickly beauty. Coach, I want to learn this. Scram, I want to learn too. Wait, you, an athlete, wanting to learn sickly beauty? What about college? Get back to training. Look, Leng Ruoxue is even smiling. What the hell? I never thought I'd see the day. Hey, wait. Oh no, the principal. Why are you here? The boys, who had been clamoring in line, suddenly scattered at the sight of the principal standing nearby, not daring to linger for a moment. The girls, however, departed slowly, having done nothing wrong. In an instant, the vast school gate was left with only Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. The principal observed the two conversing, pondered for a moment, and absent-mindedly scratched his balding head. Ultimately, he chose to quietly leave, pretending he had not seen them. Leng Ruoxue could not manage herself, and Su Fan dared not interfere. Leng Ruoxue was nearly certain she had been granted a free pass. She could do as she pleased. Su Fan. How could he possibly intervene? He could faint after standing for 10 minutes. What if something went awry? Leng Ruoxue, what are you doing here? Su Fan glanced at the boys who had just scattered, gradually comprehending why the entrance had been so orderly moments ago. Am I not waiting for you to leave school together? Is that not acceptable? Leng Ruoxue playfully blinked and stepped closer to Su Fan. Su Fan could not help but take 2 steps back. As Leng Ruoxue leaned in again, Su Fan retreated another 2 steps. It was not an illusion. Upon seeing Su Fan retreat, Leng Ruoxue felt a jolt of surprise. Had she been too forward? Nevertheless, witnessing Su Fan's retreat also brought her a tinge of disappointment. I just finished running, and now she has arrived. I'm drenched in sweat, and I smell rather unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback before shaking off the gloom. Oh, you little fan. Do you think I would be the type to care about such things? Wait. It seems I actually do care about that sort of thing. Spending too much time with Su Fan, I had completely forgotten about my own cleanliness obsession. No wonder I felt repulsed upon seeing that man earlier. I need to shatter his preconceived notions first. And who said Su Fan smells bad? I have always thought he had a pleasant scent, a hint of medicinal fragrance. Leng Ruoxue stepped forward again, now understanding the reason behind Su Fan's retreat. She felt no fear of his withdrawal. He retreats, she pursues, he cannot escape. Su Fan continued to back away until he found himself cornered against the wall. There was no path behind him. Why have you stopped retreating? Leng Ruoxue revealed a sly smile, her eyes fixed on Su Fan, imbued with teasing allure. They had retreated from the school gate directly to a nearby thicket. Su Fan, feeling shy under her gaze, turned his head away. Ding. Detected that the host has been captivated, achievement points awarded, 2,000 points. Su Fan was straying further from the path of winning over his wife. I just finished exercising, so I'm a bit sweaty. Su Fan spoke bashfully to explain. It was impossible not to mention it now. They were practically pressed against each other. My wife is too skilled at teasing. I can hardly contain myself. Oh, and so? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she leaned closer to Su Fan, the distance between them now less than a fist span. Her fair chest swayed before Su Fan's eyes, rendering him parched and desperate to leap forward, his mind a blank. Thankfully, his mind was in a fog, or Leng Ruoxue might have noticed the glimmer in his eyes, interpreting it merely as shyness. This little fan during this period is quite amusing. I really want to devour him. That's stinky. Su Fan felt as though their roles had reversed. Shouldn't it be me who was pushing forward? Shouldn't it be my teasing that left my wife weak at the knees? Author, did you mix up the scripts? I don't care. Leng Ruoxue halted in front of Su Fan, lifting her gaze to meet his face. Su Fan felt an effervescent sensation bubbling within him, a sentiment his wife had never expressed to him in their previous life. His cheeks flushed with warmth, and the perspiration on his face evaporated into vapor, dispersing into the air. Puffed. Su Fan, you are simply too amusing. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Shall we return home? At that moment, Leng Ruoxue, unaware of Su Fan's inner thoughts, realized that this reticent fellow had indeed been thoroughly captivated by her. If she continued to tease him, he might well swoon, especially under the harsh rays of the sun. Keeping him outside for too long would not be prudent. Oh, are you jesting with me? In that case, Leng Ruoxue, you should head home first. I tend to walk slowly, but I shall come to your house shortly. Su Fan sighed with relief. This Leng Ruoxue was indeed enchanting. This exhilarating sensation of flirtation inadvertently reminded him of the nearly 40-year-old Leng Ruoxue, who, despite her impeccable upkeep resembling that of a woman in her 20s, exuded an aura of fierce desirability, making Su Fan rely on support for walking during those years. Su Fan felt a gentle tug at the hem of his shirt. Turning around, he discovered Leng Ruoxue standing behind him, her head bowed, her delicate, fair fingers gripping the edge of his uniform. What is the matter? Su Fan could not help but inquire. I wish to accompany you home. Is that not permissible? Leng Ruoxue lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with an enchanting allure. That expression, a blend of 3 parts pleading and 7 parts yearning, made Su Fan draw in a sharp breath. Very well. He nodded. Leng Ruoxue beamed sweetly, hastening to his side, and they walked side by side. This little imp was indeed a miniature devil. She had seamlessly transitioned from a poised goddess to a delicate maiden in an instant. It was utterly bewildering. This inner monologue was shielded by the system. Leng Ruoxue remained oblivious to it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your legs have turned to jelly from the charms of your esteemed lady, earning you 5,000 achievement points and the skill, Culinary Mastery. Chapter 9. What was the ice school belle up to? Su Fan remained unaware of the skill bestowed upon him by the system, as all his focus was on the little demon beside him. Stealing a glance at Leng Ruoxue walking closely beside him, he noted that she exhibited no desire to part ways. However, it seemed she had tempered her demeanor along the way, no longer the domineering figure who had once pressed him in school, nor the timid girl who cautiously tugged at his sleeve. Now, she walked quietly beside him, smiling only when he glanced her way. Indeed, this was the Leng Ruoxue he recognized. Though her peculiar behavior towards me is somewhat strange, this should be the Leng Ruoxue I know. Leng Ruoxue paused, then smiled. choosing not to elaborate further. You are special to me. Is that so strange? You are my cherished treasure, something I wish to hold closely. Besides, your quietness is merely to prevent me from being overly forward and frightening you. If you hesitate to confess your feelings, that would be a tremendous loss. Let us take it slow and discuss it later at home. Leng Ruoxue bit her lip, her casual gesture captivating the attention of passers-by, resulting in an impressive 80 turn rate. Some men turned with such fervor, they nearly spun 720 degrees before reluctantly looking away. That girl is stunning. A model, perhaps? Wow. I want to ask for her WeChat. Do you think I stand a chance? She still a student. With your looks, you think she won't be frightened off? I say you have a better chance. Come on, don't you see their essay guy next to her? And look at her expression. That of a frosty beauty. You simply can't compete. Ah, indeed, I'd love to be stepped on by her. Hey, who are you? How did you get here? Hey, don't drool all over, you idiot. Get away from me. Among a group of men, an odd character seemed to have mingled in. Su Fan cast a cold glance at them and silently quickened his pace. Noticing Su Fan hastening and the reactions of the men nearby, Leng Ruoxue's face broke into a slight smile, her gaze towards Su Fan becoming even gentler. Little Fan, could it be you are feeling jealous? The thought of my beloved being jealous feels quite delightful. However, I must manage the intensity. I wouldn't want to make it too overwhelming for you. Leng Ruoxue caught up with Su Fan, adopting an expression as if the world owed her 3 million, striding home without a care, completely oblivious to the luxury car trailing behind them. Once they entered the community and ascended the stairs, they ultimately parted ways in the corridor. As Su Fan opened the door to his home and turned to Leng Ruoxue, he said, I'll take a shower and change before heading to your house. Leng Ruoxue sweetly nodded, opening her own door. I'll be waiting for you. My mom wants to see you too. All right, I'll be over shortly. With that, Su Fan closed his door. After watching him disappear behind the door across the hallway, Leng Ruoxue reluctantly shut her own door, entirely unaware that a pair of eyes was secretly observing her. Leng Ruoxue, turning her head, she spotted a small face peeking from behind the wall. Large eyes filled with curiosity. Mom, what are you looking at? Hee, nothing much. Yang Xiaoyan smiled as she pulled Leng Ruoxue back into the house. By the way, did you tell Su Fan? He.S. coming over for dinner. Your dad will be back tonight. I told him. Didn't you see me just now? That's good. You, my dear, since entering high school, have stubbornly refused to go to school with Su Fan, keeping your childhood friendship a secret from others. Why did you come back together today? Leng Ruoxue? Oh, is that so? I don't recall saying anything like that. Leng Ruoxue pondered deeply but could not recall such a conversation, likely due to the passage of time. Oh well, Mom won't pressure you. I respect your choices. Just hoping you won't regret it later. I'll go prepare dinner. If you have nothing to do, watch some TV instead of staring at that drawing board all day. With that, Yang Xiaoyan left the living room, bustling into the kitchen to chop vegetables. Leng Ruoxue contemplated her relationship with Su Fan, calculating its potential. This relationship should serve her well. Deterring some girls should not pose a problem, right? As she mused, a bold idea emerged in her mind. She hummed a tune and headed to the bathroom for a shower, knowing this idea would require some time to unfold. Meanwhile, Su Fan returned home to an empty room. The 140 square meter, 3-bedroom apartment was now solely his, as his parents had relocated to another province, leaving him to reside here for his college entrance exams. Did his parents worry? He was already a high school student, and with a younger sister still in elementary school. Any concerns they had would hardly be directed at him. Ah, it's such a mess, was Su Fan's immediate impression. Never mind. I'll shower first and tidy up later. He grabbed a change of clothes and dashed to the bathroom. After a quick rinse, he donned a white shirt and brown-gray casual pants, then tidied up the living room a bit, at least making the sofa appear less chaotic. During the tidying process, the system prompted, the host has acquired the skill of perfect culinary arts. It is recommended that the host prepare a meal at Madame Zun's residence. Without your suggestion, I would still be capable of cooking, regardless of possessing perfect culinary skills. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. The host has not resisted the system's advice this time. Su Fan rolled his eyes. How could this be the same? Utilizing physical enhancement potions is a self-serving method of cheating, whereas culinary skills are intended for Su Shui to savor exquisite dishes. These are two entirely different matters. I am utterly heartbroken. The host is unexpectedly so gentle. Su Fan, why do I feel as if the system is mocking me? Once his hair was dry, Su Fan hurried next door and knocked on the door. Coming, Xiao Fan, please enter. Su Shui is taking a shower. You can wait in the living room. Yang Xiaoyan opened the door with a smile to welcome Su Fan. Su Fan's face twitched at the information that Su Shui was in the shower. Why tell me that? Given our current relationship, I wouldn't dare to spy or join her. Isn't this just tormenting me? I couldn't even step into the living room. Cold Ruoxue's room was separated from the bathroom by a living room. What if I were to accidentally encounter the beauty emerging from her bath? It would be a disaster. Better to assist with the cooking. Hello, Aunt Yang. I'm here to help you with dinner. Su Fan greeted Yang Xiaoyan with a smile. Though they shared a good relationship, proper etiquette must be observed. Ah, splendid. Let Auntie see your culinary skills. Yang Xiaoyan pulled Su Fan into the kitchen, showing no intention of treating him as a guest. After all, they had been close since childhood. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. The Su and Leng families maintained a harmonious relationship, and Yang Xiaoyan regarded Su Fan as her own son. Why would she need to be polite with her own child? All right, Aunt Yang, I am quite adept at cooking. Su Fan rolled up his sleeves and donned an apron set aside in the kitchen. His demeanor was as familiar as if he were in his own home. Have you decided what to cook? Just make whatever you like. We have everything at home. Yang Xiaoyan watched Su Fan busily with a smile, her gaze reminiscent of a mother watching her child, filled with pride. Let me see. Auntie, you've defrosted the ribs. In that case, I shall prepare sweet and crispy ribs. Su Fan glanced at the thawed ribs and immediately settled on the menu. Yang Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. Sweet and crispy ribs were precisely what she intended to make, as they were Su Shue's favorite. She was surprised that Su Fan could also make them. She wondered if it was intentional or coincidental. Yang Xiaoyan observed Su Fan retrieving the defrosted ribs. He picked up a certain knife, examined it, and shook his head. He then took another unknown knife from a different rack. With swift and precise movements, he expertly sliced through the tender meat, the rhythm of the knife echoing evenly on the cutting board. The ribs were chopped into uniformly sized pieces. Yang Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. She had thought that even if Su Fan could cook, he would only know a little. She had planned to assist him in case he struggled, considering he was just a boy and not a culinary student. However, observing his knife skills revealed his proficiency. It seemed the sweet and crispy ribs would be a resounding success tonight. After cutting the ribs, Su Fan placed them into boiling water. Seeing that she wouldn't be needed to help, Yang Xiaoyan began preparing other dishes. The kitchen was spacious enough for 2 people to cook comfortably, even accommodating 3. So, what do you think Cold Ruoxue is doing now? Chapter 10. What? The school belle is going to cook? While in the shower, Cold Ruoxue heard her mother conversing with Su Fan. The soundproofing in the old apartment was not particularly effective. Upon learning Su Fan would be cooking, her eyes lit up. Yet, she quickly shook her head. No, Su Fan's culinary skills shouldn't be that good yet. Nevertheless, I have decided, no matter how terrible his cooking may be, I will eat it all. That way he will surely be touched. Imagining Su Fan's emotional expression made her break into a silly grin. After enjoying a comfortable bath, Cold Ruoxue stepped out of the tub, lightly drying herself and picking up her prepared outfit. Since her father would be returning home tonight, she opted for simple athletic wear instead of anything too revealing. Humming an unknown tune, she scampered back to her room, drying her hair with a hairdryer in the living room, just as Su Fan emerged from the kitchen. Are you done? Cold Ruoxue tilted her head. Her delicate features slightly flushed, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her exposed, fair skin radiated an alluring pink hue, perhaps due to not drying herself thoroughly. Her loose athletic outfit clung to her enticing figure. As she moved her arms, her bosom swayed, and droplets of water trickled down her curves, disappearing between her peaks, leaving Su Fan parched and unable to look away. He could only sit aside, trying to avert his gaze. I've only prepared 1 dish. Auntie is handling the rest. This vision of a beauty emerging from her bath was indeed one he had glimpsed, and it was none other than Cold Ruoxue herself. I wonder if my future father-in-law would be furious upon learning this. Yet, her alluring figure was no exaggeration. She perfectly embodied all of Su Fan's fantasies and preferences regarding women. In fact, all of Su Fan's preferences had seemingly evolved alongside Cold Ruoxue's growth. At some point, his ideal had entirely transformed to mirror hers. Seeing Su Fan shyly seated nearby, unable to look at her, Cold Ruoxue's long lashes fluttered playfully. Is Xiao Fan shy again? Su Fan's behavior instantly stirred Cold Ruoxue's restless heart. Was this a coy invitation? If it weren't for her mother being home, she would have lunged forward to pin Su Fan down. Indeed, at 17, Su Fan remained an innocent young lad. Yet, with Yang Xiaoyan present, she refrained from making any bold moves. Instead, she subtly directed the airflow from her hairdryer towards Su Fan, the fragrant scent of her shampoo wafting toward him. Su Fan's ears turned crimson. What is going on? Is Su Shui doing this on purpose? No, I must be overthinking it. But this shampoo smells divine. Suppressing a laugh, Cold Ruoxue silently resolved to use that shampoo from now on. Su Shui, come help me out. Yang Xiaoyan called from the kitchen. Coming. Cold Ruoxue responded, rising and intentionally tossing her hair as she passed Su Fan, catching his slightly dazed expression. She flashed a playful smile before entering the kitchen and closing the door behind her. Mom, what should I do? Su Shui, do you know what dishes Su Fan likes? Yang Xiaoyan beamed at Leng Ruoxue. From the quantity of seasonings Su Fan had added while cooking, it was evident that he took great care with the family's cabbage. He had deliberately included a bit more sugar, intending to ensure that Shueshue enjoyed her meal. Now, it was time to see what the cabbage thought of it. Leng Ruoxue froze for a moment at Yang Xiaoyan's words, lost in thought. Before their relationship, she hadn't paid much attention, and since they began dating, it had always been Su Fan cooking for her. She realized she didn't truly know Su Fan's culinary preferences. All she was aware of was that he liked to have a tea egg and a bowl of tofu pudding for breakfast, tended to eat a bit more when it came to noodles at lunch, and had a table full of her favorite dishes for dinner. Could it be that his tastes aligned with hers? Shaking her head, Leng Ruoxue dismissed the thought. She was no child. She understood that Su Fan had been accommodating her preferences all along. After all, tea, eggs, tofu pudding, and noodles were hardly considered dishes. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, I remember now. I want to make it." Yang Xiaoyan regarded her daughter with suspicion. She knew her daughter well. Since childhood, she had been the type to avoid any sort of household chores, let alone cooking. She could barely manage to boil a tea egg without overcooking it. The notion of her daughter wanting to cook? It was laughable. Who knew what kind of culinary disaster might ensue? "Dear, what do you plan to make?" "Steamed egg custard." Leng Ruoxue retrieved several eggs from the shelf and pulled up a recipe for steamed egg custard on her phone. Observing the eager expression on her daughter's face, Yang Xiaoyan couldn't bring herself to dampen her enthusiasm. After all, a simple dish like steamed egg custard should be manageable for her daughter, right? With a crack, Leng Ruoxue struck an egg against the edge of the table, but it slipped from her grasp, spilling its contents across the surface. Yang Xiaoyan, witnessing her daughter's panicked reaction, instinctively covered her eyes. "All right, perhaps I overestimated her abilities. Shue, don't hit the egg so hard. Just a gentle tap against the bowl will suffice." "Look." Yang Xiaoyan effortlessly cracked an egg into a bowl, separating the yolk with ease. The egg white flowing seamlessly into the bowl while the yolk remained nestled in the shell. Leng Ruoxue watched in awe, her eyes sparkling. "Mom, teach me how to do that." Yang Xiaoyan observed her daughter finally catching on. Was this little girl beginning to understand? Although modern expectations no longer demanded women to master both the social graces of the parlor and the skills of the kitchen, being able to cook was undoubtedly a plus. However, if Shue and Su Fan were to be together, it seemed that cooking skills might become redundant. The two of them cracked a dozen eggs together. While Leng Ruoxue still occasionally let bits of shell slip into the bowl, she was making progress. Both mother and daughter became engrossed in the task, one feeling clumsy for her inability to crack eggs correctly despite having done so many, while the other felt inadequate in comparison to her mother's effortless technique. It wasn't until the last egg was used that Leng Ruoxue realized, "Mom, we're out of eggs. Do we really need this many?" She gazed at the array of bowls filled with egg mixtures before her. It should be fine. If we have leftovers, we can always incorporate them into other dishes. Now, go on and prepare the steamed egg custard." Yang Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. Nodding, Leng Ruoxue took a bowl of eggs and hurried off to make the custard. Why choose steamed egg custard? Primarily for its simplicity. She was a complete novice, having never cooked a proper meal in her life. Even boiling instant noodles was beyond her capabilities. Secondly, there was the matter of memory. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of steamed egg custard, as she found its eggy aroma unappealing. In the early days of their relationship, Su Fan would occasionally prepare it for her, but upon realizing her distaste for the flavor, he had ceased to do so. During that time, lost in the throes of love, she hadn't even noticed the change. The dishes on the table gradually transformed into her favorites, and the arrangement of the furniture in their home shifted to reflect her preferences. Looking back now, it was clear that Su Fan had made significant adjustments for her sake. He must have enjoyed steamed egg custard, but he chose to forego it for my benefit. Giggling at the thought of Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue felt a wave of sweetness wash over her, smiling foolishly at the thought of the custard. This sensation made her feel light as air, completely oblivious to the contents of the container in her hands, which was merely white. Yang Xiaoyan watched her daughter, whose enthusiasm was almost comical, her lips twitching slightly, yet she chose not to interrupt. Before long, the sound of the door opening echoed through the home. Su Fan, who had been idly seated on the sofa, quickly went to answer, knowing it must be Leng Jun returning. As Leng Jun entered, he changed his shoes at the door. Despite being a successful businessman, he was dressed in casual attire, exuding a relaxed charm. However, his brow was furrowed, clearly lost in thought. Upon seeing Su Fan, his expression softened slightly. "Xiao Fan is here." Leng Jun offered a smile. Business had been slow lately, leaving him somewhat irritable, but now that he was home, he wished to set those worries aside. His family had amassed wealth purely due to the fortunate location of their factory, which had been incorporated into a commercial zone, resulting in substantial compensation. Nonetheless, he found himself uncertain about the future direction of his business after the demolition of 2 of his 4 factories, leaving him with a few liquid assets and a myriad of unanswered questions. "Hello, Uncle Leng." Su Fan greeted him politely. In his past life, Leng Jun had not opposed their relationship. As he had put it, "Since my cabbage will eventually be taken, it's better to let you have her." However, Leng Jun had also been somewhat disapproving, primarily concerned for Su Fan's health, fearing that if something were to happen to him, his daughter would be left alone. It wasn't until genetic therapies emerged to resolve Su Fan's health issues that Leng Jun fully accepted him. "Dear, you're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready." "Sure thing, my love. Where is Shue? She is already at the dining table." "Humph. That little girl doesn't even come to greet her father when he returns. She is becoming more uncouth by the day. I'll have to discipline her." Leng Jun's mildly angry expression elicited a chuckle from Yang Xiaoyan. "You're just saying that. You'd never truly punish Shue. Daddy is home?" Leng Ruoxue peeked her head out from the dining room, catching sight of Leng Jun. His demeanor shifted instantly. The previous irritation vanished, replaced by warmth and affection. Shueshua, did you miss your father? Yang Xiaoyun, observing Leng Jun's transformation, felt a surge of annoyance and pinched his side playfully. Go wash your hands. Yes, my dear wife. Cold Jun promptly entered the restroom. Xiaofan, come here. Have you washed your hands? Just take a seat at the table. Shueshua can hardly wait. Yang Xiaoyun pulled Su Fan into the dining room, where they were met with a plethora of dishes, all featuring eggs. Su Fan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the table laden with an assortment of egg dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, caramelized eggs, okra with eggs, stir-fried oysters with eggs, fish-flavored baked eggs, huangpu eggs, goji berry egg custard, and even stir-fried clam stuffed with 2 eggs. Aside from the sugar-coated ribs he had prepared himself, there was not a single dish that did not contain eggs. Wait, even the sugar-coated ribs utilized eggs. Every dish was infused with eggs. Su Fan stared blankly at Leng Ruoxue, who waved at him without a hint of embarrassment. Though she was the architect of this egg-laden feast, her intentions were noble. She had prepared this meal for Su Fan, which rendered her actions justifiable. Yang Xiaoyun felt a tinge of awkwardness at Su Fan's expression. Just then, Cold Jun walked in. Upon seeing the table brimming with eggs, he swallowed hard. Darling, which chicken did you offend to plunder its bounty? Did you empty the supermarket's supply of eggs? What nonsense. Sit down quickly. We have seaweed egg drop soup. Yang Xiaoyun shot him a glance. Cold Jun hastily took his seat. Xiaofan, please make yourself at home, as if you were in your own abode. Cold Jun settled at the head of the table, with Shueshua to his left and Yang Xiaoyun to his right, while Su Fan sat beside Shueshua. Cold Jun was certainly not keen on consuming so many eggs. Indulging in such a feast could be overwhelming. The only viable solution was to rely on Su Fan to help diminish the quantities. Look how thin the child has become. Come, uncle will feed you some eggs. Leng Ruoxue whispered to Su Fan, among these dishes, can you find the one I prepared? If Shueshua made something, I must uncover it. Su Fan's eyes lit up, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, having been outmaneuvered by Leng Ruoxue on numerous occasions. Men must preserve their dignity. Let fate decide. However, I also prepared a dish. Can you find it? Leng Ruoxue, noticing Su Fan's disingenuous demeanor, felt a surge of joy, her lips curving into a slight smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. So untruthful, no wonder you're a closed book. Yet, how could Su Fan's dish be elusive? Leng Ruoxue was confident in her understanding of Su Fan and had already deduced that he must know her preferences by now. Thus, the range of potential dishes was significantly narrowed. Don't just sit there, let us eat. Husband, today's meal holds a surprise. Yang Xiaoyun beamed at Cold Jun. She wished to convey that this meal included dishes prepared by their 2 children. However, this sentiment took on a different connotation in Cold Jun's ears. Observing his wife's radiant expression made him feel a twinge of discomfort. Just look at these dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, invigorating. Stir-fried clams, invigorating. Stir-fried oysters with eggs, invigorating. Goji berry egg custard, invigorating. Okra with eggs, invigorating. Caramelized eggs, nourishing. Do you see what I mean? Is this even appropriate? Despite my infrequent returns home from the factory, I should not be greeted with a feast of invigorating dishes. This is not merely an egg banquet. It clearly indicates a desire to ensure I don't sleep tonight. Am I to be jealous of my own daughter? Cold Jun contemplated the table laden with dishes, recalling that he had concealed a bottle of herbal supplements beneath the table. He sighed in relief, grateful for his secret stash. For my wife, I shall endure. Let us see if you'll call me daddy today. If not, I shall beg for mercy. Surely, you wouldn't drain me dry, would you? Xiaofan, eat up, don't be shy. Cold Jun was the first to pick up his chopsticks, intending to grab the most visually appealing ribs. Yet, Yang Xiaoyun playfully filled Cold Jun's plate with clams. His expression darkened. Darling, are you that impatient? Can't I even have a piece of rib? Unbeknownst to him, Yang Xiaoyun's intention was to allow Leng Ruoxue to take the first bite, as Su Fan had prepared it for their daughter. Cold Jun could not be allowed to seize the honor. Observing her parents, Leng Ruoxue felt like an afterthought. Her parents seemed to be in their own world, openly displaying affection, a sight that was almost unbearable to witness. Leng Ruoxue reached for a piece of rib. She had noticed this dish earlier. Its aroma wafted enticingly, and its appearance was particularly appealing. As the rib entered her mouth, she was instantaneously captivated. The flavor surpassed anything she normally tasted, tangy and sweet without being greasy. The meat was tender, devoid of any chewiness, and perfectly seasoned. Without hesitation, she picked up another piece and savored it. Seeing his daughter relish the dish, Cold Jun could no longer remain passive. He hastily shoved clams into his mouth and grabbed a rib. This time, Yang Xiaoyun did not stop him. Cold Jun triumphantly secured a rib, relishing in his small victory. Woman, I have succeeded. I am the champion. Before he could revel in his triumph, Yang Xiaoyun snatched the rib from his chopsticks with her own. It appeared as if she was feeding him. She ate while lightly caressing her slightly flushed cheeks. As if feeling shy, Cold Jun felt veins throbbing on his forehead. However, A glance into Yang Xiaoyan's eyes made him relent. With the children present, he chose not to argue. Silently, Cold June picked up another rib and successfully consumed it. As the succulent rib touched his palate, his eyes widened in surprise. Darling, your culinary skills have improved, though the ribs are a tad sweet. Yang Xiaoyan chuckled, casting a glance at Su Fan. She had observed the exchange between Su Fan and Xue Xue and knew that now was not the time to reveal the truth. Sweet. It seems Uncle and Xue Xue's tastes differ. Thankfully, Auntie didn't mention it. Otherwise, Xue Xue would have found out. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue turned to her mother. Observing her mother's subtle smile, she quickly understood. Looking at Su Fan, her gaze was filled with affection. This dish was perfectly suited to her palate, yet her father found it sweet. Thus, it could not have been her mother's handiwork. While her mother would cater to her tastes, she would never contravene her father's preferences. This could only mean that Su Fan had prepared it. Had Su Fan already discerned her tastes? Xiao Fan, how much have you sacrificed for me? What other secrets lie hidden? Leng Ruoxue felt her eyes welling with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Chapter 12. What? Cold June wants Su Fan to call him father-in-law. Cold June was oblivious to the expression on Leng Ruoxue's face. Upon seeing Su Fan preparing to indulge in the savory egg custard, he suddenly felt a longing for it as well. He grasped a serving spoon and scooped a generous portion of the egg custard, intending to place it in his own bowl. However, before he could retrieve the spoon, it was snatched away by Yang Xiaoyan. She first served a spoonful to Su Fan before handing the spoon over to Cold June. Cold June was left bewildered. What was happening? He couldn't comprehend it. His wife was acting rather peculiarly today. At 40, a woman is as fierce as a tiger, and her thoughts are inscrutable. Cold June decided to cease his speculations. He scooped the egg custard into his bowl, resigning himself to whatever his wife intended to do. After all, Su Fan was considered his wife's godson, and he certainly did not wish to be at odds with him. Let me savor the egg custard. It has been ages since I last enjoyed this dish. After having tasted the ribs, Cold June's anticipation for the remaining untried dishes grew exponentially. As the egg custard melted in his mouth, accompanied by a hint of fishiness and a slightly sweet undertone, Cold June's brow furrowed. This egg custard lacked salt, did it not? He cast a puzzled glance at his wife, only to find her unperturbed. Had she forgotten? No, I must remind her. Su Fan also took a bite and discerned the discrepancy. The salt and sugar must have been swapped. It's likely Ruoxue's doing. Nevertheless, it's commendable for her first attempt at cooking. Upon hearing Su Fan's thoughts, Leng Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at the shimmering egg custard. She indeed had not noticed her mistake of substituting salt with sugar. However, witnessing Su Fan silently finishing the egg custard and then reaching for another spoonful brought her immense joy, for this was her inaugural dish prepared for him. Who wouldn't wish for their beloved to relish the food they had crafted? And besides, a minor error with salt and sugar shouldn't pose a significant issue, right? Yet Cold June was oblivious to this. He gazed quizzically at Su Fan. Has this lad's taste buds gone awry? No, I cannot allow him to consume any more. What if he becomes foolish? Cold June hastily turned to Yang Xiaoyan. Dear, you've mistaken salt for sugar in this dish. Yang Xiaoyan was taken aback, genuinely unaware. As she had not intervened in Ruoxue's cooking, she glanced at Su Fan and noticed him relishing the meal. Then, her gaze shifted back to her husband. Silently, she scooped a spoonful and tasted it herself. Indeed, the error was real. Yet, since Su Fan was enjoying it, it implied he must have recognized that it was Ruoxue who crafted it, right? Thus, she couldn't embarrass Ruoxue now. Her husband would have to bear with it for the sake of the next generation. Yang Xiaoyan suddenly realized that her admiration for Su Fan was growing stronger. This no longer felt like observing a godson. It felt akin to watching a son-in-law. Su Fan truly cared for Ruoxue. Dear, I'm speaking to you. Stop staring at Su Fan. This dish is about to make him foolish. Cold June was becoming increasingly impatient as Yang Xiaoyan ignored him. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Cold June and silently rolled her eyes. Yang Xiaoyan observed the slight furrow in Cold June's brow, thinking to herself how utterly dense her husband was. I think it might be your taste buds that are malfunctioning. I find it quite palatable. Why not ask Su Fan if he enjoys it? Delicious. Truly delicious, Su Fan replied without a moment's hesitation, casting doubt upon Cold June's perception as he turned to look at his daughter. Yet, she was entirely focused on Su Fan. Have I been excessively fatigued these past few days, causing my taste perception to falter? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I shall have another rib. Cold June reached for the ribs, but just as he extended his chopsticks, Leng Ruoxue swiftly claimed the plate for herself, baring her teeth and emitting a low growl. Resembling a possessive little kitten, she even had her fur ruffled. It was as if she were about to raise her tail. Cold June was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly his beloved daughter, or was he dreaming? He glanced at Yang Xiaoyan. She remained unfazed, even pushing the plate closer to her daughter. To Yang Xiaoyan, it appeared that Su Fan had successfully captured her daughter's heart, and it was only a matter of time before he won her over entirely. Once that connection was forged, whatever he wished to eat would surely be prepared by her daughter for him. For now, all she needed to do was support her son-in-law. As for Cold June, Yang Xiaoyan preferred to keep him out of the matter. His emotional intelligence was far too lacking. She proactively retrieved a bottle of wine from a nearby cabinet, along with a glass, pouring a generous serving for cold June. All she needed was for him to become slightly inebriated. Yang Xiaoyan had a keen sense of her husband's alcohol tolerance, ensuring he would only be mildly intoxicated. Come, dear, let us drink. Cold June was utterly stunned, in complete disbelief. Could it be that his wife was personally pouring him a drink? Such a rarity. It seemed that he was still within the confines of the factory's break room, perhaps still caught in a dream. If that were the case, he might as well indulge. I shall forego the ribs and the egg custard. I'll relish the remaining aphrodisiac supplements instead. Cold June gulped down the wine, feeling the fiery sensation flow down his throat and into his stomach, releasing a deep sigh of relief as his entire body relaxed. After another bite of clam, he felt a wave of warmth enveloping his lower abdomen. The effect was palpable. Su Fan, assist your uncle with some advice. My wife is your godmother, so I suppose that makes me your half-godfather. When it comes to business matters, I cannot consult with the two women at home. I must turn to you. Cold June spoke unabashedly, already exhibiting signs of intoxication. He had likely consumed too much too quickly. Yang Xiaoyun initially intended to admonish him, but upon reflection, she realized that observing Su Fan might prove beneficial. Thus, she refrained from interjecting. She was not particularly versed in business matters, and it would be advantageous for the two of them to converse. Although Su Fan was young, he hailed from a family involved in business, so he must have absorbed some knowledge over time. If they were to truly become a couple in the future, it would be essential for Su Fan to manage the family business. Since her daughter had different aspirations, the family legacy could not be neglected. Entrusting it to Su Fan was indeed reassuring. Su Fan paused his meal, raising his head to speak. Uncle, go ahead. Still calling him uncle? No, call me father. Wait, that is not right. Call me dad. No, that is also incorrect. Call me father-in-law. No, what am I saying? Call me godfather. Dear, you've had too much to drink. Dad. Leng Ruoxue shyly glanced at Cold June, feeling flustered at the sudden mention of father-in-law. Congratulations, host, for successfully making your esteemed wife shy, earning 3,000 achievement points and acquiring the skill, basketball talent. The system's voice was faint, barely audible to Su Fan, as it sought to avoid disrupting the atmosphere. Its purpose was to assist Su Fan rather than to undermine the ambience. Yang Xiaoyan attempted to prevent Cold June from spiraling into madness, but was met with staunch resistance. Regardless, I must discuss matters with my little brother Su Fan. Things have become chaotic. Little brother, how should I proceed with my future transition? The industry is facing a downturn, and I must plan my escape route in advance. Although Cold June's consciousness was hazy, he was still quite astute when it came to business matters. His wealth had indeed stemmed from urban redevelopment. However, prior to that, he had risen from humble beginnings, independently establishing 4 factories, which sufficiently demonstrated his commercial acumen. Uncle, I believe it's time for your factory to prepare for a transformation. Aren't you currently engaged in the production of gas generators? Although business is thriving now, the future undoubtedly lies in the direction of environmental protection. This is the prevailing trend. You could consider manufacturing pressure vessels, specifically those designed for the storage of natural energy. The production line would be nearly identical to that of gas generators, requiring minimal alteration to the factory's components, Su Fan articulated. In truth, even if he had not mentioned this, Leng Jun would have inevitably arrived at the same conclusion, as it was undeniably a choice he would have to make eventually. He merely relayed Leng Jun's potential decision in advance, thereby saving his father-in-law from unnecessary detours. Chapter 13. What? Leng Jun's little cotton-padded jacket has turned into armor? Leng Jun's eyes brightened at the suggestion. He had indeed harbored the same thought, albeit without conviction. Now, after hearing Su Fan's analysis, he experienced a sudden clarity that half roused him from his stupor. Shaking his still-dazed head, he observed his daughter's reaction and, coupled with his wife's demeanor, he began to piece together the puzzle. However, with Su Fan present, he felt it inappropriate to voice his suspicions. Indeed, this young man possesses a keen intellect. Perhaps he should pursue studies in management or mechanical engineering. Then he could join my company, and I could groom him as my successor. After all, Shueishui has little interest in taking over the family business, so I would feel secure in trusting it to you. Leng Jun regarded Su Fan with growing admiration. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue looked at Su Fan with a mixture of surprise and pride. She was astonished by Su Fan's choice, which mirrored that of her father in a past life, and recognized that this decision would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous future. Furthermore, she could perceive Su Fan's innermost thoughts, understanding that this idea had sprung to his mind without much deliberation. This is my man, she mused. Although merely 17, his business acumen was remarkable, befitting one destined to wield considerable influence in the commercial realm. Su Fan smiled and engaged in light banter, neither accepting nor declining the proposition. After all, the matter would ultimately hinge on Shueishui's intentions. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue felt an exhilarating sweetness envelop her heart, akin to savoring honey, and a faint smile graced her lips. Su Fan's ability to withstand such temptation was already more than sufficient. For a teenager to hear his godfather express intentions of grooming him to become the heir of a multi-billion, even 100 billion enterprise, and remain unaffected by it, demonstrated the significance of his standing in Su Fan's heart. Leng Ruoxue turned to Leng Jun, her expression grave, as if to convey that any coercion from him towards Su Fan would be met with her resistance. Dad, it's still too early to discuss this. Unlike during her university years when she and Su Fan were not in the same campus, she was now eager to experience university life alongside him. For that, Su Fan would need to transfer to the arts program. After all, with his exceptional sculpting skills, a little practice would ensure he easily passed the entrance exam, while she could assist him with cultural subjects, all the while growing closer and intimidating those with ill intentions. A trifecta of benefits. Ah, indeed. It may be a tad premature, Leng Jun conceded, his inebriation having mostly worn off. Yet, he genuinely contemplated the possibility of having Su Fan as his successor. However, he felt the moment was not yet right. That discussion could wait. Now, let us continue our meal. The family, along with Su Fan, enjoyed a harmonious dinner. Although the ribs remained firmly in Leng Ruoxue's grasp, while Su Fan polished off the egg custard, the unspoken conclusion was evident. Each had found delight in the other's culinary creations. Following dinner, Su Fan excused himself under some pretext, as the remnants of the meal were cleared away. The three of them settled onto the sofa. Leng Jun contemplated lighting a cigarette, but was dissuaded by Yang Xiaoyan's piercing gaze, prompting him to return it quietly to the table. Leng Ruoxue, distractedly watching a television program, pondered how to tease Su Fan the next day. While Leng Jun appeared to have made a significant decision, turning to his daughter, Shui, I need to ask you something. Please answer sincerely. Dad, go ahead. Leng Ruoxue sat upright, sensing her father's unusual seriousness. He had always been carefree around her, and his solemn demeanor now made her feel a bit anxious. What if he figures out I have feelings for Su Fan? What then? But it doesn't matter. Dad didn't object in my past life, and Mom would undoubtedly side with me. If they don't comply, I'll confront them directly to avoid future complications. What are your thoughts on Su Fan? Leng Jun inquired earnestly, his expression conveying the gravity of the question. Although Leng Ruoxue had prepared herself for this moment, her heart still skipped a beat at the inquiry. Have I been too obvious? Yang Xiaoyan observed the father-daughter exchange in silence, waiting for them to articulate their thoughts. Leng Ruoxue began, but was halted by her father's interruption. Think carefully before responding. I'm not in a rush. Let me share my thoughts first. I've decided to move into the villa near the factory tomorrow. After speaking with Su Fan, I found his insights compelling, and I plan to initiate a transformation. I anticipate returning to the city less frequently, so I will be bringing your mother along. Your decision on whether to join us is something I wish to consult with you, as you have grown and developed your own ideas. Your academic performance is commendable, and your artistic talent is remarkable, so I respect your opinion. Leng Jun reached for a cigarette again, but was once more thwarted by Yang Xiaoyan. She picked up a candy from the table, pinched it between her fingers, and fed it to him. Yang Xiaoyan held no grievances regarding Leng Jun's decision. Once he resolved on a course of action, she would support him, a choice she had made even before their marriage. Her true desire was to embrace her husband in the simplicity of life, nurturing his spirit. I hope you can discern what you truly desire, Leng Jun said, crunching the candy between his teeth, his thoughts in turmoil. Yet, Leng Ruoxue remained unfazed. The prospect of her parents moving out filled her with joy. She had long been poised to respond. Had it not been for her father's interruption, she would have already spoken. Dad, I'm staying here. Why? Leng Jun inquired, nodding in satisfaction at his daughter's answer. Truthfully, he had not intended to take Leng Ruoxue to the county. That would only hinder her studies. Surely, his daughter thought the same. Their minds aligned, a testament to being Leng Jun's daughter, devoted to her studies. Leng Ruoxue thought to herself, first and foremost, it's to remain close to Su Fan. Leng Jun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Leng Ruoxue. Furthermore, I could enjoy a meal while nurturing my relationship with Su Fan. Leng Jun. Leng Ruoxue. Last but not least, I should seize the opportunity to flirt with Su Fan. Leng Jun. Leng Jun felt overwhelmed. Was his little cotton-padded jacket donning a layer of armor? Why was her response so divergent from his expectations? How was it that every utterance revolved around Su Fan? Shouldn't his daughter, the icy beauty, prioritize her studies? That's what his subordinates had alluded to. Their children were also enrolled in school, and many had attempted to get close to her, only to be firmly rebuffed by Shui. How had she suddenly reversed her stance with Su Fan? He had anticipated that Shui would use her academic focus as a rationale to subtly connect with Su Fan, considering how exceptional she was. If Su Fan pursued his daughter, he might even be amenable to it. But who could have foreseen that it wasn't Su Fan desiring to woo their prized cabbage, but rather their cabbage daughter yearning to court Su Fan, the boar? She had even devised a plan to mooch off meals. What was happening? This was ludicrous. The world had gone mad. A rat serving as a bridesmaid for a cat. His daughter was walking willingly into a tiger's den, and she had even packaged herself up, ready to offer herself at any moment. Leng Jun felt as though his heart had been trampled by countless alpacas. Overwhelmed by the realization that his daughter was prepared to give herself away freely. Was this permissible? With a dazed expression, he glanced at Yang Xiaoyan, fervently signaling her to intervene. Surely his wife would restrain their daughter, right? Yang Xiaoyan exchanged a knowing smile with him, conveying a reassuring look. Leng Jun nodded in satisfaction. His wife had undoubtedly understood. Yang Xiaoyan, this is where you are mistaken, Shueshue. Indeed, this is the case. You must reprimand our daughter. Such acts of giving oneself away are unacceptable. His wife was indeed doing splendidly. Chapter 14. What? Leng Jun's overcoat was also letting in the cold? Yang Xiaoyan, if you continue like this, your efforts are too feeble. Merely dining together will not suffice. You will not win Su Fan this way. Leng Jun. Leng Ruoxue? Leng Ruoxue. The corners of Leng Jun's mouth twitched slightly. How was this so different from what he had envisioned? He had signaled for her to prevent their daughter's self-sacrificial behavior, not to critique it as insufficiently thorough. They were still in high school. Was it not inappropriate for them to engage in early romance? My dear wife, are you not thinking clearly? Shueshue, listening to your mother. Mooching off meals is too tedious. You might as well move in with Su Fan. Leng Jun. Leng Ruoxue. Something felt amiss. This was not right. What was wrong with his wife? Not only was mooching off meals insufficient, but now she was suggesting their daughter cohabit with Su Fan? It was one thing for young people to be open, but why was his wife more liberal than the youth? He had asked her to deter their daughter, not to strategize and bolster her efforts. What if their daughter was swayed and truly shacked up with Su Fan? Would they return the following year with a gaggle of little Shueshues? This was all wrong. It was not even winter yet. Yet Leng Jun felt an unusual chill pervading the house. He felt as if both his little cotton-padded jacket and his outer coat were letting in the cold. His wife surely would support this. That way, the family business could be entrusted to Su Fan, especially since he had personally stated the desire to cultivate Su Fan as a successor. Yang Xiaoyan had not forgotten to subtly support Leng Jun. Leng Jun internally protested. I never, stop making unfounded claims. He felt inexplicably cold, his initial enthusiasm extinguished by half. Ahem, well, cohabitation is rather premature, isn't it? Besides, how would they manage daily life, like cooking and the myriad of mundane tasks? Perhaps the company could postpone its restructuring plans? Would his wife stay at home instead? Yang Xiaoyan shook her head with a smile, fully aware of Leng Jun's thoughts. However, seeing her daughter was interested in Su Fan and vice versa, how could they let such an opportunity slip by? She had long desired to deepen their ties. Transforming a godson into a son-in-law is practically equivalent to a godson becoming a biological son. How wonderful. This son-in-law must be firmly under their daughter's control. She had heard plenty from the neighborhood aunties about Su Fan. He was undoubtedly popular at school. What if he were to be snatched away one day? Cooking was trivial. The sweet and crispy ribs you had for dinner today were made by Su Fan. I can assure you, his culinary skills surpass mine. By the way, the steamed egg custard was prepared by your daughter, Leng Jun. Is it too late for me to declare it delicious? Laundry and cleaning. Su Fan had successfully taken care of himself for years, but they still shouldn't cohabit. It's improper for an unmarried man and woman to live together. Leng Jun shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, adamantly refusing to allow the two to share a living space. Shueshue could remain at home. That was acceptable, right? Leng Jun nodded, only to realize he might have been outsmarted. Yang Xiaoyan wore a cunning smile of triumph. Yet, seeing their daughter's earnest expression, Leng Jun sighed quietly. Fine, Su Fan was indeed quite decent, and they had grown up together. He had no objections to Su Fan. It was merely that Su Fan's health was somewhat fragile. Daughters mustn't be kept. If she liked him, then so be it. He was not a demon, nor the villainous father-in-law of novels. While he was admittedly a bit obsessed with his daughter, he would not contravene her wishes. The family was not lacking in wealth. She was their only daughter. As a father, how could he not support her happiness? Moreover, it appeared the two were well matched. He knew Su Fan well. He cooked deliciously, was presentable, and had a pleasant disposition. At the dining table, he had finished everything their daughter prepared, indicating he held an interest in her as well. Their affection was mutual. As for the clitch of a business marriage, what a farce. Did one truly believe such a thing was possible? If maintaining his business required sacrificing his daughter's happiness, then it was better to forego the enterprise altogether. Leng Jun was an exceedingly upright individual, with a sound moral compass. He would never entertain such absurd and unjustifiable notions. In his view, that was the behavior of a coward, the folly of a fool. Leaving one's own troubles for their children to bear. Was that even fatherly? However, if he wanted to speak to her, they were still in high school, and excessive interaction was inappropriate. At the very least, they should wait until Su Fan was certain to enter university. Leng Ruoxue nodded. That was only natural. One must not lose sight of the greater picture, as she was looking forward to attending the Central Academy of Fine Arts with Su Fan. Furthermore, regarding Su Fan's health, hadn't he always been frail as a child? She ought to take good care of him. Since she had chosen Su Fan, she must be responsible for him. Nodded slightly, reassured that these matters need not trouble. Furthermore, although had fainted today, his health was generally robust. In less than a decade, a remedy for his condition would likely be developed. One final point. Dad hopes that you. Hope I? Looking at its eager expression, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hope you can take necessary safety precautions. What? Dad, I suspect you're driving. And I have ample evidence to back my claims. Dad, what are you talking about? Nothing. I wasn't referring to your high school years. I meant in the future. Oh, dear, why did you hit me? Unable to tolerate her husband's banter with their daughter, delivered a sharp slap to his back. What are you saying to your own daughter? Hurry inside. By the way, why don't you keep company tonight? Observing the glimmer of desire in his gaze, coupled with her subtle gesture of licking her lips, felt his heart race and his face flush. Your daughter is still here. Is this really happening? You temptress. Today, either you call me daddy or I crawl into bed begging for mercy. Did I forget something? Scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Quietly gathered her clothes, exited the house, and closed the door behind her as she made her way to his home. She had grown accustomed to the fact that her parents were undeniably in love, while she was merely an unexpected occurrence. That night would likely be a sleepless one for her. Approximately 30 minutes had elapsed since and the clock now read past 9 in the evening. Tidied up the clutter in his room, restoring it to its original state. Having lived with for some time, he had developed a slight obsession with cleanliness, unconsciously rearranging his belongings. Congratulations, host. You have just earned a total of 5,000 achievement points during the meal, acquiring the skill of basketball talent. You have also received a master-level carving knife set, along with 2 small pieces of Qingtian jade, 2 small pieces of bloodstone, and 2 small pieces of marble. These items will be delivered to your home tomorrow via a special courier. Chapter 15. What? Is going to spend the night at my house. Basketball talent? With my petite frame, how can I play basketball? If an 80-kilogram center were to push me, I'd likely be sent flying 3 meters away. This skill is utterly useless, yet too valuable to discard. The carving knife and jade, however, pique my interest. Why only 2 small pieces of marble? The small sizes of the bloodstone and Qingtian jade are acceptable, as they are quite valuable. Marble isn't particularly precious. So why just 2 small pieces? If I gave you 2 large pieces, where would you put them? You need to be more realistic. Alright, I understand. Pondered that he could carve small trinkets from the Qingtian jade and marble to sell. As for the bloodstone, keeping it to craft jewelry for seemed quite fitting, given its high value and rarity. Open the door. The sound of knocking jolted from his thoughts. He hurried to answer. Upon opening the door, he found clad in loose, casual attire, clutching her school uniform, standing at the threshold. Once opened the door, stepped inside without hesitation. He glanced at the opposite door and then back at. What on earth is happening? Did I miss something significant? Approached the sofa, testing its firmness with her hands. Nodding in satisfaction. She then delicately inhaled the scent of the sofa, and finding it pleasant, flopped onto it like a cat. The loose fabric of her casual wear shifted slightly, revealing her stunning silhouette and exaggerated curves. Especially that delicate waist, fair and smooth as jade, so slender it seemed fragile. From his vantage point, felt a rush of blood to his face, his heart racing wildly. Is this truly happening? I can't look any longer, or I might just lose control. Is tempting me into sin. Only upon hearing a sound did realize her posture might be inappropriate. She quickly sat up, her face betraying her embarrassment. You're so perverted. I merely lost focus for a moment. Clearing her throat to mask her awkwardness, she confessed. I was sent away by my parents. I'm staying at your place tonight. Sent away? What did you do? I didn't do anything. Then why were you sent away? Well, you know, the usual reason. Felt a hint of shyness, even though her inner self was far more mature. She hesitated to reveal to her future boyfriend that her parents felt she might disrupt their poker game, prompting them to send her away. As observed flushed cheeks, the realization struck him. So that's why there were so many aphrodisiac dishes at dinner. Truly retains his vigor. This situation was not entirely new, especially during childhood when she often found herself at home for various reasons, sometimes spending the night without returning. Back then, she was too young to comprehend the circumstances. Until one fateful night, she overheard some mysterious sounds. Though faint, they were undeniably captivating. As they pressed their ears against the wall to listen, the two of them unwittingly discovered the sounds that opened the door to a new world. However, those sounds were somewhat inappropriate for children. Moreover, within the house, they couldn't let their daughter hear such things. Consequently, S room was soundproofed with foam. It was no wonder yearned to relocate. The sound insulation here was utterly inadequate. Awkwardly scratched his head. Both of them were no longer children, and discussing such topics felt rather uncomfortable. Plus, with the two of them alone in a room, it was only natural for thoughts to wander. A man and a woman alone, especially with someone as beautiful as, discussing such topics? If I don't change the subject, I might truly lose control. So, which room will you be sleeping in tonight? Quickly asked, attempting to shift the conversation. I'll sleep in the old room. Oh right. That room is now your sister's, isn't it? Leng Ruoxue dared not to look at Su Fan, fearing that she might impulsively throw herself at him. She worried that Su Fan would perceive her as overly forward. The current pace of their relationship was sufficient. They could take things step by step, as they had not yet entered university, and the road ahead was still long. Su Fan nodded in agreement. All right, shall I tidy up a bit? Leng Ruoxue remained seated on the sofa, turning on the television and seemingly engrossed in a variety show. However, her bashful expression resembled the delicate red leaves adorning the outskirts of the city. Once Su Fan retreated to the room, he sensed something amiss. What about the bedding? He pondered, feeling a slight headache. Cold Ruoxue was famously fastidious about cleanliness. It was unthinkable to use someone else's bedding. Yet there were no new sheets at his home either. Should he venture out to buy some? The supermarkets were already closed. Host, our system's item shop has bedding for sale. Purchase it quickly. Without further thought, Su Fan selected a pristine white bedding set from the shop. Spending 20 achievement points, a mere drizzle in the grand scheme of things. Bedding has been automatically replaced in your sister's room. Good job, system. Now he didn't even need to change it himself. Su Fan lingered in the room, maintaining appearances until the time felt right. He then exited the bedroom and made his way to the living room. The television was still on, but the viewer had now reclined on the sofa, eyes half closed. Exuding a sense of drowsiness, resting against the cushion, she breathed softly and evenly. Is she asleep? Su Fan quietly approached Cold Ruoxue. Gazing at her serene figure, he felt a pang of bashfulness at the thought of waking her. Cold Ruoxue lay there, her lovely face adorned with a hint of a smile. Her cherry-colored lips parted slightly, occasionally exhaling a delicate fragrance that was utterly enchanting, making it difficult for Su Fan to divert his gaze. Is she truly asleep? He wondered. It was not surprising that Su Fan felt puzzled. The time span had been so brief, he had only taken about 10 minutes to tidy up. Had Cold Ruoxue really fallen asleep so quickly? Though, she did look rather adorable while sleeping. Unable to resist, Su Fan leaned in closer. The subtle fragrance of her skin wafted into his nostrils, enveloping him completely. Her fair skin, large glistening eyes, and long eyelashes, combined with a hint of shyness in her expression, were utterly captivating. The rosy hue of her lips seemed to beckon him, igniting an urge to draw closer and taste their sweetness. His heart raced, pounding in unison with hers. In his nervousness, Su Fan failed to notice that Cold Ruoxue's breathing had grown a touch rapid. Slowly, he leaned in closer, her lips gently closing as if inviting him. Just as their lips were about to meet, and their noses nearly touched, Su Fan suddenly regained a semblance of clarity. No, she's still asleep. I shouldn't ambush her while she's dreaming. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his thoughts and discreetly created some distance. Gently, he nudged the slumbering Cold Ruoxue and softly said, Ruoxue, you should move to your room to sleep. It's not good to catch a chill on the sofa. I've made the bed for you. It's all new bedding, so you can rest assured. Cold Ruoxue rubbed her eyes, appearing adorably dazed as she returned to her room and closed the door. The moment the door clicked shut, she sank to the floor, burying her face between her legs, obscuring her features. However, her ears were as red as apples, and her neck, exposed to the air, glowed with a rosy hue. She lifted her head slightly, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, revealing her flushed cheeks. You fool. Cold Ruoxue pouted softly, her voice laced with an abundance of tenderness. A night of silence ensued. The two would meet again the following morning. Cold Ruoxue had slept soundly, perhaps comforted by Su Fan's scent lingering in the air of her room. Good morning. Dressed neatly, Cold Ruoxue emerged from her room. The school uniform was unremarkable, neither particularly appealing nor unattractive, just an ordinary design. Unlike the uniforms at the neighboring elite school, where boys donned Western-style suits and girls wore skirts. Yet, those who could wear the uniform with grace were indeed exceptional beauties, and Cold Ruoxue belonged to that category. Rubbing her still sleepy eyes, she bore a resemblance to a cute, drowsy kitten. Good morning. Su Fan set the breakfast he had prepared on the table. There isn't much left at home, but please make do with this. Rising early, Su Fan had prepared breakfast, which was far from haphazard. He mixed milk, sugar, eggs, and toast, then baked it until golden on both sides. Accompanied by fried eggs, lettuce, and ham, it took the form of a sandwich. Due to insufficient milk for two, Su Fan rummaged through the cupboards to find some chocolate, melting it to create hot cocoa, though his latte art left much to be desired. This is far better than what I usually have for breakfast, Cold Ruoxue remarked, warmth spreading through her heart as she gazed at the meal. What is this latte art? A bear? It's a cat, though it wasn't particularly well executed. Not being recognized still stung a little. Hurry and eat. We need to get to school soon. Su Fan took a seat at the table, devouring his breakfast in no time, while Cold Ruoxue savored each bite, barely making a dent in her toast. It wasn't tea that she ate slowly, rather. The toast was simply exquisite, crispy on the outside, tender within, and melting in the mouth. Each bite was a delightful sweetness, perfectly aligned with Cold Ruoxue's preferences. The hot cocoa was also divine, rivaling that of renowned baristas. Su Fan glanced at Cold Ruoxue, still slowly enjoying her meal, then checked the time. Although there was still ample time, he intended to run a few laps on the playground, having skipped his morning exercise due to cooking. Take your time. I'll head to school first. Just leave the dishes on the table. No need to clean up. There are 2 servings left for Aunt Yang and Uncle Leng. If they haven't eaten, you can take it to them. Su Fan decided to slip away first. Wait, I'll go to school with you. Cold Ruoxue quickly stood up upon seeing Su Fan attempt to leave. She had plans to implement, and if Su Fan left, how could she proceed? Leng Ruoxue grasped Su Fan's collar, preventing him from leaving. Su Fan initially intended to offer an explanation, but upon meeting Leng Ruoxue's resolute gaze, he realized he could not prevail against her will. All right then, you take your time with breakfast. I'll deliver the meal to Annie and the others. Only then did Leng Ruoxue release Su Fan, returning to her breakfast. Su Fan retrieved 2 plates of toast from the kitchen and knocked on the door across the hall. The door was answered by Yang Xiaoyun, her face radiant with vitality, resembling a flower that had just been watered, exuding a glow of rejuvenation. Xiao Fan, good morning. Did Shueshua disturb you last night? Not at all, Andy. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Your Uncle Leng is still asleep. Oh, perfect. I made extra this morning. So if you don't mind, please take it. Leng Ruoxue and I have already had our breakfast at my place. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Yang Xiaoyun did not hesitate and accepted the 2 plates of toast. I'll head back now, Annie. All right, go on. Oh, by the way, Auntie will be moving to the county with your Uncle Leng today. A hint of a mischievous smile graced Yang Xiaoyun's face, reminiscent of Leng Ruoxue's demeanor, as if she were a child plotting a prank. Really? So soon? Su Fan scratched his head, realizing it was only a matter of time. Yes. Last night your Uncle Leng asked Shueshua if she wanted to move with us. Su Fan nodded, intuitively knowing the answer without needing to ponder. Leng Ruoxue would undoubtedly choose to stay, although her absence from school was inconsequential. Her sense of responsibility as an exemplary student made it impossible for her to simply abandon her studies. The distance to the county school was too great, and there were no dormitories available. Thus, remaining here was the most prudent choice for Leng Ruoxue. She must have prioritized her studies, which is why she is staying, right? Su Fan confidently asserted, yet the teasing undertone in Yang Xiaoyun's voice made him doubt his assumption. Well, ISNT that so? Haha, guess what? It's more fun if you guess right. Annie won't spill the beans. Yang Xiaoyun, satisfied with Su Fan's curiosity, nodded and closed the door. She relished seeing that look of desire and frustration, akin to the expression on Leng Jun's face last night. Chapter 17. What? Leng the Ice Queen and Chu the Flower Queen competing for a man. Su Fan gazed in confusion at the door that had just closed. Could he have misjudged the situation? Surely, it couldn't be that Leng Ruoxue had elevated herself above the rest. Su Fan was perplexed. Yet Yang Xiaoyun's words lingered in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 3,000 achievement points during last night's stay. Su Fan. Is there a delay with this system? Upon returning home, Su Fan found that Leng Ruoxue had already finished her meal, and the plates were placed in the sink. Upon seeing Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue stood up. Shall we go? The 2 stepped out together, heading toward the school. The gentle school prince and the icy school flower walking side by side attracted the attention of passers-by, most of whom were their fellow students. Hey, ISNT that the Ice Queen? No way it really is. Why is she going to school with that guy Su Fan? What is the big deal? I heard that after school yesterday. Leng the Ice Queen was planning to wait for Su Fan. Some were there, but missed the finale, being scared off by the headmaster. Dang it, I took a day off yesterday and missed $1 million moment. Do you think the 2 of them might actually be involved? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They can't possibly be together. I told you, even the vice principal, shut your crow mouth. You said that yesterday, and then the headmaster showed up. 555. My Su Fan. Bro, wake up. You're a guy? Ah, another day under the cold gaze. Su Fan thought to himself, cursing the insider who had returned. The spotlight effect was already apparent with Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan. Together, they amplified it. Surrounding whispers were incessant. Some comments made Su Fan feel somewhat embarrassed, with others jumping to conclusions about them already having children. Yet, amidst the scrutiny, Leng Ruoxue remained unfazed, accepting the gazes with calm composure, showing no signs of embarrassment. She had no intention of refuting the rumors, as this was precisely the effect she desired. During school hours, most girls would think twice before approaching Su Fan, alleviating her worries of him being swept away by someone else. Although Su Fan was not that kind of person, nothing was absolute in this world. If she could be reborn, others could easily use love potions, aphrodisiacs, or mind control techniques. All of the aforementioned are not present in this narrative. As Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan approached the school gate, they happened upon Jiang Xiaoxiao stepping out of a small car. Hey, good morning, Ruoxue. Morning, Xiaoxiao. Hello, classmate Jiang. Ah, good morning, Softy. No, I mean good morning, Su Fan. Jiang Xiaoxiao greeted Su Fan with a smile before pulling Leng Ruoxue aside and whispering, what is going on? It's only the 2nd day. And you 2 are already going to school together? Jiang Xiaoxiao's suspicious gaze flickered between Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, noting that their paths home appeared to align. Could it be that they simply crossed paths? It's nothing significant. I'll ask you this. What was Chu the Flower Queen's reaction after I walked home with Su Fan yesterday? Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled as she grasped Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand, though her expression remained icy, as if others owed her millions. Still concerned about that? You might want to take a look. Chu the Flower Queen is right over there, preparing to greet Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue. Turning her head, Leng Ruoxue beheld a woman with flowing hair cascading down her back, her innocent and charming appearance tinged with a hint of allure. The combination of purity and seduction drew numerous gazes upon her arrival, as if she rivaled Leng Ruoxue's own captivating presence. She is pretty, but not quite on par with Shueshua, and besides, she is rather flat. Upon hearing Su Fan's assessment, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ruoxue, What is so funny? Chu the Flower Queen is trying to flirt with Su Fan, and you're not going to make a move? Jiang Xiaoxiao observed as Chu the Flower Queen inched closer to Su Fan, a hint of panic creeping into her demeanor. To speak frankly, she did not wish for Chu Xiaohua to intervene. After all, with a demeanor like Ruoxue's, it would be a miracle if Su Fan was not frightened away. To wait for Su Fan to take the initiative? That would be akin to waiting for a barren tree to bloom. If Su Fan were capable of such initiative, he certainly would not have been pursued by girls for so long without finding a partner. Moreover, he is not particularly studious. However, I have thought of something delightful. Cold Ruoxue's expression shifted, the frigid aura that repelled others intensified, and in addition, she deliberately puffed out her ample bosom. This left Jiang Xiaoxiao utterly bewildered. Oh, I'll accompany you. Do take care not to frighten the delicate school prince away. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly pulled Cold Ruoxue back towards Su Fan. At this moment, Chu Yinran also approached, greeting them politely, her face adorned with a captivating smile, as if she sought to melt the hearts of those around her. Su Fan, good morning. Morning, Su Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He could no longer recall Chu Yinran's full name, only that she seemed to be some sort of campus flower. Good morning. Chu Yinran, Jiang Xiaoxiao responded, her tone less than cordial. Good morning, Jiang Xiaoxiao, Chu Yinran replied amiably, casting a glance at Cold Ruoxue. Observing Ruoxue's pronounced figure, she seemed somewhat speechless but still managed a faint smile. It appeared there was no animosity. This was Cold Ruoxue's immediate impression. She glanced uncertainly at Su Fan, only to find him lost in thought, his mind a blank slate. Su Fan was oblivious to the dynamics at play. He had no inkling of Chu Yinran's intentions. Logically, if Chu Yinran genuinely harbored feelings for Su Fan, she would undoubtedly exhibit hostility towards Cold Ruoxue. Yet, Chu Yinran's calm demeanor did not suggest such sentiments. If there is nothing else, I shall head to class first. Su Fan, see you later. Chu Yinran inclined her head slightly to the trio, not waiting for a reply before striding into the school. Su Fan, Cold Ruoxue, Jiang Xiaoxiao. What just happened? Did the campus flower come over merely to say hello? The three were left dumbfounded, unable to decipher Chu Yinran's intentions. After much contemplation, they remained bewildered about her meaning. Ultimately, the trio dispersed, entering the campus and parting ways at a fork in the road. Nevertheless, Cold Ruoxue's plan was successfully executed. The news of her attending school alongside Su Fan spread like wildfire throughout the institution. Many boys and girls were left heartbroken upon hearing this news. Cold Ruoxue found it quite gratifying. After all, girls are generally less thick-skinned than boys. When girls select their targets, they often adopt a deferential stance, seeking to gauge the feelings of their rivals beforehand. If a rival expresses their opinion, the girl may hesitate to declare her own affections. Conversely, if the rival remains silent, the girl can proceed unabated. Ultimately, should she successfully marginalize her rival, the matter is settled. What was once raw rice becomes cooked. However, Cold Ruoxue had made the first move. A person who typically kept to herself, her demeanor toward men as frosty as ice, suddenly attending school with a boy one day. What could this signify? It was an unmistakable declaration that Su Fan belonged to Cold Ruoxue. No one should dare to covet him. As such, those timid or self-conscious would naturally refrain from any further advances. For those who still dared to pursue, they would need to weigh their differences against Cold Ruoxue's formidable presence. Among this group, perhaps only Chu Yinran possessed the qualification to challenge her. Chapter 18. What? The first period this morning is physical education? Just after Cold Ruoxue departed, Wang Gang emerged from nowhere. Ah, Gongzi. Su Fan glanced at Wang Gang. His memory of him somewhat hazy, but he vaguely recognized him as a close friend from high school. Su Fan, spill it. What is the relationship between you and the Cold Campus Flower? Wang Gang exclaimed excitedly, having witnessed Cold Ruoxue arriving at school with Su Fan today. Furthermore, they had left school together the previous day. Wang Gang, despite his rugged appearance, had an affinity for gossip, particularly regarding young girls. His looks and personality were strikingly incongruous. Su Fan playfully tapped Wang Gang on the head. Don't let your imagination run wild. There is nothing going on yet, but surely something will develop in the future. Oh, I see. Su Fan. It was unclear whether Wang Gang genuinely understood or was merely pretending, but as long as he didn't cause trouble, it was fine. However, Su Fan, being so close to the Cold Campus Flower will surely incite jealousy among others at school. It's nothing to worry about. In a few days, I'll apply to transfer classes. Transfer? Where to? Su Fan, have you studied any art subjects? Are you off to paint with the Cold Campus Flower? No, I'm going to learn sculpture. But it's not the right time yet. I'll discuss it once I've completed a few pieces. Su Fan and Wang Gang made their way to the classroom of Class 2, Grade 11. By the time they arrived, aside from Wang Gang and Su Fan, the other students had already settled in. Class 2, Grade 11 is considered the CR Mi de la CR with students generally scoring above the threshold for prestigious universities. This group of students was notably diligent, engaging in self-directed morning reading. Su Fan and Wang Gang's entrance did not attract much attention. Most students continued their routines. Only a handful of boys cast hostile glances at Su Fan, including the class leader, Xiao Tian. Once seated, Su Fan slowly retrieved his textbooks, flipping through the Chinese language material. As a science student, he found mathematics, physics, and chemistry manageable, but achieving high scores in Chinese was quite challenging. With the ringing of the morning reading bell, the homeroom teacher, Li Hongjun, strode into the classroom. The earlier reading session had merely been self-initiated. Now, it was the formal start of the class. Li Hongjun taught physics, and it was uncertain whether it was due to the complexity of the subject. But his receding hairline gleamed brightly enough to serve as a mirror. Coupled with his extremely short remaining hair, from a distance, he resembled a boiled egg. However, this teacher was exceptionally kind to Su Fan, even bordering on favoritism. Ahem, class, please quiet down. Due to a matter this morning, Teacher Bai has rescheduled the first chemistry class to physical education. You'll receive an additional physical education class later. The students were left with large question marks hovering above their heads. It was a rare occurrence to reclaim a physical education class that had been taken away. Surely, they weren't dreaming? Yet, the teachers had a different perspective. Students who commuted had to arrive at school by 7:30 a.m., which required an early rise, breakfast, and then coming to school. The first period was typically associated with drowsiness, resulting in a reduced learning rate. Thus, most teachers preferred not to hold classes during this time. The chemistry teacher felt the same, and since she genuinely had matters to attend to, granting students an extra physical education class was quite considerate. Oh, someone exclaimed, and the atmosphere in the classroom began to buzz with excitement. To have the rare opportunity of reclaiming a physical education class was an event they had stumbled upon. Li Hongjun observed the enthusiastic students, nodding in satisfaction. Now, let us continue with morning reading. Please refrain from causing a ruckus until we're done. Having spoken, Li Hongjun promptly exited the classroom. As a physics teacher, there was no early reading session for him to supervise. What the heck, Fan Go? The first period is physical education? I doubt even the PE teacher anticipated that he would show up for class at this hour. Wang Gang exclaimed excitedly. Seizing his English textbook, his eyes widened in astonishment, yet he failed to notice that he was holding his book upside down. Su Fan was equally taken aback by this news. After all, such an occurrence had certainly not transpired in his previous life. In light of this rare event, Su Fan felt it impossible to forget. Could this be the butterfly effect? Returning to the host, the events from the previous life may not necessarily unfold in this one, and deviations may occur. However, the host need not overthink it. The blessings of the divine will safeguard both the host and the esteemed madam. All of this is the choice of the stone gate. Su Fan remarked, System, your intensity seems rather high. Just a jest, strictly speaking, this is a world reset. The system's words provided Su Fan with a sense of calm. As long as neither he nor Leng Ruoxue faced any peril, that would suffice. Su Fan's fear lay in the notion that minor alterations could significantly impact the trajectories of their lives. As the bell rang to signal the end of the early reading session, the classmates erupted in a flurry, racing to the playground for physical education. The PE teacher had already settled on the field, while Su Fan, exempt from lining up, was assigned a spot beneath a large tree to enjoy the shade, complete with a small bench. This arrangement was a telling testament to how Su Fan had previously spent his PE classes, a couple of laps, followed by warm-ups, and ultimately, dismissal. Class monitor, do you understand? Understood, Xiao Zheng replied respectfully. Setting aside his peculiarities and narrow-mindedness, he was indeed a talented individual. Recommended by the instructor during military training to become the class monitor, he smoothly ascended to the student council in his grade, consistently ranking among the top 10 academically. Unfortunately, he was also a bit of a weirdo with a narrow perspective. After the PE teacher departed, he retrieved a basket of basketballs from the storeroom, presumably for the students to use during free time. Sitting in the shade, Su Fan's gaze fell upon the basketballs, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After all, he had only just acquired a talent for basketball the day before. While he knew he could never compete with others, surely he could practice shooting on his own. Realistically, he was aware he could not keep up with the running. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Yet, what was the point of merely sitting idle? Su Fan selected a basketball from the basket and left the playground, making his way to the adjacent court. Xiao Zheng, observing Su Fan with a sneer, regarded him with contempt as he departed, the raucous shouts of the students growing louder. The commotion was so pronounced that even classes in session could hear it. Students seated by the windows were stealing glances at the unfolding scene. What luck that class has, having PE in the first period. Meanwhile, we're stuck with self-study because the chemistry teacher is absent. Oh, I see which class it is now. Look at that person with the basketball. It's Su Fan. ISNT it? Wow, it really is. I heard Su Fan came with Leng Ruoxue this morning. He's right there in person, and I saw it with my own eyes. Not to mention that Chu Schoolflower is also present. What? The Chu Schoolflower is here too? She even greeted Su Fan. It seems she's trying to assert dominance over Leng Ruoxue. The Chu Schoolflower had turned down countless suitors, claiming her affection for Su Fan, and now, with Leng Ruoxue involved, how could she possibly endure this? What a klitsch plot twist. Why isn't it happening to me? You should take a good look in the mirror first. I'm not satisfied. 2 schoolflowers encircling Su Fan. This is too much to bear. Come on, when gods clash, mortals suffer. We're just ordinary people. What right do we have to join the pursuit of these two school flowers? What merits does Su Fan possess? Perhaps he left behind a masterpiece in his last life, and the heavens are rewarding him now. Ha ha wow. Who let you in on this? How can you change your tune so quickly? Chapter 19. What? The seemingly frail school idol is actually warming up? Humph, Su Fan, that good for nothing, is running off to the basketball court with a ball. Xiao Zheng cast a cold glance at Su Fan, who had completed his laps and was now warming up. Seeing Su Fan enter the court elicited a chuckle from him. This guy clearly had no idea of his own limitations, did he? With that thought, Xiao Zheng disregarded his warm-up and dissolved the team. Su Fan, are you brave enough to have a little spar with me? Xiao Zheng called out, grabbing a ball and striding towards Su Fan. His booming voice resonated across the playground, reaching the ears of many classrooms nearby, including Leng Ruoxue's small classroom. What is going on with Xiao Fan? Leng Ruoxue approached the window, noticing Su Fan on the court, confronted by a stranger brandishing a ball, finger pointed accusingly at him. A frown creased her brow. She hadn't anticipated anyone would dare to trouble Su Fan. Resolute, she grabbed a water bottle from her desk and hurried downstairs. At the hallway, she crossed paths with Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was also making her way down. Ruoxue, are you going to check it out too? Leng Ruoxue nodded softly. The two rushed to the playground. It must be said, being a privileged student is quite appealing. Even the dean, who had been peering through the back door to observe the class, pretended not to see the two girls. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the playground. Wang Gang stood protectively in front of Su Fan, while a group of girls glared menacingly at Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng, what do you mean by this? My brother Fan is in poor health, and you want to challenge him? TCH, if you're afraid, just admit it. I never forced him to spar with me. Xiao Zheng declared smugly, unfazed by the hostile gazes of the girls. Xiao Zheng, what kind of achievement is it to bully Su Fan? Everyone knows he is weak. Qin Xinya remarked, her expression tinged with anger. Haha, I never said anything about a spar, did I? Xiao Zheng replied, a hint of mockery dancing on his face. He knew that even if he defeated Su Fan, they would still claim his victory was unearned. Yet, he didn't care. As long as Su Fan embarrassed himself today, that would suffice. What spar? Su Fan narrowed his eyes at Xiao Zheng, a chill glinting in his gaze. He could read Xiao Zheng's childish tantrums like an open book. However, Su Fan was no child. As a seasoned mogul who had thrived in the business world for decades, he possessed his own temper. In front of Leng Ruoxue, he may still appear as the 18-year-old boy, yet to others, he was akin to a deity. A mere stomp from him could send tremors through the business realm, while a simple word from him would have others scrambling to serve him. Though he had not yet fully matured, he was far from a defenseless lamb. He had his own ways of dealing with Xiao Zheng. Under Su Fan's frosty gaze, Xiao Zheng felt a twinge of weakness in his legs. After all, he was merely a good-for-nothing. What was there to fear? Let us engage in a shooting contest. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Outside the three-point line, let us see who can score 10 baskets, Xiao Zheng asserted with determination, clenching his teeth. This was the most ingenious solution he could devise, devoid of physical contact. He relished the thought of these women's reactions. In this manner, it wouldn't be considered me bullying Su Fan. I refuse to believe he can even graze the hoop. Yet, before Su Fan could respond, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. Whoa, look over there. Isn't that the Ice Queen and Jiang Xiaoxiao? Indeed. What brings them here? Surely they aren't searching for Su Fan? Impossible. I assure you. Even if it's for sports, shut up. The appearance of Leng Ruoxue sent the classroom into a frenzy. She merely regarded the students surrounding the basketball court with an icy stare, and they instinctively parted to allow her passage. Su Fan, the Ice Queen is here for you. Wang Gang exclaimed, unable to suppress his curiosity as he turned to Su Fan. To him, Leng Ruoxue's presence was monumental, especially in front of such a large audience. Su Fan's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight. Has Xuexue come to check on me? As Leng Ruoxue gracefully approached Su Fan, having circumvented Wang Gang, she inquired softly, what is going on? Su Fan shook his head. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Zheng merely wishes to spar with me in basketball. Leng Ruoxue appeared slightly startled. You can play basketball? Not really. Su Fan feigned innocence with a dismissive gesture. Xiao Zheng chuckled upon hearing this. His earlier annoyance at Leng Ruoxue's attention towards Su Fan dissipated significantly, feeling that Su Fan had made quite the fool of himself. Then hurry and put the ball down if you can't play. Don't waste public resources, he retorted sharply. To everyone's surprise, Su Fan picked up the ball with one hand, his expression still innocent. Although I may lack skill, I should still surpass you by a margin. Su Fan's mocking demeanor deeply wounded Xiao Zheng's fragile pride. He felt a surge of anger coursing through him, his teeth grinding audibly. His eyes ignited with uncontrollable fury, akin to a provoked lion, though he was all bark and no bite. Are you okay? Leng Ruoxue inquired, her concern evident. As Su Fan's condition was far from ideal. Rest assured, I'm fine, though I may falter in a solo match. I can certainly hold my own in a three-point contest. I wonder if Xuexue enjoys watching me play basketball. Perhaps it might enhance her fondness for me a tad. Reassured, Leng Ruoxue nodded. Don't push yourself, it's alright if you lose. Su Fan offered her a reassuring glance. Lose? Absolutely not. I cannot afford to lose in front of Xuexue. To Xiaozheng, let us begin, you go first. Observing the exchanged glances between the two, Xiaozheng felt his heart tremble with indignation. Fine, I'll go first. He seized the basketball and positioned himself at the arc, effortlessly sinking 3 shots in succession. The cheers from the sidelines filled him with satisfaction. Clearly, his skills were capable of impressing the crowd. However, when he glanced around, he realized most were not watching him. Aside from a few boys, nearly everyone's attention was fixed on Su Fan. Furrowing his brows, Xiaozheng shot a disgruntled glare at Su Fan. Yet, the chatter persisted. Look, Su Fan is warming up. A rare limited edition SSR. I've got to capture this moment for the group chat. The delicate school prince warming up is a sight to behold. Despite his appearance, executing stretches so effortlessly, he could probably do a split without breaking a sweat. Truly, Su Fan is as frail as he appears. Absolutely stunning. Witnessing the girls' reactions, Leng Ruoxue instinctively stepped in front of Su Fan, blocking some of their view, and shot Wang Gang a frosty glare. Wang Gang, feeling the tension, sheepishly moved aside, resembling 2 bodyguards. Is Xuexue feeling jealous? Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Leng Ruoxue's demeanor. She, who typically exuded an air of aloofness, now resembled a bashful girl. Leng Ruoxue pouted slightly, refusing to contest his observation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the affection of your esteemed lady, earning 500 achievement points. 500? What a beggar-esque game you're playing. Xiaozheng's fury escalated. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the basketball and retreated to the corner, scoring 5 consecutive baskets. In moments of extreme anger, one can accomplish feats beyond their usual capabilities. Xiaozheng had made 8 consecutive shots. Yet, still, he garnered no attention. Look, Su Fan has finished warming up. With that, a clanging sound disrupted Xiaozheng's concentration, causing him to misfire. The ball clanged off the rim, an embarrassing blunder. The jeering voice that triggered this misstep infuriated Xiaozheng, who felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Determined, he resolved to execute a final, difficult shot as a grand finale. He leapt high, tilting his body backward, hands raised above his head, and released the ball with precision. However, his backward jump shot clanged off the rim, the ball ricocheting away as if it had received a command to do so. Xiaozheng's face darkened, embarrassment washing over him. Failing to impress was infuriating. This is utterly pathetic, the narrator quipped, noting his need to perform. Despite making 8 shots, he was convinced Su Fan would not surpass that score. I, Xiaozheng, declare that even if a scout arrives, it will be of no consequence. Chapter 20. What? A scout has arrived? Ruoxue, did you see that? This is my prowess. Xiaozheng beamed with pride at Leng Ruoxue, entirely unperturbed by his previous failure. Leng Ruoxue's gaze remained frigid as she replied nonchalantly. Who are you? Xiaozheng felt a surge of indignation welling within him. I am Xiaozheng. Oh. Seeing her nod as if recognizing him, Xiaozheng's spirits lifted. But then he heard her say, I don't know you. His face drained of color as Leng Ruoxue maintained her icy demeanor, refusing to even glance in his direction. Since you don't know me, don't address me so intimately as Ruoxue, she stated calmly, further igniting Xiaozheng's rage. This insolent girl would one day regret her words. Hey, I'm about to start. Meanwhile, moments before, at the school gate the vice principal stood anxiously at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Finally, a man clad in a suit and sunglasses entered the school grounds. The vice principal hurried over to shake his hand. Greetings. You must be Li Feng, the scout from H province? Indeed, good day, Principal Huang. I presume you are aware of my purpose for coming here. Li Feng sighed internally. To him, the task of identifying potential players from this region felt like an exercise in futility. There are no private training schools in the vicinity. Just a prestigious high school, an elite academy, and a plethora of technical institutes. How on earth are we supposed to find talent here? Thus, Li Feng harbored little hope in his heart. The province has decided to rebuild the team and nurture the youth. Unfortunately, the current players from our province are not even capable of competing in the BA League. We can only place our hopes on the next generation. All right, let's head to the gym, the vice principal chuckled. They are all set for a training match. An invitation from the provincial team is quite commendable. At least this student's future is secured, and he could bring some prestige to the school. Their institution is comprehensive, encompassing not only academic and artistic students, but also athletes and aviation classes. However, aside from the academic students, the others are not particularly renowned. Fortunately, this year, the art students have a celebrity among them, and the academic students boast Jiang Xiaoxiao. If only a sports prodigy could emerge as well, then the school's reputation would soar. The aviation class is inconsequential. They will eventually transition to specialized institutions for further studies, and their fame is irrelevant, given their enrollment and employment rates. Well, let's proceed. Li Feng nodded. Since they were already here, it was best to adopt a proper mindset and observe attentively. However, before they could reach the gym, while crossing the playground, a loud shout pierced the air. Su Fan, do you dare to compete with me? Upon hearing this voice, Vice Principal Huang's expression soured. That ruffian is shouting so loudly. Just as he prepared to intervene, Li Feng stopped him. Let us go take a look. A slight smile played on Li Feng's lips. He relished witnessing the youthful dramas of love and rivalry. The intensity of the shout suggested something significant was afoot. The two discreetly approached the basketball court to eavesdrop. When they heard the two competitors were about to challenge each other with three-point shots, Li Feng's interest was piqued. Although a non-intensive three-point challenge seemed somewhat trivial. What if one of them turned out to be a genius? Vice Principal Huang also breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the two were not about to brawl. However, his brows furrowed slightly upon realizing that one of the competitors was Su Fan. Huang was acutely aware of Su Fan's physical condition. In fact, all the faculty and students at the school knew it. His physique was extraordinarily unique, necessitating special treatment to avoid potential mishaps. Just then, Xiaozheng completed his 10 shots, achieving an impressive score of 8 out of 10, catching Vice Principal Huang's attention. Ahem, what do you think of that kid who just shot? He asked Li Feng. Mediocre. His temperament leaves much to be desired, especially since he attempted a flashy fadeaway jumper at the end. Yet, he scored 8 out of 10. Li Feng countered. Without a proper challenge, such a shooting percentage is merely decent. However, with his unorthodox shooting form, how much of that success will remain under pressure? Once faced with intensity and opposition, how much will he retain? Seeing Li Feng's demeanor, it appeared this student would not meet his expectations. Let us go. The athletes are still awaiting us in the gym. Isn't there one more person? Li Feng replied nonchalantly. There's no rush. His gaze fell upon Su Fan, who had finished warming up. The main act is just beginning, and I absolutely cannot leave. Besides, the female lead has made her entrance. That girl beside him clearly plays a pivotal role in this drama. Such emotional spectacles are rare. Are you talking about Su Fan? He doesn't even need to be considered. His physique is rather frail, and he might faint after standing for 10 minutes, Vice Principal Huang remarked, shaking his head at Su Fan's slender frame. Moreover, he doesn't know how to play basketball. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Fan picked up the ball and executed a remarkably standard arc and fadeaway jumper. The shot sailed through the air, swishing through the net with a soft touch. Li Feng involuntarily exclaimed. Before becoming a scout, he had worked as a commentator, and such displays compelled him to vocalize his thoughts. Vice Principal Huang looked at Li Feng, puzzled. He had noticed Li Feng uttering curious remarks during Xiao Zhang's last 2 shots. Scratching his head, Li Feng muttered, how can you claim he doesn't know how to play? This shot possesses a high technical quality. Even with physical contestation, it could still go in. Huang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Let us watch some more. Although this young man lacks bulk, his shooting form remains commendable. Su Fan took a deep breath. His initial fadeaway jumper was merely an act of humiliation directed at Xiao Zhang. Just as Su Fan had anticipated, Xiao Zhang was now seething with anger. Su Fan cast a mocking glance at Xiao Zhang, while internally he pondered, system, with my physical capacity, what is the farthest distance I can shoot from? Response, you can currently shoot from approximately 3 meters beyond the 3-point line. That is sufficient. Leng Ruoxue gazed at Su Fan, who lingered at the arc. Feeling a pang of concern, seeing him motionless stirred her instincts. She felt compelled to approach and check if he was exhausted. Just as she prepared to move, Su Fan silently stepped back. The crowd looked on in confusion as Su Fan jumped, releasing the ball with a gentle yet forceful flick of his wrist, sending it soaring into the hoop. The shot was clean and decisive. Li Feng's eyes lit up. This young man possessed undeniable talent, albeit with a frail physique. Just when he thought it was over, Su Fan stepped back yet again. Now, he stood over a meter away from the 3-point line. Xiao Zhang felt provoked. From the very first shot, Su Fan had intentionally used his failed fadeaway jumper to humiliate him, tarnishing his reputation. As if that wasn't enough, Su Fan took a step back to attempt a 3-pointer, and he made it. Was this some kind of joke? What? Su Fan, you're not trying to deliberately create distance, only to excuse yourself for missing, are you? Don't worry about me. Whether I make it or not, you'll see for yourself. A hint of sarcasm graced Su Fan's expression. He could clearly see that Xiao Zhang was in a state of utter disarray. Su Fan turned to Leng Ruoxue, noticing that she seemed somewhat worried about him. It seems I still hold some significance in her heart. He flashed her a reassuring smile, conveying a sense of calm. Despite the thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, it did little to detract from his charm. Instead, it accentuated his attractiveness. The moisture glistening on his delicate features, paired with his slender physique, exuded an undeniable aura of determination and masculinity, leaving an intoxicating impression in the air. This contrast was utterly captivating. A mere glance in Leng Ruoxue's direction caused all the girls nearby to feel their hearts racing, utterly entranced. Leng Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly. As she observed the besotted expressions of the girls around her, Leng Ruoxue's countenance shifted to one of mild irritation. How infuriating. I must protect Su Fan at all costs. I cannot allow him to be lured away by others. A transfer to another class is imperative. And not just that, I must devise a means to elevate Su Fan to a privileged status among students. Only in this way can I firmly secure him by my side. Su Fan, noticing the way Leng Ruoxue's large eyes were spinning with thoughts, immediately understood that this little girl was concocting some mischievous scheme once again. However, for now, it was prudent to concentrate on the match. He turned his head, and with a swift motion, the basketball soared through the air and swished through the net. The commentator's enthusiasm echoed, while Xiao Zheng felt an urge to curse. Without a doubt, it was yet another successful shot. Su Fan glanced at Xiao Zheng, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple. Nevertheless, Xiao Zheng maintained his stubborn demeanor, muttering to himself, "I can score from the front. If you're so capable, try from the side." Yet, he dared not voice it loudly, for if Su Fan truly succeeded, his pride would be irreparably tarnished. Ironically, Su Fan overheard him. "Step back. You're in my way," Su Fan declared, causing those nearby Xiao Zheng to suddenly comprehend the situation and instinctively retreat. This was the very spot where Xiao Zheng had attempted a jump shot only to fail miserably. Su Fan was poised to deliver a resounding blow to Xiao Zheng's pride, one that would surely leave a lasting impression. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Zheng's expression darkened, his anger rendering him nearly speechless. "Nothing much," Su Fan replied coolly, stepping back beyond the three-point line. He took aim and released the ball with a gentle flick. It was another successful shot. Now, Su Fan had scored 4 out of 4 attempts. To further assert his dominance, he executed a smooth, fadeaway jump shot, and once again, the ball found its mark. Big 3. The commentator seemed to revel in the excitement as Su Fan observed Xiao Zheng's face, now an alarming shade of purple. Finally, Su Fan decided to relent, nodding as if to suggest that Xiao Zheng had been sufficiently humbled. Yet, a little pressure on his confidence was still warranted, although this was merely a playful tactic. It was intended to minimize any future complications. The more he could keep Xiao Zheng in check, the better. Returning to the arc, Su Fan launched 4 more shots, each one swishing through the net. With a perfect record of 9 shots made out of 9 attempts, victory was assured. Xiao Zheng, now utterly disheartened, could hardly bear to watch the game. The cheers from around him confirmed his defeat. His gaze fell to the ground, teeth clenched in frustration, breath coming in harsh gasps. His fists tightly balled, leaving crescent-shaped imprints on his palms. Noticing Xiao Zheng's distress, Su Fan shook his head and casually tossed the ball backward, where no one stood on the court. "I'll let you have one," he said, having already secured his win. Why not indulge him a little? It would also serve to rub salt into the wound. To his surprise, the basketball bounced off the floor, soared high, and landed in the opposing basket. "Su Fan, you!" Xiao Zheng was infuriated, feeling as if the ground had crumbled beneath him, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. His classmates regarded him with cold disdain, and Wang Gang approached, his imposing physique a stark reminder that Xiao Zheng should think twice before losing his temper. "I can't believe that went in too." Su Fan, exasperated, scratched his head. This gesture elicited a subtle smile from Leng Ruoxue. "Oh, Su Fan, how delightfully mischievous you are," striking a blow and then dancing on the grave. A 2-for-1 special? Lost in her thoughts, Leng Ruoxue suddenly found herself surrounded by a gaggle of girls eager to attend to Su Fan, offering him drinks and wiping his sweat. "Su Fan, you're so handsome. Here is a bottle of water for you." "Step aside, Su Fan. I want to learn basketball. Could you teach me one-on-one?" "No, let me help. I brought you water. I'll wipe your sweat." Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Leng Ruoxue snapped back to reality. Surrounded? What was happening? She turned to Su Fan, only to find a throng of girls encircling him, each vying for his attention, like moths drawn to a flame. With her expression as frosty as a rare blossom on a high peak, she approached Su Fan, her demeanor exuding an air of mystery and allure. The girls, sensing her approach, instinctively parted to clear a path. "Wait. We just wanted to give him water and help him cool down. Why is the school beauty so possessive?" Su Fan, however, remained oblivious to their plight, his focus solely on Leng Ruoxue, who presented him with the water, unscrewing the cap with an air of intimacy. "Seriously, are you two in the wrong script?" Leng Ruoxue's gaze radiated authority, as if to communicate that Su Fan would drink whether he liked it or not. Su Fan instantly grasped her intent, but he found the notion of being fed water rather appealing. He cast a cold glance at the boys who were covertly observing them, as well as those who had strayed from their studies to peer out the window. Some had even ascended to the rooftop with binoculars. What a ridiculous display of obsession. Feeling the need to assert his claim, Su Fan thought, judging by Leng Ruoxue's demeanor, she likely wouldn't mind. With a casual motion, he scratched his nose and feigned weakness, declaring, "I'm not feeding you. And who do you belong to? You're clearly mine." Though he thought this internally, his body betrayed him. Observing Su Fan's parched state, Leng Ruoxue felt her cheeks flush, her ears tinged with pink, her skin gradually warming to a rosy hue. After all, they had been through so much together. What was there to fear? Could a mere 17-year-old boy truly intimidate her? "I'll feed you," she asserted, inching closer to Su Fan. In the gaze of their peers, Leng Ruoxue shyly approached Su Fan, her movements graceful and delicate, exuding the elegance of a refined lady. She gently tilted the water bottle, allowing the warm liquid to flow into Su Fan's mouth. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, feeling as though the very fabric of reality had unraveled before them. Although they were mentally prepared, aware that there might be something between Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan, especially since the enchanting school belle had personally sought out Su Fan the day before, returning home together and attending school in the morning as a pair. It all could have merely been coincidental. However, the current situation was distinctly different. Leng Ruoxue was actually feeding water to Su Fan? How could this be? The boys surrounding them gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the classmates peering from the classroom could barely discern what transpired on the playground, sensing an inexplicable halt. As if time itself had paused, with everyone frozen in their actions. Those on the rooftop, equipped with telescopes, stood transfixed, dropping their expensive equipment, the lenses shattering upon impact with the ground. Su Fan touched his nose, acutely aware of the envious glances from his male peers. He had effectively claimed his territory among his classmates. It wouldn't be long before the entire school was aware of this. At the very least, it might deter Ruoxue's admirers for a few months, right? In a few months, I might even gain some privileges, I suppose. Su Fan not only savored the water comfortably, but also relished the warmth of the moment. No wonder that group of extroverted individuals reveled in publicly displaying their affection. He had never understood it in his past life. The sensation was utterly delightful. Yet, why is this water so warm? The temperature is just right. With a faint fragrance, how did Ruoxue manage that? Su Fan couldn't help but voice his curiosity. This little rascal. Could it be that I should confess the source of this warmth? Leng Ruoxue not only refrained from responding, but shot him a shy glance instead. Observing Su Fan's bewildered expression, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been an inconspicuous bystander for several chapters, finally made her appearance, grinning as she approached Su Fan. That's because just now, Ruoxue placed this bottle of water in however, before Jiang Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Leng Ruoxue swiftly covered her mouth. Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at the bashfully blushing Leng Ruoxue, who was already crimson to the neck, and hurriedly fled, narrowly escaping a calamity. Placed in her pocket, perhaps? The school uniform's top was hardly spacious enough for storage, leaving only the pockets as a viable option. Su Fan turned his gaze towards Leng Ruoxue's pocket, his eyes fixated. Recalling that the bottle of water had indeed been warmed against her thigh, a wave of heat washed over him. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, producing a sound of excitement. Leng Ruoxue's face reddened uncontrollably. What are you staring at? Is it really that captivating? She shyly glanced at Su Fan, crouching down to shield herself from view. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captivated your esteemed lady, earning 2,000 achievement points and acquiring the skill, photographic memory. Ugh, this cold, hard reality is hitting me like a slap in the face. Su Fan, you are being rather inconsiderate. Wang Gang observed the intimate actions between the two, feeling as though he had been force-fed 3 bowls of dog food. You claim there's nothing between you two? Explain to me what, for heaven's sake, constitutes a relationship? Xiao Zheng's face turned an unhealthy shade of green, as if he had swallowed a fly, his temper flaring. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it all. Public displays of affection are a recipe for disaster. Just then, Vice Principal Huang emerged alongside Li Feng. Li Feng clapped his hands as he walked. Bravo. You both exhibit quite impressive skills. With this remark, Xiao Zheng recognized the voice from earlier, brimming with disdain. He glared at Li Feng, filled with resentment. Yet, Li Feng paid him no mind, his focus solely on Su Fan. Especially you, Su Fan. Your shooting technique is nothing short of genius. Have you considered joining the provincial team? Xiao Zheng, witnessing Li Feng's disregard, was infuriated, stomping his feet. Just moments ago, Li Feng had been making snide remarks, dripping with condescension, mocking him. Enraged, Xiao Zheng couldn't help but retort. Oh, the provincial team? Who doesn't know that our province lacks a provincial team? We can't even compete at the BA level. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Huang immediately bristled with anger. This is a scout we VE invited to our school. I'm counting on that bonus. However, Li Feng intervened smoothly. Indeed, we may not qualify for BA, but we are building our strength. Su Fan meets our criteria. Though he is currently frail, once he gains strength, I believe he can shoot a 3-pointer from the logo. Li Feng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Fan, akin to admiring an unpolished gem. It was clear that a physically weak individual wouldn't have practiced basketball much. Yet, his shooting posture was remarkably standard, and his success rate was astonishing. The term genius was apt. Given time to strengthen his body, he could emerge as a new star in the basketball world. If only he were a tad taller. He might even have a shot at the NBA. No, if his 3-point shooting improved, perhaps even becoming the world's strongest 180 could be within reach. After all, it was a minor provincial team. Who could predict its future? Xiao Zheng couldn't suppress a quiet murmur, just loud enough for others to hear. Li Feng, upon hearing this, smiled instead of fuming, displaying an air of generosity as he extended his business card to Su Fan. Ignoring Xiao Zheng entirely, he stated, "We need you, Su Fan. Should you join us, I can offer you a rookie contract with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Your living expenses will be fully covered by the provincial team. And you'll have your pick of colleges within the province, with the team facilitating everything." Li Feng believed his offer was substantial. For a student, a monthly salary of over 10,000, along with all living expenses and a choice of colleges, was irresistible. Surely anyone would be tempted. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Su Fan with a hint of concern, seeking answers in his expression. Yet, Su Fan was far from contemplating such matters. Leng Ruoxue, too, found no clarity. Such occurrences had never transpired in her previous life. Who could foresee what would unfold next? Panic began to engulf Leng Ruoxue. If Su Fan agreed, what would she do? Shaking her head, she resolved that this time, they absolutely could not be separated. They must attend the same university. Wherever Su Fan went, she would follow. Su Fan noticed Leng Ruoxue's pale face and felt a twinge of pity. Rest assured, I won't go anywhere. I'll remain by your side. However, Su Fan dared only to think this in his heart, not voicing it aloud. The butterfly effect of events in this world had already become overwhelming. If he were to clarify his feelings, what if Leng Ruoxue did not reciprocate? Although her current demeanor assured him of her affections, nothing in life is absolute. One path led to a future he already knew, while the other was an entirely new and uncharted territory. Returning home was not an expedition, but rather an opportunity to assert his influence over his wife. Lacking absolute certainty, Su Fan could neither afford to take risks nor dare to do so. Chapter 23. What? You wish to transfer classes? I regret to inform you, but I shall not comply. Su Fan spoke with a hint of indifference, yet he still afforded the other man a modicum of respect, rising to accept the business card offered. Oh, this opportunity comes with a monthly salary of 10,000, and you may choose any prestigious school you desire, Li Feng remarked, his gaze now tinged with admiration. This was precisely the individual he sought. After all, if he could entice this young man, then surely others would be able to do the same once he achieved fame. It would be rather embarrassing if the promising rookie his team had nurtured were to be lured away by another club. No, you have misunderstood my intentions. I am not an athlete, Su Fan clarified. I am aware. I just spoke with Vice Principal Huang, who mentioned that you are a culture student with a rather inadequate foundation. However, this is inconsequential. With 2 years of training, you will catch up. That's not the case. I haven't even informed the school yet. In truth, I'm not a culture student at all. Not a culture student? Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Could you possibly be an art student? Indeed, I am an art student, Su Fan admitted, and I haven't yet informed the teachers. Recently, I have been contemplating transferring to the art building, as I have studied sculpture. Ah, this is Su Fan, such a splendid opportunity. Are you truly not considering it? If you pursue art now, you may struggle to keep pace. However, joining the provincial team would be different. It is a shortcut. Vice Principal Huang interjected, anxiety creeping into his thoughts regarding his potential bonus. Initially, upon receiving Li Feng's invitation, he had believed the bonus was secured. For who would refuse a well-paved path? Yet, to his astonishment, Su Fan declined. Yet Li Feng found his appreciation for Su Fan only deepening. How curious it was that Su Fan claimed to be an art student. This sensation was akin to a roller coaster ride, filled with unpredictable ups and downs that were utterly exasperating. I had intended to complete a sculpture before discussing this matter, but since it has come to light, I must reveal it now, Su Fan remarked, casting a resigned glance at the vice principal. Who wishes to go? What about Shui? I still want to attend the same university as her. Attend the same university as me? So he had harbored this thought during high school? I was utterly unaware that after my graduation I would attend the prestigious D May, while Su Fan, due to not studying art in his previous life, went to Dida. The two institutions were not far apart, yet meeting would still prove to be a challenge, especially with Su Fan's busy schedule. Leng Ruoxue lowered her head shyly, silently pondering. This time, I shall not leave. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Everyone has their aspirations. I shall not impose. Should you come to a decision, feel free to contact me anytime. Observing that he could not sway Su Fan, Li Feng decided to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance. Some individuals only cherish what they have after they have lost it. If this were the case, then perhaps this tactic of defense could yield unexpected results. In a short while, Su Fan would surely come to his senses. Confidently, Li Feng strode towards the gymnasium, eagerly anticipating Su Fan's eventual declaration. Coach, I wish to play basketball. As he walked, he could not help but chuckle to himself, believing that everything was firmly within his grasp. Why hasn't he spoken yet? Perhaps I am too close. I shall distance myself. Still no words? I shall take a few more steps back. He was nearly out of the playground when he thought, fine, I shall give you another chance. I shall slow my pace. Agent Li, Su Fan has already left the playground. Li Feng turned to see Su Fan being led away by Leng Ruoxue. A miscalculation, he realized. This young man had outmaneuvered him, refusing to play by the rules. Meanwhile, the classmates were engaged in animated discussions about Su Fan's potential transfer. Xiaozheng had vanished. Likely embarrassed and having fled, Su Fan, the focus of the matter, was being pulled away by Leng Ruoxue. The usually aloof girl displayed a flicker of joy in her eyes upon hearing that Su Fan intended to transfer classes, her demeanor softening considerably. She eagerly took Su Fan's hand, intent on leading him to the teacher's office to finalize the arrangement. Su Fan could feel her delicate hand firmly clasping his fingers, applying a slight pressure. Observing her eagerness, he felt a warmth in his heart and stifled a laugh. Is she so anxious for me to transfer to the art building? Could my commendable behavior today have instilled a sense of crisis in her? Is this what they refer to as loss aversion? Well, I shall ensure that she does not experience any loss. Who fears loss? If you dare to cause me any loss, I shall retaliate fiercely. Leng Ruoxue silently chastised herself, though her heart was aflutter with delight. Occasionally, passing teachers cast curious glances at their intimate interaction, yet none dared to comment. Simply continuing on their way. Leng Ruoxue was unconcerned. Su Fan was equally indifferent. Who would dare to intervene? One could not simply shout at injustice, could they? What if that shout startled Su Fan into fainting? Such matters were best left for the homeroom teacher. It was time to make a discreet exit. Meanwhile, Li Hongjun was in his office, washing his hair, one hand clutching a towel, while the other scrubbed soap into his scalp. He was thoroughly enjoying the process, exclaiming, "Having less hair has its advantages. At least I do not need shampoo. A mere bar of soap suffices." However, no one responded, as all the teachers had vacated the office. What a tranquil life this is. Truly, this is the existence I desire. Teacher. Leng Ruoxue burst into the office, dragging Su Fan along, only to be met with the sight of a shiny, soap-laden head. At that moment, Li Hongjun was squinting as he washed his hair. The sudden call of teacher startled him, causing the soap to slip from his grasp and tumble to the floor. The three stood awkwardly, staring at the fallen soap, none daring to move. Ahem, what is it? Please wait until I finish washing, Li Hongjun managed, retrieving his soap and rinsing it off before giving his head a quick wash. With so little hair, he dried it in no time with a towel. What is it? Su Fan, Li Hongjun inquired, noticing the two had arrived together, their intertwined hands raising questions. Are you inviting me to share wedding candies? Li Hongjun frowned slightly upon observing the peculiar expressions on their faces. Realizing she was still holding Su Fan's hand, Leng Ruoxue quickly released it, hiding her hand behind her back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. How strange it was, despite being a long-time couple. Why should they feel shy about holding hands in front of their homeroom teacher? After all, the teacher had attended their wedding. Why should she feel embarrassed? She should proudly hold his hand. Su Fan sensed the softness in his grasp had been withdrawn, and he immediately understood that the little girl was embarrassed upon seeing the teacher. Internally, he questioned the system. My wife is shy. Where is my reward? Replying to the host, this is not due to your actions that have made your wife shy, thus no reward will be issued. What a scam. However, before Su Fan could further express his frustration, Leng Ruoxue took his hand again. Am I correct in interpreting that Xuexue has feelings for me? Holding hands openly in front of the teacher? It is undoubtedly true that she harbors feelings for you. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue cannot directly address this. Possessing the ability to hear others' thoughts is something that Su Fan is aware of. She herself is uncertain of how he would react. Moreover, she is a reincarnated soul. It is fortunate if she is not deemed mentally ill for revealing such a truth. To speak candidly, Leng Ruoxue also harbors a degree of trepidation, fearing that the trajectory of the future may be altered. She does not wish to change the overarching future, especially since Su Fan's illness requires a genetic remedy that is still a decade away. Without a system to aid her, Leng Ruoxue remains oblivious to whether Su Fan's condition has improved. Her only solace lies in the hope for future genetic treatments. Li Hongjun, upon witnessing the two release their hands, felt a surge of joy, believing that he, as their teacher, still held some measure of dignity. Yet, before he could savor his happiness, they grasped hands once more. Does this imply that he is disregarding my authority? Li Hongjun puffed out his cheeks in indignation, poised to express his discontent. However, upon hearing Su Fan's words, he instantly composed himself. Teacher, I am considering transferring classes. Transferring? Where do you intend to go? Your grades in class 2 are more than adequate. If anyone bullies you, do inform the teacher. Incidents of school violence must be addressed seriously. Chapter 24. I have even thought of names for our children. And you present me with this? Li Hongjun squinted at Su Fan, who he understood quite well. A taciturn individual, a kind-hearted soul, yet physically frail. Su Fan would never be the one to instigate trouble, even if conflicts arose. It would certainly be the fault of the other party. He assumed that someone must have been bullying Su Fan, prompting his desire to transfer. This was Li Hongjun's bias towards Su Fan, as well as his trust in him. He is a good child. It would be even better if he did not hold hands with the school beauty in front of me. No, I wish to transfer to study sculpture. Transferring to the art class? But Su Fan, wouldn't it be a bit abrupt to do so now? No worries, teacher. I will carve something and show it to the sculpture class instructor. That will suffice. Have you truly made up your mind? Even if you focus solely on your cultural studies, gaining admission to a first-tier university is entirely within your reach. With a little effort, 985 and 211 universities are beckoning you. Teacher, I have resolved this matter. I cannot attend the school of my choice through cultural studies. Su Fan smiled faintly. If Xuexue aims for D-May, then I must enter D-May as an art student. Su Fan stole a glance at Leng Ruoxue. She lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She appeared somewhat bashful. Congratulations, host, for successfully making your esteemed partner shy. You have earned 1,000 achievement points. It seems she is quite aware of my desire to attend D-May with her. Her lack of opposition suggests that a confession may indeed bear fruit. I understand, but this matter requires your parents' consent. Ah, right, your family isn't nearby, is it? Perhaps you could ask a relative to come over. Li Hongjun chose to respect Su Fan's wishes. It was a rare occasion for Su Fan to express his opinions. Thus, he believed it best to allow Su Fan to attempt his aspirations. If it does not work out, he can always return. All right, teacher. Then create a piece for the sculpture class instructor to review. If the teacher does not deem it worthy, you will return to me obediently. No problem. Well then, you two may head out, but do keep it discreet. Although no one can truly regulate your actions, being too overt can complicate matters for the school. You understand? A hint of teasing glimmered in Li Hongjuan's eyes as he jested with the two young individuals. While he could neither control nor punish them, he believed he could at least indulge in some light-hearted banter. Regrettably, neither of them blushed. Both remained remarkably composed. They were as calm as a couple who had shared decades of companionship. How curious. Moments ago, a mere glance had caused Leng Ruoxue to appear shy. Yet now they seemed unfazed. Could it be that these two are childhood sweethearts? An engaged couple? Cohabiting before marriage? Coming to flaunt their affection before me? Though I am in my 30s, bald and unable to find a partner, it hardly seems fair for them to showcase their romance in my presence, does it? I understand. Teacher. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue departed the faculty office hand in hand, entirely oblivious to Li Hongjuan's growing ire. After all, with his few sparse hairs, it was hardly noticeable. Once outside the office, the second class had already commenced. However, Leng Ruoxue remained unperturbed. For her, the distinction between class and leisure held no constraints. Su Fan, too, found himself indifferent to such matters. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English posed no challenges, and now, with his photographic memory, even literature seemed to come effortlessly. Whether attending class or not bore little significance. Leng Ruoxue continued to hold Su Fan's hand as they departed the cultural building toward the vicinity of the art building. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, producing a soothing rustle while lifting Leng Ruoxue's silken hair, the scent of magnolia wafting through the air, sending ripples through Su Fan's heart. Unable to resist, Su Fan gazed at Leng Ruoxue. At this moment, she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her porcelain complexion adorned with a delicate flush. Her soft, rosy lips parted slightly, exuding an alluring charm that momentarily captivated Su Fan. Aren't you attending class? Leng Ruoxue's doe-like eyes fixed on Su Fan. The usually aloof Leng Ruoxue now radiated warmth, her cheeks a rosy hue. In truth, she had already transformed upon hearing Su Fan's remarks about confessing, coupled with Su Fan's decision to lead her away from the cultural building to this tranquil locale. Her imagination wandered further. All right, I have even decided upon names for our future children. Regrettably, Su Fan's mind was far from contemplating a confession at present. He merely perceived an opportunity. Su Fan was a person who preferred absolute certainty in his endeavors. No worries, attending class is of little importance. And you? Leng Ruoxue shyly inquired of Su Fan. Is a confession imminent? Should I agree to it? No, more accurately, do I dare to reject him? Yet Su Fan merely stated, I wish to borrow your small classroom. Huh, the small classroom? I need to draft a sketch for my sculpture model. Leng Ruoxue felt a swell of frustration. She had already envisioned names for their children, yet he presented her with this? Alas, Su Fan remained focused on his own pursuits. All she could do was stomp her foot in annoyance, striding ahead, though her hand remained firmly in his. You seem upset. I'm not. Don't speak to me. Oh. Throughout the journey to her small classroom, Leng Ruoxue awaited Su Fan's explanation, but to her dismay, the taciturn boy remained silent. This only served to intensify her irritation. Taciturn, a steadfast man, humph. When the time comes, I shall surely frighten you during your confession. Having thought this, Leng Ruoxue immediately regretted it. Nevertheless, it is better to refrain. It would be unfortunate if I were to frighten him away. Once we begin our relationship, I shall certainly find a way to tease you. But what if you become truly frightened? As we approach marriage, it dawned on Leng Ruoxue that she could never bring herself to frighten Su Fan, which only fueled her ire further. The most infuriating aspect was that Su Fan seemed completely oblivious to her feelings, his thoughts solely consumed with how to carve his creation. As if her anger were of no consequence to him at all. This left Leng Ruoxue feeling quite aggrieved. The more she contemplated, the more vexed she became. Upon arriving at the classroom, she released Su Fan's hand and began to draw, while Su Fan merely shook his head. In the storeroom of the classroom, he discovered the materials and tools necessary for sculpting. Although the equipment was somewhat rudimentary, it was nonetheless complete. Creating a few small trinkets was certainly within his capabilities. He settled in a corner near the window, opened it, and quietly focused on his work. As he sculpted, fine dust inevitably flew about. During these moments, Su Fan would place his small piece outside the window and gently blow away the powder before returning indoors to continue his craft. All of this was observed by Leng Ruoxue, who pretended to be engrossed in her drawing. She pouted silently, yet much of her resentment had dissipated. Such subtle details were sufficient to reveal a person's attitude towards you. The morning swiftly passed. Su Fan remained in that corner, diligently refining his small object, which was taking the shape of a dragon head seal. At noon, Leng Ruoxue initially intended to invite Su Fan to lunch with her. However, seeing his rapt concentration. She chose to refrain from interrupting him and decided to head to the cafeteria alone. Just then, Jiang Xiaoxiao appeared at the door of Leng Ruoxue's small classroom, grinning mischievously as she looked at her, exuding an air of gossip. After Leng Ruoxue stepped out, Jiang Xiaoxiao linked her arm with hers. Ruoxue, are you not thrilled that Su Fan is transferring to the arts class? I was just pondering what would happen if you two really got together in college. I never anticipated Su Fan would show such determination and jump right into the art student system. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you mean? My Su Fan? Leng Ruoxue replied coolly. Just yesterday, you referred to him as yours, and now you're backtracking? Should I inform Chu Xiaohua about this? No way. Before Jiang Xiaoxiao could finish, Leng Ruoxue hastily urged her to keep quiet. She had no desire for anyone to meddle. Her grievances with Su Fan were a private affair. After all, as she would inevitably marry him one day, allowing others to interfere? Absolutely not. It was out of the question. Chapter 25. Su Fan doesn't rely on others? Seeing Leng Ruoxue's anxious demeanor, Jiang Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. All right, I want to tell her. However, it seems Chu Xiaohua has entrusted me with a message for you. What message? She isn't coming to issue a challenge, is she? Not quite. Chu Xiaohua wanted me to convey that she wants to compete with you and urges you to treat Su Fan well. If you mistreat him, I will surely steal him away. At that point, you can just cry about it. I certainly want to return him to you, Jiang Xiaoxiao declared with a grin, showing Leng Ruoxue the chat history on her phone. Among the messages were inquiries about whether Leng Ruoxue truly had feelings for Su Fan, but her mind was elsewhere, uninterested in reading them. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue was filled with questions. Her intuition told her that something might have transpired between the two. However, I absolutely will not let go. Who dares to covet my Su Fan? Not a chance. In my past life, I accompanied Su Fan to old age. And in this life, I will cherish him till the end. No one can stand in my way. You can tell her I want to be giving her that opportunity. Oh, by the way, don't you care about what happened between them? Of course I do. To be honest, I'm itching to ask Su Fan what exactly occurred with Chu Xiaohua, but I know exactly how he would respond, so I feel it unnecessary to inquire. How would he respond? He would undoubtedly say, I don't know either, and besides, I trust him. Observing Leng Ruoxue's expression and demeanor, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt as though she had inadvertently consumed 3 large bowls of dog food. Stop, stop, stop. No more of this. You two haven't even started dating yet. Why do you sound like an old married couple? If this continues, I might as well skip lunch. Jiang Xiaoxiao waved her hands as they approached the cafeteria, where the priority was to settle their midday meal. Upon entering, Leng Ruoxue resumed her icy demeanor, and her presence commanded an immediate hush in the once boisterous cafeteria. The previously chaotic lines began to align themselves orderly. Her appearance was akin to an ice cube in the sweltering summer, calming the restlessness of all present. Everyone in the cafeteria regarded Leng Ruoxue with a measure of respect. The high and mighty flower of the highlands, a talented art student, a prospective recipient of direct admission to a prestigious academy, and a wealthy second-generation heir. These accolades rendered her an unapproachable figure in their eyes. The male students surrounding her dared not venture within a 3-meter radius. Such a scene could be considered a spectacle in a high school cafeteria. Jiang Xiaoxiao, too, relished this treatment, which was why she always accompanied Leng Ruoxue during meals. Today they have curry rice. Let us have that, Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, glancing at the menu with excitement. But Leng Ruoxue merely shook her head. No, the curry is too pungent, and Su Fan doesn't like soft, sticky foods. Oh, Su Fan doesn't eat soft rice. Jiang Xiaoxiao chuckled. I'll pack 2 portions and take them back to the classroom, but choose something mild. Unfazed by Jiang Xiaoxiao's teasing, Leng Ruoxue remained resolute. Without Su Fan, she might very well be a cold, unfeeling drawing machine. She strode directly to the takeout area, which was predominantly occupied by boys. Upon her arrival, their breaths quickened and their hearts raced. Hey, is the Coldflower having boxed lunch today? Coldflower, please go ahead. We have a variety of choices here. What would you like? I'll get it for you. Coldflower, this meal is well balanced, rich in vitamins, just perfect for you. Coldflower, look, they have pasta. You must enjoy this, right? The surrounding boys parted to clear a path, eager to curry favor with her. For them, even missing their lunch was worth it if it meant allowing Coldflower to cut in line. Apologies, but Su Fan doesn't like pasta, Leng Ruoxue replied coolly, declining their offers, maintaining her distance from the front of the line and positioning herself at the very end. Su Fan doesn't like pasta. This statement fell upon the heads of all the boys in the cafeteria like a bolt from the blue. What did Su Fan's aversion to pasta have to do with Coldflower? Did it mean that if Su Fan didn't like pasta, then Coldflower wouldn't eat it either? Moreover, why had she mentioned Su Fan as preference? Was Coldflower here to buy lunch for him? Had their relationship progressed to such an extent? Coldflower was personally getting lunch for Su Fan? Until now, it had always been Coldflower in a passive role. When had she ever been the one to take the initiative? This unfolding story was something many had longed for, yet Su Fan had achieved it in merely 2 days. How fortunate is Su Fan? Could it be that he left behind a world-renowned masterpiece in his previous life? Or perhaps he moved the heavens and the earth with his deeds then. It is astonishing that the aloof beauty, cold school flower, would take the initiative to buy him a meal. Envy, jealousy, and resentment swirl within the hearts of onlookers, but overshadowing all is a profound sense of helplessness. Among them are several who witnessed Su Fan playing basketball on the playground that morning. After class, they sought information, only to learn that Cold School Flower personally fed him water. This revelation shattered the hopes of those who had never even garnered a glance from her. The relationship between these two, even if not formally dating, seemed to be on the verge of blossoming. With a bitter smile, those at the front of the line, in a daze, purchased their lunch. When it was Cold Ruoxue's turn, she unhesitatingly ordered 2 servings of beef fried rice and swiftly exited the cafeteria, unwilling to linger a moment longer. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxiao casually bought a mishmash of snacks, neglecting any substantial meal, opting instead for light bites. Planning to eat properly later in the evening. Feeling hungry, she decided to leave early. Such is the unadorned life of a student with guaranteed admission. Ruoxue, tell me honestly, how far have you two progressed? That little display you just put on must have shattered the hearts of many admirers. And how do you know what Su Fan likes to eat? Weren't you two practically strangers before? Zhang Xiaoxiao chattered incessantly beside Cold Ruoxue. If I were to say that Su Fan and I are childhood sweethearts, would you believe me? Cold Ruoxue replied, her voice devoid of any emotional inflection. Previously, I would have found that hard to believe, especially since you never sought him out during your freshman year. Your relationship was akin to that of complete strangers. However, now I find myself somewhat convinced. The bond you share could not have developed overnight. Yet, I remain puzzled as to why you suddenly sought him out. Zhang Xiaoxiao wore a knowing expression, prompting Cold Ruoxue to shake her head in exasperation. Perhaps I have simply come to terms with things. What is there to discuss? The moment of realization can come unexpectedly, as if in the flickering light of a distant lantern. Cold Ruoxue stated calmly, using this phrase as an explanation. After all, she could hardly confess that she had been reborn, capable of discerning Su Fan's thoughts. Even if she did, it was uncertain whether Zhang Xiaoxiao would believe her. She herself found it hard to accept. Avoiding being sent to a mental institution would be a success in itself. However, Su Fan was indeed admirable. Though his academic performance was average and his physical condition unremarkable, his character shone brightly. He remained steadfast in his affections, remaining unyielding even under the pursuit of the enchanting Chu School flower. Yet, he seemed to hold a special fondness for Cold Ruoxue. Zhang Xiaoxiao mused that, in a way, Ruoxue had not lost out. Su Fan's devoted nature and his kind treatment of her, combined with her wealth and their shared childhood, indicated that their lives would not encounter significant friction. They were, after all, a match made in heaven. As Zhang Xiaoxiao analyzed further, she became increasingly convinced of their compatibility. The key element of childhood sweethearts culminating in a fruitful relationship was undeniably compelling. Both individuals were fully aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Under such circumstances, their desire to be together could indeed lead to a lasting union. Cold Ruoxue listened to Zhang Xiaoxiao's musings in silence, the smile playing at the corners of her lips revealing her own thoughts. Chapter 26. The people remain, but the home is lost. After reaching the classroom door, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Cold Ruoxue parted ways. She wished to avoid any more romantic displays. Once Cold Ruoxue observed Zhang Xiaoxiao leave, she opened the classroom door. There sat Su Fan by the window, his hair glistening like black jade, and his neck adorned with skin as delicate as fine porcelain. A gentle breeze sent petals fluttering down from outside, glistening like snowflakes, delicate and fragmented. At that moment, he held a carving knife. Engrossed in the intricate details of the dragon head he was sculpting. As if sensing her presence, Su Fan turned slightly, revealing a radiant smile. "Welcome back," he said, his voice rich and magnetic, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Cold Ruoxue found herself momentarily entranced, as if transported back to the days they lived together. Back then, despite Su Fan's busy business affairs and her long hours spent in the studio preparing for exhibitions, he would always arrive home before her, cooking dinner and quietly waiting for her return. Upon her arrival, he would greet her with a warm smile, uttering those simple yet profound words, "Welcome back." That feeling of having someone waiting for you at home was truly comforting. Just hearing him say those words could wash away all her fatigue, allowing her to cast aside her worries and lean into his embrace, softly murmuring, It felt as if all her troubles would dissolve in that moment, enveloped in his warmth. This cherished routine continued for 30 years, persisting until their retirement. Seeing Cold Ruoxue standing there in silence, as if frozen in time, Su Fan could not help but inquire, "Is something the matter?" "Ah, it's nothing. I'm back. I brought lunch. Come eat," she replied, snapping back to reality. Now was not the moment for reminiscence. One day, they would return to that time, wrapped in each other's arms. If given the chance, she wished to stay home just once, waiting for Su Fan's return. That sensation would surely be delightful. Beef fried rice. Su Fan glanced at the meal, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, isn't this your favorite?" Cold Ruoxue asserted confidently, her tone leaving Su Fan astonished. "How did you know?" Though they were childhood friends, Their conversations during high school had been minimal, especially in recent days when their relationship had advanced rapidly. Most interactions were limited to Su Fan helping Cold Ruoxue with tasks or delivering messages for Aunt Yang. However, upon hearing Su Fan's question, Cold Ruoxue felt a twinge of guilt, her cheeks flushing. She wasn't entirely certain. Perhaps she had merely remembered from their previous life when Su Fan had mentioned it. Yet, in this life, he was unaware of such details, and panic began to rise within her. I guessed. And this is the most expensive item in the box lunch. You don't like it? Cold Ruoxue, perhaps influenced by her earlier memories, felt suddenly anxious. Her beautiful eyes subtly observing Su Fan's reaction, fearful that he might dislike her choice. No, I'm just a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to pay such attention to me at this moment. Upon hearing that Su Fan enjoyed the meal, Cold Ruoxue sighed in relief. Yet, in hindsight, she found herself puzzled by his remark, this moment. What could he possibly mean? But no matter how she pondered, the meaning eluded her. She could only attribute Su Fan's surprise to her misstep in conversation. Well, I'll wash my hands first, Su Fan said, setting down his carving and heading to the restroom. This provided Cold Ruoxue with the opportunity to closely examine Su Fan's sculpting project. It appeared he was crafting a dragon head seal, she mused. Unbeknownst to her, she had no idea when Su Fan had learned to carve. By the time she discovered his talent, he had already received a provincial-level master sculptor certification. According to the old masters, such accomplishments would require at least a decade of dedicated study, along with the guidance of a distinguished mentor. However, within the industry, there is not a single individual aligned with Su Fan. This young man is akin to a wildflower, flourishing exuberantly amidst a sea of cultivated blooms. Ultimately, he ascended to the status of a national treasure-level sculptor, establishing his own unique school of thought. Although this dragon head remains unfinished, Leng Ruoxue can already discern that its craftsmanship is at least of a provincial level. With such skills, excelling in the Imperial Art School would be a mere formality for Su Fan. One might even ponder whether there exists anyone capable of teaching Su Fan further. It is not that Leng Ruoxue is biased in favor of Su Fan. Rather, the mere completion of this initial form far exceeds examination standards. Even if Su Fan were to present this preliminary piece for assessment, the examiners would undoubtedly award him high marks. Moreover, this is merely a creation he fashioned within a single morning, using only inadequate materials. Leng Ruoxue found herself momentarily lost in thought, gently massaging her forehead. It has become evident that Su Fan, during this period, surpasses her own accomplishments. The fact that he remains devoted to her, unswayed by the allure of others, is truly miraculous. Nevertheless, Leng Ruoxue feels no sense of defeat. Instead, an overwhelming sense of pride wells up within her. It has long been established that she is inferior to Su Fan. Moreover, as he is her man, all others are irrelevant. What does it matter if she cannot measure up? What are you looking at? Su Fan's voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Leng Ruoxue. She turned to find him standing just behind her, a paper towel in hand, wiping his hands. Oh, it's nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Just a small carving for the teacher. I'll create something far superior for you at home. Su Fan could easily perceive the dazed expression on Leng Ruoxue's face as she gazed at the small object. However, since it is meant for her, he is determined to use only the finest materials. Really? Leng Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with joy, her expression softening, further enhanced by the delicate smile gracing her lips, making her all the more enchanting. Su Fan felt himself nearly losing composure. Stay still, enchantress, take this. Really, what do you want it to look like? He inquired. Anything you make will suffice. I'll cherish it all, Leng Ruoxue responded eagerly, as if fearing Su Fan might change his mind. It seems I indeed hold a special place in Leng Ruoxue's heart. Su Fan felt a swell of happiness at her affirmation. Receiving the acknowledgement of one's beloved is a profoundly beautiful experience. Following this, the two swiftly finished their lunch and commenced their afternoon tasks. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes, students found themselves unable to locate Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. Su Fan had not returned to the classroom all afternoon. Having completed the majority of his sculptural work, the pair left for home 10 minutes early. Su Fan, who typically could not leave the school due to his non-privileged status, was unexpectedly granted passage by the gatekeeper, who regarded him warmly, as if he were the man's own grandson. Su Fan found it perplexing, yet relished the opportunity to exit the school grounds. As they walked towards home, 3 fire trucks sped past them. By this time, they were nearing the edge of their community. Is there a fire somewhere? Su Fan remarked, detecting the acrid scent of smoke in the air, only to see the fire trucks entering their own residential complex. A wave of unease washed over him. They quickened their pace, nearly sprinting towards their apartment building, where the 3 fire trucks had just halted at the entrance, smoke billowing from the upper floors of Leng Ruoxue's home. The thick, black smoke seeped from the windows, causing the walls to darken. Firefighters hurriedly ascended the stairs, while some residents, visibly anxious, fled downwards. Could it be? After just attending school, has our home been lost? Chapter 27 Xiao Fan. You wouldn't want Shui Shui to be alone out here, would you? Su Fan, could never have anticipated that, upon returning from school, Xue's home would be gone. Furthermore, her mother insists that Xue and I cohabit. Leng Ruoxue gazed at the thick smoke wafting from her upstairs windows, her brow furrowing. The dark smoke had stained the glass and walls of her home gray, yet thankfully, the smoke was gradually dissipating. Wait a moment. This scenario is unfamiliar. I've never encountered this before in my past life. Nevertheless, Leng Ruoxue did not feel particularly anxious, as her parents had mentioned they were moving. Moreover, if all went according to plan, aside from her personal belongings, there shouldn't be much left in the house. Yet, for safety's sake, she decided to call Yang Xiaoyan. Hello, Mom. Yes? Xue, what's the matter calling me at this hour? Have you taken all your things? Yes, your father packed everything overnight. We had the moving company help us early this morning, including your certificates and all sorts of miscellaneous items. There should only be your clothes left in the house now. Oh, that is good to hear. There's a fire in our building. A fire? Yang Xiaoyan's voice turned urgent on the other end of the line. Yes, but it's all right. Su Fan and I just returned downstairs and saw 3 fire trucks. We're both safe. Phew, as long as you're safe. Stay away from it. Is it a big fire? It doesn't seem to be. While Leng Ruoxue continued talking, she noticed 2 teams of firefighters swiftly descending from upstairs, instructing the crowd of onlookers, who were recording the incident on their phones, to disperse. Please move along. It's just a battery fire. There's no cause for alarm. Following this, 2 teams departed with 2 of the fire trucks, leaving 1 team to conduct safety education for the affected household upstairs. Mom, it seems the fire originated from an upstairs battery. Now that you mention it, I think I encountered that household while moving this morning. They were carrying the battery. I warned them it was unsafe, but they mocked my lack of experience. If the fire is out, you should go inside and check the condition of the house. I'll find someone to discuss compensation with the upstairs residents. Okay. With her phone in hand, Leng Ruoxue approached the firefighters to inquire if she could enter. Receiving an affirmative response, the 2 made their way to her home, where the corridor was thick with the scent of charred material, reminiscent of rubber burning from tire friction, inducing a sense of nausea. Unlocking the door with her key, she revealed an empty living room, now bare except for the essential furniture, which stood forlornly in place. Most of the clutter had been removed. Cracks began to appear in the ceiling, and the kitchen's ceiling bore scorch marks, indicating the fire had singed the roof. Even the room's lighting seemed dimmed, as if damaged by the flames. Su Fan gazed blankly at the desolate living room. Where is everything? What do you mean? There's been a fire? It looks more like a burglary. You're unaware? My parents decided to move to the county seat. So from now on, I'll be living here alone. What? Then what will you do for dinner? Su Fan exhaled in relief, grateful it wasn't a burglary. Yet, he recalled Yang Xiaoyan's words from earlier. No wonder Yang Ai seemed off this morning. They must have been preparing to move. But what about Xue's dinner? Surely we cannot solely rely on takeout, can we? I often find myself preparing more meals than necessary, feigning abundance. As Cold Ruoxue listened to Su Fan's inner thoughts, a subtle smile graced her crimson lips. She approached Su Fan, leaning slightly forward to meet his gaze. With her delicate, alabaster arm, she tenderly traced circles on her chest with her porcelain-like fingers. The already somewhat disheveled school uniform gradually revealed an undone button, exposing her exquisite collarbone to Su Fan's sight, leaving him feeling as though he had been entirely laid bare. Me? Indeed, but what of you? I shall come over to your home for dinner tonight, and in the mornings, I expect your generous care as well. Cold Ruoxue stifled a laugh, adopting an expression that pleaded for his help. Su Fan, feeling the soft sensation against his chest, found his heart racing, an undeniable thrill coursing through him. Yet, this was indeed his own sentiment. Since Ruoxue had broached the subject, it must be a fortuitous arrangement. After Cold Ruoxue conveyed the situation to Yang Xiaoyan, the latter pondered for a moment before addressing Ruoxue. Su Fan is with you, isn't he? Yes, he is. Please hand the phone to Su Fan. All right. Cold Ruoxue passed the phone to Su Fan, who accepted it and switched to speaker mode. He believed that sharing certain matters with Ruoxue could be beneficial. Su Fan, it's your Aunt Yang. Yang Xiaoyan's tone was harmonious, far gentler than usual. Yes, Aunt Yang. What can I do for you? Whatever is within my power, I will certainly not hesitate. Su Fan sensed that Yang Xiaoyan had something specific to discuss. Surely, it must pertain to his responsibility for Ruoxue in preparing meals for her. I've already agreed. This is no issue. Please go ahead. He thought to himself, eager to enhance his approval rating. Speaking with you is indeed refreshing. Thus, Aunt Yang will be direct. You and Ruoxue will cohabit. Excellent. I shall take care of Ruoxue's meals. Su Fan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Due to the speakerphone, Cold Ruoxue overheard every word. Upon hearing her mother's declaration, she couldn't help but think, truly, she is my mother. Wait, Aunt Yang, isn't there a lot omitted in this discussion? Su Fan felt his face flush, an awkwardness settling in as his gaze darted about, unable to focus. I was merely thinking of preparing breakfast and dinner for Ruoxue. How did we suddenly leap to cohabitation? Though living together has its perks, what would Uncle Leng say? Surely, he would unleash a torrent of objections. My slender frame could hardly withstand such a confrontation. And besides, I only intended to enhance my rapport. Why would you so readily offer your daughter to me? I haven't even established a solid connection yet. Is that so? Then let us follow a procedure. Aunt will ask you, do you think my home is still suitable for living? Su Fan contemplated calmly, glancing at the cracked ceiling above, and shook his head. The recent move had made him forget about the fire hazard in the building. Would it be acceptable for Aunt to renovate the house? No problem. Then, where should Ruoxue reside during the renovation? Su Fan grasped Yang Xiaoyun's implication. Su Fan, you wouldn't want Ruoxue to live alone out there, would you? Indeed. I would not. The thought of Ruoxue living alone filled him with unease. She was still a young girl, and what if a nefarious individual targeted her? Exactly, Aunt. You speak wisely. So, I implore you, is there any issue with you and Ruoxue living together? None whatsoever. Wait. Why do I feel as though I've been ensnared in a trap? But, Aunt Yang, don't you wish to inquire about your daughter's opinion? I know her well enough. You may as well ask her if she agrees. No problem, Mom. Cold Ruoxue quickly responded, for how could she possibly object to cohabitation? If Su Fan had not been present, she would have even exclaimed, well done. You see, this is a non-issue. Since Ruoxue agrees, and you have no objections, what a splendid arrangement it would be for you both to live together, providing each other companionship. Isn't Aunt Yang concerned that I might take advantage of Ruoxue? I am at that impetuous age. Su Fan's expression turned peculiar as he switched off the speakerphone and stealthily retreated to a corner. TCH, a cowardly soul with thieving thoughts. If you dare, come forth. I promise not to resist. Cold Ruoxue suppressed a smile, unfazed by Su Fan's antics. She had already discerned his inner thoughts. Aunt, are you not worried that I might act upon my impulses with Ruoxue? Are you considering such actions? What a delightful prospect. I am, after all, in the prime of youth, under the same roof. What if I am unable to restrain myself? Su Fan's lips twitched slightly as he sensed Yang Xiaoyun's peculiar demeanor today, leaving him bewildered. No worries, dear godmother trusts you. The matters between you two are yours to navigate, and Uncle Leng has already discussed this with Ruoxue. They have come to an understanding, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Moreover, your relationship is quite legitimate. Your mothers arranged a betrothal for you both before your births. However, as you grew older, we felt it best to leave such matters to you, which is why we never disclosed it. Goodness, I am utterly astonished. We have an engagement? How was I unaware of this in my past life? If I had known, I could have enjoyed teasing Ruoxue for 3 years. Oh, by the way, I can also speak with your mother about this. You need not worry. When she was pregnant with you, she had similar intentions and even inquired about Ruoxue's feelings during middle school, but alas, that child was wholly absorbed in her art. Su Fan found himself at a loss for words, feeling that all events were spiraling beyond his control. He had originally planned to lay low and gather resources, biding his time. Yet, this unexpected development felt like an overwhelming blow. But Aunt, my condition. Your health is not an issue. Others may be unaware, but not I. The doctor merely indicated that you might be slightly frail, but it would not affect your lifespan or quality of life. And Su Fan, please refrain from further comments. Otherwise, Aunt will think you look down upon my Ruoxue. No, Aunt, how could I ever think that? I cherish her dearly. Realizing he had let slip his true feelings, Su Fan hastily fell silent, flustered. Yang Xiaoyun's words were merely a lure, guiding Su Fan to reveal his sentiments. A soft chuckle escaped her on the other end of the line, as if she were suppressing laughter inadvertently. Very well, Aunt has not misjudged you. I shall entrust Ruoxue to your care. And thus, there was no turning back. Su Fan could not bear the thought of cold Ruoxue living alone elsewhere. The idea of her being out there alone, a young girl vulnerable to misfortune, was simply unacceptable. Given the circumstances, residing in one's own home is indeed a viable solution. Leng Ruoxue harbored no objections, as her parents had also consented. Am I a fool for not seizing this opportunity? Su Fan had already rationalized this notion internally. Despite the current peculiarities surrounding Ruoxue, although Ruoxue had inexplicably become quite proactive, she should still be the same Ruoxue I once knew, right? Su Fan could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. The present Ruoxue was exceedingly strange. During his high school years, he had never encountered this version of her. Back then, Ruoxue was a veritable iceberg, impervious to any efforts to thaw her. She spoke only of academic pressures and examinations. How could they possibly share such intimate interactions? While he had heard from Jiang Xiaoxiao that Ruoxue had suddenly come to terms with herself, Su Fan remained uncertain. At this moment, the system seemed to have sensed Su Fan's inner turmoil and interjected. Rest assured, host. The blessings of the divine constitute the most formidable buff in existence. Madam remains the same madam you have always known. The system can guarantee this with the dignity of the divine. During this dialogue, the system shielded Su Fan's innermost thoughts to prevent them from being discovered by Leng Ruoxue. Naturally, Su Fan's novice gift pack was also clandestinely delivered to Leng Ruoxue by the system. This was but a minor jest of the divine, after all. Su Fan's aspirations had left the divine speechless. They had anticipated the emergence of a great figure advocating for world peace, yet instead encountered a henpecked husband desiring a counterattack. How could this not provoke exasperation? Su Fan sighed in relief. As long as Shui remained Shui, there would be no issue, regardless of how she changed. As long as she continued to love him and remained his Shui, he would find contentment. Moreover, Shui appeared to be evolving positively, exhibiting greater tenderness towards him. And they were soon to cohabit. He fully trusted the system's words, for it was capable of granting him a rebirth. It had no need to betray him. Now, please pass the phone to Shui. I wish to speak with her for a moment. Of course, Auntie. Su Fan handed the phone to Leng Ruoxue. The two exchanged hushed words for no more than 2 minutes before returning. Su Fan was oblivious to the specifics of their conversation, but noticed that Leng Ruoxue's cheeks were tinged with crimson upon her return. Su Fan, please help me pack my things. Leng Ruoxue beckoned him from her bedroom, which she had opened wide. Su Fan felt a slight flutter of nerves within, yet maintained a facade of nonchalance. It had been no less than 60 years since he last stepped into this room, and he had nearly forgotten its layout. At this moment, he felt as though he were entering Leng Ruoxue's boudoir for the very first time. Is this truly Shui's sanctuary? The fragrance is quite delightful. The room was spacious and immaculate. In fact, her home was slightly larger than his. Su Fan's abode comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, while Leng Ruoxue's, though possessing only 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, offered the equivalent space of both Su Fan's and Su Xinxin's rooms combined. The entire chamber was adorned with soft pink wallpaper, decorated with several replicas of famous paintings as embellishments. What are you staring at? Leng Ruoxue asked, her face flushing as she noticed Su Fan's wandering gaze. Even she could not suppress her shyness at that moment. Su Fan was the only male permitted into her private quarters, both in this life and the last. Oh, nothing. Hee. It's just that your room seems to be rather dusty. Some spots on the bed are stained with wall dust. Su Fan glanced up at the ceiling, which was shrouded in darkness, the pink wallpaper marred by small burn holes, dust cascading onto the bed and floor, forming tiny specks. The ceiling bore cracks, suggesting the upper floor was wooden, having ignited and consequently causing the walls below to fissure. Yet, could a mere battery generate such heat? Su Fan found himself questioning. But if the firefighters had stated it, it must hold some truth. Had you not mentioned it, I would have overlooked it. Now that I see it, I feel quite uncomfortable. I can't bear this anymore. Let us discard it all. Leng Ruoxue rubbed her shoulders, unable to bear the sight of the scattered gray specks, which sent chills down her spine. Moreover, she would certainly not use these items again. Even if they were washed, they were simply too repugnant. Oh, very well. Which room will you occupy? And what about the bedding? I shall take Xinxin's room. That new quilt of yours was quite comfortable. I intended to ask where you purchased it today, so that I might procure one as well. However, it seems I can continue to lay claim to that quilt. Leng Ruoxue half squatted by the bedside, slightly bending forward as she reached beneath the bed to search for something, presenting a charming silhouette that compelled Su Fan to avert his gaze, unable to look directly at her. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not last long, as Leng Ruoxue emerged with a pink suitcase, extending it towards Su Fan. Please help me pack my clothes, including my school uniform. Leng Ruoxue regarded Su Fan as no outsider whatsoever. Firstly, he did not mind handling her garments. Secondly, he could also enjoy the spectacle of her flustered demeanor. A twofold advantage. What a clever little genius I am. However, when Leng Ruoxue heard the wardrobe open, a sudden realization struck her. Some of her own clothes were stored within that very wardrobe. She had been so preoccupied with thoughts of uniforms and casual wear that she had entirely forgotten about those garments. Oh no, this is bad. Leng Ruoxue turned to see Su Fan had indeed opened the wardrobe. Her face instantly flared with color. At that moment, Su Fan stared dumbfounded at the myriad of items within the wardrobe. He had expected it to contain only uniforms and casual attire. But what was this? Su Fan picked up a light blue, floor-length gown reminiscent of garments worn by noble women of ancient times, complete with matching shoulder wraps and a white corset adorned with floral embellishments. Su Fan felt a peculiar itch within him. There were JK uniforms, kipayos, traditional attire, and even formal gowns. He could not help but admire Leng Ruoxue's impeccable taste in fashion. Yet, upon glimpsing a particular gown, Su Fan's brow furrowed. Kipayos, traditional attire, ancient garments, those could be worn at home without issue. But this formal gown. Chapter 29, Cohabitation, Dressing Quite Lightly. Su Fan scrutinized the backless gown, frowning slightly. The kipayos and ancient garments were undoubtedly suitable for home wear. He need not worry about those. However, this formal gown, given the Cold family's stature, could certainly be worn to various prestigious gatherings. There would indeed be occasions where it might come in handy, though it is a proper gown, and I have seen the style before. But it reveals far too much. The entire back is exposed. No way. I cannot allow Shui to wear such a thing outside. I must discard it. Su Fan resolved to create a coincidence, intending to dust the gown. Once it was tainted with dust, given Leng Ruoxue's fastidiousness, she would surely reject it. And the next gown could be one he would accompany her to purchase himself. Just as Su Fan was about to make a careless move, Leng Ruoxue suddenly interjected, halting him in his tracks. Although she was currently blushing profusely and dared not meet Su Fan's gaze, the gown in question was far from inexpensive. Hey, don't throw it away. Those clothes aren't meant for wearing out. They are for artistic purposes. This statement managed to stop Su Fan's hand, his eyes widening in confusion as he looked at Leng Ruoxue, as if questioning the veracity of her words. Indeed, truly, they are all for painting, and I've never worn them outside. Reluctantly, Su Fan set the gown down, refraining from causing any damage. Upon witnessing Su Fan's reaction, the embarrassment that had enveloped Leng Ruoxue swiftly transformed into a playful desire to tease him, channeling her shyness into strength. Attack instead of defense. However, Su Fan was quite the character. If there ever came a day when she truly needed to wear such attire outdoors, he would undoubtedly drape a trench coat over her, wrapping her in layers upon layers. The thought warmed her heart and sent delightful shivers through her, making her long to leap into Su Fan's arms and nibble on him affectionately. Lost in thought, Leng Ruoxue gazed at Su Fan's retreating figure, propping her chin in contemplation. After a moment, she rose and approached him, feigning a meticulous examination of the gown. Then, with a slight slip of her hand, the pristine white garment tumbled onto the dust-specked floor, small dots adhering to its fabric, likely irretrievable. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback by her actions. With remarkable composure, Leng Ruoxue picked up the gown and tossed it into the trash bin. It's nothing. If you dislike it, I'll simply dispose of it. She sensuously licked her lips, as if discarding something inconsequential. Yet, Su Fan was acutely aware that the gown's price tag bore a hefty six-figure sum. While he was deeply touched, maintaining appearances was essential. Straightforward expressions could lead to a swift conclusion of this narrative, and after all, one must still earn a living. If that were the case, why feign an accidental drop onto the floor? Leng Ruoxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pounded her delicate fists against Su Fan's back. He accepted her playful blows with a chuckle, not bothering to evade them. However, following the playful exchange, he nearly spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Ruoxue's strength is truly formidable. After a brief bout of playful sparring, they returned to their respective tasks. Su Fan, having tidied the upper layer, proceeded to organize the drawers below. Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue snapped back to reality. Wait a moment. I was just here to stop him. How did I forget everything after tossing a gown? All his fault for being so smooth-tongued. She hastily approached Su Fan, blocking the lower drawer. The clothes inside are personal belongings. I'll handle them myself. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's rosy cheeks, Su Fan couldn't help but understand the underlying implications. Promptly, he stepped aside, retreating to a corner, shielding his eyes with his hands to sneak a peek. Upon pulling open the drawer, she revealed a colorful array of garments in white, black, pink, and blue. Although he had seen plenty in the past, those were many years ago. Now, their family members were all aging, and such styles had become a rarity, mostly whites, grays, and blacks, with a pink item considered a jackpot. Moreover, there were many pieces he had never encountered before, such as a delicate silk number adorned with lace, so gaudy, Su Fan mused internally. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away, his eyes growing dry from the relentless scrutiny. Because his thoughts were so evident, Leng Ruoxue, having tidied up, noticed Su Fan's stare and promptly blushed, ushering him out of the room. No funny business. She even locked the door, fearful that Su Fan might barge in uninvited. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ruoxue, your persona has completely shattered. Inside, it seemed Ruoxue had heard Su Fan's silent laughter, as she knocked twice on the door in discontent. Startled, Su Fan hurriedly retreated to the kitchen to tend to other tasks. Upon entering the kitchen, he was struck by how different it appeared from the day before. The breakfast plates he had delivered in the morning were washed and neatly placed beside the sink. The kitchen countertop, however, was devoid of spices, knives, or even cutting boards and cookware. Did Yang Xiaoyun truly expect Leng Ruoxue to cook? Su Fan shook his head in amusement, realizing that Yang Xiaoyun was well aware that her daughter's culinary skills were horrendous. Thus, she hadn't left behind any kitchen utensils for her. With nothing available for use, the only appliance left was the oven. Su Fan returned to stand outside Leng Ruoxue's door, gently knocking and announcing, I'm taking the oven away. Sure, take it. After all, we'll eventually have a cleaning lady come to tidy up, and most things will probably be thrown out. Leng Ruoxue replied nonchalantly. She didn't mind, as she wouldn't know how to use the oven anyway. Although she wanted to learn how to cook, she would primarily rely on Su Fan's culinary prowess. Cooking 1 dish a day, or rather, 1 dish a week, would suffice. Since Su Fan cooks so deliciously, it will surely be excellent. Perhaps in the future, he could prepare her bento boxes. She could even install a microwave in her small classroom, allowing her to heat meals, making it unnecessary to eat at the cafeteria, which she found quite appealing. While Leng Ruoxue sorted through her personal belongings, she entertained daydreams of cozy daily routines in her small classroom. Meanwhile, Su Fan was contentedly moving the oven, knowing that with it, he could prepare even more meals in the future, undoubtedly satisfying this little foodie. He surveyed his kitchen, pleased with the addition of the oven, and resolved to use it for dinner that very night. At that moment, Leng Ruoxue had finished packing her bags and entered Su Fan's home, arms laden with various parcels, which she promptly deposited into the adjacent room. Since her parents and sister had already moved out, There was nothing belonging to Xian left in the room, even if there were. Su Fan had just thrown everything away. This wasn't due to Su Fan prioritizing his romantic interests over familial ties. He was confident that even if he informed his younger sister, she would understand her brother's good intentions. If necessary, a little bribery would suffice. With the clutter cleared away, packing became a breeze for Leng Ruoxue. She stuffed all the art and decor that had previously adorned the room into Su Fan's mother quarters. Her own room lacked any decorative items. The only downside was that the bed was a tad small. It was manageable for one night, but sleeping like this long-term would be untenable. She resolved to find a bigger bed soon. However, could she truly live with Su Fan? Sitting on the bed, gazing at the pristine ceiling, her slender legs swayed rhythmically. Her smooth calves peeked out from beneath her skirt, exuding a sense of joy as the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile, humming a tune she couldn't quite place. Although this version of Su Fan differed in many ways, she believed it was her shift in attitude that had caused this butterfly effect. Now Su Fan had decided to attend the same university as her. All she needed to do was continue living alongside Su Fan. With her spirits soaring, Leng Ruoxue initially thought they would simply continue their routine of commuting together to school. Little did she anticipate that they would soon be cohabitating. Upon reaching this thought, Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt that perhaps a fire upstairs would not be entirely detrimental. She rolled back and forth on her small bed, exhilarated like a child who had just received a new toy. However, Su Fan unexpectedly entered the room, announcing, "Dinner's ready." With a soft thud, Leng Ruoxue halted her whimsical behavior, feeling a rush of warmth envelop her head, her cheeks aflame. Fortunately, Su Fan seemed oblivious to her state. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. "Oh, I'm coming," she replied, forcing a semblance of calmness in her voice. After hearing her response, Su Fan closed the door and returned to the living room. As time was of the essence today, he prepared a simple dish, baked pasta. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the flavor, he knew that Ruoxue enjoyed it. Moreover, she had not finished her beef casserole at lunch, so a little extra for dinner should suffice, right? Seated at the dining table, Su Fan heard a soft click as Ruoxue's door swung open. She emerged clad in a remarkably revealing outfit. Is she not afraid of catching a chill? This was Su Fan's immediate reaction, but as his gaze traveled upward, he felt his blood boiling, a sensation unlike any other. Leng Ruoxue donned a spaghetti-strap dress. Although it was not short, it did little to conceal her alluring curves. Her fair, supple skin was tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric, subtly swaying with her every step, the black straps of her dress accentuating her form. The hem of the dress grazed just above her knees, exposing her delicate, alabaster calves, adorned with charming, rosy slippers. Su Fan found himself momentarily entranced, his throat dry. His Adam's apple bobbing in response. A temptress, an undeniable enchantress, wearing something so enticing. Does she not fear awakening my primal instincts? With a slight bow of his head, he dared not gaze further, suppressing an internal monologue. Yet, Leng Ruoxue reveled in Su Fan's flustered expression. Having made a bold decision to wear this outfit, she felt it was worthwhile to witness the effect it had on him. Congratulations, host, you have successfully captivated your esteemed wife, earning 4,000 achievement points. Su Fan inwardly cursed the system. Why was it so quick to report when Ruoxue made him shy, yet slow to react in other instances, where the rewards were often just 1,000, 2,000, or even a mere 500? The moment he was ensnared, the system broadcasted his predicament at lightning speed. He suspected the system was targeting him, and he had ample justification for his theory. Chapter 30. Can I call you Ruoxue? Ding dong. Hello, this is XX Delivery. Please sign here. The knocking at the door jolted Su Fan from his reverie. Initially, seeing Su Fan's lack of response, Leng Ruoxue intended to answer the door, but was swiftly halted by Su Fan. I'll get it, Ruoxue. You can't answer the door dressed like that. It was clearly a female at the door. Leng Ruoxue's lips curled into a playful smirk as she twirled before Su Fan, the hem of her dress lifting slightly, exposing her creamy thighs to his gaze, quickening his heartbeat and drying his throat. Even if it's a woman, it's not appropriate. Su Fan averted his gaze, fearing that a glance upward would reveal something he ought not to see. He hurriedly fled towards the front door, watching Su Fan's hurried retreat. Leng Ruoxue stifled her laughter behind her hand, finding amusement in his jealousy. They hadn't even kissed yet, and he was already so possessive. A flicker of affection crossed her face. His protectiveness indicated how much he valued her. If she were devoid of feelings, it would be a disaster. However, being in love transformed it into paradise. The delivery person at the door was indeed a woman. Hello, are you Su Fan? Here is your package. Please sign. All right. Su Fan received a large wooden box, surprisingly heavy, nearly losing his grip. It was likely the carving knife and jade sent by the system. The host assumption is indeed correct. Please leave a 5-star review. The courier cheerfully departed once Su Fan had steadied the box. After Su Fan closed the door, Leng Ruoxue peeked out from behind the wall, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, yearning to vocalize her intrigue. She obediently remained hidden, ensuring her alluring figure was not visible to the outside world. What did you buy, Su Fan? Let me see. Once assured the courier had left, She bounced over to Su Fan's side, tilting her head and gently gliding her fingers across the wooden box. Is it something big? Could it be XXX? No way. It's the carving knife I mentioned. I've prepared a gift for you. I already have you. What more do I need? As Su Fan thought this, Leng Ruoxue felt her cheeks warm with the hues of sunset, a flickering flame igniting within her. A carving knife? So soon? Well, let us not dwell on that. Let us eat before it cools down. Su Fan gently urged her towards the living room. All right, by the way, what as for dinner? Baked pasta. I recall you quite enjoy it, so I added extra cheese, the kind that stretches. But I thought you didn't like it? How do you know I don't like it? Under Su Fan's inquisitive gaze, Leng Ruoxue felt a blush creep up, her face reddening as if it could bleed. Just a guess. Really? Seizing the opportunity to tease her, Su Fan leaned closer. Leng Ruoxue found herself captivated by his handsome visage, her heart racing uncontrollably. His youthful face exuded a unique charm, perhaps enhanced by the lingering scent of medicine from his morning exercises. Unlike most men, Su Fan had consumed traditional Chinese medicine for years, imparting a subtle fragrance to his being. Initially, it was somewhat disconcerting, but over time, it became intoxicating, even addictive. Unable to resist, Leng Ruoxue took a shy sniff of the scent, avoiding Su Fan's gaze. Meanwhile, Su Fan, too, felt a warmth rise within him. Pressed against the table, Leng Ruoxue's skirt had hiked up, her flawless, long legs inadvertently brushing against Su Fan's thigh, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Coupled with her stunningly innocent visage, her porcelain skin hinted at a delicate pink hue. The moment she turned her head away, too shy to meet his eyes, Su Fan felt as if his heart had been pierced, yearning to embrace the enchanting beauty before him and to indulge in her sweetness. Sensing the slight quickening of Leng Ruoxue's breath, Su Fan became acutely aware of the precariousness of his current position. Leng Ruoxue's legs were subtly parted, with one of his hands resting upon the table behind her. At any moment, should Su Fan wish it, he could easily draw the delicate beauty before him into his embrace. However, if this continued, he knew he would be unable to restrain himself any longer. As though unwilling to succumb to the tension, Leng Ruoxue suddenly turned her head to meet Su Fan's gaze directly. We are childhood sweethearts, after all. Am I not correct in sensing that this is somewhat abnormal? She invoked her identity, and truth be told, considering the trajectory of their past lives, had she not spoken, he would not have regarded her as a childhood companion during this particular moment. Their relationship had grown quite distant during their high school years. Yet, perhaps for Leng Ruoxue, who had few friends, this bond could be deemed as one of the closest connections she had. After all, others lacked even the qualification to converse with her. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten, Su Fan replied, contemplating her words. Suddenly feeling at a loss, Leng Ruoxue lowered her gaze slightly, her soft hair brushing against her cheek, an expression of guilt flickering in her eyes. In our first year of high school, I was indeed at fault. I apologize. Observing the remorse on her face, Su Fan felt a surge of confidence. He gently swept aside the stray strands of hair that obscured her delicate features. He could sense her current state of fluster. Her cheeks trembled slightly, a subtle yet discernible sign of her agitation. Leng Ruoxue's complexion appeared to be ablaze, as if she had been roasted over an open flame. She could not fathom why. Despite her apology, Su Fan had begun to help her tidy her hair. Su Fan leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her porcelain-like ear, his warm breath igniting a tingling sensation that coursed through Leng Ruoxue's body. In the next moment, he softly uttered, "Let bygones be bygones. May I call you by the name I used in our youth?" Shueshua. A sudden jolt coursed through Leng Ruoxue's mind. As if struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning, she felt her body weaken and instinctively fell into Su Fan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes glistened with a veil of moisture. A blend of shyness and delight surged within her, prompting her to softly murmur, "Mm." The sound was tinged with shyness. So soft and delicate it seemed capable of melting hearts, leaving Su Fan yearning for more. Although he had initiated this flirtation, he had not anticipated her to be so adorably compliant. This was no longer the aloof Leng Ruoxue he had known. She had transformed into an endearing little sweetheart. Congratulations, host. You have successfully charmed your esteemed lady to the point of weakness, earning a villa in Jiulong Pavilion and an ATS GT sports car as a reward. The untimely notification did not disrupt Su Fan's focus. He continued to whisper in Leng Ruoxue's ear, "Shueshua." Though her response was faint, Su Fan could hear it clearly, and he could also feel the slight tremor of the girl in his arms. The gentle contact of her softness against him left Su Fan parched with longing. He tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist, guiding her back to her seat. "Let us dine, Shueshua. If we delay any longer, the meal will grow cold." For the duration of their dinner, silence enveloped them. Leng Ruoxue twirled the pasta on her plate, her mind filled with the resonance of that magnetic voice, "Shueshua, Shueshua, Shueshua." A foolish smile crept onto her face, rendering her unable to discern the flavor of the pasta. It felt sweet and warm, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Chapter 31. Crafting Small Objects. A grand plan for the future? After dinner, Leng Ruoxue seemed to remain bashful, volunteering to wash the dishes, while Su Fan retreated to his room to commence his sculpting endeavors. Upon completing his sculptural work, he found himself seated at the edge of his chair, lost in thought. Although his relationship with Leng Ruoxue had made significant strides, so much so that a confession might be readily accepted, he still yearned to fulfill 3 specific ambitions. At the very least, he aspired to achieve a foundational level of success, not merely to survive, but to thrive in the business world. He also desired robust physicality, to be no different from the average person. As for artistic talent, that was assured, given he was a national-level master sculptor with a system at his disposal. How many could rival him within the artistic community? This was not merely Su Fan's obsession, but also his commitment to Leng Ruoxue. After spending these past few days in her company, he found himself growing increasingly impatient. Despite still being a minor, he yearned to dabble in certain business matters. Missed this opportunity, and it may never return. Just moments ago, the system had facilitated the purchase of a villa and an exquisite sports car, providing ample initial capital for his ventures. Host, there is no need to purchase real estate. Your achievement points alone could yield a substantial sum. System. Display my personal panel. Name, Su Fan. Age, 17. Physical ability, 14. So weak he cannot even best a woman. Appearance, 90. Skills, national treasure level sculpting skills, culinary expertise. Photographic memory, basketball talent. Items, none. Assets, 150,000. 1 villa in Jiolong Pavilion, 1 ATS GT. Achievement points, 23, 500. Title, Blessed by the Divine, Su Fan. System. Could you possibly remove that indicator suggesting I cannot even best a woman? Though it may be true. Angry response, what a joke. If you do not wish to remove it, just say so. How much can the achievement points be converted into? 235,000. That's a fair amount. But not exceedingly so. In this era, the market for commodities has become fiercely competitive, and real estate has entered a phase of upheaval. Prices are stagnant, caught in a limbo with little to offer. My previous success in real estate came only after substantial technological advancements. Yet, 235,000 is merely a drop in the bucket compared to the multi-million-dollar projects I engaged in before. Su Fan shook his head. He recalled all the rapidly developing industries from the past 17 years. The bubble tea industry had surged this year. It required minimal startup capital, low costs, and high profits. However, he lacked the recipe for bubble tea. Should he seek a mentor from Huanghua? Su Fan pondered the feasibility, but ultimately shook his head again. The current trend of extravagant brands had yet to emerge, making recruitment challenging. The shared charging treasure technology had likely completed its series of funding this year, boasting an impressive $20 million. Entering now would yield little return. The competition in the self-media sector had already matured, and $2 million was insignificant to them. Cryptocurrency trading? Indeed. This year, Bitcoin's value had skyrocketed, multiplying tenfold. It hovered around 1,300 now, but would reach 13,000 by year-end, promising boundless profits. This year, due to the announcement by X Corporation that XX coin could be utilized as a legitimate form of payment, the coin transitioned from a mere underground currency to one that gained widespread acceptance among the populace, resulting in a meteoric rise in its value. Without hesitation, I commanded the system, exchange 2 million for me. Understood, host. The funds have been transferred to your account. It promptly responded. Holding the money, Su Fan invested the entirety in XX coin, leaving only a modest sum of over 100,000 as reserve funds. The remaining achievement points were set aside for unforeseen circumstances. By the year's end, after doubling, his assets would approach 20 million, enabling him to embark on numerous ventures. Now, all that was required was to patiently await the fruits of his investment. This thought brought Su Fan immense joy, and his creativity surged as he picked up the intricately carved dragon head, adding a few more strokes. What was already a lifelike representation now seemed to exude an ethereal quality. Pleased with the dragon head, Su Fan gently wiped away the fallen lime dust. Suddenly, he felt a tightening sensation in his abdomen. He realized he needed to use the restroom. The night had deepened, and the cacophony of summer cicadas outside, once bearable during the day, now became quite irritating. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on Su Fan's desk, illuminating the dragon head with a faint radiance. He wondered if Leng Ruoxue had already drifted off to sleep. Stealthily, he tiptoed out of the bedroom, as his room lacked an en-suite bathroom. In truth, there was only one bathroom in the entire house. Upon reaching the living room, he discovered that the lights were still on. Was Snow not asleep yet? The question lingered in his mind as he approached the sofa. There lay Leng Ruoxue, donning a loose-fitting nightgown. Peacefully resting and emitting a steady rhythm of breath, she appeared to be sound asleep. How could she have fallen asleep on the sofa again? Was she not worried about catching a chill? Su Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, seeing her in such a deep slumber, he hesitated to wake her. However, he knew that sleeping on the sofa would surely lead to discomfort and cold in the morning. With a sigh, he moved closer to her, gently sliding one arm beneath her neck while the other slipped around her knees. To his embarrassment, he found himself unable to lift her. His limbs felt numb as he had forgotten his own physical limitations. These days, Su Fan could hardly muster the strength to lift a bucket of water, let alone carry Leng Ruoxue. He scratched his head, vowing to intensify his training, for it would be rather embarrassing if he could not even lift his own wife. Abandoning the idea of carrying her back to the bedroom, he softly nudged her shoulder. Xuexue? Xuexue? What is it, Xiao Fan? She murmured, her response slightly bemused. Su Fan felt a bit perplexed by the nickname, but refrained from contesting it, as Leng Ruoxue had indeed called him that for a time. Xuexue, you shouldn't be sleeping here. If you wish to rest, please go back to your room. His gentle tone coaxed her to slowly close her eyes again. Zzz Xuexue, would you please return to your room to sleep? Good night, Xiao Fan. Finally responding, Leng Ruoxue rose unsteadily and made her way back to her room. Good night, Xuexue. Su Fan observed her retreating figure, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that she had fallen asleep on the sofa just to bid him good night? He shook his head, dismissing the notion, as he feared he might be unable to resist the urge to disturb her and end up prowling around at night. After using the restroom, he returned to his room, preparing for rest. The following morning, he suddenly recalled that the teacher had mentioned a relative was to visit him. Oh no, I completely forgot about that, he exclaimed, frustration bubbling within him. What a hassle. Nevertheless, he decided that delaying it wouldn't be a significant issue. Rising early, still haunted by the memory of his inability to move Leng Ruoxue the night before, he set out for a run. At 6 a.m, most breakfast shops were just beginning their preparations, and the city remained enveloped in silence. Sanitation workers tidied up, finishing their final duties. Occasionally, he encountered fellow morning joggers, exchanging nods that added a touch of camaraderie to his run. As the minutes passed, the city gradually awakened, the streets transitioning from the rare sighting of a vehicle to a steady stream of traffic. Students began to appear on foot, making their way to school, while vendors started calling out to attract customers for breakfast. This was the essence of life. Su Fan visited his usual breakfast spot, purchasing buns, soy milk, and tea eggs to take back for Leng Ruoxue. Time was of the essence today. He knew he could not replicate yesterday's elaborate breakfast, so it was wiser to buy something ready-made, especially since the establishment's hygiene was assured. He was familiar with the owner and could engage in light conversation. After breakfast, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue made their way to school. This time, although they caused quite a stir at the school entrance, the commotion was significantly less than in previous days. In a campus where academic pursuits overshadowed entertainment, rumors spread remarkably quickly. While not everyone might be aware, at least 90% of the student body was cognizant of the subtle relationship between the two. Even the teachers were in the know, having convened a meeting to discuss the matter the day prior. Ultimately, they concluded that there was little they could do. Should they contact the parents? The two were still in the ambiguous phase of their relationship. Moreover, with Leng Ruoxue's exceptional academic performance akin to an assured recommendation, and Su Fan also performing well academically, should he transfer to the arts class and meet the criteria, he could very well attend the same school as Leng Ruoxue. What could they do about it? The teachers agreed to monitor Su Fan's performance. If he excelled, they would tacitly acknowledge their relationship, turning a blind eye and deaf ear. If he faltered, they could discreetly communicate with the parents for subtle hints. They were educators, not a childcare service. If the parents were amenable, there would be no need for the teachers to delve into the matter further. Upsetting the families could lead to complications, ultimately affecting the school's reputation. Both families possessed considerable economic standing, Su Fan's being middle class, while Leng Ruoxue's approached that of a prestigious lineage. They could easily rely on their families for support throughout their lives, so why should those burdened with daily necessities concern themselves with such matters? Furthermore, Su Fan had declined an invitation from the provincial team, clearly demonstrating confidence in his abilities. Thus, when teachers saw the two arriving together at school, they merely feigned ignorance. The students, witnessing such teachers, were filled with envy, even resorting to sarcasm. So this is what it means to be a privileged student? Quite extraordinary indeed. If one were a privileged student, they could enjoy similar treatment. After all, they no longer needed to attend school. It was infuriating for Su Fan, an ordinary student, to receive such special treatment. Silence, please. Yesterday, the provincial basketball team scout specifically invited him to train with the team, but he declined. That's the provincial team, a golden opportunity for soaring to new heights. It's no exaggeration to say that even special privileges would not be out of place. Providing him with extra training at school would be justified. It's merely a stroke of luck, a mere 10 shots. Who can't manage that? I, too, have once achieved a flawless 10 out of 10. Yet, even with such an accomplishment, the provincial team would still overlook you. Do you truly believe you're akin to a prized vegetable? Our school's basketball team has been roundly criticized, with none deserving of admiration. Do you consider yourself superior to the basketball team? Su Fan remained impervious to the gazes and murmurs of those around him. His relationship with Leng Ruoxue had progressed to the point where they could affectionately call one another by endearing names. His prowess on the court required no validation from this group. No one here posed any threat to him. Thus, in his eyes, they resembled nothing more than harmless little rabbits. Who would pay heed to a rabbit's chatter? Leng Ruoxue shot a resentful glare at the gossips, but fortunately, she refrained from exploding in anger. Instead, she silently walked beside Su Fan, her icy demeanor and piercing gaze sending the gossipers scurrying away in panic. Su Fan glanced at the parked cars on campus and spotted his homeroom teacher's vehicle awkwardly occupying 1.5 parking spaces, alongside a luxurious car that looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't immediately place. Suddenly, he remembered he needed to speak with the teacher today, and an uneasy feeling settled in his stomach. Yesterday, the teacher had mentioned calling parents in for a discussion, and he had completely forgotten. Although he had completed a project, which he hoped would spare him from any reprimand, his image as the obedient student in front of the teacher would undoubtedly suffer. Nonetheless, he had to go, at the very least to offer an explanation. Misunderstandings often stem from silence between individuals. I'll go find the teacher. Shueshua, you head back to the classroom first. I'll go with you, Leng Ruoxue insisted, closely trailing Su Fan, her eyes as tranquil as a clear lake, fixed intently upon him. Although she appeared bashful upon hearing the nickname Shueshua, her response had become much more fluid, no longer limited to a simple acknowledgement. I'm just dropping off a project and will return shortly. Then I must accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Her voice, soft and laced with a hint of impending tears, echoed with a sweetness that betrayed a fragile resolve. The glimmering moisture in her large, doe-like eyes suggested that should Su Fan refuse, she might break into tears at any moment. Shueshua, your character is unraveling. What happened to your noble pride? Where is your frosty demeanor? Why is your display of affection so effortlessly compelling that I find myself utterly defenseless? All right, fine. Upon hearing Su Fan acquiesce, Leng Ruoxue's face instantly brightened with joy, her beaming smile revealing to Su Fan that he had been outmaneuvered. Yet, what did it matter? As long as his beloved was happy, that sufficed. The pair arrived at the staff office, only to be greeted by the sound of laughter and a throng of individuals pouring out of the door, all with dazed expressions, shaking their heads as if they had just emerged from a dream. Su Fan couldn't help but question if he had wandered into the wrong place. 5 minutes earlier, Yang Xiaoyan had driven to the school, exchanged a few words with the security guard, who then called Li Hongjun to confirm her arrival. Upon receiving a positive response, she entered the campus and made her way to Li Hongjun's office. Hello, Teacher Li. Yang Xiaoyan greeted as she stepped into the office, immediately spotting a teacher with a bulbous head seated at a desk. She approached without hesitation. Yesterday, Leng Ruoxue had described Li Hongjun's appearance to her mother, making him easily recognizable. At this time, the office was bustling with several teachers and a few scattered students handling various matters. The moment Yang Xiaoyan entered, all eyes turned toward her. Though she was in her 40s, her youthful maintenance made her appear as though she were in her 30s. Her attire, though simple, bore an air of understated luxury, highlighted by the jade hairpin adorning her hair and the Louis Vuitton bag she carried. Coupled with the refined elegance that subtly emanated from her speech, she commanded the attention of those around her. It was easy to see where Leng Ruoxue inherited her beauty. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Li Hongjun, having met Lin Yi previously, recognized this was not her, but noted a resemblance between Yang Xiaoyan and Leng Ruoxue, prompting him to lower his tone. Hello, Teacher Li. I'm Leng Ruoxue's mother, Yang Xiaoyan. Oh, greetings. So you are Leng Ruoxue's mother? Li Hongjun's expression was one of confusion. The security guard had just mentioned she was Su Fan's relative. How had she suddenly transformed into Leng Ruoxue's mother? Had he mistakenly entered the wrong office? Leng Ruoxue's mother was here at the school today? The surrounding students regarded Yang Xiaoyan with a newfound intensity, recognizing her as a stunning beauty akin to her daughter. In their dazed state, a few even contemplated approaching her for a greeting, only to be halted by the icy glares of the seated teachers. Li Hongjun, perplexed, inquired, May I ask what brings you here? Leng Ruoxue is not a student in our class. No, I'm not here for Shueshua. I'm here for Su Fan. Yang Xiaoyan replied with a warm smile. During their phone conversation yesterday, Leng Ruoxue had informed her that the school had summoned Su Fan as parents. Yang Xiaoyan had decided she would go. As Su Fan's godmother and future mother-in-law, there was no issue with that. Without hesitation, she called Lin Yi for permission and, upon receiving it, rushed to the school the next morning. Upon her arrival, she had heard the rumors surrounding Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, which filled her with delight. However, it seemed several other girls harbored ulterior motives. Yang Xiaoyan resolved to stoke the flames further. Upon entering the staff office, she boldly declared her identity as Leng Ruoxue's mother, then stated she was there for Su Fan. For Su Fan? What is this about? Li Hongjun's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. He was unaware of the connection between Su Fan's family and Leng Ruoxue's. Assuming she had come to reprimand him for her daughter's early romance, he was taken aback. Li Hongjun held Su Fan in high regard and, wishing to assist, prepared to speak favorably on his behalf to prevent any repercussions from Yang Xiaoyan. However, her next statement left everyone in the office utterly astonished. Teacher, didn't you call for Su Fan's parents? I'm his godmother. A collective gasp echoed through the room, as if the very ground had shifted beneath them. The teachers were left in a state of shock. Not only were the teachers taken aback, but the students too were left speechless. The mother of the school beauty, Leng Ruoxue was Su Fan's godmother? What was the nature of their relationship? Oh, a godmother. Then what about Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue? Li Hongjun sighed in relief upon realizing she was not there to berate him. Simultaneously, she cautiously inquired about the extent of the mother's understanding before deciding whether to divulge the full story. Chapter 33 Yang Xiaoyan. Allow me to clarify, those are unfounded rumors. Should it happen that the two share a private, ambiguous relationship, revealing it would be disadvantageous for both. Li Hongjun's fondness for Su Fan runs deep. He has held this young man in high regard for quite some time. During military training, he initially refrained from disclosing his frail constitution, bravely enduring the exercises, though he fainted within mere minutes. Nonetheless, this sufficiently illustrated his determination. Moreover, he has been diligent in his studies. In daily life, he did not seek special treatment from the teachers despite his physical limitations. He possesses his own aspirations, goals, and dreams. This encapsulates Li Hongjun's impression of Su Fan throughout the first year of high school. He genuinely cherishes this boy, seeing reflections of his own past within him. What is the matter? Are you referring to those rumors circulating in school? Observing Yang Xiaoyan's persistent smile, Li Hongjun felt a twinge of panic, struggling to decipher her true intentions. Indeed, those two children are quite harmonious at school. Please do not place credence in those external whispers. Merely fabrications, he responded, attempting to navigate the conversation delicately. Oh, what is the fuss? Let me clarify. It's not a rumor at all. It's a fact. Yang Xiaoyan declared nonchalantly. As if the rumors lacked sufficient scandalousness to satisfy her, she continued, those two have been childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. My bond with Su Fan's mother is akin to that of sisters, and we arranged their engagement in their youth. Hence, what rumors? I am Su Fan's future mother-in-law. A collective gasp echoed among the surrounding teachers, their mouths agape in astonishment. Good gracious. I anticipated a dramatic scene of a 5 million yuan demand to part with my daughter. Yet who would have imagined it to be a childhood betrothal? Li Hongjun's lips twitched in disbelief. No wonder those two youngsters had been so brazen yesterday. Before him, they boldly held hands, seemingly dismissive of his presence. These two little rascals were indeed engaged. Displaying affection so openly could lead to disaster. Realizing he need not worry about their relationship any longer, Li Hongjun felt his previous concerns for Su Fan were wholly unfounded. However, frustration bubbled within him. Here he was, a man in his 30s still single, while the promising young man he had supported was already engaged in his sophomore year. Moreover, to the most recognized beauty in the school, a clandestine affair would have been one thing, but this was a matter openly sanctioned by both families. What a jest! Where could he possibly see his own reflection in this young lad? He was absolutely blind to have thought he saw himself in Su Fan. At the same age, he had been a pure, innocent boy who hadn't even watched adult films. Li Hongjun felt a knot of frustration tightening in his chest. Driven by an insatiable urge to stoke the flames further, he resolved to add fuel to the fire. Ah, so that's it. No wonder they dared to hold hands and stroll into the classroom yesterday. The surrounding teachers were left in such disbelief that they could almost fit an apple in their mouths. What is happening here? Just yesterday, we discussed whether to involve the parents based on Su Fan's actions. Yet, the very next day, Cold Ruoxue's mother appears, and rather than reproach, she finds the rumors lackluster. She even divulged their engagement. Are you jesting? What do we even call these parents? If both families convene, they end up arranging a wedding? Shall we, the teachers, attend the banquet? No wonder those two exhibited no fear in front of their teachers. Holding hands in front of their homeroom teacher was one thing. What would they do upon encountering the rest of us? Treat us like mere passers-by. Oh, these two children are simply too shy, some mused, observing Yang Xiaoyan's apparent indifference, mistakenly believing the children were merely bashful. What an absurdity. They are merely freshmen in high school. Holding hands qualifies as shyness? Such behavior could easily label them as a couple in the eyes of their teachers. Shyness indeed. My goodness. I cannot bear this any longer. I must step outside for some air. All the teachers, aside from Li Hongjun, covered their heads and vacated the classroom. With the teachers gone, how could the students remain? One by one, they departed, looking as though they had lost their souls. It wouldn't be long before the news of Su Fan and Cold Ruoxue's engagement spread throughout the school. Meanwhile, the parties involved stood at the doorway. Su Fan observed his classmates staggering out of the office, along with the teachers, and was utterly perplexed. What on earth is going on? Has everyone collectively lost their minds? Su Fan knocked on the office door. Excuse me. Upon seeing Su Fan arrive, Li Hongjun sighed in relief. He was hesitant to engage in a private conversation with Yang Xiaoyan, fearing what scandalous revelations might emerge next. Perhaps something about the two children living together? He couldn't bear to listen any longer. Su Fan, come here, come here. Little Fan is here, and so is Xue Xue. Come stand by your godmother. Yang Xiaoyan beamed as she welcomed her daughter and Su Fan into the office. Su Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Xiaoyan to be present. He glanced at Cold Ruoxue, who wore an expression of no surprise at all. It dawned on him that this little girl had called her mother over. However, it was fortuitous. Yang Xiaoyan was indeed his godmother and, subsequently, his future mother-in-law. How fitting for a parental figure. Su Fan, has your family been informed about your transfer? Oh, I relayed the information to little Fan's mother, and they have no objections, Yang Xiaoyan replied with a smile. Noting that Su Fan was transferring to study the arts, undoubtedly to attend university alongside Ruoxue. As a mother, she was delighted by this prospect. Even if Su Fan struggled with his artistic endeavors, she would spare no expense to ensure that the two children could attend together. After all, the entire Cold family would eventually belong to him. Spending a little on her future son-in-law was trivial. Wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence. Ah, well then. The second year is nearing its end. If Su Fan transfers to the arts class and struggles to keep pace, it would be wise for him to return to the honors class. I cannot sway the child. His resolve is firm, thus I did not impede him. Su Fan, once your sculpture is completed, submit it to me. I will present it to the sculpture instructor for you. If you truly wish to pursue this path, be prepared to exert effort during the holidays to catch up. To be candid, while Li Hongjun had not formally studied sculpture, he possessed a wealth of knowledge about the subject. He understood that sculpting is a discipline that typically requires years of dedication. To succeed in such a craft within a year or two is almost unfathomable. Teacher, I have completed my work. Teacher Zhang should be free now, so you may call her in. Huh, finished your sculpture? Weren't you yet to begin yesterday? Well, to be honest, there was already a bit of progress. Yesterday, I hurriedly worked on it, and stayed up a little late at night to finish it. Su Fan rubbed his nose and told a little lie. However, one cannot avoid the truth. Who would believe that he completed the sculpture in just one day? The teacher would undoubtedly dismiss it as poorly crafted, perhaps without even a glance. All right, I shall call Teacher Zhang over. It's also a good opportunity to meet the parents and communicate a bit. Don't be disheartened if it doesn't go well. Li Hongjun picked up the landline on the table and dialed a number. After exchanging a few words, he hung up the phone. Chapter 34. Is this your work? Who is your mentor? Before long, Teacher Zhang arrived. Su Fan had encountered Teacher Zhang in his previous life and naturally recognized her appearance. She was the instructor of the sculpture class and seemed to be a friend of a current national-level sculpture master, possessing municipal-level sculpting skills. However, she had been unable to pass her certification exams, which was why she was teaching at this school. In her 30s, she wore a pair of rimless glasses and appeared quite serene and dignified, exuding an air of patience. After all, sculpture requires patience. One cannot rush the process. Li teacher, is this child transferring to the sculpture class? Teacher Zhang looked at Su Fan and then at Li Hongjun, her gaze slightly perplexed. Although sculpture is not particularly labor-intensive, it is certainly more demanding than painting. She was well aware of Su Fan's actual circumstances. After all, the delicate school heartthrob had recently been close to Leng Ruoxue. It was impossible not to notice. Well, he has brought his work along. Please take a look, Teacher Zhang. Don't hold back. Be sure to explain the gap between him and the art examination standards. Li Hongjun nodded, signaling Su Fan to present his work. Su Fan then pulled out a dragon-shaped seal from his pocket. The moment the dragon seal emerged, Teacher Zhang's attention was immediately captivated. She carefully took it from Su Fan's hands and examined it closely. This was a dragon head seal, with the lower end yet to be carved out and devoid of any inscriptions. It merely depicted the shape of the dragon's head at its apex. The craftsmanship was extraordinarily meticulous. Although it was made from ordinary stone, its level of detail and completeness rivaled that of works crafted from fine jade. Particularly striking were the intricately rendered dragon horns and the proud posture, which brought the sculpture to life. The dragon's stance, whiskers, and scales were all exquisitely portrayed. With the carving technique being exceptionally skillful, each stroke was singular and precise, without any need for corrections. This was far beyond what a mere student could create. Even I, upon gazing at this piece, would find it impossible to replicate such excellence. This evidently reached the level of a provincial master sculptor's skill. Yet, judging by the carving marks, it was clear this had been recently completed. However, there had been no provincial master sculptors present in the area recently. Could it truly be that Su Fan had carved this? Teacher Zhang looked at Su Fan with a mixture of confusion and scrutiny, noting his calm demeanor, as if he were unconcerned. Meanwhile, Li Hongjun could hardly contain himself. Teacher Zhang had been silent for quite some time, her gaze oddly fixed on Su Fan. What was this? If it was good, say so. If not, just be honest. Teacher Zhang, if this work is subpar, please just say so. I've already informed them. Rest assured, it won't discourage the child. Teacher Zhang shook her head and turned her gaze back to Su Fan, asking, is this truly your creation? Su Fan nodded. Then, who is your mentor? What is their name? Teacher Zhang observed Su Fan's composed expression and began to believe that this indeed was the child's work. I have no mentor, I learned on my own. Su Fan hesitated but ultimately spoke the truth. While claiming a mentor might have been more advantageous for future sales, lies are bound to be uncovered eventually. No mentor? Self-taught? Teacher Zhang scrutinized the dragon head seal once more, realizing that it did not bear the hallmark of any living sculptor. In fact, no one's technique resembled this piece. It was indeed as if it had emerged from a void of tradition. Yet, despite her realization, Teacher Zhang found it hard to believe. Can a 17-year-old produce such a high-caliber piece without any formal guidance in sculpture? Surely, a reclusive master must have taught him. But he preferred to remain anonymous, hence claiming to be self-taught. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Li Hongjun, witnessing the strange atmosphere, was at a loss for words. Leng Ruoxue had faith in Su Fan and was unfazed, merely observing the reactions of the two teachers. Yang Xiaoyan, however, noticed that teacher Zhang appeared quite impressed with Su Fan's work, almost to the point of admiration. She could tell that the carved dragon head was indeed exceptional, even surpassing some pieces she had seen in museums. She turned to Su Fan, increasingly convinced that he was a treasure of a boy. Initially, she had planned to invest in sending both children to the same school, but now it seemed unnecessary. Perhaps the school would even extend an invitation for him to attend? Truly, this was the child I had recognized. Thankfully, Xuexue had come to her senses. Otherwise, this gem might have been snatched away. The more Yang Xiaoyan observed Su Fan, the more favorable her impression became. Conversely, Li Hongjun grew increasingly anxious. Teacher Zhang, could you say something? This child I cannot teach. Teacher Zhang shook her head lightly and replied, What? You can't teach him? Is it because the carving is too poor? You've misunderstood. This child's work is of such high caliber that not only can I not teach him, but there is no one in the entire city capable of instructing him. His skill level is so advanced that he could teach me instead. Li Hongjun was utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had encouraged Su Fan not to be disheartened by failure. Now, the school's teacher was declaring that Su Fan's abilities were too extraordinary for her to teach, even suggesting that Su Fan could teach her. What about his art examination? Art examination? What does that matter? When the examiners see this, they will believe a provincial master has come to showcase their work. Teacher Zhang shook her head dismissively. And what of this matter? Li Hongjun pressed. But Teacher Zhang instead directed her question to Su Fan. Which university do you intend to attend? Qingmei? Domei? Daimiai? Daimiai? Su Fan answered without hesitation. Teacher Zhang nodded. I shall take this piece with me. I will communicate with the teachers at Daimiai. You may well qualify for a recommendation. Even if you do not, this work will certainly earn you full marks in the art examination. Schools will be clamoring for you. After addressing Su Fan, Teacher Zhang turned to Li Hongjun. This child is extraordinarily gifted. I will discuss this with the principal. I cannot teach him, but with his qualifications, securing a recommendation is entirely feasible. You may rest assured. It is likely that within a day, his status as a privileged student will be approved. Li Hongjun was completely stunned. Teacher Zhang, observing the bewildered Li Hongjun, smirked slightly and departed the office, carrying the dragon head seal with her. Yang Xiaoyan, with a smile, pulled Leng Ruoxue away to share whispers. Su Fan and Li Hongjun both bowed respectfully, fully aware of the kindness the teacher had shown him. Despite previously expressing many despondent remarks, they were rooted in Li Hongjun's concern for him. Thus, he felt no resentment. Rather, he was filled with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I shall return to gather my belongings. Oh, and don't forget, the first class is yours. After speaking, Su Fan exited the office. Li Hongjun, realizing the necessity of attending the first class, hastily grabbed the teaching materials and dashed out of the office. The two made their way to the classroom of Class 2, Year 2. Inside the classroom, discussions among the students revolved around Su Fan's potential transfer. Could he really be transferring classes? He missed all of yesterday's lessons. I heard he spent the entire day in Leng Ruoxue's small classroom. They even had lunch together, with Leng Ruoxue fetching the food herself. As the classmates lavished praise upon Su Fan, Xiaozheng felt a surge of indignation. To be frank, Xiaozheng generally maintained a decent demeanor towards most people. Yet in Su Fan's presence, he could hardly contain his temperament. He held Su Fan in disdain, as even in his frail state, he received the teacher's favoritism, while he himself toiled tirelessly, earning lesser regard in their eyes. Prior to this incident, Xiaozheng had managed to keep his attitude relatively acceptable, refraining from bullying Su Fan. However, once Leng Ruoxue was involved, it was as if his mind had short-circuited, unable to comprehend the situation. He could not bear the thought of his affections being ruthlessly crushed, while Su Fan seemingly garnered her pursuit. Consumed by jealousy, Xiaozheng could not help but scoff. Humph. What are you saying? Su Fan, how could he possibly transfer, especially to study sculpture? Isn't that something only the extraordinary can pursue? Doesn't it take at least 3 to 5 years of dedication? If he manages to transfer now, I'll eat 10 pounds of this nonsense. Halfway through his statement, he suddenly recalled his jinxing reputation and hastily altered his tone. At that moment, Su Fan entered the room, ignoring Xiaozheng entirely as he began to pack his belongings. Su Fan was undoubtedly aware of Xiaozheng's remarks, but chose not to engage with someone he deemed a non-threat. Seated beside Su Fan, Wang Gang exclaimed in astonishment, Whoa, Brother Fan, are you really transferring classes? Su Fan contemplated and realized that he was not truly transferring, so he shook his head. Wang Gang was taken aback. If you're not transferring, then why are you packing? Xiaozheng could not resist mocking. He must have been reprimanded by the school authorities for rejecting the provincial team's invitation yesterday. Wang Gang shot an angry glance at Xiaozheng. What are you on about? Some people weren't even invited. Xiaozheng furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Just then, Li Hongjun entered the room. Quiet down, everyone. Let me speak. Su Fan, He looked at Su Fan, who nodded, prompting him to continue. Su Fan, you have been approved as a privileged student. The notification should arrive in the next couple of days. A privileged student? Brother Fan, have you accepted the provincial team's offer? Wang Gang's thoughts were understandable. He was astonished that Su Fan's sculpting skills had surpassed even the teacher's ability to instruct. Xiao Zheng remained silent, internally ridiculing Su Fan's duplicity. Not quite. He is an art-privileged student. Teacher Zhang took his work and personally approached the principal, stating she would liaise with the teachers from D-May, likely securing Su Fan a spot as a recommended student. Li Hongjun relayed this in one breath. Wang Gang's face lit up with excitement. Brother Fan, that's amazing. If you achieve success, don't forget to help out your brothers. The surrounding classmates offered their congratulations, for it was futile not to. Su Fan was now a privileged student with a chance for guaranteed admission to D-May. Henceforth, Su Fan would inhabit a realm apart from his classmates, who were all regular admissions, while he was an art student with the privilege of recommendation. Xiao Zheng could only mutter under his breath, "Humph, a sycophant." He understood that Leng Ruoxue would undoubtedly be applying to D-May, and Su Fan's connection to her was undeniable. Resentment swelled within him as he reflected on yesterday's thoughts of making Leng Ruoxue regret her choices. He had abandoned such notions. After researching the significance of the awards Leng Ruoxue had garnered, he concluded that they existed in entirely different worlds. He had resigned himself, transferring his infatuation for her into animosity towards Su Fan. Furthermore, he possessed a certain mental fastidiousness, making it difficult for him to confront a woman who had once held affections for another. Consequently, he resolved not to interfere in their relationship. A sense of powerlessness flooded Xiao Zheng's heart, yet it ignited a rebellious spirit within him. He refused to accept it. Fortunes would turn, and he would not succumb to the misfortunes of youth. One day, Xiao Zheng would return. At that time, he envisioned himself pointing at Su Fan, declaring, "Nalan, cough cough." Little did he realize that the author had no intention of allowing this character to make a reappearance. This was indeed his final confrontation with Su Fan. "Get out of here," he muttered. Subsequently, Wang Gang, with Li Hongjuan's approval, assisted Su Fan in moving his belongings. Once they reached the door of Leng Ruoxue's small classroom, Wang Gang took his leave. Before departing, Su Fan asked, "Gongzi, do you believe in me?" "Huh, of course I do. What's up, Brother Fan? If you trust me, exchange all your savings for XX currency. It will surely appreciate in value. Remember to convert at least half, hold it for 4 or 5 years, and then sell it. You'll never have to worry about food and drink again." Su Fan advised him. Wang Gang, who harbored no grand ambitions and merely desired a carefree life, would often state, "Without dreams, what is the difference between life and worry-free existence?" Thus, to achieve this goal, he needed money. In his free time, he took on jobs to save up, and with his family's support, he had accumulated several $100,000 from various sources, including his New Year's money. Investing it all in XX currency would yield substantial returns in 5 years. "Really, Brother Fan? I believe you. I've noticed since freshman year that you're destined for greatness. Your impressive performance in sophomore year solidified my faith in you. All right, Gongzi, enough flattery. Let us go?" Wang Gang nodded and departed. Yet, Su Fan underestimated his influence on Wang Gang. The lad secretly dug into his father's, mother's, and even grandfather's hidden savings to invest in the currency. This decision would later provide Su Fan with considerable assistance, but that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue, having been pulled away by Yang Xiaoyun, returned to the small classroom, where the mother and daughter engaged in conversation. "Snow, how did you find your stay at Xiao Fan's house yesterday? Were you comfortable?" "Don't worry, Mom. I slept quite well. I felt perfectly at ease." "Oh, that's good to hear. It's rather peculiar, though. You used to have a bit of a cleanliness obsession with everyone, yet you seemed unfazed by Xiao Fan. Back then, I felt you two were destined for each other." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Cold Ruoxue shyly cast a glance at Yang Xiaoyun, who wore a teasing smile. She was well aware that her mother was playfully mocking her. Yang Xiaoyun continued with a chuckle. "Snow, tell me, did you already know that Xiao Fan could carve? His skill is quite extraordinary, as evidenced by the teacher's demeanor today." Cold Ruoxue lifted her head, which had been lowered, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was aware, but I never imagined he had mastered it to such an extent. Now, share with me, what other talents does he possess?" "The more I observe Su Fan, the more I believe he is a treasure waiting to be discovered." "Mom, I'm not so sure. He was invited by the provincial basketball team for training yesterday, but he declined." "The provincial basketball team? Xiao Fan plays basketball." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yang Xiaoyun's eyes. She initially thought Xiao Fan was more of an artistic type. Discovering his athletic prowess was unexpected, especially considering his previous health concerns. And yet he received such an invitation? His talent must be remarkable. Indeed, they wanted to sign a contract with him, but he turned them down. Yang Xiaoyun observed her daughter's bashful expression, instantly grasping the situation. Su Fan had surely declined due to her influence. "My future son-in-law is indeed a treasure. I wonder how many more secrets he harbors? He can play basketball, carve, cook, manage a household, and is devoted to my daughter, all while being quite handsome. Truly impressive." Chapter 36. Gaining privileges in the special classroom? "Snow, you two are still young, and I can see you have your own plans. It's evident that you have feelings for Su Fan. I won't say much more. I only wish for you to nurture your relationship with him. Yang Xiaoyan looked at her daughter's bashful demeanor, feeling that this son-in-law was practically a certainty. After seeing cold Ruoxue nod, Yang Xiaoyan gently patted her hand. I won't disturb you two any longer. Remember to keep me informed about any matters. You need not worry about your father. He is busy at the factory. I must go check on him. He has been asking me what I was up to since early this morning, and I haven't told him yet. With that, Yang Xiaoyan left the small classroom, leaving cold Ruoxue alone inside. After Yang Xiaoyan departed, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared, rushing over to cold Ruoxue and plopping down on a chair with a casual demeanor. Hey Ruoxue, I wondered why you immediately referred to Su Fan as yours. So, you two have an engagement? Why didn't you tell me about such good news? Engagement? Cold Ruoxue looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with confusion, genuinely unaware of such a thing. Come on, stop pretending. Your mom made it abundantly clear in the faculty office. The entire school is buzzing about it. What did my mom say? You really don't know? It caused quite a stir and left the teachers dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaoxiao, seeing cold Ruoxue's genuine ignorance, continued. As soon as your mom entered the faculty office, she announced that she was your mom and then referred to Su Fan as your betrothed. She concluded by saying that the rumors about you two were indeed true, and you even have a childhood engagement. Cold Ruoxue was taken aback. Su Fan and I have a childhood engagement? I had no idea. Moreover, he has never mentioned it. If he finds out, he would probably laugh at me for 3 years. What is going on? Nevertheless, cold Ruoxue concluded that this revelation would not significantly impact her, as their relationship was genuine, and they were indeed heading towards marriage. The addition of a childhood engagement seemed inconsequential, perhaps even a delightful embellishment. I don't know, but if my mom says it's true, then it must be. It's already spreading throughout the school, with both boys and girls in a frenzy, especially since Su Fan has just become a privileged student. You knew about this? The approval has already been granted. Teacher Zhang rushed to see the principal during the first class, and the principal signed off on it immediately. They initially allocated a separate classroom for Su Fan, but it seems Teacher Zhang persuaded them to cancel that, and now you two will share a classroom. Doesn't that mean we can be in the same classroom together from now on? Cold Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. I just hope you two can contain yourselves to avoid any fiery mishaps in the classroom, Jiang Xiaoxiao teased. Stop it, that's so annoying. Cold Ruoxue playfully swatted Jiang Xiaoxiao's thigh. Ow! Jiang Xiaoxiao winced as she rubbed her sore leg, realizing cold Ruoxue's strength was no joke. All right. Your relationship is now recognized by the school. At least the girls have given up hope, although I'm not so sure about the boys. Chu Yinren has backed off. So no girl can pose a threat to you now. Jiang Xiaoxiao continued to rub her now red thigh while grinning at cold Ruoxue, but she had barely finished speaking when cold Ruoxue exclaimed, Huh? Su Fan is here. Hearing footsteps outside, cold Ruoxue stood up and opened the classroom door. Jiang Xiaoxiao silently observed cold Ruoxue's natural grace and excitement as she greeted Su Fan, wondering if this was how a couple married for decades would behave, able to identify each other merely by the sound of footsteps. When Su Fan entered through the front door, he noticed Jiang Xiaoxiao sitting dazed by the window, staring at him. Su Fan touched his cheek, wondering if there was something on his face that warranted such scrutiny. Snow, where's Aunt Yang? Cold Ruoxue shook her head, confirming there was nothing on her face, then turned to Su Fan. My mom has gone back. She mentioned there were still matters at the factory. Oh, I wanted to thank Aunt Yang. By the way, Snow, I believe we will be sharing the same small classroom now. Are you happy about that? Su Fan had just encountered Teacher Zhang, who informed him about the arrangement. Without hesitation, he agreed, as he planned to work on smaller pieces in cold Ruoxue's classroom by the window. Opening the window wouldn't stir up any dust, and larger projects would require a designated area anyway. Even if he had a separate classroom, it wouldn't accommodate a cutting machine. Yes. Cold Ruoxue stood beside Su Fan, her face alight with joy, clearly unreserved in her delight. Her tall figure brushed against Su Fan's arm, and Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake her head. This isn't the aloof cold Ruoxue I know. So this is how she acts around the one she loves, like a soft, adorable kitten that wishes to cling to you all day long. Anyone seeing this would be left in awe. Jiang Xiaoxiao opened the window, suddenly feeling the wind today was particularly boisterous, filled with the fragrance of love. If she knew cold Ruoxue had a more mature side, she would be curious to see her reaction. Ladies, if I may interject, shouldn't you two focus on your studies? Are you not preparing for the college entrance examination? Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue both fell into a profound silence. In her previous life, Leng Ruoxue had not participated in the examination, having been directly granted admission instead. Su Fan, on the other hand, had taken the exam and performed reasonably well, ultimately being accepted into the prestigious Imperial Capital University with the lowest score. However, Su Fan mused that if he were to continue producing works, perhaps the Imperial Arts Academy would extend an invitation for him to enroll. With some effort, he might even be offered a teaching position. Shaking his head, he dismissed these fanciful thoughts. How could it be possible for such a distinguished institution as the Imperial Arts Academy to appoint a mere amateur like him? A student yet to make a name for himself as a teacher? Absolutely not. Yet, as for studying, perhaps it would be wise to glance at some materials. After all, possessing a photographic memory without utilizing it would be a waste. After some contemplation, Su Fan nodded. At the very least, he should peruse some books to maintain appearances. If you wish to study, little Su Fan, I shall assist you. Leng Ruoxue said, her expression filled with affectionate indulgence as she gazed at Su Fan. Let me help you with your Chinese studies. I recall you struggled with that subject. That sounds good. With that, the two hurried off to a classroom, engrossed in their Chinese textbooks, leaving Jiang Xiaoxiao, the bewildered onlooker, abandoned and ignored. Jiang Xiaoxiao scratched her head, observing the two entangled in their own world. What is this? Prioritizing romance over friendship. I suppose I can no longer remain in this classroom. With that, she stood up and exited. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang had sought out the principal to advocate for Su Fan's work. Ultimately, the principal granted a pass. For Teacher Zhang was the most esteemed educator at their institution. Once she obtained her certification, she could leave at any time. Yet, Teacher Zhang was somewhat unfortunate, having failed the examination several times. As for the situation in the classroom, it was all part of Teacher Zhang's design. She had discerned a certain connection between the two students and did not view this as a hindrance to their studies. For individuals brimming with artistic talent, daily interactions could serve to inspire their innate creativity. After receiving the principal's approval, Teacher Zhang took the dragon head seal and headed to see Su Fan, informing him of the classroom dynamics before departing. She intended to visit her friend, the descendant of a national-level master sculptor, a lineage so convoluted that she would henceforth refer to them simply as the Grandmaster's disciple. Chapter 37. Did your student carve this? With the dragon head seal in hand, Teacher Zhang arrived at an antique street in the suburbs. This street exuded a rich, ancient charm, with the doors of the low-rise houses ajar. Although numerous stalls lined the sides of the road, most vendors remained silent, selling antiques rather than produce. If not approached, they simply read books and sipped tea, content in their tranquility. Her friend owned an antique shop in this area, where she also accepted commissions for sculptural works. Upon entering her friend's shop, floating aroma pavilion, Teacher Zhang was greeted by a dazzling array of items. Bowls, paintings, ceramics, and copper cups were all on display, including several seals, among which the dragon head seal was not uncommon. Indeed, modern individuals have a penchant for such pieces. The dragon symbolizes ancient emperors and serves as a national emblem, representing fortune. Hu Wu Ti desires such auspiciousness. Typically, men purchase dragons while women opt for phoenixes, seeking both beauty and good fortune. Noticing a visitor, the receptionist glanced up and, recognizing Teacher Zhang, lowered her gaze again. Sister Li is on the second floor. Teacher Zhang nodded and ascended the stairs. The selection on the second floor was sparser but appeared to be of exquisite quality. As someone who studied sculpture rather than archaeology, Teacher Zhang found herself somewhat out of her depth with the items displayed. Wanner, look what I brought for you. Teacher Zhang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Li Wanner, who was currently wielding a carving knife, sculpting a dragon head seal. The dragon's visage had been completed, and she was now carving inscriptions. Jia Yun, what marvelous treasures do you bring me this time? Surely at ISNT another one of your own carvings? Li Wanner inquired, setting aside the seal. This time is different. You'll see. At ISNT my own work, Teacher Zhang said, producing a box in which she had stored the dragon head seal after leaving. A dragon head seal? Where did you obtain this? Li Wanner's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she meticulously examined the seal, occasionally exclaiming her admiration. This piece is truly remarkable. It was crafted by a student from our school, Teacher Zhang replied, savoring the reaction she had anticipated. A student? Don't jest. If this weren't from a renowned master, I would gladly let you kick my head like a ball. Does this resemble a student's craftsmanship? Initially skeptical, Li Wanner scrutinized the seal closely. Look at the technique. The thought process behind the carving. What school of thought employs such methods? Teacher Zhang pointed to the intricate patterns on the dragon's head. Upon closer inspection, Li Wanner noted the precise cuts, appearing as if carved in a single stroke without excessive refinement. This is impossible unless it was produced by a 3D printer. But can a 3D printer create stone sculptures? Li Wanner pondered, her expression perplexed. The sculptors with such proficiency were typically masters at the provincial level or higher, and she knew of no schools that employed this carving technique. Is it truly crafted by your student? Mind your words, it's our school's student, not mine. You know that true masters emerge from their own ranks. How could I possibly instruct someone of such caliber? Who is their master? They claim to be self-taught and without a school, but I find that hard to believe. There must be a mentor guiding them. Self-learning to this extent is implausible. Indeed, the tool marks are fresh, suggesting it was completed within the past few days, likely taking no more than a week in total. Such skill must belong to a master's direct disciple, perhaps a reclusive one wishing to pass on their legacy without drawing attention to themselves. I share your thoughts. They likely prefer to remain anonymous, not wishing for their student to disclose their identity. So, is your purpose here solely to discuss this? Not quite. I seek your assistance in presenting this to your Grandmaster. ISNT, your Grandmaster, the honorary principal of the Imperial Arts Academy. This child wishes to attend. Perhaps you could help secure a recommendation for them? That can be arranged. I happen to be returning to the imperial capital soon to visit my grandmaster. With such talent, only my grandmaster would be capable of instructing them at the academy. I will certainly mention this to him. Teacher Zhang nodded, satisfied that the matter was settled. As Li Wan'er continued to admire the seal, she suddenly asked, "Does your student harbor any interest in competitions? There happens to be a stone carving skills contest coming up that they might consider entering for recognition." As Li Wan'er gracefully licked her lips with her delicate tongue, Zhang Jiayun furrowed her brow. Could it be that Li Wan'er has taken a liking to Su Fan? I shall inquire about his intentions upon my return. This child has commendable academic achievements. Even if he opts for the college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly gain admission to the prestigious D-May. Rest assured. His participation is entirely voluntary. There is no need to worry about me coercing him. He is still a minor, and I am not so callous. Moreover, it seems he already has a fiancée. Go away, go away. I would never lay a hand on him. Let us not speak of such things here. My concern lies solely with his capabilities, nothing more. That is reassuring. Consider this a preemptive warning. Should your baser instincts take over, it could become troublesome. Am I to forcibly advance on a 17-year-old boy? You fail to comprehend. Su Fan possesses a rather delicate physique, the kind that is easily toppled. If you were to truly press him, I would genuinely fear for his well-being. That would be unlawful. Understood, understood. Li Wan'er gazed at Zhang Jiayun in silence, questioning what image she held in her mind. Does she truly perceive me as such a person? Would I ever act against a minor? That is against the law. Though she yearned for a boyfriend, she had not lost her senses to that extent. Enough about me, what of you? After all these years, have you not once dated anyone, or even had a crush? It's nothing, merely a fear of encountering a scoundrel. Your tales have inflicted too much hurt. Wounds that require a lifetime to heal. Fine, it's all my fault. If Su Fan agrees to participate in the competition, it would be best for him to remain anonymous. As long as our school is aware, that suffices. After all, a 17-year-old provincial-level master sculptor is quite astonishing. And we must guard against anyone attempting to poach him. I suspect my master will attend as well. Rest assured. He was originally a student of the academic track and only transitioned to the arts class today, presumably for his fiancée's sake. She aims to attend D-May. Thus he follows suit. It's as simple as that. There is no way to lure him away. Li Wan'er felt as though she had been unwittingly subjected to a display of affection. She was exasperated, yet powerless. It was infuriating. Chapter 38. The system's first mission release? Meanwhile, on Su Fan's side, the two had finished their lunch, and Su Fan began carving a new piece, while Leng Ruoxue focused on her painting. At that moment, Zhang Jiayun returned from outside the school. Upon entering the small classroom, she did not speak privately with Su Fan, but rather addressed him directly. Su Fan, there is a sculpting competition next month. Would you care to participate? A competition? Su Fan looked at Zhang Jiayun in confusion, when suddenly the system's voice interrupted, startling him. System task. Non-mandatory task. The host may choose to participate or not. Task requirement. Participate in the sculpting competition and secure first place. Task success reward. Forge the image of an unparalleled master. Task failure penalty. The host must complete 10 national treasure-level sculptural works within 2 months. Failure will result in the random loss of a skill. Su Fan frowned slightly. This was the first task the system had presented to him. Although it was non-mandatory, what on earth was this reward? As Su Fan pondered the system's task, Zhang Jiayun continued to extol the competition's fairness and the advantages of participating. This competition would involve sculptors at or below the provincial level, with the judging panel composed of a national-level sculptor and 7 provincial-level sculptors, which would assure the competition's integrity. Most significantly, the theme was to be presided over by the esteemed honorary principal of D-May, Li Qianxiu. Zhang Jiayun rambled on incessantly, while Su Fan internally sought clarity from the system. What did this task reward entail? What significance did the image of an unparalleled master hold? Host. This image of an unparalleled master is not intended for your creation. Rather, it is to fabricate a master behind you. A master behind me? What on earth would I need that for? I am a self-taught artisan. Host, you have likely realized this. The existence of all things follows a logic and rationale. At merely 17 years of age, possessing such exceptional sculpting skills is evidently unreasonable. To render this fact plausible, the existence of a master behind you is crucial. Thus, this task is primarily designed to lend your skills a semblance of legitimacy. What if I choose not to participate? The system does not mandate participation. Refusal is inconsequential. However, similar tasks will not be offered again, and the host may have to traverse the same arduous path as in the previous life to become a national-level sculptor. This system ultimately serves as an auxiliary. Its purpose is to facilitate a more fulfilling life for the host, helping to realize the host's aspirations. Hence, there are no compulsory tasks. Su Fan furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he had nearly reached 50 before becoming a national-level artistic master. It was not due to a lack of skill. He could have achieved that level in his early 40s. The issue lay in the exclusivity of the circle. Individuals like Su Fan, who emerged from humble beginnings and claimed to be self-taught without a master, faced envy due to their innate talent. The journey had proven arduous and fraught with challenges. To be recognized as a national-level sculptor, one needed the endorsement of at least 3 masters in the field. At that time, there were only 5 living national-level sculptors. He had to toil for 8 years to gain the recognition of 3 masters. The process had been excruciating. This unparalleled master? It is merely an image. The system will introduce 10 national-level sculptural works into the market, exhibiting craftsmanship strikingly similar to yours. Subsequently, it will utilize auctions to inflate their prices to that of national-level sculptors' works. As long as people believe in the existence of someone whose skills rival those of national-level sculptors, and you become the sole representative of that person in this world, it suffices. A garden flower lacks the fragrance of a wildflower. Those affluent individuals, accustomed to the works of existing national-level sculptors, will naturally seek something novel. When presented with creations that surpass their own in both technique and craftsmanship, they will undoubtedly feel a sense of crisis. However, with only 10 pieces released, it merely serves as a notification of that person's existence. It is a warning not to resort to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, they should not blame him for disrupting the market. Su Fan contemplated the system's intentions. This plan was indeed sound. Moreover, the penalty for failure likely meant he would have to create those works himself. Once he accepted the task, the image of the unparalleled master would undoubtedly need to be crafted. This was a matter of establishing legitimacy. My existence's rationale, whether in basketball or culinary arts, could be described as exceptional talent. However, sculpting is different. Such technical skills require time to mature. Even if I was once a prodigy, it took me over a decade to become a provincial-level sculptor, followed by an additional 8 years to reach the national level. Mastery in this craft necessitates time for refinement. Yet, with a master and exceptional innate talent, it is possible to cultivate a person into a talent within a few years. As long as the master does not hold back, a gifted individual can indeed experience rapid growth. Su Fan chose to accept the task. The penalty could be deemed negligible. Although the time frame of 2 months for 10 items is somewhat constrained, it is not an impossibility if one employs exquisite jade materials and showcases personal craftsmanship. Creating smaller items could suffice. As for the concern of losing skills, there is no need for apprehension regarding the most vital skill of sculpting. He is inherently a master sculptor, and this skill merely expedites his carving process. Even in its absence, he would revert to a pace akin to that of an ordinary individual, while the other talents hold little significance. Zhang Jian finally concluded her discourse, adding, Su Fan, ponder carefully before responding. Not a problem, teacher, I shall participate. Su Fan acquiesced. Very well, I shall assist you in registering. What pseudonym would you prefer? Pseudonym? Su Fan was taken aback. Having not caught Zhang Jian's earlier remarks, he was unaware that she intended for him to enter the competition anonymously. A measure to safeguard the interests of Dime. Once Su Fan was firmly established within Dime, the institution would unabashedly promote his existence. Anonymity will not hinder the completion of the task. Have you decided on a name? Fan Shui. That shall do. Excellent. Zhang Jian cast a peculiar glance at Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue, both of whom displayed no notable reaction, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhang Jian, preferring not to dwell on the absurd, departed the small classroom to relay the news to Li Wan'er. After Zhang Jian left, Leng Ruoxue approached Su Fan and inquired, with only a month remaining, do you have any ideas? Having frequently accompanied Su Fan in their previous life while he carved items for competitions, she recalled that at that time, it took him nearly 6 months to complete a single piece, given his other business commitments. Now, however, though time was more abundant, his physical stamina was lacking. It's fine, no worries. Besides, isn't the final exam approaching? How prepared are you? Leng Ruoxue stuck out her tongue, clearly unprepared. Given her commendable academic performance, her lack of preparation mattered little. Su Fan, possessing photographic memory, found that his level of preparation bore little significance as well. Having read through the language textbook in the morning, he had committed it to memory. Understanding was based solely on intuition. After all, even the author might not fully grasp the exam creator's intentions. As for the essay, that would be left to fate. I have no doubt I will perform well. I'll be among the top 10 in the grade. As long as you also manage to secure a place in the top 10. You won't need to attend summer remedial classes. Though as privileged students, we technically don't need to. A semblance of effort must still be maintained. Currently, there are only 2 privileged students, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Leng Ruoxue, both of whom are in the top 10, coupled with their numerous accolades. Their status as privileged students is well-deserved. In contrast, Su Fan remains an obscure figure, having spent his time in the cultural class without any notable honors. His work's devoid of awards. He has only garnered the praise of his teachers, which inevitably raises questions among students. This upcoming opportunity is perfect. If he secures an award and ranks in the top 10, it will align his reputation with his status, silencing any skepticism. All right, as long as you help me review, I'm in. Of course, call me sister and I will assist you. Sister Leng Ruoxue, Su Fan, oh, goodness. This is a full-on attack with no defense. Chapter 39, Evening Grocery Shopping, a young couple strolling. Just a 5-minute walk from Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue's residential area lies a shopping street. This locale was transformed from a market for farmers selling their produce after the demolition of nearby areas several years ago. The roadside has been converted into two-story buildings, with shops on the ground floor and residences above, serving as makeshift housing for those displaced. The farmers expressed no grievances, rather they were content, as the farmland had been relocated far away, leading many to abandon agriculture for other trades, renting their land to those willing to cultivate it. The absence of storefront costs has resulted in remarkably low prices along this street. The farmers, being honest, sell their goods as advertised. Here, one can savor freshly slaughtered lamb skewers, enjoy a drink, indulge in 5 yuan steamed buns, procure fried chicken devoid of starch, and purchase vegetables grown in their own gardens. Consequently, foot traffic has steadily increased, boosting the local economy and enabling these vendors to sustain their stalls long-term. Su Fan led Leng Ruoxue to the entrance of this bustling street. With the household supplies dwindling, he intended to purchase groceries. Initially planning to go alone, he ultimately acquiesced to Leng Ruoxue's insistence that they go together. Leng Ruoxue cast a glance at the relatively tidy street, slightly astonished. Is this truly a market? Aren't markets typically littered with wilted vegetable leaves? Her perception of markets was still confined to those chaotic roadside stalls strewn with decaying leaves. Compared to those, this place was indeed far cleaner, with neat two-story buildings and gleaming plastic signs adorning the doors. Occasionally, individuals emerged from shops to tidy the street, accumulating leaves and refuse into small heaps, which were promptly cleared away by passing cleaning vehicles. Su Fan chuckled and shook his head. This is different. The vendors here were once humble farmers who believe in the principle that one reaps what one sows. It is a shared consensus among them to keep their front yards tidy, primarily because the residents here are neighbors. None wish for their doorstep to be unsightly. Leng Ruoxue nodded, observing the second floors of the buildings, where a hint of domestic life could be perceived. Su Fan glanced down the street, noting that the vendors had just begun their preparations. Those selling vegetables were unloading their fresh produce from tricycles, while those offering fried goods were setting up their cooking stations. It was still before 5, and most people had yet to finish their workday, resulting in a sparse crowd. What do you want for dinner? Su Fan turned to ask. Let us have noodles for dinner. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Ruoxue settled on noodles. Noodles? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated Leng Ruoxue to suggest noodles, having considered many alternatives, but rice was a certainty. After all, she wasn't particularly fond of noodles. You can make me some noodles. Leng Ruoxue revealed her small fangs, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, and a teasing smile danced at the corners of her mouth, hinting at her intentions. Su Fan, I sense you are being suggestive, yet I lack evidence. All right, I shall prepare noodles for you, and as for the toppings, I will decide. Su Fan maintained an air of calm. Leng Ruoxue appeared slightly disappointed, having hoped to provoke Su Fan. How frustrating. Little Fan is utterly unembarrassed. Was I not blatant enough? Or does he genuinely not understand? It infuriates me. Congratulations, host. Successfully captured by the esteemed lady, earning 1,000 achievement points. Su Fan. The two entered the shopping street, passing several eateries before venturing deeper into the market. Hey, isn't that Su Fan? Here to buy groceries? As the elderly vendor tidied up his stall by the roadside, he spotted Su Fan and greeted him with a warm smile. Due to having lived independently since middle school and being responsible for his own meals and groceries, Su Fan had become quite familiar with the local vendors. Uncle Gu, you're out bright and early today? He exclaimed. Oh, my granddaughter is back. She thought it best to set up early, but I told her there would be no one around at this hour. She wouldn't listen, Uncle Gu chuckled, his face radiating joy akin to that of one savoring honey. After all, his granddaughter's willingness to assist him at the stall was a source of great happiness for him. At that moment, a young girl emerged from the house, dressed in a school uniform that indicated she was likely in middle school. Her neatly cropped hair barely brushed her neck, and her appearance could be described as charming. The little girl heaved a basket of tomatoes, panting as she carried it outside, finally managing to fill the stall. Cici, look who's here. Uncle Gu waved to coax Cici over. Cici obediently approached Uncle Gu, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she caught sight of Su Fan. Brother Fan, she sweetly exclaimed. Cici has grown up. You're in the first year of middle school now, right? I still remember when I first saw you. You were so shy, hiding behind your grandfather. Su Fan smiled at Cici, recalling the first time he had met her when she was merely in the 3rd grade. Brother Fan remembers that long ago? Cici blushed and lowered her head shyly. Leng Ruoxue, who had been observing Su Fan's cheerful interaction with the elderly man, found the scene quite heartwarming and initially had no intention of interrupting. After all, she too was somewhat reserved. However, upon the entrance of Cici, the dynamics shifted. Su Fan, devoid of any ulterior motives, regarded the little girl merely as a younger sister. Yet, it was evident that Cici's feelings for Su Fan transcended that of mere sibling affection. As Leng Ruoxue approached Su Fan, she silently grasped his hand. Su Fan felt a slight tremor run through his body and glanced at her in confusion, but she wore a displeased expression, her face slightly pouting. Su Fan quickly grasped her meaning. Is Shueshue feeling jealous? Jealous of a 13-year-old girl. Who is feeling jealous? Is it wrong to feel a twinge of jealousy over a 13-year-old girl? Leng Ruoxue's demeanor darkened, her grip tightening slightly. Su Fan felt a pinch in his palm. And realizing her unintentional strength, Leng Ruoxue quickly softened her touch, gently stroking the area she had gripped. Uncle Gu observed the scene, having noticed the strikingly beautiful girl beside Su Fan. However, her icy demeanor led him to believe they were merely friends, perhaps even classmates. Yet, the subtle gestures between them spoke volumes, suggesting a deeper connection. He took a small step forward, shielding Gu Cici's view from their entwined hands. So, Su Fan, who might this young lady be? Uncle Gu inquired, glancing at Leng Ruoxue. Oh, this is my childhood friend, Leng Ruoxue, Su Fan replied. Ah, I see. Childhood friends are wonderful, Uncle Gu nodded, looking between his granddaughter and Leng Ruoxue with a sigh. Gu Cici, though able to hear the conversation, could not see what was transpiring. Only recognizing that this girl was Su Fan's childhood friend, Leng Ruoxue. Gu Cici cast a wary glance at Leng Ruoxue, comparing her own simple appearance to the striking beauty before her, and feeling a pang of discontent, she retreated back into the house. Uncle Gu sighed in relief at her departure, thinking he would have to counsel the girl later. Competing with such a beautiful childhood friend was a futile endeavor. Su Fan, Miss Leng, please forgive her. She is still young and can be a bit temperamental at times. It's quite all right, Uncle Gu. Children can be shy. It's perfectly normal. Very well. Su Fan, what are you purchasing today? Oh right. Uncle, could I have 2 jean of potatoes and a head of green vegetables? After completing his purchases, Su Fan held one bag in one hand while Leng Ruoxue grasped the other. The local vendors waved at Su Fan, beaming with pride as they watched him hold hands with Leng Ruoxue. Perhaps this was what it felt like to witness a child grow up. Not many shared Uncle Gu's sentiments. The emotions between ordinary people often leaned towards serendipity and the gradual development of affection. Love at first sight was but a fanciful myth. Thanks to the vendors' warm hospitality, Su Fan inexplicably acquired a plethora of ingredients at a bargain, ultimately struggling to carry them all. Noticing his predicament, Leng Ruoxue extended her free hand, and though she said nothing, her intentions were unmistakable. Su Fan smiled slightly and offered her a few of the lighter bags. As the vibrant orange sun set behind the trees, casting a gentle hue over the landscape, the distant sound of cicadas filled the air. A couple strolled hand in hand on their way home. Though neither of them had broached the subject, Su Fan could sense that the day when they would openly acknowledge their feelings was not far off. Meanwhile, a sleek Benz C200 parked at the entrance of a nearby residential complex, where its occupants covertly observed Su Fan's every move, documenting them with a camera. Chapter 40, A Conspiracy? At the top of a renowned chain hotel in the city, a man in black stood by, clutching his report, patiently awaiting the arrival of a young man known as Yixian, standing beside a floor-to-ceiling window, adorned in a simple pendant. Dressed in a pristine white t-shirt and fitted casual pants, Yixian gazed out at the nightscape of S-City, a faint smile gracing his lips. From an outsider's perspective, he possessed an almost ethereal beauty. He casually accepted the documents from his subordinate, glancing at them briefly before losing interest and handing them back to the suited man. So, they are living together now? Indeed, young master. The suited man replied with a nod, his demeanor betraying no significant fear, as he was well acquainted with his young master's disposition. Someone like him had no interest in petty schemes. After all, as a wealthy heir, he had everything at his disposal. What could he possibly lack? This was merely the loss of one target, while countless others awaited his attention. There was no need to hang on to one person. If she was unwilling, he could simply find someone who was. The current Yixian bore little resemblance to the ostentatious school heartthrob who had once proclaimed his feelings through a loudspeaker at the school gate. Now, he appeared remarkably composed, pouring himself a glass of water from the table and taking a sip to test its temperature. After lightly licking his tongue, he realized it was merely boiled water and couldn't help but grimace, his slightly reddened tongue peeking out as he waved his hand to cool it. All the while ensuring the suited man could not witness his moment of embarrassment, though his voice trembled slightly. Having said that, there is no need for further surveillance. Summon everyone back. By the way, how is that young man faring? Young master, although his family lacks substantial influence, he himself possesses a certain charm. Oh. Yixian was taken aback by the unexpected praise from her usually arrogant subordinate. Intrigued, she retrieved the documents she had just handed over and began perusing Su Fan's profile. The level of detail in this dossier was astonishing. Even Su Fan himself would struggle to recollect such extensive information. From his childhood hospitalization to his prior status as a privileged student, every publicly accessible detail had been meticulously investigated. How could a boy, who had never engaged in sports due to congenital anemia, be invited to join the provincial basketball team? And he even declined the offer? How could someone who had never studied sculpture suddenly become a privileged student, even securing a place at the prestigious Imperial Art College? A feat that even the school's sculpting instructor, renowned at the municipal level, could not achieve? Moreover, he had recently received a sum of 200,000. Only to immediately invest it in cryptocurrency? A strange smile crept across Yixian's lips. This individual certainly piqued her interest. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed as a torrential downpour commenced. The startled pedestrians hurriedly sought refuge in nearby shops, unprepared for the sudden deluge. Meanwhile, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue had long since returned home and enjoyed their dinner. Su Fan had prepared a hearty dish of braised chicken noodles. Though it was termed braised, he had essentially transformed an entire chicken into the dish, adding a variety of accompaniments to create a plentiful pot. Leng Ruoxue was satisfied with merely the braised chicken and vegetables, having only a token bite of noodles. After their meal, the rain began in earnest, accompanied by the tumult of thunder and lightning outside. In the midst of this, a figure seemed to materialize amidst the flashes. A voice could be heard shouting outside, "Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here?" This startled Leng Ruoxue, who, despite her fearlessness, had an aversion to such ethereal matters. Although her own rebirth was inherently surreal, she could not shake off her apprehension. After having lost her life once, rather than gaining clarity, she had only grown more fearful. A second chance was not easily attained, and she had no desire to meet an early demise, especially not when this presented itself as an opportunity. With her large, glistening eyes darting about, Leng Ruoxue devised a clever plan. "Ahem, Su Fan, since we've finished dinner, how about I help you review your Chinese studies?" She seized Su Fan, who was about to retreat indoors, and flashed him a charming smile. This way, she could both assist him in his studies and playfully tease him. Two birds with one stone. Su Fan looked at Leng Ruoxue with puzzlement. "I've already reviewed Chinese thoroughly today. I only need to glance at it to remember everything. Further revision seems unnecessary." Upon hearing Su Fan's unspoken thoughts, Leng Ruoxue's heart skipped a beat. Su Fan had memorized everything so quickly? Well, if your Chinese is nearly done, we can also review mathematics and science. Leng Ruoxue excelled in all subjects, at least in comparison to Su Fan during their time together. Although she was not the same Leng Ruoxue of the past, having forgotten much, her solid foundation allowed her to recall nearly everything with a brief review. "I estimate I'll need to manage my scores for the final exams, right? Achieving full marks all at once seems a bit excessive." Yet, Su Fan was not the same person he once was. In subjects like mathematics, aside from some foundational knowledge being revised by subsequent studies, physics, chemistry, and biology remained elementary. With just a glance, Su Fan could recall the majority, especially with his photographic memory. During their university years, the distinctions between Imperial University and Imperial Art College were evident, with one focusing on academia and the other on the arts. Su Fan's academic prowess was truly remarkable. Aside from his evident weakness in Chinese, he faced no challenges in other subjects. Well, Leng Ruoxue was speechless. She had thought to use the guise of helping Su Fan review to keep him close, only to find he was managing his scores instead. Why would he control his scores? Was he playing the fool? Shaking her head, Leng Ruoxue dismissed the thought. Su Fan seemed uninterested in such antics. Yet, recalling Su Fan's performance from the previous day, it was not unreasonable to suspect he was indeed playing a deeper game. This was not the Su Fan she had known. She had assumed his transformation stemmed from her change in attitude. Yet, the Su Fan of her past, at least the one who had appeared before her, was merely a naive and kind-hearted young man, incapable of being a score-managing academic. But as she reconsidered, something felt amiss. First, during her high school years, she had never truly known the real Su Fan. Secondly, if Su Fan had not been managing scores, it implied that in his last year, he had morphed from a student barely scraping by to one capable of entering a top-tier university. Even if he were the very last student, that would still place him among the elite of the nation. Such a transformation in just 1 year seemed unfathomable. Had Su Fan truly begun managing his scores from his previous life? Chapter 41. Leng Ruoxue's doubts. Why such a stark contrast in Su Fan? Leng Ruoxue suddenly felt as if Su Fan held her firmly in his grasp. After high school, upon confessing her feelings, Su Fan had barely passed, yet still gained admission to a prestigious university in the same city as hers. Despite her prideful demands, which were rather excessive, Su Fan had shown no signs of resentment, instead dedicating himself to fulfilling them, even becoming somewhat wooden in his demeanor. Remarkably, he had accomplished most of her requests within a mere 4 years. In university, once this man had established a clear goal, he ceased to hide his light under a bushel. His academic performance soared, earning him the special attention of his professors. Furthermore, his various talents began to manifest. As if he were experiencing a period of explosive growth, he frequently published papers in renowned national journals and successfully obtained multiple patents. Initially utilizing university resources, he founded Fanshu, a new energy technology company, primarily focused on developing batteries and related technologies based on his patents. He secured government policy support and somehow acquired a substantial initial investment. Thus, the company was launched, and within a year, it had produced market-ready products. Unbeknownst to her, he had also earned a municipal-level sculpting master certification. Leveraging the connections of his instructors and his own sculpting skills, he adeptly navigated the networking landscape, ensuring that the company faced fewer obstacles in the market, as local elites had no reason to hinder someone with such promise. After all, Su Fan was not merely a university student. He was a scholar endowed with valuable mentorship, and these influential figures recognized the potential in this young man, realizing that profit could be made from supporting him. Certainly, they would never offer assistance to Su Fan. That notion is utterly implausible. Is it not true that everyone strives to earn their living? As long as they refrain from intervening, allowing these companies to thrive or perish on their own. The law of the jungle will inevitably lead to the survival of a few enterprises, leaving them with no losses whatsoever. It is a matter that does not concern them, and thus they remain aloof. By not getting involved, they avoid choosing sides. The outcome, who wins or loses, holds no significance for them. Ultimately, it is undoubtedly Su Fan, armed with the backing of national policy and advanced technology, who prevails. With his ability to maintain prices in line with market rates, he swiftly captures the entire market share. Yet, after seizing nearly all of it, he chooses to gracefully withdraw, deliberately leaving room for other companies to survive rather than monopolizing the market entirely. To rise and sing is challenging, but to withdraw at the pinnacle is even more arduous. What fortitude must one possess to achieve such a feat? Could this truly be accomplished by a boy devoid of guile? Leng Ruoxue could not help but ponder. She shook her head, realizing that she could not fathom Su Fan. It seemed he had everything under his control. Throughout their 4 years in college, his elusive demeanor troubled her, although it was Su Fan who pursued her. It often felt as if the roles were reversed. Su Fan rarely took the initiative to contact her, and while that alone might have sufficed, he consistently appeared whenever she was in need. Yet, when she sought out Su Fan, he remained elusive, intensifying her possessive feelings towards him, due to Su Fan's obliviousness. Their 4 years in college were devoid of sweetness, resembling a relentless grind akin to a job, particularly for Su Fan. He was often absent, either engrossed in experiments or managing company affairs. Even when they did manage to meet, other admirers would invariably be present, though Su Fan would firmly reject their advances. It nonetheless instilled in Leng Ruoxue a sense of urgency, a sentiment that only intensified after they began dating. On the surface, it appeared as though she had firmly ensnared Su Fan. He obeyed her every whim, but in reality, it was she who felt completely bound to him, wishing to remain by his side for every hour of the day. Their relationship rapidly flourished, leading to a swift marriage. After tying the knot, her sense of urgency diminished significantly, allowing her to embark on her artistic endeavors. Su Fan, in turn, felt reassured, expanding his business empire while delegating authority to his subordinates. He became a formidable figure in the domestic business sphere and even attained the status of a national-level sculptor, establishing his own unique style. Yet, he seemed indifferent to it all. Upon reaching such heights, he distanced himself from social engagements, instead returning home early to prepare meals for her, which deeply moved her. Was this not an indication of his complete mastery over her heart? With a gaze slightly dazed, Leng Ruoxue covertly observed Su Fan, curious to see his expression. However, upon looking, she was taken aback. She discovered that Su Fan was fixated on her fair, exposed thigh. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and a hint of indignation flickered in her eyes. As she contemplated whether he was merely feigning innocence, it became evident that he was, in fact, captivated by her beauty. Yet, this incarnation of Su Fan was markedly different from the previous one. In this life, due to her shift in attitude, he had surged ahead, radiating brilliance since high school, receiving invitations from provincial teams, and enjoying the privileges of a special student status. Because she had expressed her desire for Su Fan to attend the same university as her, he unhesitatingly transferred to the art class, showcasing his sculpting talent. Leng Ruoxue pondered whether, had she recognized her true feelings in her past life, while in high school, Su Fan would have accompanied her to the same school. After careful consideration, she concluded that her prior self had not been true to her heart. At that time, her demeanor was cold, leaving Su Fan uncertain of how she would respond to his confession. Even if she had invited him to join her school, he might have perceived it merely as a desire for a familiar face in the environment. Had he faced rejection, the discomfort of attending the same school would have been inevitable, especially for someone like her, who naturally tended to be aloof. Thus, Su Fan did not pursue the arts. Fortunately, she had relented, albeit with 3 rather excessive demands. Although Su Fan felt some dissatisfaction, he still endeavored to meet her conditions. In essence, she had given Su Fan a goal, spurring his vigorous efforts. Su Fan's subtle retribution was to maintain a wooden demeanor during their 4 years of college, instilling in her a sense of urgency that made her appreciate the rarity of happiness. Shortly after graduation, they married. Therefore, all of Su Fan's efforts were ultimately directed towards marrying her. She was his destination. Just as now, when she expressed her desire for Su Fan to attend university with her, he instantly acquiesced, joining the art class without hesitation. What did this indicate? It signified that she was indeed his destination. Everything Su Fan endeavored for was because of her. With this realization, Leng Ruoxue felt less conflicted and no longer harbored resentment. Since it was all for her, why should she be troubled? It was not that she was ensnared by Su Fan. Rather, she had ensnared him. Everything Su Fan did was for her, and as long as she did not adopt the same haughty demeanor as in her past life, Bending Su Fan to her will would not prove difficult. Su Fan would not retaliate, and she would no longer have to endure the agony of unobtainable affection throughout their college years. Moreover, Su Fan was exceptionally talented. Leng Ruoxue did not wish for too many people to witness his brilliance. As long as she recognized it, that sufficed. It was a peculiar sense of possessiveness, yet not entirely unfathomable. Leng Ruoxue felt that she had lived freely enough in her past life. In this one, as long as there was enough money to spend. Accumulating wealth beyond necessity was futile. She resolved to take the initiative. If she could convince Su Fan that if he confessed, she would accept him, then all would surely be well, right? With this thought, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Su Fan. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on her fair thigh. This incorrigible rogue was indeed the Su Fan she knew. Chapter 42. What if I were to say I like you? Su Fan observed as Leng Ruoxue stood in place. Lost in thought for 2 minutes, her expression shifting between smiles and frowns. Yet, this provided him an opportunity to scrutinize the homeware version of Leng Ruoxue in her pajamas. Regrettably, his gaze was fixated solely on her exposed thigh. What are you staring at? Leng Ruoxue snapped back to reality, playfully pinching Su Fan's waist, twisting it gently, causing him to gasp in pain. Humph. While I was pondering whether you're merely playing the fool, you, on the other hand, seem unable to tear your eyes away from my legs. With that thought, a flicker of irritation surged within her, and she pinched Su Fan's waist more forcefully, leaving a slight redness on his tender flesh. Su Fan endured the pain, forcing a sheepish smile. Weren't we supposed to be studying? I happen to have some biology questions I need help with. What more studying? Don't you already know everything? Leng Ruoxue gently released Su Fan from her delicate grasp, seemingly filled with empathy. Concerned that Su Fan might be in pain, she tenderly began to massage the soft flesh at his waist. How do you know? Su Fan inquired. I know much more than that. I am well aware of all your affairs. Leng Ruoxue turned her head away, pouting in a feigned huff, yet her hands continued to soothe Su Fan's waist. You know all about me? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? Su Fan said with a bright smile, noticing the subtle tremor in her slender fingers around his waist. It was then that Su Fan realized he had spoken out of turn and discreetly glanced at Leng Ruoxue, fearing that his words might revert her to the aloof girl she had been in high school. Fortunately, her expression remained largely unchanged. Her cheeks only slightly flushed as she averted her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. However, her hands persisted in their gentle massage, indicating that she bore no anger. Shueshue, I'm sorry for what I just said. Su Fan sighed in relief, attempting to apologize. But his words were halted as Leng Ruoxue placed a gentle finger against his lips, preventing him from continuing. Stop. If I were to confess that I like you, how would you respond? Leng Ruoxue lifted her gaze, her clear eyes piercing into his, as if they could draw him in completely. Su Fan felt a tumult within, his defenses crumbling in an instant, casting aside all notions of pursuit and expectation. Host, you had promised to fulfill 3 major requirements before confessing. Climb. What do oaths mean? The girl has taken the initiative. Will you retreat like a coward? What kind of man is indecisive and hesitant? Yet, before Su Fan could voice his thoughts, Leng Ruoxue interrupted him once more. The earlier anticipation in her eyes was now tinged with uncertainty. Although she had initiated the conversation and Su Fan had prepared a response, she found herself unable to face it. Despite knowing Su Fan would undoubtedly provide a satisfactory answer, and recognizing that their paths were destined to intertwine, she feared the possibility, however minuscule, of rejection. She dreaded that Su Fan might only see her as a childhood friend, especially after the coldness she had shown in their first year of high school. She worried that if he were to refuse her, they might not even remain friends. Leng Ruoxue believed that after their graduation, Su Fan would certainly confess to her. It felt like an inevitable process. Her intention had merely been to convey that should he confess, she would surely accept. However, in a moment of overwhelming affection, she lost her composure. It's fine. I was just saying, if you wouldn't take it seriously. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous crash echoed outside as lightning struck nearby. Accompanied by the roaring thunder, all the lights in the community flickered off, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Su Fan felt the soft warmth of her body nestled against him, and in the pitch black, it seemed as if a small head was trembling against his chest. Leng Ruoxue was frightened, her body quivering slightly in his embrace. Despite the myriad of softness surrounding him, Su Fan found no desire to indulge in the moment. Instead, he gently stroked her back to comfort her. Fortunately, the thunder only flashed once before fading away, yet the power had yet to return. The room remained enveloped in darkness, but Leng Ruoxue's fear had subsided. Although he could not see her face clearly, Su Fan could easily imagine the bashful expression she wore. He felt her gently push against him, attempting to escape his embrace. Let me go? Leng Ruoxue shyly tapped his chest, which, though not particularly firm, radiated warmth that enveloped her, easing her fears. I want to let go. I haven't answered your question yet. Su Fan replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on her, though the darkness obscured many details. He saw the flustered look in her eyes clearly. He had come to a realization. Since Leng Ruoxue had bravely taken the first step, what harm would there be in him taking the second? As for retreating, not a chance. Having finally seized this moment, he would not allow her to back down. I said if I don't want you to answer right now? Leng Ruoxue felt urgency creeping in, unable to tear her gaze away from his cheeks, uncertain of his intentions. Yet she made no further attempt to escape his hold, her strength waning. All right, let us consider it an if. When the time comes, I will respond accordingly. Su Fan smiled gently, bowing his head as his lips brushed against her cherry blossom mouth. An indescribable softness surged from their lips to his heart. The kiss deepened, and the girl nestled against him gradually succumbed to fatigue, her arms wrapping around his neck, tilting her head as their lips lingered together, reluctant to part. Su Fan smiled faintly, opening his eyes to behold her delicate face, so close, eyes gently shut. He knew he had done the right thing. After a long while, when they could hardly breathe, they finally separated, lingeringly. Are you serious? Leng Ruoxue buried her face in Su Fan's chest, afraid to meet his gaze. Nor did she dare to listen to the whispers of his heart. She longed to hear his answer directly. Of course, I have always been serious. Su Fan cleared his throat, and, looking down at her still-hidden face, whispered in her ear, I like you. Upon truly hearing those words, tears welled up in Leng Ruoxue's eyes, dampening Su Fan's chest, a stark contrast to the earlier kiss, which had not evoked such feelings. Yet, when Su Fan uttered those 3 words, a heavy weight lifted from her heart, and tears began to flow freely. Su Fan refrained from saying anything further. Their childhood bond rendered any additional words superfluous. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. All he needed to do was hold Leng Ruoxue close, gently caressing her back, soothing her emotions. Thankfully, her tears subsided after a short while, and she regained her composure, still nestled against his chest, her voice slightly choked. I have a request. All right, whatever you say, I will agree. This time, doesn't he count? You must confess to me again after graduation. Su Fan was taken aback, expecting her to mention the 3 requests from their previous life, but instead, she wanted him to confess once more. My father said, we must wait until you can clearly ascertain your feelings before we can confirm anything. To ascertain your feelings, we must wait until graduation. Oh, and what about the other requests? We'll discuss those after graduation. For some reason, Leng Ruoxue's face flushed, and she lowered her head, leaving Su Fan momentarily bewildered. Chapter 43. Shall we sleep together? Su Fan was somewhat naive. When it came to matters of the heart regarding Leng Ruoxue, he was far less astute than she imagined. The requests she made in their previous life seemed entirely agreeable to him. After all, the 3 requirements encompass 3 fundamental aspects: wealth, health, and talent. Only with wealth can one aspire to a better life. A sound body is essential for enduring companionship. Artistic talent can enrich the shared language between 2 individuals, serving as a lubricant for their lives together. These are indispensable prerequisites, albeit the aspirations may seem somewhat lofty. As for pretending to be wooden, that is not mere pretense. It is genuine wood. In pursuit of his goals, Su Fan exerted himself with intense dedication, tirelessly shuttling between the laboratory, dormitory, and company. He remained oblivious to the subtle hints from Leng Ruoxue, mistakenly interpreting them as encouragement to persevere. After all, Leng Ruoxue only hinted at her feelings. As long as she did not express herself directly, Su Fan remained unaware. At that time, he was entirely consumed by ambition, relentlessly striving to meet expectations, with a singular focus on his endeavors. Nevertheless, his concern for Leng Ruoxue never wavered. He attentively monitored her situation and appeared whenever she needed him. Ultimately, everything he did was for her sake. If Leng Ruoxue were to be taken away by someone else during those 4 years, where would he find solace? As for Leng Ruoxue's successful attempts to locate him during her leisure time, it was mostly when he was attending various gatherings. As a member of the affluent elite, handsome and favored by influential mentors, it was natural for Su Fan to attract admirers. However, this did not instill a profound sense of crisis in Leng Ruoxue. Unbeknownst to him, she often witnessed him rejecting the advances of others, which intensified her feelings of insecurity. Each encounter with Su Fan revealed him turning down confessions, which was rather perplexing. Throughout his university years, Su Fan maintained a clean record, rarely spending time alone with other girls. Leng Ruoxue's difficulty in finding him stemmed from his relentless efforts to provide her with what she desired. In a certain sense, Su Fan was a quintessential romantic. Conversely, Leng Ruoxue firmly grasped this elusive emotional connection. Naturally, her heart could only accommodate Su Fan. This was a mutual pursuit of affection, though unfortunately, pride marred their university experience. Su Fan took her jest seriously, yet Leng Ruoxue had accurately surmised one thing. Su Fan's ultimate destination was Leng Ruoxue. Everything Su Fan did was solely aimed at fulfilling her expectations. Had Leng Ruoxue allowed him to languish in the past life, he might have settled for merely showcasing a sculpting talent, perhaps using his creations for exhibitions or selling them for profit. Their life together, filled with travel and adventure, would have posed no issue. However, in this life, Su Fan was acutely aware of Leng Ruoxue's aspirations. Moreover, Leng Ruoxue had declared her intention to confess again after graduation, stating, "Everything is a choice of the Stone Gate." Su Fan pondered. Had the timeline converged? All right, I promise you, after your graduation, I will confess once more. But what are we now? Su Fan held on to Leng Ruoxue tightly, reluctant to release her warmth. Leng Ruoxue lay quietly in his embrace, her head resting against his chest. This moment felt like a trial period for a boyfriend. A smile graced Leng Ruoxue's face, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Yet, she felt Su Fan's hand straying a bit. She wrapped her small hand around his waist, attempting to twist, but sensing it might cause him discomfort. She settled for a gentle press instead. Su Fan found it rather pleasant, a faint smile gracing his lips. What could one do during a trial period of being a boyfriend? Whatever I say can be done. Whatever I say cannot be done, cannot be done. Leng Ruoxue peeked out, gazing at Su Fan, her smile akin to a ray of honeyed sunlight, piercing through to Su Fan's very soul. Su Fan rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had been skillfully maneuvered, and replied, "I'll heed your every word. Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over the esteemed lady, reward granted. Congratulations, host, for successfully being won over by the esteemed lady, reward granted. Congratulations, host, for successfully being won over by the esteemed lady, reward granted. Congratulations, host, for successfully winning over the esteemed lady, reward granted." The system seemed to be in a frenzy, rapidly announcing rewards during their tender moment. Su Fan chose to ignore the system, knowing he would have ample time to review it later. At that moment, the lights in the room finally illuminated, allowing Su Fan to behold Leng Ruoxue's fair face, flushed with a rosy hue. It seemed that upon being seen, her cheeks reddened even further. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing much, just thinking you look beautiful." Leng Ruoxue's face grew hot, and she lowered her head, burying it once again in Su Fan's chest. "No teasing. I'm not teasing. I'm merely speaking the truth," Su Fan chuckled, gently stroking her head with his slender fingers. Leng Ruoxue nestled closer to him, feeling a sudden sense of unease. Wasn't I supposed to be the one in control? Why has the situation flipped? She had just cuddled against his chest. Never mind. Just for tonight, just for tonight. Boom. Thunder rumbled outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning, as dark smoke wafted from somewhere, quickly dissipating. Startled by the thunder, Leng Ruoxue clung tightly to Su Fan's waist. The lights went out again. Voices filled the neighborhood with exclamations of frustration. "Damn, why did the lights go out again? What the hell? Who is this fellow undergoing tribulation? Damn it, why are you making noise at this late hour? My computer. Damn, luckily it's a laptop. Oh no, my laptop's out of battery. My thesis isn't saved. Not just in the neighborhood, but on an unfamiliar road." A construction crew cursed as they watched their freshly repaired generator malfunction again. "Damn it, this is too torturous. Just fixed it, and now it's broken again? Stop complaining. Let us fix it quickly. My wife and kids are waiting at home. We need to finish this and get back." The crew, grumbling, climbed back up the power pole. Meanwhile, Su Fan was comforting Leng Ruoxue. Does Shueshua fear thunder? I thought she wasn't afraid. Is she pretending to appear cute? Or has she genuinely grown fond of my embrace? Leng Ruoxue's face flushed. "Who, me? I'm not afraid of thunder. And who has grown fond of your embrace? I've always been cute, no need to pretend." What frightened Leng Ruoxue wasn't the thunder itself, but the ethereal shadows that appeared during the stormy night, times when phantoms were most likely to manifest. Coupled with the recent apparition, it left her utterly terrified. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Su Fan reassured her. "I'm fine now. Let go of me," she pouted, pushing Su Fan lightly to indicate she wasn't too scared of the thunder. This time, Su Fan respected her wish and released her, though he still held her hand for reassurance. Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows, her cheeks slightly puffed out. "If you want to let me go, then just let me go," she exclaimed. However, the grip on her hand remained firm. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, and hailstones the size of pigeon eggs fell with a relentless clatter against the balcony floor. The sound echoed like footsteps. Listening to this noise, Leng Ruoxue wrapped her arms around her shoulders and gently rubbed them, attempting to feign composure instead of collapsing into Su Fan's embrace. She squeezed his hand tightly. "Humph, still not holding me." Su Fan, oblivious to her sentiments, instead pulled Leng Ruoxue toward the window to observe the scene outside. Below, cars were being battered by hail, their horns blaring incessantly. The rhythmic sound of footsteps made Leng Ruoxue shiver slightly. Su Fan glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the evening. Given the severity of the hail, it was likely that power restoration in their area would be delayed. This neighborhood was indeed a bit old, and the electrical circuits had yet to be repaired. With the rain mixed with hail, it seemed unlikely that electricity would return tonight, so it would be best to rest early. Su Fan activated the flashlight feature on his phone, illuminating most of the room. "It's getting late. We should rest," he said, releasing Leng Ruoxue's hand to guide her back to her room. To his surprise, he found that his hand was stuck. Ruoxue, my hand." Leng Ruoxue did not respond immediately, still clutching Su Fan's hand tightly. With a strong yet composed demeanor, she answered, "Shao Fan. Do you want me to sleep with you tonight?" Chapter 44, Sharing a Bed? Su Fan's mind raced, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Isn't that inappropriate, Ruoxue? We're only in our second year of high school. Let us wait a few more years. Uft, you're overthinking it. I merely expressed my satisfaction with your performance today and decided to sleep with you tonight. But no funny business. What is it called again? Right, a trial sleep. Su Fan's face fell, disappointment evident. Boom. Outside, the thunder seemed to echo Leng Ruoxue's feelings as another lightning bolt illuminated the scene. A shadow appeared momentarily in the flash, shrouded in a hint of black smoke, startling Leng Ruoxue. Su Fan, with his back to the window, was unaware of this. However, Leng Ruoxue had seen it. This shadow had stood right in the center of the lightning. How had it moved to the window? In the darkness, she couldn't discern the figure's face, but the hand she held with Su Fan trembled. Unbeknownst to Su Fan, he had misinterpreted her anxiety as playful shyness. Feeling regretful, yet unprepared to confront the truth, he stammered comforting words. It's fine. We have plenty of time ahead. I will never leave you. There's no need to force yourself. He gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to release her grip. Yet, Leng Ruoxue grasped it tighter. No, it's not like that. Not like that. I was wrong, Su Fan. Please sleep with me. I told you. We have a long time ahead of us. You don't need to worry about this. I can endure. No, it's not that. I'm scared. There's nothing to fear. I promise I won't leave you. I'm not afraid of you leaving. If you dare to go, I'll bite you to death. Ugh, it infuriates me. I'm afraid of that shadow outside the window. Leng Ruoxue, who had initially been coy, suddenly burst forth in a single breath. Overwhelmed by the torment of her fears, the encroaching shadow, coupled with the eerie sounds outside, made her dread the thought of sleeping alone. Shadow? Su Fan finally grasped the situation might be different than he had perceived. Curiously, he approached the window and opened it to look outside. Finding nothing amiss, he closed it again. There's nothing out there. Really? Leng Ruoxue cautiously peeked from behind Su Fan, and upon seeing the emptiness, she sighed in relief. Yet, she still did not release his hand. So Ruoxue is afraid of ghosts? Such an ethereal existence? How could something beyond scientific explanation possibly exist? Host. You too are considered an ethereal existence, and you cannot be explained by science. Leng Ruoxue pouted. Speaking of which, my rebirth also cannot be explained scientifically. Resolute, she decided to go all in, having already voiced her thoughts. I don't care. I want to sleep with you tonight. Ahem. Su Fan, at a loss for words, had no choice but to acquiesce. That night, the two indeed lay together on the same bed. Yet due to the small size of the beds in both Leng Ruoxue's and Su Fan's rooms, they could hardly fit. Thus, they moved to Lin E and Su Father's room. The mattress had been replaced with the latest one by Su Fan's system, which was the one Leng Ruoxue found most comfortable. Lying on the bed, they exchanged no words. Leng Ruoxue tucked herself under the covers, her head buried within them. Squeezed into the corner of the bed, Su Fan lay on the other side, somewhat unembarrassed yet still silent. Outside, thunder rumbled, and the sound of rain intensified, accompanied by the banging of hail against the window. Leng Ruoxue shivered beneath the covers. At that moment, Su Fan, seemingly asleep, began to breathe evenly. Leng Ruoxue pouted in dissatisfaction. How can you sleep at this age? Here I am, a great beauty sharing a bed with you, and you don't even feel shy? Before she could finish her thoughts, she felt a warm hand resting on her body. It was comforting, yet the placement felt a bit awkward. Then, she found herself being drawn into a warm embrace. Su Fan, she murmured, puzzled. Yet there was no response. He continued to breathe steadily, his arm encircling her waist, pressing her back against his chest. His heavy breaths tickled her neck, bringing both a sense of security and a slight itch. A faint smile spread across Leng Ruoxue's face as she closed her eyes. So soft. Upon hearing that thought, her expression shifted to one of intrigue. So he had been pretending. If it weren't for hearing his thoughts, she might have believed him. But thank you, Su Fan. Silently, she surrendered to sleep, her breathing evening out. Congratulations, host, for successfully grasping the affection of your esteemed partner, earning achievement points. Congratulations, host, for being successfully grasped by your esteemed partner, earning achievement points. A night of silence passed. In the morning, Leng Ruoxue, rubbing her sleepy eyes, awoke feeling well-rested, as if she had been cuddling a giant body pillow throughout the night. Clinging to the cushion like an octopus, she found herself startled when Leng Ruoxue opened her eyes to discover that this was no ordinary human-shaped pillow, but rather Su Fan himself. A flush of crimson spread across her delicate face, prompting her to hastily withdraw her hands from him. Fortunately, her sudden movement did not rouse Su Fan, who remained blissfully asleep. She pondered, recalling how splendidly she had slept the previous night, only to realize that Su Fan had pretended to be asleep all along. As she gazed at his serene visage, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Aha, so you thought you could feign slumber last night. With a dainty hand, she gently pinched Su Fan's cheek, playfully toying with it. Although his face bore little flesh, merely a thin layer of skin, it delighted her nonetheless. As she continued to knead it until it flushed a deep red, unwilling to relent. After a while, Su Fan felt a persistent ache in his face. Having just dreamt of being ensnared by an octopus, its tentacles not only immobilizing him, but also teasing his cheeks incessantly. Strangely, he felt a hint of pleasure. This was absurd. How could being toyed with by an octopus be enjoyable? Yet, when the creature turned its gaze towards him, he was met with the sight of Leng Ruoxue's face, jolting him awake. As his eyes fluttered open, he found her petite hand still at play on his cheek. Seeing Su Fan awake, Leng Ruoxue released her grip with a grin, playfully poking at his cheek with her finger. Even though we have no classes today, you shouldn't indulge in slothfulness like this. It's Saturday, a day of rest. Su Fan glanced at his phone nearby. 8:30 in the morning. Huh, isn't it just 8 o'clock? I usually sleep until 9, or even 10 on Saturdays. With a quick glance at the time, he retreated back under the covers, where the lingering scent of Leng Ruoxue enveloped him, inducing a soothing drowsiness. No, don't fall asleep. You promised to accompany me shopping today, Leng Ruoxue exclaimed, shaking him vigorously. Only then did Su Fan truly awaken, rubbing his eyes. Shopping? For what? For a bed, she replied, revealing her little tiger teeth with a playful smile. After all, this was Su Fan's parents' room, and Leng Ruoxue felt it best not to linger here too long. Chapter 45. This bed is sturdy and durable. The two tidied themselves, donned fresh clothes, and shared a simple breakfast. During this time, Su Fan stumbled upon a peculiar, charred, human-shaped kite on the balcony, its string dangling from the railing, seemingly blown there by the wind. Without a second thought, he tossed it into the trash bin. Ruoxue, what exactly are we shopping for? I asked, my lips twitching slightly as I gazed at the somewhat dilapidated storefront before me, then shifted my gaze to the opulent department store across the street. How had this shop managed to survive in such contrast? Well, I may have a bit of money, and you could be considered a wealthy heir, so why not head over to the other side? The shops there are far superior. With a soft smile, Leng Ruoxue tugged at Su Fan's sleeve and led him into the store. The initial reaction of everyone inside was one of disbelief at how antiquated the place appeared, so much so that few even realized it was still in operation. Upon entering, they found the shop nearly empty, devoid of sales staff. Only an elderly man sat in the back, meticulously carving something with a chisel in hand. His attention focused on the wooden block before him. Su Fan, initially oblivious to his presence, only noticed him when Leng Ruoxue pointed him out. Grandpa Zhong, we're here to buy something. The man, referred to as Grandpa Zhong, appeared to be the proprietor, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, complete with sleeves and an apron. His glasses perched on his nose as he quietly concentrated on his intricate wood carvings, mountains and valleys coming to life on a mere 5-centimeter wide piece of wood. Su Fan's immediate impression was that this old man possessed remarkable skills. Have you not seen the heights of Yishan, where the essence of the Juju wood carving truly shines? Su Fan mused internally, acknowledging the artistry before him. Observing Su Fan's astonishment, Leng Ruoxue's lips curved into a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with delight at his reaction. Hee. I knew you'd be amazed. Coming here was indeed the right choice. Young lady from the Leng family, feel free to browse, Grandpa Zhong said, not lifting his head, his carving pace unwavering. Su Fan retracted his earlier judgment about the shop's quality. Considering Grandpa Zhong's craftsmanship, the items here would undoubtedly be worth their price. Perhaps even considered art. However, Leng Ruoxue was less concerned with the value and more captivated by the beauty of the items, eager to witness Su Fan's astonished expressions, which prompted her to bring him here. All right, Grandpa Zhong, she chirped, leading Su Fan further into the store, excitedly observing the plethora of whimsically carved beds that exuded youthful charm. Wait, whimsical beds. Su Fan suddenly sensed that the store's aesthetic was rather peculiar. What were these carvings adorning the beds? While carving on a bed might not seem degrading, what on earth were these figures? Is that a magical girl carved into the bed frame? And what about this pink SpongeBob? Is he wearing Patrick as a coat? Have you confused the colors of the Calabash brothers? Su Fan exclaimed in disbelief. The most shocking of all was a bed nestled in a narrow gap, adorned with a dragon on one side, a phoenix on the other, and an yin-yang symbol in the center. Is this bed depicting an entire scene of secret love? Su Fan gasped, scrutinizing the carvings on the bed. This was definitely not suitable for children. As he examined the carvings with a mix of shock and curiosity, he quickly averted his gaze upon seeing Leng Ruoxue approach, positioning himself strategically to shield her from the inappropriate imagery. He had no intention of corrupting her innocent mind. Su Fan, which of these two beds do you think is prettier? Leng Ruoxue asked, holding her phone displaying two images, evidently excited about one of them and seeking Su Fan's opinion. He glanced at the first, an ordinary double bed, skillfully carved with dragons and phoenixes, appearing quite normal and well-crafted. A double bed? Su Fan wondered, met with Leng Ruoxue's earnest expression. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He then looked at the second image, which showcased a somewhat larger circular bed. A circular bed? Su Fan observed carefully and soon realized that something was amiss. Why is there a heart carved in the center of this circular bed? And why do I feel like this bed can be disassembled along the heart's engravings? Most importantly, this is also a double bed. However, Su Fan dared not voice his thoughts, merely casting glances at the two beds while his gaze shifted towards Leng Ruoxue. He sought to discern her reaction, But to his surprise, the previously serious Leng Ruoxue and now covered her mouth, suppressing laughter, her face radiating happiness. Su Fan was taken aback. Could it be that this girl was hinting at something by purchasing a double bed? The instant this possibility crossed his mind, his brain short-circuited. Seeing that Su Fan had not reacted, Leng Ruoxue pouted slightly and gently poked his cheek with her delicate finger. What are you daydreaming about? I asked you a question. Which one looks better? Su Fan's heart answered automatically. Upon hearing this, Leng Ruoxue swiftly turned her head away, a blush creeping across her cheeks that she could not conceal. Su Fan's inner monologue lamented, I've been caught off guard. I should have been more cautious. Coming back to his senses, he observed the transformation of Leng Ruoxue, who had just been teasing him like an elder sister but now resembled a bashful little kitten, leaving him utterly perplexed. What is going on? Did I just inadvertently voice my thoughts? No, my lips are sealed. Yet, no one provided an answer. The system remained unresponsive. It could hardly reveal to Su Fan that it had bestowed the novice gift pack upon Leng Ruoxue, could it? The system was indeed a master of evasion. After all, it seldom made its presence known. Ahem. While the two were at a loss, old Master Zhong had approached them from behind without their notice. His gaze was profound as he surveyed their expressions. When his eyes fell upon Su Fan, a flicker of surprise passed through them, but it quickly settled into calmness. Cold girl, have you made your decision? Leng Ruoxue, covering her flushed cheeks, replied, Grandpa Zhong, I've made up my mind. I want that one with the dragon and phoenix carving. Old Master Zhong paused, his gaze now tinged with playful teasing, but as a man of advanced years. Was it appropriate to jest with these youngsters? Ahem, be careful not to let your father find out. Su Fan. Leng Ruoxue. What are you saying, Grandpa Zhong? She exclaimed, shyly retreating behind Su Fan. Ah, by the way, although this bed has been made for over a year, the material is of excellent quality, sturdy, and durable. Old Master Zhong observed the two young people, but the flustered expressions he had anticipated were absent. Instead, he detected a hint of excitement. Even Leng Ruoxue had licked her lips. At his advanced age, he felt overwhelmed by this unexpected display. Is this what they call a generation gap? Old Master Zhong felt a wave of annoyance as he watched the pair before him, shaking his head dismissively and refusing to look at them any longer. I'll have it delivered to your home. Is that all right? No problem, Grandpa Zhong. Just put it on my dad's tab. Old Master Zhong turned his attention away from the two young people, returning to his previous seat, where he picked up the newly completed wood carving and handed it to Su Fan. Consider this a gift to mark our meeting. Treat Leng Ruoxue well. Leng Ruoxue gazed in astonishment at the wood carving in Old Master Zhong's hands. Su Fan, though confused, quickly accepted the carving. Recognizing the craftsmanship of the elder was truly remarkable. His skill was surely that of a national-level master, even if Su Fan had never heard of him in his past life. Thank you. Off you go. Don't ambush this 69-year-old comrade any longer. If I take another bite, I might need to rest early to find my old companion. With that, Old Master Zhong focused intently on a new block of wood. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue waved goodbye to Old Master Zhong and, pulling Su Fan along, hurriedly left the store. With the chime of the doorbell, silence enveloped the shop once more. Old Master Zhong, picking up the carving knife he had set aside earlier, paused, shook his head, and murmured, I'm getting old, seeing things that aren't there. It seems I'm not far from finding you. He then gazed at a wooden figure displayed in the corner of the shop, his eyes revealing a touch of tenderness and nostalgia. Chapter 46, A Chance Encounter with Jiang Xiaoxiao. As they stepped out of the shop, Leng Ruoxue noticed Su Fan trying to stuff the wood carving into his pocket and quickly intervened. Be careful with that. Let's just order a delivery. After all, he was quite bold, treating his own creations so carelessly, let alone a gift from someone else. Is this thing really valuable? Su Fan queried, examining the wood carving in his hand. Although he could discern the elder's exceptional craftsmanship, he understood that wood carving and stone carving were distinct disciplines, preventing him from accurately gauging its worth. Besides, he felt secure keeping it in his pocket, confident that with a little care, it would be perfectly fine. It's valuable. More importantly, it's not just about the price. This might be one of Old Master Zhong's few remaining pieces. Look, he even carved his signature on the bottom. Leng Ruoxue ordered a local delivery service through her phone and then held up the carving for Su Fan to see the underside. Indeed, it bore Zhong Li's signature along with a line of text, gifted to Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan. Hey, how did Grandpa Zhong know your name? Leng Ruoxue exclaimed, surprised by the inscription of Su Fan's name. Didn't you call me just a moment ago? Oh right, but how did he know your last name was Su? I don't know, perhaps he guessed. Su Fan was equally puzzled as to why Zhong Li, whom he had just met, would know his name. But did it matter? Not really, at least not at this moment. How much is this worth? Su Fan asked with keen interest, eyeing the wood carving. Probably worth several $100,000. I'd say, several $100,000. Is something carved from ordinary wood really that expensive? The last major piece sold for around 4 to 5 million. Leng Ruoxue pulled out her phone and searched for Zhong Li's previous auction item. The work was approximately 3 times the size of the wood carving Su Fan held. The final sale price? 489 million. Incredible. She marveled. The primary reason for the price is the ordinary material, It reflects only Zhong Li's craftsmanship. He must be at least a national-level sculptor, right? Of course. Grandpa Zhong ranks among the top 3 wood-carving masters in the country. Why is someone like him here? Su Fan turned to glance at the shop's sign, where 3 large, age-worn characters stood proudly. Li Yishi. It exuded a unique charm. If the shop were a tad tidier, it might rival the nearby department store in terms of atmosphere. It's because of unfulfilled emotions. This place is run by old Master Zhong and his late wife. Leng Ruoxue gazed starry-eyed through the shop window, observing Zhong Li working quietly within. Her expression one of deep admiration, as if a girl could not help but feel respect for such artistry. Grandfather Zhong, having lost his spouse in middle age, has resolutely remained in this shop ever since, declaring it to be their shared home. While surrounding houses have been demolished, he managed to negotiate with city officials to preserve this parcel of land for himself, preventing developers from encroaching upon it. Su Fan, touching his nose, found this quite touching. What about you? Leng Ruoxue turned her lovely face towards Su Fan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. If your partner were to pass away, would you, like Grandfather Zhong, guard your shared establishment, vowing never to remarry? As she grasped Su Fan's arm, her casual inquiry betrayed a hint of unease that Su Fan perceptively noticed. Me? Su Fan, without a moment's contemplation, pointed to his own face and gazed into Leng Ruoxue's eyes. I would probably choose to follow her into the afterlife, he said, feigning nonchalance as he recalled the choice he had made in his past life. Leng Ruoxue's heart jolted, as if a memory had resurfaced. Her small hand trembled slightly, and tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. The arm that had been holding Su Fan turned into a tight embrace, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. I don't want you to follow her. Su Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Has the persona of Shueshua been cast aside? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Gently, he brushed his fingers along Leng Ruoxue's delicate nose, speaking tenderly. Then you must live well and strive to outlive me. Leng Ruoxue nodded, but soon registered the implications of his words, her face flushing a deep crimson. Does that mean I consider myself his partner? Hadn't I just? But it seems he agrees. Never mind. I am indeed his partner. I am even his wife from a previous life. So what if I utter a sound? This is mutual affection. Whatever, it matters not. He noticed. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been stealthily approaching to greet them, stood frozen in shock upon overhearing their conversation. Have these two truly reached a point where they contemplate such devotion? Jiang Xiaoxiao shook her head. She had merely intended to stroll through the department store today, but upon arriving here, she encountered Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan, preparing to surprise them. She was instead met with such intimate discourse. A flicker of admiration gleamed in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes as she observed their intertwined hands and affectionate demeanor. Suddenly, she felt disinclined to interrupt. If they went shopping together, wouldn't I be bombarded with dog food? Best to make a hasty retreat. I haven't even had lunch yet. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao attempted to slip away, she was intercepted. Excuse me, did you order a delivery? A man in a yellow uniform, riding a motorcycle, halted beside her, inquiring. Yes, we did. Upon hearing the voice, Leng Ruoxue quickly turned around, spotting Jiang Xiaoxiao attempting to sneak away. Xiaoxiao, what a coincidence. As Leng Ruoxue clung to Su Fan's arm, she hadn't registered what was happening until she caught Jiang Xiaoxiao's peculiar gaze, prompting her to release Su Fan's arm. No, it's not what you think. Stop. No need to explain. I understand. Just handle that delivery. Jiang Xiaoxiao covered her eyes. Only then did Leng Ruoxue hand over the items to the delivery person, who was taken aback upon hearing the price in the tens of thousands. Ultimately, through some miracle, a foam layer was found, wrapping the package in multiple layers, and after securing it in a box with added delivery charges, the delivery man reluctantly agreed. Naturally, the items were not sent back to their residence, but delivered to Leng Ruoxue's villa in the county. Once everything was settled, she turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? Leng Ruoxue glanced at Su Fan, as if silently warning him against any mischief, then engaged Jiang Xiaoxiao in conversation. Oh, I was just wandering around and ended up here. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Su Fan, who wore a smile, his gaze fixed on Leng Ruoxue, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as if she were the sole focus of his world. Oh, what are you planning to do next? Leng Ruoxue shot a sly glance at Su Fan, as if cautioning him against his wandering eyes. Su Fan, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and averted his gaze, yet he couldn't resist stealing glances at Leng Ruoxue. Their playful exchanges filled Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart with sweetness. I can't stay here any longer. This is a dog slaughterhouse. Mom, I want a childhood sweetheart too. Wait, I seem to have one, but that guy only plays in the mud. Well, I've strolled enough. I'll head home now. I won't disturb you two any longer. Goodbye. See you at school. With that, Jiang Xiaoxiao hurriedly fled, distancing herself from Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. Initially, she had intended to enjoy some shopping, but upon seeing Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue together, she felt disheartened. How could she enjoy shopping while witnessing their affection? I certainly do not wish to be the spotlight. Perhaps a movie would be a better choice. Chapter 47. Is this the work of your friend student? In the capital, at the office of the president of Daimai University, Master Li Wanner burst into the office as if she had entered a garden, exclaiming loudly. However, upon entry, she was met with a sudden thump on her head, causing her to yelp in pain. Master, what are you doing? Call me Grandpa. You impetuous little girl. No wonder it has taken you so long to pass the provincial exam. Focus, secure a provincial qualification, and uphold our family's legacy. Li Nan gazed at the young girl rubbing her head, his expression one of exasperation. This child possesses many virtues, yet her mind is far too scattered. Moreover, instead of continuing the family tradition across 3 generations, she has chosen to become a disciple of another master. This thought infuriated him. Grandpa, let us set that aside for now. I have brought you something wonderful. Please take a look. With that, Li Wanner retrieved a large packaging box from her oversized suitcase. Li Nan furrowed his brow. You packed such a large box for this. Then Li Wanner pulled out a smaller box from within the large one. And yet another small box. Are you playing with Russian nesting dolls? How many layers are there? What on earth requires such extensive packaging? Grandpa, please remain calm. Li Wanner chuckled, unwrapping several layers before finally revealing a dragon head seal crafted by Su Fan. Li Nan glanced at the heap of packaging strewn about, then at the tiny seal resting in his hand, barely the size of his palm. 3 lines of black furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the dragon head seal. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, yet the more he examined it, the more he sensed something amiss. Child, where did you acquire this? The carving marks are evidently recent. And the craftsmanship, this level of precision and skill, if it weren't for the material, it rivals what I could create myself. Li Nan inspected the base of the dragon head seal, but found no signature, shaking his head in disappointment. This individual possesses a level of skill that exceeds that of a provincial-level sculptor. If they were to employ superior materials, it might rival even my own esteemed work. Where on earth did you uncover such a masterpiece? From old Xiao, perchance? No, that lad is of the landscape school and does not carve dragons. Perhaps old Lu? Yet, while he does sculpt dragons, his technique involves meticulous chiseling, which would hardly yield such grand and sweeping pieces. Upon reflection, this carving technique is distinctly different from that of all contemporary schools. How utterly perplexing. Li Nan picked up a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the dragon head seal with great care. This was crafted by a student at my friend's school, Li Wanner remarked with a smile. Student? Don't jest, my dear. Today's students are not like those of your apprentices who devoted all their time to such crafts without attending school. To achieve this level of skill, one would need at least 30 years of experience, perhaps even a century's worth of study. Li Nan shook his head, incredulous of Li Wanner's assertion. But Li Wanner responded with a grin. Grandfather, he is merely 17 years old. And have you ever witnessed such carving skills? Li Nan shook his head once more. No. Have you encountered any works similar to this style? Again, he received a negative response. That student will be participating in the sculpture competition in S City next month. You can see for yourself then, can't you? But you must promise me. If he wins first place, you will grant him a direct admission opportunity. Very well. I intend to be a judge at that competition next month. So I shall meet this individual you speak of and ascertain his true capabilities. If he indeed possesses such talent, I shall not only grant him admission. I would be inclined to invite him to teach at our school. Li Nan declared resolutely. Li Wanner paused, then broke into a mischievous smile as she retrieved a piece of paper from her bag. Grandfather, here is the note. You said, should this person prove his worth, he should be made a teacher. Forget about teaching. I would even consider betrothing you to him. Please, grandfather. He has a fiancée, and I have no interest in younger men. She laughed it off. It was merely a jest. If he truly possesses such skills, you might not even be worthy of him. Li Nan shook his head, still skeptical that such a creation could be the work of a student. To have practiced carving since infancy, even 17 years may not suffice. Moreover, this technique is entirely unorthodox, devoid of any recognizable school of thought. If there were a national-level sculptor as a mentor, and if the child were indeed a genius, there might be a glimmer of possibility. However, no such national master comes to mind, let alone a provincial one. Li Wanner gazed at the note her grandfather had written, a playful smile gracing her lips. She wondered what expression would adorn his face when he finally encountered this Su Fan, who might present his work to him. How amusing it would be to ponder. With a chuckle, she tucked the note away, cherishing it as a treasure. Meanwhile, Li Nan continued to examine the dragon seal, intermittently expressing his astonishment as he sent photographs of it to his old friends, seeking their insights. The collective wisdom of many may yield clarity, yet despite the multitude, none could recognize the artistry of Su Fan's creation. Li Wanner sent a confirmation emoji to Zhang Jieyun, indicating that the matter had been settled, then turned her attention back to Li Nan. Grandfather, when shall we head to S City? Let us go the day before the competition. No need to rush. Every school of thought will have representatives there, so you might as well learn a thing or two. Perhaps you can secure a provincial-level qualification? Li Nan set down the magnifying glass, gesturing to a stone sculpture in the corner. Li Wanner, however, playfully stuck out her tongue and dashed away. Effort. Not a chance. I intend to take it easy. Li Nan sighed as he observed her retreating figure. Very well, let her be. He resumed his examination of the dragon seal, continuing to express his astonishment. In H City, Within a private room on the top floor of a hotel, an exchange unfolded. Old Huang, I raise my glass to you. Thanks to your expertise, we successfully secured the project. Zhu, you flatter me. The item was purchased by you. It rightfully belongs to you. Oh, but it was your exceptional skill that made it possible. Zhu raised his glass with a jovial demeanor, yet Old Huang remained unresponsive, tapping the bottom of his glass in silence, clearly disinterested. Zhu forced a smile. Old Huang, here is the final payment from last time. Regarding the matter next month. I have no issues with that. The rest is up to you, Old Huang stated, adjusting the weight of the paper bag before departing the table. Zhu rose to see him off and, upon watching him enter the elevator, returned to his seat, muttering under his breath, what a show. It's just a bit of skill. If it weren't for needing him next month, I wouldn't even bother. As Old Huang exited the hotel, he opened the paper bag to glance at the heavy stack of cash inside, letting out a sigh. He glanced at a bicycle parked by the roadside before leaving the hotel, wandering into a narrow alley, destination unknown. Chapter 48, Purchase. After Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan had arranged for the wooden carving to be delivered, Jiang Xiaoxiao concocted an excuse and slipped away. Thus, only Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue remained together. Having completed their primary task of purchasing a bed, they found themselves aimlessly wandering through the store. To be frank, high school students tend to dress rather casually. Regardless of gender, the presence of uniforms is ubiquitous. As school requires uniforms, personal attire is seldom worn outside of academic settings. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, many have gradually abandoned the practice of shopping in person. Despite it being a Saturday, the mall was surprisingly devoid of patrons. The sales staff lounged at the entrance, yawning, reflecting on the scarcity of customers on a weekend, let alone during other times. Leng Ruoxue maintained a decent level of enthusiasm, observing her surroundings, yet bought nothing, merely browsing. After all, accumulating more clothing was of little use, and her wardrobe was already sufficiently stocked. A plethora of outfits lay packed away in her suitcase. At that moment, Leng Ruoxue's keen eyes caught sight of a boutique clothing store, instantly piquing her interest. She eagerly tugged Su Fan inside. The sales staff, previously drowsy at the entrance, managed to smile upon their arrival. Hello, how may I assist you? Not at all. You needn't mind us. We will browse ourselves, Leng Ruoxue replied, guiding Su Fan further into the store. The shop's decor indicated it was clearly a new establishment, and judging by Leng Ruoxue's demeanor, it seemed she had a particular fondness for it. Su Fan discreetly glanced at the sign overhead. I don't recognize it, he mused. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never heard of this brand. It likely belonged to a small shop or one that would soon close its doors. As he surveyed the clothing on display, he suspected it was the latter. The garments here ranged from several hundred to 6 figures, an odd spectrum for a single store. Such a range seemed rather illogical. Due to the excessively broad scope of this hunting range, consumers find it challenging to ascertain the brand's positioning, whether it is high-end or more accessible. Such establishments are susceptible to failure. Su Fan glanced around, initially assuming it to be a mere money-grabbing store, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the impressive styles and design aesthetics of the garments. The distinction lay primarily in the quality of materials and the meticulousness of craftsmanship. The proprietor had thoughtfully categorized the clothing by price ranges. Leng Ruoxue first examined the high-priced items before turning her attention to those priced in the 4 digits. After all, even with ample pocket money from her family, a purchase exceeding 10,000 would significantly dent her monthly allowance. What caught your eye? Su Fan approached Leng Ruoxue, immediately noticing the exquisite ensemble. It was a white plum blossom pattern dress, adorned with a satin butterfly cloak, lined with a soft pink silk corset, the sleeves embroidered with delicate golden butterflies, and a lace trim gracing the chest. The skirt flowed like gossamer mist, ethereal and light. Su Fan recalled their first date, where Leng Ruoxue had worn this very dress. Her taste was undeniably refined, and upon seeing the price tag of 1314, he deemed it reasonable considering the design's elegance. With a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes, Leng Ruoxue picked up the dress and turned to Su Fan with a smile. Is it beautiful? Su Fan nodded. You are as radiant as a celestial being. I wouldn't want anyone else to see you in it. Your taste is impeccable. This dress has just hit the shelves, and there are very few pieces available. The sales associate, noticing the couple's interest in the dress, hurried over. This time, she lacked the earlier vague demeanor, her expression revealing a hint of surprise at the apparent youthful sophistication of the two. Although their outfits were not exorbitantly priced, their impeccable taste and distinctive aura left the associate uncertain about their purchasing power. Hence, she hesitated to make a recommendation, fearing that a misjudgment could lead to awkwardness for either party. Su Fan nodded and whispered a few words to the sales associate. She promptly retrieved a dress from the stockroom and handed it to Su Fan, who then passed it to Leng Ruoxue. Since you like it, why not give it a try? All right, she agreed, taking the dress into the fitting room. Su Fan then proceeded to the checkout with his card. Once inside the fitting room, Leng Ruoxue had a sudden realization. Does Xiao Fan know my size? She blinked in disbelief. Could he have measured me while I was asleep? As she admired the perfectly fitting garment, she couldn't shake the suspicion that Su Fan had stealthily taken her measurements. The fit was impeccable, and the skirt's length, which gracefully reached her knees, was her preferred style. Too short, and there was a risk of exposure. Especially since Su Fan had once insisted she refrain from wearing revealing outfits in public. Pouting, Leng Ruoxue thought about how she was still unaware of Su Fan's current physique, which irked her. While she was aware of his body shape from high school, it had transformed entirely after he entered university. After changing back into her original outfit, she emerged from the fitting room, holding the dress defiantly. "You measured my size in secret, so you shan't see how I look in this." She rolled her eyes at Su Fan, who was smiling, and declared to the sales associate, "I'll take this one. Let's settle the payment." The associate smiled gently. "Your boyfriend has already covered the cost." With that, she left, chuckling. Leng Ruoxue stared at Su Fan in astonishment, momentarily speechless. However, upon seeing his subtle smile, she chose to remain silent. "Consider this a memento from our first shopping outing," Su Fan said, his smile softening as he took her hand. Leng Ruoxue shivered slightly, but did not resist as he led her out of the store. After a brief moment, she mused, "Do you still have enough money?" Su Fan was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Upon sensing his confusion, Leng Ruoxue quickly clarified, "This dress isn't inexpensive, and your living expenses are limited. Buying this would consume a significant portion of your budget, and I'm concerned you might not have enough for meals later." Reassured, Su Fan replied, "It's all right. I have saved a little, more than enough to buy you this dress." Leng Ruoxue nodded. "We should split our daily expenses." Su Fan was momentarily taken aback before playfully pinching her nose. "What are you doing?" she protested, her cheeks puffed in mock annoyance. "Daily expenses are trivial. Saving that little is hardly worth it. Why not reduce my betrothal gifts instead?" Su Fan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Leng Ruoxue huffed, no longer insisting on splitting the costs. Moments later, she quietly murmured, "Fine, I'll let you reduce it a little." Although her voice was soft, it rang clearly in Su Fan's ears. He smiled subtly as they exited the mall. Coincidentally, Jiang Xiaoxiao, on her way to the cinema, watched the couple's retreating figures in disbelief. Have they moved in together? And they're discussing daily expenses? It seems they are living independently from their parents. She thought, a man and a woman cohabitating like this? Shaking her head, she glanced at the romantic comedy film in her hands, suddenly finding it less appealing. Time to head home. Chapter 49. The Taste of First Love? Upon returning home, Su Fan embarked on his sculpting journey while Leng Ruoxue occupied herself with reading. They each engaged in their own activities, undisturbed. The bed had been delivered by the courier and was arranged by both Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue. The spacious double bed occupied a third of the room, leaving scant walking space amidst the wardrobe and desk. However, Leng Ruoxue cared not. There were advantages to a smaller space. As Su Fan sculpted, he inquired about the system's rewards from the previous day. "System, please retrieve my personal panel." Name, Su Fan. Age, 17. Physical strength, 16. Too weak to even best a woman. Attractiveness, 90. Skills, national treasure level sculpting, impeccable culinary skills, photographic memory, basketball talent. Musical aptitude, items, 2 strength pills, 1 masked outfit, 1 voice changer. Assets, 1. 13 million, 1 Jiulong Pavilion Villa, 1 ATS GT car. Achievement points, 30. 500. Title, Blessing of the Divine. Su Fan gazed at the unexpected accumulation of achievement points, momentarily taken aback, before promptly allocating the majority of them into the XX currency. Who would have thought that yesterday alone, Shueishui had contributed such a considerable amount of achievement points? At least more than half of the achievement points were provided by the host. If you remain silent, no one will remember you. In an apparent attempt to veil his embarrassment, Su Fan inquired, "What exactly is this strength elixir?" The strength elixir, as its name implies, enhances your strength. What else could it possibly be? It can temporarily amplify the host's physical capabilities to around 90. This item is rather advantageous. With it, at the very least, I won't struggle to move Shueishui when she falls asleep on the sofa. This item is not meant to be used in that manner. Is the masked outfit as its name suggests? Can it render me unrecognizable to others? Will it alter my physique and appearance? The masked outfit is merely a mask. It can be purchased from the shop for 5 achievement points and does not possess the ability to change one's appearance. If someone familiar with you, like Madame Zun, were to glance at it, they would likely see right through it. It is simply a more aesthetically pleasing mask. The host should refrain from envisioning impractical things. This system can only provide fundamental assistance, such as stamina, furniture, and technology. Anything that exceeds the bounds of reason is beyond the system's capabilities. My rebirth, your very existence, the residence and vehicle of Jiulong Pavilion. Seeing the system rendered speechless, Su Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to inquire. What about this voice changer? It isn't merely a computer software, is it? Or perhaps a voice changer for steaming eggs. Once activated, the voice changer can transform the host's voice into any desired tone. There are currently 5 voice options available for the host to select from: lowly voice, mature woman voice, mature man voice, refreshing male voice, and Shota voice. This item functions within the system and does not require you to wear it. It operates as if you had learned to mimic a false voice yourself. This is quite useful. This ensemble clearly serves the purpose of anonymity, likely intended for participation in an auction. As a child attending an auction, my identity is easily traceable, and there is no coherent explanation for how I acquired my wealth. I cannot simply claim it fell from the sky. Even if it did, it wouldn't automatically transfer to my account. Thus, I merely need to fabricate an identity, perhaps that of the extraordinary figure I wish to portray. As for utilizing these for competitions, that is unnecessary. The competitions themselves do not impose such stringent requirements. Although Su Fan preferred not to attract too much attention, being too obscure inevitably invites trouble from those who overestimate their own capabilities. Therefore, while Su Fan could remain anonymous, it would be nothing more than an illusion. Upon arrival at the venue, he merely needed to refrain from revealing his real name. As for disguising himself, absurd. That is out of the question. Such occasions are among the rare opportunities for Su Fan to engage with the elite circles. In the future, mingling within these circles would invariably lead to interactions. Given this, it is essential to grasp the nuances of social etiquette. Anonymity serves merely as a protective measure from Dime, intended to prevent being outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, regardless of the advantageous offers from other schools, my allegiance lies with Dime. Thus, I can superficially accept the demand for anonymity. There is no need to feign superiority anonymously only to face humiliation later. I merely wish to live alongside Leng Ruoxue. Contemplating this, Su Fan shook his head. He retrieved 2 slabs of marble from his room. For participating in such competitions, marble is more than sufficient. He also took out a piece of bloodstone, intending to carve a small object as a gift for Leng Ruoxue. With July approaching, her birthday was imminent. The Leng family's birthday banquet was undoubtedly going to be held, and many would attend. Regardless of the circumstances, he must not bring shame upon Shui during this time. Preparation is essential. Su Fan picked up a carving knife and swiftly began to etch into the marble, reminiscent of the works he had previously created, drawing lines with a practiced hand. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue had grown accustomed to living together. Their daily lives gradually fell into a routine, and school life proceeded smoothly, characterized by extreme affection. Su Fan exercised in the mornings, carved at school, and when fatigued, would stroll with Leng Ruoxue on the playground. The envy of their classmates was palpable, yet no more unseemly whispers arose. They had learned from Yang Xiaoyan on that fateful day that Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan were betrothed. The real world is unlike novels. Most people remain simple and kind-hearted. Not everyone possesses the audacity to act as villains in reality. Such underhanded antics are beyond the capacity of the students in this school. Although the sky may fall, many simultaneously found relief, abandoning the ephemeral dream to dedicate themselves to their studies. The taste of first love, for the vast majority, is akin to the sourness of lemons, a bitterness of unattainable desires, and a hazy sweetness. Only a select few can savor the joy of success. The transition from falling in love to nurturing that love, from lovers to spouses, from youthful exuberance to gray-haired companionship, is a journey few can accomplish. Thus, the flavor of first love for most is a blend of sourness with a touch of sweetness and bitterness. Just like today, another suitor boldly confessed to Leng Ruoxue in Su Fan's presence, showing no intention of discretion. This was not arrogance. Rather, it was a consideration for both parties. Holding Su Fan's hand, Leng Ruoxue strolled with him on the playground when suddenly, a burly student sprang forth from the side, towering over Su Fan by half a head. He appeared to be a towering figure, at least 195 centimeters tall. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "Leng Ruoxue, I like you." Leng Ruoxue merely cast him a fleeting glance before raising the hand she held with Su Fan. The boy exhaled deeply, as if relieved of some burden, his expression lightening, though tears still streamed down his cheeks as he quickly departed the scene. Chapter 50. Why are there so many confessors? Su Fan gazed speechlessly at the retreating figure, then turned to Leng Ruoxue with a complex expression. "Shui, why do I feel like ever since I appeared, the number of people confessing to you has increased? This marks the 13th one this month." After speaking, Su Fan gently squeezed Leng Ruoxue's small hand. It was soft and slightly cool, a delightful sensation. Yet, the recent confession in his presence left him feeling somewhat irked. Leng Ruoxue's red lips curled slightly, her brows dancing with mirth, her eyes crescent-shaped in delight. With her other hand, she playfully pinched Su Fan's cheek, her voice laced with a teasing tone. "Are you jealous?" Su Fan rolled his eyes but did not resist, allowing Leng Ruoxue to pinch his face. He preferred straightforwardness, having long discarded any thoughts of trying to manipulate Leng Ruoxue. He knew he could not outmatch this little vixen and could only hope for the future. "If I am jealous, how will you compensate me?" Su Fan was anything but coy, opting for a direct approach. After a month of time, Su Fan's physique began to gradually mature, having increased from a mere 120 pounds to a current weight of 125. His face, too, had filled out slightly, enough to no longer resemble a mere collection of bones. Cold Ruoxue could now playfully pinch his cheeks rather than just poke at them. Observing Su Fan's candid admission, Cold Ruoxue let out a soft chuckle and remarked, "I'll just pretend I haven't seen the love letters stuffed into the small classroom for you." Su Fan, puzzled, turned to Cold Ruoxue. for he had never encountered any love letters and was oblivious to what she was alluding to. Love letters? What love letters? Oh, it's just some notes written by girls for you. I took the liberty of tossing them away, she teased, slyly wrapping her arm around his, discreetly glancing at his expression to gauge his reaction. Satisfied to find no trace of anger on his face, Leng Ruoxue sighed in relief. During this period, the number of love letters Su Fan received in the small classroom was hardly fewer than those professing feelings for Leng Ruoxue. The girls, shy and reticent, found it daunting to declare their affections publicly, opting instead to pen letters, not necessarily seeking a response, but merely wishing to leave no regrets in their youthful lives. Su Fan, appearing indifferent, showed no signs of irritation at Leng Ruoxue's unilateral disposal of his letters. After all, he would have offered no replies had he seen them. At that moment, Su Fan's gaze fell upon a bald figure passing by, and he paused in surprise, realizing it was the principal. Just as he contemplated how to respond, the principal abruptly turned and fled upon spotting them, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, displaying affection in a place like this. And I can't do a thing about it. It infuriates me. Can you two not find a different spot? Isn't the small classroom meant for diligent students like you? Haven't I already given you the adjacent one? Can't you get cozy there? You're ruining my chance to enjoy the gossip on the playground. The principal had come to the playground ostensibly to curb early romantic entanglements, though his true intent was merely to oversee and ensure students behave themselves. While this was not the typical age for romance, genuine love occasionally blossomed, and it was preferable to minimize any such occurrences. Rumor had it that some teachers had faced backlash from students for meddling in their affairs. In other instances, after a teacher intervened, the families of the students involved, upon being contacted, had quickly conspired to arrange a marriage. In yet another case, a girl was compelled to transfer schools after a teacher intervened, only for her boyfriend to return to school later, discovering she was gone, leading to an explosive reaction. Returning to the crux of the matter, teachers ultimately play a balancing role within the school environment. It is more effective to allow students to develop their relationships discreetly rather than suppressing them outright. The complete eradication of early romance is an unrealistic expectation. Such phenomena will invariably exist in any school, regardless of the severity of punitive measures, including expulsion. Even at the highly strict HS high school, early romances persisted. Furthermore, not all early romances are detrimental. Love can either ruin a person or inspire them. Numerous students have thrived due to their affections, as long as they adhere to the behavioral norms appropriate for their age. This is the true role of an educator. Merely suppressing students' feelings will lead to either a silent demise or a sudden eruption. Once the latter occurs, it becomes impossible to contain. With this in mind, the principal glanced at Su Fan, noting that the two had already left the playground, seemingly returning to the small classroom. He then breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the playground. What are you two doing? Come over and speak. Girls, hurry back. I didn't call for you. The principal resumed his duties. After strolling around the playground, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue returned to the small classroom. Su Fan resumed his meticulous work on a stone sculpture roughly the size of 2 fists. As he gazed at his creation, a faint smile crept onto his lips. The theme for the upcoming competition was animals, yet the subject matter was not limited to those existing in the current world. Ethereal creatures such as dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical beings were included within the scope of the contest. As long as one could conceive an idea backed by some rationale, they could sculpt it for the competition. Most participants tended to favor creating these fantastical beings, as unique and rare items garnered greater attention. Moreover, the absence of a definitive judging standard made it easier for such creations to gain an advantage in terms of scoring. Su Fan, however, chose a different path. He opted against crafting these elusive forms, primarily due to a lack of desire and the understanding that they would not yield particularly high scores. While the scores for ethereal creatures might not be low, they would seldom reach exceptional heights, as the absence of a judging standard meant that even well-executed pieces would falter in scoring. With appearance, expression, movement, and demeanor comprising the 4 major evaluative criteria. 2 of these parameters pertain to the unknown, ensuring that such fantastical works would struggle to achieve high scores or stand out. Thus, Su Fan focused on sculpting something more grounded, an ordinary house cat. Unlike traditional ancient carving techniques, his approach resulted in a piece that felt more relatable and realistic. Ancient sculptures of cats often appeared so exaggerated that one could easily mistake them for lions, whereas Su Fan's cat was unmistakably just that, a cat. Lazily sprawled on the ground, arching its back and stretching, it exuded an aura of contentment, embodying the essence of feline life. From a superficial glance, it appeared to be a British shorthair. Su Fan was currently refining the tail's texture and the nameplate around its neck. Chapter 51. Concerned Leng Ruoxue sat not far away, gazing at Su Fan as he worked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, a pink letter was slipped through the crack of the door, quickly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps attempting to escape the scene. The rapid patter echoed throughout the corridor, accompanied by the girl's heavy breathing, as if she feared her actions would go unnoticed. Yet, Su Fan remained engrossed in his carving, entirely oblivious to the commotion. Cold Ruoxue's smile faded, and with a sigh, she glanced at the letter that had been thrust through the door. Silently, she picked it up, tore it open, and to her astonishment, extracted a peculiar handkerchief. Cold Ruoxue blinked in surprise at the handkerchief, and upon unfolding it, her expression darkened. Hastily, she stowed the handkerchief into a separate bag for safekeeping while returning the letter to its envelope and placing it into a box. Although Cold Ruoxue claimed to have disposed of all the love letters for Su Fan, in truth, she had merely organized them, having read through each one in its entirety. Although it may seem unjust to those girls, and to Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue simply cannot suppress her inner urge to steal glances. Su Fan has recently become increasingly popular. This marks the 16th letter he has received this month, surpassing even the number of confessions directed at her. With a huff of irritation, Leng Ruoxue slammed the lid of the box and tossed it onto the table. Recently, it seemed that Su Fan was thriving, perhaps due to an improvement in his diet. His demeanor had notably brightened, and he no longer appeared as frail as before. There was a subtle hint of burgeoning strength. While he may not be an embodiment of muscle, he certainly no longer resembled a mere sapling. His physical condition had undergone a significant transformation. These changes in physique naturally deterred some girls who favored the delicate school heartthrob, yet simultaneously emboldened those who genuinely admired him. Consequently, an influx of girls has been compelled to express their affections through love letters. Leng Ruoxue found herself in a state of profound conflict regarding this matter. She yearned to discard all the love letters, but feared that Su Fan might harbor discontent. Thus, she had feigned that she had already disposed of them, seeking to gauge Su Fan's reaction. However, upon witnessing Su Fan's nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any inclination to reproach her, she suddenly felt a pang of regret for her actions. Should I show him these letters or not? Leng Ruoxue was acutely aware that her inner turmoil stemmed from a fear of losing Su Fan. Apprehensive that he might develop an interest in another girl. Though she knew such a scenario was unlikely, the shadow of insecurity loomed persistently in her heart. This is a universal experience that most individuals, irrespective of gender, encounter. When one's partner is exceptionally remarkable, they inevitably attract the gaze of many admirers. This sentiment is a blend of pride and turmoil. While one feels honored to have a successful partner, it also raises the question of whether one can retain their affection. A relationship is inherently a mutual endeavor, not a unilateral offering. As one party's aspirations elevate, the disparity in their respective standings may lead to numerous divergences in daily life. If only one side concedes, the relationship may become somewhat strained. Furthermore, a relationship predicated solely on one-sided concessions is ultimately doomed to falter, with the rifts between them growing ever wider. Su Fan has devoted himself wholeheartedly to her, making sacrifices both grand and minute, from altering his aspirations to managing everyday necessities. Yet, when Leng Ruoxue introspects, she realizes that her contributions over the past month have been rather minimal. Since they entered the trial phase of their relationship that fateful night, their bond had gradually solidified. Over the course of this month, their interactions had mostly remained at the level of holding hands and linking arms. Kissing was never broached. Su Fan would not initiate such a request either. In their daily lives, Su Fan assumed the lioness share of household responsibilities, from cooking to cleaning. Laundry, reserved for Leng Ruoxue's personal garments, was the only chore she undertook. At school, Su Fan remained focused on his craft, never engaging in frivolities. He had set aside basketball, opting instead for the occasional run or sculpting in the small classroom, sometimes even modeling for her while she sketched. Despite his busyness, he never uttered a word of complaint. Should I perhaps take some action? Leng Ruoxue murmured to herself, gazing at the box brimming with love letters that she had discarded onto the table, her expression fraught with indecision. A quarter of an hour later, she resolutely bit her lip, retrieved the box, and placed it on the table. It wouldn't be amiss for Leng Ruoxue to play the role of a supportive partner. Su Fan could handle the external affairs while she managed the internal ones, allowing them to coexist harmoniously. Yet, she sensed her own selfishness creeping in. She wished to keep Su Fan's exceptional qualities solely to herself. His merits were treasures she preferred to guard. For the rest of her life, she vowed never to let Su Fan engage in commercial endeavors again. With this determination, she envisioned a future where Su Fan could be at ease, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of her labor, while she would take charge of the family business. Although she lacked profound knowledge of the commercial world, she felt confident in managing investments like stocks. As for everything else, it could be consigned to oblivion. In this lifetime, too much had already diverged from the norm. Originally, Leng Ruoxue aimed merely to convey a hint of affection, intending to ease the stiffness between herself and Su Fan during their high school years. Little did she anticipate that unforeseen events would lead to her anxiety, which in turn fostered a closer bond between them. The incident involving the fire in the upstairs battery room, with her mother's assistance, had even led to her staying at Su Fan's home. Had they remained at that juncture, it would have sufficed. She could have maintained control. Yet, intoxicated by love, she had uttered words a month prior that prompted Su Fan to confess his feelings. This had veered their relationship from its original course. Given this shift, Why not fully embrace a transformation of their future? Initially, Leng Ruoxue had been concerned about the development of medication for Su Fan's condition, but during a recent health checkup, it was revealed that his congenital anemia had miraculously improved. Although she struggled to comprehend how this had occurred, it was undeniably a positive turn of events. Since clarity eluded her, she resolved to let it be, akin to her own rebirth. There are far too many inexplicable phenomena in this world. Therefore, she chose to refrain from seeking explanations. This newfound realization alleviated her worries about whether the butterfly effect might jeopardize Su Fan's recovery. It instilled in her the courage to alter the trajectory of their future. As for finding common ground with Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue had already formulated her thoughts. Watching as Su Fan completed his final tasks, she approached him with the box of love letters, opening it and presenting it to him. Su Fan blinked in surprise, gazing at Leng Ruoxue, puzzled by her intentions. "What is this?" he inquired, extracting a letter from the box and glancing at it before hastily returning it. "Did you write this?" he asked, his cheeks tinged with warmth as he regarded the collection of letters. Leng Ruoxue shot him a knowing look, her tone tinged with playful acidity. "These are the letters from those girls who secretly admire you. When I told you I had thrown them away on the playground, that was a fib." Upon hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "All of these?" He gestured toward the box filled with letters. Leng Ruoxue's gaze turned slightly melancholic, yet she nodded in affirmation. "Every single one. The letter you just opened was delivered moments ago, and you even blushed after reading it." The more she pondered, the more frustrated she felt. In a fit of exasperation, she shoved the letters into Su Fan's embrace. "What are you planning to do? So many girls have sent you love letters, and you don't feel the need to acknowledge it?" Leng Ruoxue's voice carried a hint of discontent, tinged with jealousy despite her awareness that she shouldn't feel this way. "What is the point? Since I'm destined to be the one they cannot have, why should I acknowledge it? Such matters are best approached with resolute commitment or not at all. Should one choose to remain unresponsive, the passage of time will inevitably dilute such emotions." Su Fan shook his head, his expression betraying no unusual sentiment. After accepting the paper box, he casually set it aside. Upon realizing that the note was not penned by Leng Ruoxue, Su Fan lost interest in continuing to read. "Humph." Leng Ruoxue still wore an indignant expression, letting out a huff. Yet Su Fan understood that her anger had already waned significantly. "Then why did you blush just now?" Su Fan arched an eyebrow, casting a glance at Leng Ruoxue's petite head. "I initially thought it was you who wrote it. I never expected otherwise." "Me? How could I ever compose such overly sentimental words?" "I don't care. I'm jealous. Come and comfort me." Leng Ruoxue unabashedly expressed her feelings. The arrogance she had exhibited in her past life had already exacted ample punishment. What benefit did it provide? Could it be consumed? However, upon reflecting on the words penned in that letter, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The girl's words were undeniably provocative, and even though Leng Ruoxue was of considerable maturity, she was taken aback by the openness of the love letter, which even included gifts, almost as if it were a prelude to a more intimate encounter. Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Leng Ruoxue's expression. Indeed, I wondered why it felt like the envelope had been opened. Ruoxue must have seen it. However, Su Fan chose to remain silent about his realization, gradually drawing closer to Leng Ruoxue, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace, softly inquiring, "How would you like me to comfort you?" Gently lifting her chin, he held her close. Leng Ruoxue offered no resistance to Su Fan's actions. Instead, she gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling like two lustrous black jewels, framed by long, elegant lashes that captivated Su Fan's attention, their gazes locked. After a moment of calming her restless heart, Leng Ruoxue finally spoke. "Teach me to carve." Su Fan blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss as he looked at Leng Ruoxue, releasing her chin and affectionately ruffling her hair. "You're not feverish, are you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Leng Ruoxue pouted defiantly. "I'm not joking. You must teach me to carve." Su Fan regarded her earnestly, asking, "What about your painting?" "Carving requires just as much time, if not more, than painting. Besides, I've never taught anyone before. If you truly wish to learn, why not seek out teacher Zhang?" Leng Ruoxue shook her head, nuzzling against Su Fan's chest as if in a playful manner. "I don't care. I want to learn from you. Your carving techniques are unique." Su Fan felt a delightful itch from her nuzzle and playfully pinched her fair cheek. "That may be, but we can only discuss it when we have time. You haven't been painting much lately. What will you do about the Su Beihong Art Award?" Su Fan showed no signs of refusal. Though he was uncertain why Leng Ruoxue desired to learn carving, he saw no harm in her acquiring another form of art, as long as it didn't interfere with her painting. "All right, you've said it. When we have time, you will teach me carving." Leng Ruoxue revealed her small canines in a smile, a look of triumph as she slipped out of Su Fan's embrace. "If that is the case, should I start calling you master? The rules in the art community are rather strict. Wouldn't you agree, master?" With her hands behind her back, she slightly raised herself on tiptoe, meeting Su Fan's gaze with a sweet, sticky voice that seemed capable of enchanting the ears. Su Fan felt a flush at her utterance of master, and combined with Leng Ruoxue's tone, it conjured a myriad of vivid scenarios in his mind. Who could say how things would unfold at that point? Ahem. Just as Su Fan found himself at a loss, a familiar cough echoed from outside the door, followed by a knock. This was the hard-learned lesson for teacher Zhang, who had faced the grim reality of being subjected to too much dog food from the couple's antics in the small classroom. It had become unbearable. Who knew what those two were up to all day in there? I'm coming in. After knocking, teacher Zhang made a point to announce herself, though her hand did not yet turn the doorknob. Only upon hearing Su Fan's response did she finally enter the small classroom. Fortunately, the two were currently apart. Teacher Zhang exhaled deeply. If Li Wanner had instilled in her a fear of confronting emotions, then Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan had awakened a fear of self-awareness after accepting those emotions. How had the once aloof Leng Ruoxue transformed so dramatically in less than a month? Not only had her persona crumbled, but her temperament had also shifted. Often graced with smiles, and she invariably appeared in tandem with Su Fan, as if they were glued together. Teacher Zhang shook her head, turning her attention to Su Fan. Have you completed your work? The last time I visited, you were almost there. Su Fan nodded, indicating a cat sculpture the size of 2 fists in the corner. It's nearly finished. I just need to engrave a name on the plaque. After speaking, Su Fan glanced at Leng Ruoxue. Ruoxue, what do you think this cat should be named? Leng Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drawn to the sculpted cat in the corner. Although she had often watched Su Fan carve, her focus had primarily been on him, only possessing a vague understanding of the sculpture. She recognized it was a cat, but as she looked again, she suddenly found the cat remarkably familiar. It was unmistakably reminiscent of the cat her family had owned during her childhood, which had passed away shortly after she grew a bit older. Xiaolon. Leng Ruoxue bent down, scrutinizing the cat's likeness with disbelief. She examined the details closely. It was indeed identical, even down to the scar on its leg. Su Fan rubbed his nose, realizing that Leng Ruoxue had recalled something. Xiaolon, huh? Su Fan quietly engraved the name Xiaolon onto the plaque with his carving knife. It's done, Teacher Zhang. Chapter 53. Undercurrents. Teacher Zhang nodded, regarding Leng Ruoxue's emotional state as irrelevant to her concerns. Since it's completed, you should hand over the prize to me. The submission for the preliminary round is due shortly, and it must be submitted without delay. The final scoring will occur this Saturday, with all 8 judges present. While your absence is permissible, I strongly recommend you attend. Opportunities to engage with esteemed masters are rare. After advising them, Teacher Zhang sought assistance to secure the sculpture in a box with foam padding before sealing and transporting it for submission. Leng Ruoxue merely displayed a fleeting hint of distress before quickly regaining her composure, pouting in displeasure. How could you have sculpted Xiaolon? And so accurately? Su Fan waved his hands and feigned innocence. I'm only familiar with this one cat. I don't know any others. But why carve a cat? Wouldn't something grander, like a dragon or phoenix, be more fitting? Leng Ruoxue was perplexed. After all, dragons and phoenixes were the mainstream subjects of sculpture. Even if one were to avoid those, it would be reasonable to carve something like lions or tigers. Su Fan shook his head and remarked, do you know why the esteemed Qi Baisher's most renowned paintings feature shrimp? It was at this moment that Leng Ruoxue grasped the concept. Because everyone has seen them, and they are incredibly vivid. Su Fan nodded and stated, for me, art originates from life, evolves through imagination, and is realized in reality. Only that which we can see and touch can be sculpted, allowing people to recognize it and exclaim, ah, that is a cat. And thus it becomes art. Art is not an ethereal concept. It is closely tied to reality. The more commonplace it is, the more it reflects the level of artistry. Leng Ruoxue nodded, somewhat understanding, feeling a strange sense of awe. As a practitioner of romanticism, she dabbled in various styles, showcasing a well-rounded skill set without any glaring weaknesses. However, her works did not necessarily resonate with reality. In this age of information explosion, oil painting gradually lost its appeal compared to traditional Chinese painting, and the notion that foreign influences were superior was increasingly challenged. In her previous life, Leng Ruoxue's achievements were not particularly remarkable. She never managed to touch the threshold of national recognition before her demise. Her works lacked a certain spirit. Su Fan, observing her confusion, chuckled softly and playfully brushed his fingers along the bridge of her nose. You clearly didn't comprehend, silly girl. This is merely my path. You have your own. And there is no need for us to be the same. All roads lead to Rome. I have simply found the one that suits me best. He intended to offer some encouragement, especially since, in her previous life, Leng Ruoxue was a steadfast romantic painter. However, his words inadvertently ignited her inner determination. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering with resolve, and declared, your path is my path. We shall undoubtedly walk the same road in the future. You are my master, and you must take responsibility for me. I look forward to your guidance, master. After this proclamation, she stood on tiptoe and quickly pecked Su Fan's cheek, akin to a chick pecking at grains, swift in approach and equally rapid in retreat. Su Fan barely had time to savor the moment before he felt a fleeting softness against his face, which vanished almost instantly. He turned his head slightly, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips. Since you call me master, it would not be unreasonable for me to collect a token of your apprenticeship, would it? Leng Ruoxue regarded Su Fan with a teasing glimmer in her eyes, her slightly pursed lips appearing even more luscious. Smiling, she beckoned him with her hand. Come on. Congratulations, host. You have successfully been ensnared by the esteemed lady. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ensnared the esteemed lady. In S City, within a private room of a restaurant, President Zhu was raising a glass, engaging in jovial conversation with the middle-aged man seated opposite him, occasionally showering him with flattery that elicited hearty laughter. As the drinks flowed, President Zhu became forthright and said, Master Zhao, my old friend, I have invited you here to welcome you and, additionally, to request your attention on another matter. Master Zhao, slightly inebriated, wore a rosy complexion and had a somewhat unfocused gaze. Speak freely, my dear Zhu. Whatever I can assist with, just let me know. Upon hearing Master Zhao's willingness to listen, President Zhu gestured to a child sitting nearby. Come here and greet Uncle Zhao. Young Zhu, clearly reluctant, shuffled over and offered a lukewarm greeting. Hello, Uncle Zhao. President Zhu forced an awkward smile and explained, the child is still learning. Please don't take offense, my apologies. With that, he downed his drink in one go, the fiery sensation coursing through his throat to his stomach, prompting him to discreetly sip tea to ease the burn. Master Zhao chuckled and reassured him, no harm done. Children go through phases of rebellion. After a moment, Master Zhao glanced at young Zhu, seemingly recalling something. Isn't this child participating in the upcoming carving competition? President Zhu eagerly replied, yes, indeed. You have a keen eye, Master Zhao. I wonder if he is aiming for a good placement? Master Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that's trivial. The scope for maneuvering in such competitions is vast. It's not difficult to elevate someone. President Zhu chuckled awkwardly. You are right, Master Zhao. Perhaps you might take a look at my child's work. Young Zhu, quickly bring out the photos you took. President Zhu beckoned his child to hurry. Young Zhu retrieved a stack of developed photographs from his backpack and presented them to Master Zhao, his gaze carrying a hint of respect. However, when he glanced at his father, his expression morphed into something complex, an amalgamation of resentment, guilt, and a myriad of emotions, rendering his attitude toward his father somewhat ambiguous. Oscillating between warmth and coldness, Master Zhao received the photographs in silence, studying them intently. After perusing them, he nodded approvingly. Very good. The child's work is commendable. Even without my involvement, it should secure a notable position. Master Zhao spoke truthfully. The piece was conventional art. A creature called a bow that young Zhu had sculpted, a beast resembling a horse with a white body, black tail, a single horn, and the teeth and claws of a tiger, producing a sound akin to drumming. Essentially, it was a hybrid of a unicorn and tiger, as Su Fan had pointed out. With a little technical finesse, achieving a middling score was quite feasible. President Zhu inquired with a smile, does this piece have any chance of winning first place? Master Zhao smiled enigmatically. The outcome was evident. Though he was nearly intoxicated, a mere glance was enough to discern that such a piece would not clinch the top prize. Ah, President Zhu, that depends on your influence. This competition is not solely my domain. There are 8 judges, 1 at the national level and 7 at the provincial level. The national judge's vote counts as 2, while the provincial judges count as 1. My word alone holds little weight. Chapter 54, President Zhu and Master Huang. Though Master Zhao articulated this, President Zhu could easily decipher the glint of avarice in his eyes. The shift from Brother Zhu to President Zhu indicated that their conversation had transitioned from a personal to a business nature. President Zhu was no slouch either. He retrieved a brown paper bag from his bag. These are some local specialties, just a small token of my appreciation. Master Zhao accepted it, weighed it briefly, and then smiled. Oh, Brother Zhu, you shouldn't have. Since you are so generous, let me reciprocate with a toast. Cheers. Seeing the deal come together. President Zhu raised his glass. I toast to you, Master Zhao. I'll drink to your health first. With that, President Zhu downed the contents of his cup in one go, leaving not a drop. Master Zhao chuckled, clearly in high spirits. Brother Zhu, you are a straightforward man. My dear brother, rest assured that I will certainly handle this matter for you. However, I have resolved my own issues. The others will require your own efforts. Upon hearing Master Zhao's response, Mr. Zhu felt a weight lift from his heart. Then, I must trouble you, Master Zhao. After enjoying a drink together, Mr. Zhu summoned a vehicle to escort Master Zhao back to his hotel for some much-needed rest. As they exited the restaurant, the summer breeze brushed against Mr. Zhu's face, leaving him slightly dazed. The creases on his face hinted at a tinge of darkness, as the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. 5. That should be sufficient. Right? Mr. Zhu murmured to himself. In his quest to secure this award for his son, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, tirelessly arranging gatherings with various masters, presenting gifts, and accompanying them for drinks. Yet, his son, Xiao Zhu, remained ungrateful, pouting with a defiant expression, reluctantly assisting Mr. Zhu as they departed the establishment. Dad, this isn't necessary. With my abilities, even if I can't make it to the top 3, I will surely be within the top 10. The second prize is definitely within my grasp. Mr. Zhu shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Zhu, as if to suggest that his son was being unreasonable. What good is second place? If you wish to attend Qingmei, with your current academic standing, do you think you stand a chance? Can you even pass the entrance exam on your own? Won't you have to rely on recommendations? Without a few prestigious awards, how do you expect to obtain a recommendation? Nevertheless, Xiao Zhu was still unwilling to concede, but Mr. Zhu interrupted him. The previously irate Mr. Zhu suddenly spoke softly. Listen to your father. It is my inadequacy and lack of funds to donate a building to the school that forces me to resort to such means to help you enter the school of your dreams. He ruffled his son's hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. This was his only child, his last remaining kin. With his busy business life, he seldom found time to spend with his son. Meanwhile, his son had embarked on a path of sculpture, seemingly possessing a modicum of talent. If the child wished to pursue this, then he, as a father, would sacrifice everything to ensure his son could follow his dreams. What is the purpose of earning money if not to spend it? Lost in these thoughts, Mr. Zhu's phone suddenly rang. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at it, and a flicker of sadness crossed his features. I need to make a trip there. Would you accompany me? Xiao Zhu hesitated, a sorrowful expression surfacing on his face. After a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately shook his head. I want to go, Dad. You go alone. I'll be waiting for you. Mr. Zhu gazed deeply at his son and finally nodded. Very well, you may return home. I shall return shortly. With that, Mr. Zhu entered the vehicle without looking back, leaving Xiao Zhu standing in place. Under the sweltering summer sun, the rays unreservedly proclaimed their presence. With many parked cars heating up under the sunlight, releasing a faint scent of rubber from their tires. Yet, standing under the sun, Xiao Zhu felt an unexpected chill, tugging at his sun-protective clothing as he cast a glance at his father's departing figure before quietly leaving. In S-City, outside a hospital's intensive care unit, Huang Yuan, Master Huang, stood silently by the glass, observing the situation within. An elderly woman lay inside the unit, surrounded by various monitoring devices. While nurses periodically entered to check on her condition, Master Huang could only stand outside, watching quietly. Just then, a doctor in a white coat approached and spoke softly. Are you a family member of Li Mei? Master Huang, somewhat bewildered, nodded in affirmation. Upon confirming the family member's presence, the doctor sighed with relief. I'm glad to have found you. Please take care of the patient's expenses. The prepaid funds have run low. Master Huang frowned slightly, his voice tinged with a raspy quality. Didn't we just pay a few days ago? The doctor shook his head. The various surgeries over the past few days have depleted the previous funds. You were aware of this, weren't you? Master Huang was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze as he replied, I understand. I will settle it shortly. The doctor glanced at Master Huang's shrunken figure, sighed, and added, just ensure the payment is made within 3 days. It hasn't been easy for you. The patient's treatment has already cost nearly 2 million. Realizing he had misspoken, the doctor hastily left Master Huang's side. Master Huang looked at the elderly woman lying on the bed and then exited the hospital. His burdened shoulders, weighed down by medical expenses, conveyed an overwhelming sense of desolation. After leaving the hospital, Master Huang noticed a shared bicycle parked by the roadside. He initially intended to unlock one with his phone, but seemed to recall something, silently returning the phone to his pocket. He wandered aimlessly along the street, observing the bustling traffic and the hurried pedestrians passing by. Huang Yuan had never felt as helpless as he did now. He looked at his trembling hand and managed a bitter smile. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number. Hello? Came an impatient voice from the other end. Master Huang remained silent for a moment, gritting his teeth as he said, the house, my son's. Before he could finish, he was met with the sound of a dial tone. Disheartened, Master Huang hung up and dialed another number. Hello, apprentice, Master wishes to borrow some money. You're getting married? Oh, it's nothing, congratulations. After that call, he tried again. Old Li, it's Huang Yuan. I was hoping to borrow a bit. Your child is getting married? Oh, is that so? Congratulations, it's nothing, I'll hang up now. He dialed again. Hello? Brother Zhao. It's Huang Yuan. Oh, I see. Very well, it's nothing. It's not easy for you either. Yes, it's nothing. He continued dialing. Hello? Followed by the sound of a dial tone. Master Huang continued to make calls, only to be met with rejection, the best response being a few hundred yuan to appease him. His heart grew colder with each rejection, and under the scorching summer sun, he felt his hands and feet turn icy, trembling uncontrollably. He glanced at the passing vehicles, contemplating the insurance he still possessed, and the elderly companion lying in the hospital bed. Unable to resist, Master Huang took a step forward, but quickly shook his head and resumed dialing. Finally, when he connected with someone, the situation was different. Hello? Master Li, it's Huang Yuan. I would like to borrow some money. How much? I'd like to borrow a few thousand for starters. If that is too much, a couple of thousand will suffice. You've already sent it? Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. As he listened to the agreement on the other end, Master Huang released a sigh of relief and hung up. He glanced at his phone, receiving a text notification for a transfer of 100,000 yuan, allowing the tension in his heart to finally ease. Sitting by the roadside, he pulled out a worn plastic bottle, wetting his cracked lips before taking a sip. His trembling hands caused some water to spill on his clothing, leaving it damp. He wondered how long this money would last. observing his shaking left hand. Master Huang shook his head, a glimmer of melancholy flashing in his eyes. It seemed that after this competition, he would have to retreat from the scene. Master Huang could sense that his hands were trembling more violently, and he feared he might no longer be able to create another piece of work. In the city of S, within a certain hotel, Li Nan glanced at his phone, his brow furrowing in concern. What on earth was wrong with Huang Yuan? Ah well. Lending him 100,000 yuan was hardly a monumental issue. Shaking his head, Li Nan cast a glance at his granddaughter, who was sprawled on the bed engrossed in her phone, and admonished her sternly, "Get up at once. You look utterly ridiculous lying there." Li Waner pouted, her face betraying her dissatisfaction. "What nonsense about generational affection? It's all a lie. Grandpa, I'm just stepping out to the shop for a bit," she replied. The corners of her mouth twitching upwards with a hint of impatience as she rose, adjusted her dress, and headed towards the hotel exit. Li Nan waved his hand dismissively, his sleeves fluttering. "Go on, go. I'll just wander around a bit." With that, he exited the hotel first, followed closely by Li Waner. Once outside, she climbed into her car and drove away. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at her family's shop, where she spotted a young man standing at the entrance. The moment he caught her eye, she was captivated. His flawless, fair complexion exuded a strikingly handsome allure. His deep, dark eyes shimmered with an enchanting glint, while his hair shone like black jade. The skin on his neck was as delicate as fine porcelain. Although his attire wasn't particularly extravagant, his sense of style was impeccable, radiating a youthful vitality that was both tender and fierce, like a lion ready to pounce. Li Waner found herself momentarily mesmerized, unconsciously licking her red lips. This young man was truly remarkable. He stood at the entrance, his penetrating gaze fixated on a merchant selling stones. However, gambling on stones? Li Waner internally shook her head, the adage of one cut to poverty. One cut to wealth was no mere deception. Embracing her appreciation for beauty, cough, she approached the young man. "Excuse me, are you looking to purchase some stones?" Su Fan, unusually unaccompanied by Leng Ruoxue today, was uncertain if it was due to his influence. Leng Ruoxue was preoccupied this afternoon with painting in the classroom, preparing for the Su Beihan competition. Since Su Fan had already submitted his competition piece, he was free from worry regarding his work. Moreover, his piece had been delivered by teacher Zhang at noon, and by now, its approval was assured. With some precious free time on his hands, he had ventured out to buy a few items in preparation for Leng Ruoxue's birthday. For her birthday, Su Fan had not only prepared a carved jade pendant of bloodstone, but also intended to craft a jade hairpin. However, the jade hairpin required a longer piece of jade, and the stones provided by the system were unsuitable for that purpose. Thus, he had no choice but to venture forth in search of jade. Having heard from teacher Zhang that gambling stones were available here, hoping to strike lucky. Ultimately, it was because the system's shop did not sell jade. The thought of this made Su Fan grit his teeth in frustration. "System, why is there not even a single piece of jade available? High-value items like jade will only appear as random rewards." As Su Fan meandered about, he suddenly spotted a stone displayed on a stall, his eyes lighting up. At last, he had found something. He squatted down in front of the gambling stone stall, scrutinizing the patterns on the stones. Internally, he inquired of the system, "Do you possess any special skills?" "No, this system does not include a gambling stone function. However, there is a gambling stone log available for the host's reference." Su Fan smacked his lips. Fine, a log is better than nothing. He had no understanding of this endeavor, truly a novice. In his previous life, the jade he used for his carvings was either provided by buyers or purchased ready-made. He had never participated in gambling for stones. There was simply no necessity. Su Fan had no knowledge in this area. Now, lacking sufficient funds, the prices for jade were exorbitant. Acquiring quality materials was exceedingly difficult. Only through gambling on stones could he hope to strike it lucky. 100 achievement points. Will you exchange? Goodness, that's pricey, he exclaimed. How much is the fitness guide? This log was worth 10,000 yuan. Fine. Su Fan gritted his teeth. With a beep, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded Su Fan's mind, akin to a PowerPoint presentation, imparting various insights on how to discern whether the stones contained valuable materials. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, Su Fan realized he had absorbed all the knowledge. His photographic memory enabled him to instantly retain the information. However, merely possessing knowledge did not equate to comprehension. He was akin to Zhao Kuo, a strategist who could only theorize without practical experience. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, are you looking to buy some stones?" Upon hearing this, Su Fan raised his head, his brow slightly furrowing. It wasn't he due to any other reason, but the angle was rather shameless, revealing certain things that should not have been seen. Turning his head away, he stood up, insisting, not looking at anything inappropriate. He met the gaze of the young woman before him. She wore a white strapless dress, paired with white stockings. Appearing to be in her 20s, her porcelain skin blended seamlessly with her dress, obscuring any clear boundary. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her bright, autumn water-like eyes sparkled with a cheerful glimmer as she gazed at him. It seemed she was indeed speaking to him. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Su Fan retained a respectful demeanor. In this street, The elderly were either wealthy or prominent, while the young were typically either rich second-generation heirs or officials' children. Genuine gamblers were few. The risk of poverty or wealth was a game played by the affluent. Those without money could only dream of entering this street to make purchases. I am the owner of the shop inside. The stones displayed outside are quite standard. There are better ones inside, Li Wanner remarked with a slight smile, gesturing toward her shop. Upon hearing this, Su Fan realized she was warning him that the stones outside were likely to be subpar. However, he shook his head in refusal. No worries, I'm just browsing out here. Not to mention, Su Fan had all his money tied up in XX currency, leaving him with little liquid cash. He could only utilize his achievement points for exchanges, and those were dwindling. Over the past month, he had invested no less than 10 million into XX currency, and all his achievement points were trapped within. Now he couldn't even access 150,000. The jade varieties inside were all beyond his financial reach. Li Wanner pouted, choosing not to speak further, simply observing Su Fan from the side, shaking her head inwardly. It appeared this young man's wallet was insufficient to support him in entering the inner sanctum. He seemed quite young. She wondered if he had even turned 18 yet. Such youth gambling on stones? Curiosity piqued. Li Wanner watched Su Fan as he pulled out a white flashlight from his pocket, mimicking the actions of others as he inspected a stone closely. It seemed he was at least trying to engage meaningfully. Chapter 56. You really dare to buy this, huh? Under the light, do not observe the color. Li Wanner nodded, realizing she had underestimated him. This young man had at least grasped the basics. He was not entirely ignorant. Furthermore, that stone looked like it wouldn't result in a loss if purchased. Li Wanner smiled and remarked, your taste is quite commendable, young handsome. However, to her surprise, Su Fan set the jade stone aside and shook his head. This one won't do. He then glanced back at the other blind gamble stones on the stall, picking each one up, only to put them back down with a shake of his head. Based on his diary's experiences, only this particular stone had an outward appearance worth considering. Su Fan moved to an adjacent stall, where the offerings were all open-windowed jade stones. Li Wanner followed curiously, wondering what kind of stone this charming young man would choose. These have all been opened, she cautioned, and some are not any cheaper than those in the inner hall. The open-windowed stones had been cut to reveal the jade inside, and their prices were significantly higher than those of the blind gamble stones. After all, who would purchase a stone that had not yielded anything, except for some exceptionally unique pieces? Thank you for the reminder, Miss, Su Fan replied, casting a brief glance at Li Wanner before returning his attention to the collection of open-windowed stones. Curiously, Li Wanner asked, aren't you intrigued as to why I'm following you? Su Fan shook his head, not looking at her, and replied solemnly, observe more, buy less. It's common sense to know that 9 out of 10 attempts end in failure. Li Wanner chuckled as she squatted beside Su Fan, watching the stones with him. Though you appear young, you seem to have acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Since you know there are no good finds here, why still attempt to purchase? Finding a hidden treasure is exceedingly difficult. The stones here have undergone multiple selections and are devoid of quality materials, which is why they are left for others to sift through. Su Fan regarded Li Wanner with a puzzled expression. He understood her point, but was bemused as to why a seller would caution him against purchasing. Wasn't she undermining her own livelihood? Is it wise for you to speak in such a manner? Aren't you worried I might take my leave? Li Wanner shrugged dismissively. If you leave, you leave. I don't rely on this for my income. Besides, gambling on stones is not something someone your age should be doing. You don't appear very old. Is there some hardship you're facing? Share it with me, and perhaps I could lend a helping hand. Su Fan was taken aback by her words, subtly creating distance between them. What was this woman implying? Did she intend to support him? Ahem, I have no difficulties. And by the way, I am only 17. Seeing Su Fan's surprised expression and his slight retreat, Li Wanner couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I can see that, and I'm not interested in minors. I am merely curious as to why you are gambling on stones. Su Fan, however, remained skeptical and kept his distance, stating, I wish to present a gift to my fiancée. A gift? A fiancée? Li Wanner felt a jolt in her heart. Who would gift jade stones to a girlfriend? As for a fiancée, it seemed like a mere polite excuse to deflect any thoughts of her supporting him. In this day and age, the concept of a fiancé was almost obsolete. While he appeared quite handsome, why was he so straightforward? Well, a gift should cater to her tastes. Wouldn't something like a doll or other popular items be more suitable? Li Wanner suggested, her implication clear. Su Fan pondered for a moment and replied, I once gave her something like that, and she quite liked it. He was referring to a jade hairpin, though he had yet to give it in this lifetime. He was merely extrapolating from memories of his past. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The cold Ruoxue of this life bore little resemblance to the frosty heiress of his previous existence. Would she still appreciate such a gift? However, his words were interpreted differently by Li Wanner. Your girlfriend enjoys this? Does your entire family gamble on stones? Li Wanner felt overwhelmed. Indeed, the world is vast, and every kind of bird exists. Can there really be girls who fancy such things? What is appealing about these cold stones? Rubbing her temples, she murmured, so, which stone have you set your sights on? Let me assist you. Those who resold jade stones typically had already recouped their investments before selling off any remaining materials. Thus, Li Wanner had little regard for the stones outside. Each piece represented pure profit for her. As the saying goes, you may strike it rich, but I will certainly not lose. Thank you for your help, Su Fan said politely, although he had no intention of genuinely seeking her advice. Just then, his attention was captured by a small windowed jade stone that seemed to shimmer with potential, akin to spotting a familiar question during an exam. This one is intriguing. Unable to resist, Su Fan picked it up and examined it closely under the light, comparing it to the descriptions in his diary. Meanwhile, Li Wanner furrowed her brow at the stone Su Fan had chosen and couldn't help but interject. That one, no one would want. Her caution was understandable. The jade stone Su Fan had picked appeared utterly unimpressive. Its surface was a pale green, with colors as thin as paper and dark lines running through it, indicating a high likelihood of it being devoid of quality. To make matters worse, the small window it bore revealed tiny fissures. It's not the large cracks that worry us, but the small ones. The presence of such fissures typically rendered a stone unsellable, as no one could ascertain how deep or extensive they were. Once a small fissure appeared, the stone was essentially deemed worthless. Furthermore, this particular stone was classified as spring green, which was notorious for having almost no green at all. Even if it did, it would only be a tiny fragment. Such knowledge was common. Why would a seemingly knowledgeable young man pick up such a stone? Even the vendor couldn't help but remark, "Young man, this stone is a joke. It's so thoroughly flawed that we put it out here for a laugh. You should really reconsider your choice." Li Wanner regarded Su Fan with confusion. She believed he had a solid grasp of the fundamentals. He surely wouldn't buy such a textbook example of a poor quality stone. It wasn't that they were unwilling to make a profit, but rather that this item was so bizarrely dreadful, truly a classic example of inferior merchandise. All its flaws were clearly evident: spring color marred by a patch of green, an open window with tiny fissures. Even if a deity were present, it would still be a worthless piece. Yet, Su Fan seemed oblivious to their warnings, meticulously comparing the stone he held with the one described in his diary, finding them to be nearly identical. It was as if he had received the answers before the exam even began. Maintaining his composure, Su Fan inquired loudly, "How much for this jade stone?" Upon hearing his voice, a number of onlookers gathered around, intrigued to witness the buyer's live stone reveal. After all, the principle of observe more, buy less was paramount, enjoying the spectacle without spending a penny. However, upon glancing at Su Fan, a mere youth, and noticing that the jade stone he purchased was nothing more than a piece of ironclad refuse, they all shook their heads in disbelief. This young man is exceedingly naive. How could he possibly buy such material? This is textbook-grade waste. What purpose could it serve? Well, it likely isn't worth much. If he manages to carve out a piece for a pendant or two, there might be some hope. How disappointing. I've gone through all this trouble. And you show me this? What strange items have been mixed in here? Chapter 57, The Lotus Seed. Yet, Su Fan paid no heed to the derisive remarks of those around him. This piece of jade had been mentioned in his notes, although its exterior appeared to be refuse. Within it lay hidden potential. While the usable portion might not be particularly large, it would suffice for crafting a hairpin. Concealed within was a slender piece of lotus seed jade, nestled perfectly between the small fissures and the spring green. The spring green contributed a hint of color to the lotus seed. If he could fashion a bracelet, its value might soar. Alas, with its current width, it could only be shaped into a hairpin. "Brother, I won't ask much for this. Marked at 5,000. How about 3,000? Just take it." The stall owner scratched his head, glancing between Su Fan and Li Wanner, ultimately deciding to lower the price to 6,000. At 3,000, Su Fan would only incur a minor loss, at best managing to carve out a few jade pendants. Su Fan nodded and, without a second thought, paid the sum. Li Wanner shook her head at Su Fan. "Your girlfriend enjoys gambling on stones, and you present her with a piece of refuse? Do you not care for her at all? Is this a prelude to a breakup?" Li Wanner pursed her lips and sighed, preparing to leave. Yet, at that moment, Su Fan spoke up. "Could you please lend me a pen?" The stall owner nodded in response. Su Fan then made swift, precise strokes on the stone, ultimately sketching two slender diagonal lines. Once finished, he picked up the jade material and prepared to depart. Li Wanner furrowed her brow and inquired, "Aren't you giving that jade to your girlfriend? Why draw lines on it? Are you planning to cut it?" Su Fan paused, giving Li Wanner a sidelong glance. Who would gift a stone to their girlfriend? That would be foolish. I never said I was giving this stone to my girlfriend. What I intend to gift is what I carve out from this jade. Li Wanner looked curiously at the jade in Su Fan's hand, hesitating to dampen his spirits, yet feeling compelled to voice her concerns. There's likely nothing of value within. Even if there is, with those fissures, it probably won't amount to much. Su Fan chose not to elaborate further, instead asking, "Is there a place here to cut the stone?" Had it not been for that journal, he would never have purchased this piece of jade, for as Li Wanner remarked, it was indeed textbook-grade waste. However, with the journal in hand, his perspective shifted dramatically. Furthermore, this was a gift for Leng Ruoxue. If it yielded no results, Su Fan could always seek other options. Thus, he resolved to cut the stone on site. Seeing Su Fan's determination, Li Wanner relented, saying, "Come with me." With that, she led Su Fan to the backyard of her shop. The onlookers dispersed as the two entered the shop. In the backyard, Su Fan observed a well-maintained small cutting machine, devoid of any powder. It appeared to be a personal machine, not for communal use. Li Wanner gestured for Su Fan to approach. Once close, he placed the jade on the cutting machine and secured it. You know how to use this? Seeing Su Fan's deft handling, it was clear he had considerable experience with stone cutting. Su Fan nodded, casting a glance at Li Wanner. It's necessary for my family's livelihood. Upon hearing this, Li Wanner envisioned a family steeped in the tradition of stone cutting, spending their days with raw stones. If this young man was already so adept, one could only imagine the skill of his parents. May I cut it myself? Su Fan scrutinized the lines he had drawn, carefully comparing them to the notes he had previously examined. Li Wanner nodded, encouraging him. Go ahead. I'm curious to see what it yields. Though she allowed Su Fan to use her personal machine out of curiosity, she could not help but think that the result would undoubtedly be a stark white mass. Su Fan then operated the machine, making the first cut, splitting the jade in two. He did not pause to inspect the interior, instead repositioning the stone to cut the other side. Li Wanner, perplexed by Su Fan's nonchalance, stepped aside to observe the cut side. To her surprise, there was indeed green, though not deep, merely a delicate layer. Examining the discarded side, she noted the fissures were densely packed, halting precisely at the cut, neither more nor less. Su Fan's incision had perfectly delineated all the fissures. This boy possesses some skill. When Li Wanner looked at Su Fan again, the earlier condescension had vanished. She had not anticipated that this youthful gentleman, so unassuming, was in fact a hidden master. His level of proficiency in cutting was nothing short of extraordinary. As Su Fan finished unveiling the stone, what had once been a piece the size of a desktop computer was now reduced to a small fragment. Yet, upon seeing this fragment, Li Wanner's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Though small, the piece displayed a smooth, translucent luster, adorned with speckles of green, clearly indicative of lotus seed jade. While it was but a small fragment, carving it into a hairpin could easily fetch tens of thousands. If skillfully crafted and well-known, it might even reach 8 figures. Lotus seed jade? Li Wanner gazed incredulously at the jade in Su Fan's hand. Su Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, it appears to align with my expectations. It's sufficient for a hairpin. Li Wanner, intrigued, inquired, can you carve? Su Fan nodded affirmatively. That is my field of study. Li Wanner licked her dry lips, contemplating. That makes sense. Only those who are constantly sculpting would engage in such cutting daily. It seems this charming young man is indeed my peer. This piqued her curiosity regarding Su Fan's background. Which esteemed family did he hail from? Possessing such discernment to recognize the lotus seed jade hidden within a piece of refuse? Do you study carving? Which school do you attend? Or have you left school to learn at home? I also study carving and am quite renowned as a city-level sculptor in S City. Who is your teacher? I might have come across them. Su Fan shook his head, replying, I have no teacher. I'm currently attending the 20th High School. Li Wanner was taken aback. The 20th High School, studying carving, without a teacher, and with an engagement? Suddenly, she felt a jolt in her heart and asked, are you Su Fan? Su Fan nodded. Do you know me? Li Wanner was momentarily taken aback, not expecting it to truly be Su Fan. Chapter 58, Su Wenguang. A bitter smile graced Li Wanner's lips. She had just seen Su Fan's masterpiece in the car, the cat named Xiaolon, a creation of unparalleled perfection. It was a level of artistry she could scarcely fathom achieving herself. Even her grandfather remarked that entering such a work into this competition would be akin to a dimensional assault, a true wolf among sheep. The assembled company was, quite frankly, beneath such talent. I have seen your work. I never anticipated that someone so young could attain such heights, reminiscent of. Before she could finish her thought, a figure from her past emerged in her mind, gradually merging with the Su Fan before her. Come to think of it, he too had participated in this competition. Hadn't he? A flicker of sadness crossed her eyes as she recalled this, and she shook her head in self-deprecation, seemingly losing the desire to converse with Su Fan. She exchanged a few casual remarks before sending him on his way. As she stared vacantly at Su Fan's retreating figure, it inexplicably merged with the image of someone she had personally seen off at the docks. The resemblance between the two was striking. She remained rooted in place for a moment, then hurried to a room in the backyard, where she gazed at the portraits adorning the walls. Lost in contemplation, she murmured to herself, it has been so long since you left. Perhaps it is time for me to be more earnest? Her eyes were drawn to the painting of a young man smiling at her. She extended her delicate, pale hand to gently caress the man's cheek in the artwork, only to be met with an overwhelming chill. Withdrawing her hand, she shook her head and murmured, in any case, you will not respond to me, nor heed my words. I implored you not to go, yet you insisted on leaving. As if struck by a wave of anger, Li Wanner clenched her teeth and stomped her foot in frustration. But that fury swiftly dissipated, leaving only an abyss of loneliness. From beneath, she retrieved a photograph of a man and a woman taken at an amusement park. The man was unmistakably the one from the painting, while the woman was none other than herself. Moments later, she appeared to wilt, silently placing the painting back in its place. What am I even doing? So much time has passed, and you have not returned for years. I cannot help but wonder where you met your end. Thoughts of her own experiences over the years filled her with melancholy. I can scarcely endure this any longer. Where are you now? If you were alive, why have you not come back? I fear I may not be able to wait much longer. Meanwhile, on a deserted island somewhere in the Pacific, the sky was darkening. A man, clad only in leaves, held a signal flare with a look of exuberance as he aimed it toward a distant cruise ship. The flare shot forth, transforming into a streak of red light accompanied by a plume of white smoke, soaring straight toward the vessel. With a resounding crash, the flare struck the ship's glass, the sound of shattering echoing as it successfully penetrated the interior, igniting a burst of flames and clouds of smoke. Chaos erupted on board, with exclamations of alarm and confusion. What the hell, an enemy attack? Someone has thrown a Molotov cocktail onto the ship. Damn it, my pants are on fire. Who threw that incendiary? It's not a Molotov cocktail, it's a signal flare. Aren't those supposed to be shot into the sky? Is this how one uses a signal flare? Several soldiers rushed to the deck, scanning the area but spotting no one. Gradually, they noticed a flickering crimson glow on the island. One soldier pointed, "Look, that guy is over there." The others quickly turned to follow his gaze. Indeed. Hurry, bring me the binoculars. I want to see which fool dared to set my pants ablaze. His pants were now smoldering, with a charred mark and a gaping hole. Meanwhile, the man on the island was overjoyed. After years of solitude, he had finally been discovered. He waved his torch energetically and shouted, "Hey, over here." The soldiers aboard the ship, now equipped with binoculars, beheld the man on the island and couldn't help but grimace. They saw a figure clad in green, performing an odd dance while waving his torch and seemingly shouting. One soldier waved his hand, and soon a small boat was lowered. A few figures boarded the vessel and glided toward the man. The man's smile widened as they approached. When they landed, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Hey, can you speak Chinese? Damn it, you didn't know how to use a signal flare and set my pants on fire, did you? What are you staring at?" The man whose pants were ablaze wasted no time in pinning the islander down. However, the latter showed no sign of anger. Rather, he appeared invigorated and cheerfully exclaimed, "Are you from the Northeast too?" The soldier, taken aback by the goofy grin of the man clad in leaves, was momentarily dumbstruck, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as his face twitched in disbelief. This man must be mad. He abandoned any thoughts of violence, rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt. "Let us go. Since you're from China, we can take you home. By the way, what is your name?" "Huh. My name is Su Wenguang. I can finally go home. I wonder how Wanner is doing now. Is she still waiting for me?" Su Wenguang smiled, though the latter part of his sentence was a whisper meant only for himself. As he struggled to rise, the leaves that adorned him fell away, leaving him completely bare. The soldiers stood frozen in shock. My eyes. Not long after, Su Wenguang donned a soldier's jacket as he sat aboard the boat, swaying gently as they made their way back to the cruise ship. The vessel set sail once more, charting a course back to China. Chapter 59, Wake Su Fan. 3 days later, on the day of the competition, Su Fan awoke to find it was already 11 in the morning. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue, who had been prepared early, waited impatiently for Su Fan to join her at the competition venue. Unable to bear the wait any longer, she knocked on Su Fan's door. Unfortunately, Su Fan was in such a deep slumber that he remained oblivious. Leng Ruoxue quietly pushed the door open, gazing at Su Fan, who lay with his back to the entrance. She softly approached him, saying, "It's time to get up." However, Su Fan offered no reply, lost in his dreams. He had worked late into the night, only stopping at 3 in the morning when fatigue finally overwhelmed him. Consequently, he was still enveloped in drowsiness. Seeing that she could not rouse him, Leng Ruoxue leaned closer and gently whispered in his ear, "Wake up." The slightly heavy breath, imbued with a sweet fragrance, tickled Su Fan's ear, prompting him to turn over and smacking his lips as he settled back down. Observing Su Fan suddenly roll over, Leng Ruoxue was momentarily flustered, fearing she had awakened him. Yet, upon reflection, wasn't that precisely her intention? Why, then, did she feel like a thief at that moment? She watched Su Fan, soundly asleep, as he lay there. Soon, she discovered that Su Fan was still nestled in slumber, sleeping like a log. Leng Ruoxue gazed dazedly at his serene face, which exuded an alluring charm, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As her eyes fell upon his slightly parched lips, an impulsive urge overcame her. She leaned down, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and delicately licked his dry lips. The moment she realized what she had done, she sprang back from the bed like a frightened kitten. "What on earth am I doing?" Leng Ruoxue felt her cheeks flush with heat, as if steam were about to rise from her head. Fortunately, Su Fan remained oblivious to her actions. Covering her face with her hands, she inched closer, momentarily entranced by the now glossy lips she had just touched. Her fleeting rationality dissolved once more, and she found herself bending down to kiss him directly. Smooch. What the hell? No matter how deeply Su Fan was asleep, this kiss was enough to rouse him. He opened his eyes, staring at Leng Ruoxue, who had her eyes tightly closed and was making smooching sounds, his face flushing with color. Is it this stimulating so early in the morning? Would it be better if I pretended to be asleep? Hastily, Su Fan squeezed his eyes shut, but suddenly felt a cool little hand wandering over him, teasingly brushing against his sensitive spots. This little girl is playing with fire. A wave of heat coursed through Su Fan, making him feel as though countless ants were crawling over him, igniting an insatiable itch within. Just as he was about to act on his desires, Leng Ruoxue withdrew. She even playfully licked her own moist lips with that tantalizing little tongue. Su Fan inwardly cursed. What a temptress. Yet, in her heart, Leng Ruoxue pouted. Humph. You were such a coward 3 days ago. I merely held back a little, and you gave up. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, making you experience that feeling of yearning that cannot be fulfilled. If Su Fan had heard her thoughts, he would surely have protested his innocence. 3 days prior, during their playful banter as master and disciple, Su Fan had finally caught Leng Ruoxue and was on the verge of kissing her when she suddenly rejected him. Adhering to the principle of being a good man, he let go, never expecting that Leng Ruoxue would be displeased. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Get up, little fan. On the surface, Leng Ruoxue appeared aloof, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she feigned shyness and added, or perhaps, Master requires his disciple to personally assist you in changing clothes? One moment, she was an icy beauty, and the next, she transformed into a sultry seductress. Su Fan felt overwhelmed. No need. You may leave first. Su Fan, acutely aware of his own state of undress, scratched his head and said, Fortunately, I have the habit of sleeping under covers, and I sleep decently. Otherwise, little Su would be exposed. At this moment, he dared not lift the blanket to change. If he did, it would undoubtedly reveal everything. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue, pretending to be oblivious, playfully approached him, her cheeks flushed and a smile gracing her lips. However, the distance was such that Su Fan could not reach her without rising. And standing up would mean she would see him. Su Fan felt as though he were in endless torment, wishing to fling off the covers. Yet he knew that would be too much. He dismissed the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind. Glancing at Leng Ruoxue, he was taken aback when she seemed to sense his turmoil and retreated to the door with light steps. Opening the door, she playfully scolded, Hurry and change your clothes. You have a match today, and you've made it to the finals. With that, she closed the door behind her. Su Fan let out a sigh of relief. He rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a simple outfit, a white shirt paired with jeans. As a student, he felt it wasn't appropriate to wear anything too flashy. A simple ensemble that exuded youthful vitality was sufficient. After changing, he dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon entering the living room, he saw Leng Ruoxue carrying a pot into the area. Seeing this, Su Fan hurriedly took the pot from her hands. Shui, what is this? It's the meal I made. Leng Ruoxue puffed out her chest, eager for praise. Although she had hardly cooked over the past month, she frequently assisted Su Fan in the kitchen. Gradually, he had grown less worried about her culinary skills. However, Su Fan wondered if she truly understood the balance of salt and sugar while cooking on her own. His lips twitched as he glanced into the pot. Thankfully, the colors within were still recognizable, but what was this? He looked at the unrecognizable mush inside with a puzzled expression. Leng Ruoxue pouted, This is hot pot. I specifically bought the base and cooked the ingredients in it. Isn't that how it's done? I thought about it. Hot pot, which can include both vegetables and meat, and even cooked staple foods, is undoubtedly one of the greatest inventions of Chinese culinary culture. Su Fan licked his lips and replied, Shui. Do you know that hot pot is actually meant to be cooked while eating? Cold sweat trickled down Leng Ruoxue's brow as she peered into the pot at the mushy vegetables and slightly undercooked chicken legs. Her charming face instantly flushed crimson. Leng Ruoxue struggled to form a coherent sentence. Chapter 60, at the competition venue. Upon seeing Leng Ruoxue's flustered expression, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh, ruffling her hair with one hand. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. If something goes wrong, it's just a matter of remembering for next time. And even if it's mushy, it's still edible. For me, it's just right. The doctor said I should eat soft foods. Leng Ruoxue chuckled at Su Fan's teasing, playfully scolding, Then you can eat my soft food. All right, I'll eat your soft food. Su Fan replied without a second thought, but after saying it, he began to feel that it sounded a bit strange. Why does that sound odd? I thought my statement was perfectly normal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully been playfully teased by your beloved wife, earning achievement points. Damn it, even the system is chiming in. Nevertheless, eating soft food didn't seem too bad. Su Fan shook his head, dismissing the thoughts from his mind. The two of them finished a rather chaotic meal and left for the competition venue. S-City, XX University. This competition utilized the grounds of XX University as its venue, attracting a large number of participants from outside the university. A group of college students welcomed guests at the main entrance, all recruited by the school as volunteers. As XX University is a comprehensive institution, it accommodates a diverse array of students, including those specializing in the arts, humanities, engineering, and sciences. Overall, the number of humanities and arts students surpasses that of their engineering and science counterparts, resulting in a notable preponderance of young women over young men on campus. Consequently, over 60% of those participating in the welcoming duties are young ladies. Some of the more extroverted among them, under the blazing summer sun, don rather revealing attire. their fair thighs on display, complemented by waists as delicate as jade, with some even opting for off-the-shoulder tops and distressed jeans. It is quite a challenge to determine where to direct one's gaze. As Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue arrived at the university gate by taxi, Su Fan settled the fare and alighted, followed closely by Leng Ruoxue. The moment they stepped out, they attracted a multitude of glances, while the girls were rather unabashed. The boys exhibited a bit more restraint. Most young men merely stole a glance before averting their eyes. The demographic imbalance on campus often leads to a dominance of femininity over masculinity. Many boys are either in relationships or simply disinterested in the opposite sex. Among them, the trio stationed at the entrance, holding welcome signs, were the boldest. Xiao Jia looked quickly. We've been here all day, and all we've seen are old men. But now there's a handsome guy. Ba. What? You want to ask for his WeChat? Isn't that inappropriate? He is accompanied by a female friend. Ba. You're right. A successful general is often surrounded by the bones of the fallen. Those who aspire to greatness must not be constrained by trifles. How do you two communicate so seamlessly? Queried the bespectacled girl standing behind them, massaging her furrowed brow in exasperation. At that moment, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue approached her. Excuse me, could you kindly direct us to the venue? Ba. Scram. Oh no, I wasn't addressing you. I apologize, may I see your invitation? The bespectacled girl scolded the girl beside her, who was busy fumbling with her phone while babbling. She then turned her attention to Su Fan. Su Fan feigned indifference and nodded slightly. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, opened the invitation text, and presented it to the girl. After reviewing it, she nodded. Very well, I shall escort you. Without further ado, she disregarded the commotion from the two girls behind her and led Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue into the campus. The campus unfolded before them, reminiscent of a quintessential academic environment. As they walked, the bespectacled girl inquired, Didn't you two attend this morning? No, Su Fan replied coolly. Oh. Noticing Su Fan's aloof demeanor, the girl refrained from further conversation. This young gentleman was quite handsome, yet his demeanor was surprisingly frosty. Was it typical for artists to carry such an air of superiority? Though she found herself begrudgingly criticizing Su Fan internally, she dutifully guided him to the venue before excusing herself. The competition venue, once a grand auditorium, had been transformed with tables draped in red cloth, showcasing the participants' works. As Su Fan had anticipated, the majority of the sculptures were considerably larger than his own and predominantly depicted mythical creatures from the Shanhai Jing, such as Qiongqi and Taotai, alongside numerous dragon and phoenix carvings. Amidst these, Su Fan's sculpture of a cat stood out like an anomaly, positioned at the second table. Each table was cordoned off with caution tape to prevent any unauthorized handling of the artworks. This competition served not only to award prizes, but also as a platform for participants to exchange insights and share experiences. Consequently, the works were accessible, and many participants were seen admiring each other's creations, some even embracing and exchanging compliments. While the majority of competitors were seasoned, mature artists, there were fewer than 10 participants around Su Fan's age. Although the event was not particularly prestigious, it was not insignificant either, allowing sculptors below the provincial level to participate. However, seasoned city-level masters typically refrained from attending, leaving mostly those under 40. Simultaneously, the venue hosted 7 provincial masters and a national master, Li Nan, who were evaluating the works. Upon noticing the arrival of newcomers, a few glanced towards Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue with mild interest. But that was the extent of their regard. Only one attendant verified their identities. I apologize, could you please present your invitation? Su Fan retrieved his phone and displayed the text message. The attendant, upon reading it, nodded and expressed mild surprise, asking for confirmation. Are you Fan Shui? Su Fan nodded. The attendant, sensing a flicker of excitement within, recalled having seen all the exhibited works during the setup, and Su Fan's cat sculpture had profoundly moved him. Initially thinking a renowned master had arrived, he was astonished to discover it was a mere youth. Truly, heroes emerge from the young, he declared. Your piece is currently displayed at the second position. He gestured toward the front, where a much larger piece stood at the first position, with several people, including Master Zhao, who had been bribed by Director Zhu, praising it effusively. As the masters continued to extol the virtues of the first piece, Su Fan, now aware of his own artwork's placement, excused himself to the restroom, as the final stage had yet to commence. Ultimately, only 5 pieces would remain, vying for the top 3 spots. Cold Ruoxue wandered alone within the venue, her large eyes brimming with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Yet, an air of aloofness surrounded her, creating an aura that discouraged close proximity. Everything here intrigued her. It was an uncharted territory, yet simultaneously served as a means for her to understand Su Fan. A painting can reflect the essence of an individual's soul, and a sculpture can do the same. The nuances of technique, force, and character portrayal in the artistry reveal much about the creator's identity. Just as Cold Ruoxue strolled leisurely through the venue, a young man in his 20s approached her. He sported a small ponytail, a pair of thin mustachios, and glasses reminiscent of those worn by gentlemen from the Y country. Clad in a gray-white suit, He wore an unfamiliar watch on his wrist. Despite appearing reasonably well-formed in individual aspects, when brought together, an unsettling impression arises, leaving one to perceive it as anything but human. Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing dissatisfaction as she wished to disregard this peculiar individual. Unexpectedly, he displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he approached her, blocking her path. "This beautiful lady, may I inquire if you are a participant?" His refined tone, coupled with the delicate gesture of twirling a strand of hair by his ear, seemed incongruous against the backdrop of her evident annoyance and even distaste. Yet, the bespectacled man appeared undeterred, almost exhilarated. "Pardon me, dear lady, are you a contestant?" Leng Ruoxue remained silent, turning her head away with a look of disdain. The man's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness, as if he had glimpsed the light, and he stepped closer, his fingers dancing with fervor, a hint of madness gleaming in his gaze. "Yes, this is the sensation I seek. This is true art. My dear lady, I am willing to offer 100,000 for you to be my model for a day. It would be splendid if you could incorporate a whip, candles, or the like." Leng Ruoxue was taken aback, her composure shaken by the brazen words of the bespectacled man. What do you intend to do? Even with her considerable fortitude, she had never encountered such an eccentric being. At that moment, a wave of anxiety washed over her. The surrounding crowd, drawn by their exchange, cast curious glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Yet, not a single soul dared intervene, whispering amongst themselves. Most people naturally gravitate towards what benefits them. And the elevation of material existence has not only provided substance, but also awakened avarice and myriad thoughts. These sentiments bind individuals like strings, ensnaring their limbs and imprisoning their souls, rendering them akin to marionettes, unable to break free and subject to manipulation. Ultimately, hearts grow cold and constricted, accommodating only those in their immediate circle, leaving no room for anything else. Humanity, after all, is inherently selfish. Master Hong Yuan is acting up again. Indeed, this is not the first time. Remember when he sprawled on the street to take photographs? Wasn't that the incident where he proclaimed that undergarments epitomized the essence of human civilization, only to capture a flurry of leggings and flustered women? Goodness, how has such a person not been expelled from the association? It's merely nepotism. I hear his father arranged for his municipal sculptor certification. His father is supposedly an honorary principal at Qingmei. The crowd's derision was palpable, yet none stepped forward to intervene. A few masters present seemed to acknowledge the disturbance, but merely furrowed their brows and redirected their attention to Xiao Zhu's work. It was none of their concern, after all. They could not afford to confront Hong Yuan's father, nor did they possess the audacity to challenge the integrity of an artist. Integrity? What is that worth if it cannot be exchanged for currency? Pride? In this era of information overload, artists with such pride either retreat into obscurity or fade into the annals of history. They had all accepted payment and were prepared to manipulate the results, leaving little room for integrity. What remained was the artist's self-satisfaction and the cowardice of a group that feared the strong. Had the bespectacled man entered the competition, they would have eagerly lauded him. Meanwhile, Li Nan was engrossed with two other masters, oblivious to the commotion behind him, lost in a realm devoid of self. Only Huang Yuan's furious glare directed at Hong Yuan reflected his intense emotions. His face flushed and hands clenched. After much inner turmoil, Huang Yuan finally stomped his foot, gritted his teeth, and approached. The remaining onlookers shook their heads in silent disapproval, unperturbed by Huang Yuan's outspokenness. "Hong Yuan, enough? You've frightened the young lady." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man glanced up, revealing a look of disdain upon recognizing Huang Yuan, offering him no acknowledgement. "Master Huang, why have you abandoned your observations to linger here? Hong Yuan, you are not a contestant. What business do you have in troubling this young lady?" Huang Yuan's voice brimmed with wrath, and rather than assisting Leng Ruoxue, he seemed to be seizing the opportunity to voice his grievances. "Master Huang, out of respect for your esteemed status as a provincial master, I shall address you as such. But I urge you to consider your own position. Given your current condition, you can hardly grasp a carving knife, can you?" The corners of the bespectacled man's mouth lifted slightly, his demeanor now icy, starkly contrasting with his previous eccentricity. "And what I do is of no concern to you. Is it not slightly relevant? Just a moment ago, Su Fan had emerged from the restroom, searching for Leng Ruoxue. Where has she run off to? With so many people. How can I find her?" As he scanned the crowd, he caught sight of Huang Yuan confronting the bespectacled man. A closer look revealed Leng Ruoxue, trembling nearby, seemingly frightened. Su Fan's brow furrowed, his gaze falling upon the bespectacled man, suddenly recalling a familiar face. Just then, those around him discussed the man, and Su Fan seized the opportunity to catch his name, Hong Yuan. A sense of dread washed over him as he hurried forward. "Does this not concern you?" Su Fan stepped protectively in front of Leng Ruoxue. The bespectacled man shot Su Fan a scornful glance, questioning, "Who are you? What does it matter to you? What significance do you hold?" Su Fan shook his head. "I am no one of consequence, yet I am her fiancé." Chapter 62. This piece is better left untouched. However, your public harassment of my fiancé is indeed my concern. As his words hung in the air, the crowd fell silent. Even Li Nan paused, lifting his gaze from the 002 artwork, reluctantly turning to the commotion. Upon hearing the term fiancé, Leng Ruoxue's expression shifted dramatically. Her previously pale face flushed crimson, and her eyes sparkled with warmth as she stepped boldly beside Su Fan, embodying the image of "This is my fiancé." With a discreet twist of her hand at Su Fan's waist, she outwardly embraced his arm, projecting a sense of ownership. The bespectacled man scowled at Su Fan, aware that the gathering crowd was growing. Even Li Nan was now observing. A chill ran through him. While others might fear Hong Yuan's father, Li Nan was not among them. His standing in the sculpting association was formidable, not only due to his exceptional skills, but also his extensive social connections and unwavering integrity. If he noticed, it would spell trouble. The bespectacled man cast a final glance at Leng Ruoxue before turning away and exiting the venue. Su Fan directed a hostile gaze towards the man, contemplating, now is not the opportune moment. Zhang Hongyuan is not to be trifled with. Patience is key. A gentleman's revenge is not too late to seek, and one must endure the small grievances to preserve the grand scheme. Advancing further opens up a world of possibilities, while retreating only breeds more frustration. This matter cannot be left unresolved. If we must act, we shall do so with unwavering resolve. A glint of coldness erupted in Su Fan's eyes, a look so chilling it made Zhang Hongyuan shudder. Without a backward glance, he hastened out of the hall. Leng Ruoxue stood beside Su Fan in a daze, as if struck by an overwhelming revelation. Her eyes, vacant and unfocused, revealed her deep contemplation. Su Fan assumed that Zhang Hongyuan's earlier actions had frightened her. He gently squeezed her hand, offering a warm smile to reassure her that he was there and she need not fear. Leng Ruoxue remained silent, still lost in thought, though a faint smile began to grace her features, indicating that she was beginning to feel at ease. Su Fan let out a sigh of relief and, releasing her hand, turned his attention to Huang Yuan, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance earlier," he expressed, his words brimming with appreciation. While Su Fan recognized that Huang Yuan had a personal vendetta against Zhang Hongyuan, he understood that help rendered is a debt of gratitude, regardless of the motives behind it. Huang Yuan slightly shook his head, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. "I merely did what others wished to do." Su Fan, however, persisted. "Although it was a collective desire, you were the only one to truly step forward. Many dare to dream, but falter in action." He flashed Huang Yuan a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd. He bore no ill will towards them, nor did he blame them for their inaction. Selfishness is a common trait among humanity, and indifference has become a hallmark of the age. Yet their selfishness is their own affair, while Su Fan's disdain for them is his own. "I do not harbor hatred for you, but I cannot respect you." The people around him frowned slightly, perceiving Su Fan's words as veiled criticism. Whispers began to circulate, maligning Su Fan in hushed tones. Su Fan surveyed the room, taking note of their discontent while also spotting Li Nan. He glanced at Li Nan, then at the artwork behind him, his brow furrowing slightly as he began to deduce the reason for Li Nan's silence. Li Nan, observing the young man, felt a flicker of surprise. The gaze directed at him bore no semblance of familiarity, as though he were merely a stranger. Given his participation in the competition, he must have heard of me or seen my photograph. Yet, when he looks at me, it feels as if I am just another passerby. Genius? Or perhaps madness? Such were the labels Li Nan affixed to Su Fan, unaware of his true identity. Aside from the piece behind him, the other works displayed were hardly worthy of admiration. Could he be Fan Shui, the Su Fan from school? Su Fan quietly inquired of Leng Ruoxue. "Shui, do you wish for my work?" Leng Ruoxue shook her head, still deep in thought, her response instinctual rather than deliberate. "Perhaps it's best to let it go, seeing it reminds me of Xiaolon. However, if you'd like to keep it, that's fine too." Su Fan nodded in affirmation. Since Shui does not desire it, then it simplifies matters. Leng Ruoxue lifted her gaze to Su Fan, her expression tinged with suspicion. What is Xiao Fan planning? At that moment, she ceased to ponder the earlier man's intentions. Her eyes followed Su Fan's movements as he made his way through the exhibition hall. Arriving at the foremost row where 5 pieces were displayed, works commonly believed to be destined for the finals. Su Fan approached his own piece, casting a deep, serene look at Li Nan, his eyes reminiscent of the tranquil waters of West Lake beneath an autumn moon, drawing one in with their depth. Li Nan furrowed his brow. At that moment, the majority of the onlookers' attention was fixated on Su Fan. Suddenly, Su Fan stepped over the caution line, lifting his work high, only to lose his grip and let it crash to the ground. As the sculpture was made of stone, it merely suffered a corner break and a superficial scuff. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Did he just drop a top 5 piece? A work that was among the favorites for the championship? Master Li had spoken highly of that piece. How could it be so carelessly discarded? What a childish tantrum. As realization dawned, someone shouted, "What are you doing? You've crossed the caution line and damaged a top 5 piece. Security. Where's security? Hurry and remove him. I believe his competition status should be revoked." Even Li Nan was taken aback by Su Fan's actions, placing a hand over his heart, eyes reflecting sympathy. not for Su Fan, but for the artwork. Young man, what is the meaning of this? Li Nan regained his composure, meeting Su Fan's gaze squarely. Though not enraged, his tone was decidedly unfriendly. Su Fan slightly bent forward, lifting his work once more, and replied nonchalantly, "It holds no significance. I merely believe this piece is better off discarded." Chapter 63, Then I Shall. Li Nan's displeasure was palpable. To declare that this piece is better off discarded? Such audacity. This work surpasses the caliber of most here. And you treat it with such disdain? Li Nan thought to himself, reflecting that he had become so engrossed in the sculptures that he had lost track of Su Fan's actions. Why should he blame the artwork? Nevertheless, Li Nan's composure prevented him from lashing out. "Security, come quickly." A group of uniformed guards entered the hall, led by an individual who pointed at Su Fan. "This person has intentionally damaged a piece. Escort him out." "Out." "No, hold him. Although this is a competition, these are still the personal belongings of the contestants. And he must compensate for the damage." "Oh yes, indeed. We must contact the authorities." Yet Su Fan bore no trace of fear. Instead, he glanced at the attendant standing nearby, who whispered a few words into the ear of the guards. All the guards froze in place. Observing this, Li Nan hesitantly asked, "Why did you choose to destroy this piece?" Su Fan shrugged, replying with a hint of indifference. "Because this piece has distracted you from noticing that my fiancé, was frightened. This is certainly not your fault. After all, your passion for art is commendable. However, it is also not the fault of my fiancé, or myself. Whom shall we blame? Zhang Hongyuan. The artwork itself? Were it not for this piece, you would not have overlooked Zhang Hongyuan's reckless behavior. My work is meant to bring joy to my fiancé, not fear. Moreover, my fiancé, has expressed her lack of desire for this piece, so it is best it be discarded. Moreover, I have discerned that each individual present, with the exception of the recently appointed judge, is merely an ordinary person, bent by the burdens of life. I, Su Fan, disdain to associate with such company." Upon uttering these words, the astute attendees reacted with visible indignation. Those who were initially oblivious also exhibited expressions of anger. Everyone here is an ordinary individual, albeit some artists arrogantly consider themselves superior. Those who failed to comprehend this were merely foolish, deluding themselves into thinking they were above others. The perceptive ones understood that Su Fan was indirectly criticizing them as artists who had lost their dignity and resorted to begging on their knees. However, you have no right to undermine what Li Nan was about to say. Yet, upon observing Su Fan's calm demeanor and his earlier statement regarding my work, he swallowed the words and hesitantly inquired, "Are you Fan Shui?" Su Fan nodded nonchalantly, utterly unconcerned with the gazes of those behind him. He took hold of the artwork and grasped the hand of Leng Ruoxue, departing from the venue. No one dared to intervene, for all present were aware that the piece numbered 002 had been submitted anonymously by someone named Fan Shui. Leng Ruoxue gazed at Su Fan in a daze. Although she felt touched by Su Fan's audacity in speaking such words, she wondered if it was appropriate to vent her frustration on innocent bystanders. Moreover, she had inadvertently caused Su Fan to lose his qualification for the competition. Yet, her expression did not quite reflect disappointment. After the two had exited the venue, Leng Ruoxue hesitated before asking, "Is this all right?" Su Fan smiled at her, affectionately ruffling her hair, and replied, "What is wrong with it? If it frightened you, then perhaps it is better to let it go. Besides, I have realized that I won't be securing first place in that competition." "What?" Leng Ruoxue's eyes widened in confusion, sparkling like black jewels, filled with questions. Su Fan chuckled and explained, "I had hoped for a modicum of fairness in this competition, but alas, Shui Shui. Did you see the top 5 entries?" Leng Ruoxue nodded, responding, "I did, and I noticed that the first place piece was surrounded by many people. Seemingly, several judges were there too. They were all extolling its virtues, yet I feel it pales in comparison to your creation." Su Fan, upon hearing this, affectionately patted Leng Ruoxue's head, saying, "That piece was predetermined as the first. The moment I entered the venue, I spotted 4 judges congregated around the first entry. And I knew, Shui Shui, do you ponder why 5 judges were congregated around that piece, praising it?" After a moment of contemplation, Leng Ruoxue suddenly realized, could it be that those 5? Su Fan interjected, "Precisely, those 5 have been bribed. The individual who just came to your aid, though he stood outside the circle, was still supporting the first piece. So what competition is this? The outcome was predetermined from the start, merely a manipulation of capital." Su Fan remarked nonchalantly, "Then why did you lash out at the bystanders?" Leng Ruoxue pouted. Upon comprehending that Su Fan would not achieve first place, she no longer felt regret. To Leng Ruoxue, her Su Fan would always be number 1. Failing to secure first in his debut sculpture, manipulated by capital? That simply would not do. It would be better not to participate in this competition at all. Yet, she still felt that venting her anger on innocent bystanders was inappropriate. Su Fan playfully pinched Leng Ruoxue's nose and squeezed her cheeks, smoothing out her pouting lips. "It's simply because they did not assist you," Su Fan stated matter-of-factly. Leng Ruoxue's face flushed uncontrollably upon hearing this answer. She grasped Su Fan's waist, yet hesitated to apply pressure, fearing it might hurt him, and could only feign annoyance, saying, "Be serious, are you speaking the truth?" Su Fan replied with a teasing grin. I am being entirely sincere. Leng Ruoxue. Noticing that Leng Ruoxue was cheered up, Su Fan continued. Besides doing this for you, there was a small element of strategy involved. The person who stood before my work earlier is named Li Nan. He is the honorary principal of Dime. He is known for his integrity and often quotes, wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot bend. My actions will undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on him. Leng Ruoxue pouted. You clashed with him, and he will still regard you favorably? Su Fan poked her puffed cheek, eliciting a giggle from Leng Ruoxue. Of course, he likely detests artists devoid of integrity. My conduct should instead enhance my standing in his eyes. Everything Su Fan had done was indeed considered with such thoughts in mind. Knowing he would not secure first place, he would consequently lose his qualification for direct admission. Therefore, there was no need for pretense or deceit. He aimed to leave a good impression on Li Nan and then hasten home to work on his sculptures. Leng Ruoxue felt relieved seeing Su Fan so confident. But then a troubling thought crossed her mind, prompting her to hesitantly say, That's good. If you cannot attend D-May because of this, then I. Su Fan interrupted her, not allowing her to continue. He gently stroked her head, and Leng Ruoxue seemed to find comfort in this gesture. Nuzzling into Su Fan's palm like a clingy kitten. Suddenly aware of the intimacy, Leng Ruoxue's face flushed crimson, and she playfully swatted Su Fan's hand away. Su Fan flashed a teasing smile and reassured her, Rest assured, I will definitely make it to D-May. Even if I cannot gain direct admission, I will pass the entrance exam. Leng Ruoxue nodded vigorously, her face full of determination as she declared, Then I will take the exam too. Chapter 64, The Delay? Observing the situation, it became evident that the recently issued system task was bound to fail. 10 national-level sculptural works? The thought alone gave Su Fan a headache. Furthermore, the prospect of completing them within 2 months only compounded his stress. Regardless, he resolved to produce at least one piece first. Given the financial constraints, Su Fan lacked the funds to procure an abundance of jade. Creating large stone sculptures was too time-consuming. The only viable option was to carve jade, which was time-efficient, labor-saving, and profitable. Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue departed from XX University, leaving behind the sculptural piece. Su Fan intended to abandon it at the school. Although it had endured a fall, its quality surpassed that of student work and would suffice for the institution. Meanwhile, the masters within XX University found themselves somewhat distracted by Su Fan's earlier outburst. Only Li Nan remained, reflecting thoughtfully on the young man named Su Fan and his remarkable piece. Just as Su Fan had surmised, Li Nan indeed took a liking to this spirited youth. Such individuals with integrity are rare, and it remains to be seen if time will dull his edges. Li Nan cast a disdainful glance at the 5 masters who had been praising the first piece, yet chose not to expose their duplicity. These individuals did not belong to his faction, and he possessed no evidence against them. He is upright and incorruptible, yet being upright does not equate to being reckless. If he were of such a disposition, Li Nan would never have ascended to his current esteemed position, even with multiple lives to spare. Conversely, that Zhang Honyuan could serve as a subject of interest. Reflecting on the previous encounter with Zhang Honyuan, Li Nan recalled their mutual disdain. With little left to observe and his preferred work already taken away, he retreated to the lounge and called his granddaughter. Hello, my dear granddaughter. That student of your friend is truly impressive. Li Wanner, reclining in the bathtub, listened in silence to her grandfather's ramblings. Grandpa, are you referring to Su Fan? Ah, yes. Indeed. Su Fan. I was quite taken with him upon our meeting. Regarding that matter you mentioned, I shall devise a plan, if all else fails. Perhaps the school can arrange for him to have a spot through independent admissions. Grandpa, theoretically, he has already passed the entrance exams. Rather than attempting to curry favor with him, it would be more prudent to ensure his fiancée secures a guaranteed admission to the school. Fiancée? That young girl? Does she also study sculpture? She specializes in painting, Grandpa. You could lend a hand. Once his fiancée is admitted, everything else will fall into place. Lena nodded. Despite the fact that his granddaughter could not see him, I shall return to inquire with old Zhang. While I cannot promise assistance, I can certainly recommend him. Is that truly all there is to it? Scratching his head, Li Nan replied, Well, my dear granddaughter, let us just say that if I mentioned using your head as a football, it would be best left unsaid. A laugh escaped Li Wanner unexpectedly at her grandfather's words. It's all right, Grandpa. I had almost forgotten that, but you brought it up. The grandfather and granddaughter engaged in light-hearted conversation, marking the longest exchange since Li Wanner had moved away from the capital. Upon returning home, Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue found that it was merely a little past 3 in the afternoon. Leng Ruoxue retreated to her room to continue preparing for the Su Beihong Award, while Su Fan returned to his own quarters, retrieving a piece of Hitian jade. Holding a master-level carving knife, he pondered for a moment before consulting the system. System, are there any restrictions regarding national-level carving works? And should I find a proxy for the auction? Congratulations, host, you have successfully impressed your esteemed lady, earning 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully impressed your esteemed lady, earning 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully impressed your esteemed lady, earning 1,000 achievement points. Su Fan. Is the delay of this system excessively high? Even 1,000 milliseconds is not as slow as this. Ding. Task failed. Task penalty. Complete 10 national level carving works and auction them within 2 months. Su Fan. So the delay is one thing, but it's also not very intelligent. This system seems to have a serious flaw. System? Replying to the host. The carving works only need to be classified as national level by the system. As for the auction, do not worry, the system will handle that. Upon finally receiving a response from the system, Su Fan felt a sense of relief as it aligned with his expectations. However, he was uncertain about the system's evaluation criteria and could only draw comparisons with his previous works. The cat sculpture he had created for a competition was certainly inadequate, having consumed over half a month of his time. The dragon seal, on the other hand, was far more suitable, having taken only 2 days to complete. System. What is the approximate level of the dragon seal I previously carved? Above provincial level. Su Fan felt reassured. If the dragon seal was rated above provincial level, then creating a national level carving should merely require a bit more effort. System. Display personal panel. Name. Su Fan. Age. 17. Physical fitness. 54. Equivalent to 0. 8 of Leng Ruoxue. Attractiveness. 91. Skills. National treasure level carving techniques. Perfect culinary skills. Photographic memory. Basketball talent. Musical ability. Items. 2 strength pills. 1 set of disguise gear. 1 voice changer. Assets. 13. 0.8 million. 1 Jiulong Pavilion Villa. 1 ATS GT vehicle. Achievement points. 13. 500. Title. Blessing of the Divine. Su Fan gazed at his physical fitness with mild dissatisfaction. Over a month of training had elevated it from 12 to 54. Yet, it still only amounted to 0. 8 of Leng Ruoxue's fitness level, which stood at 675, higher than that of the average young man. Reflecting on his observations, Su Fan realized that Leng Ruoxue had not engaged in any sports or rigorous exercise, only occasionally taking leisurely walks with him. Was this talent? Ultimately, he attributed it all to innate ability. Nonetheless, witnessing Leng Ruoxue's exceptional talent brought Su Fan joy. If only his own physical fitness could rise further. Should he consider involving her in workouts? After some thought, he decided to shelve that idea for now. Currently, he was not yet on par with Leng Ruoxue. Perhaps they should both achieve comparable levels before pursuing that notion. Su Fan resolved to continue training. He could not afford to be lazy on weekends. Surpassing Leng Ruoxue sooner would allow him the pleasure of jogging alongside her each morning. He retrieved a sheet of draft paper from his desk and began sketching a preliminary design for a national-level carving work. Chapter 65. Huang Yuan's Dilemma. Returning to Li Nan at the competition venue, it became evident that even the most promising competing pieces had vanished. 5 out of the 8 judges had been bribed, leaving Xiao Zhu's work to naturally secure first place. After the awards ceremony, Li Nan returned to the lounge, with Huang Yuan following closely behind. The other 4 bribed judges engaged in jovial conversation with Zhu, viewing the competition merely as a transaction. With matters resolved, there was a sense of shared satisfaction. Huang Yuan and Li Nan settled in the lounge, where Huang Yuan gulped down the tea from a small cup, yet his mouth remained parched. Noticing Huang Yuan's discomfort, Li Nan chuckled and offered him a larger cup. Huang Yuan paused for a moment before reluctantly speaking. Master Li, thank you, it's nothing really. But tell me, what is going on with you? Even if business is slow, you shouldn't be unable to come up with 100,000 yuan. Li Nan had been meaning to ask Huang Yuan this question since the day he had requested a loan. He had always held a fondness for Huang Yuan. Though he lacked natural talent, his diligence allowed him to ascend to his current standing, while others could complete a similar piece in 3 to 5 days. Huang Yuan required half a month, meticulously crafting 2 versions to select the finest. Thus, Huang Yuan had earned a commendable reputation in this cutthroat industry. Of course, this was contingent on his ability to continue carving. With the rabbit dead and the dog cooked, Huang Yuan had lost the very skill that sustained him. What awaited him now was the harsh reality of being pushed aside, a broken drum beaten by the masses. Huang Yuan shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. After a moment of inner turmoil, he spoke slowly. My wife is hospitalized and requires funds. We've already exhausted over 2 million. Recently, we needed another 100,000. In my desperation, I reached out to various contacts, yet only Master Li was willing to lend me money. Li Nan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired in a hushed tone, what transpired? Huang Yuan offered a rueful gesture with his hand. Master Li, this situation is rather delicate. We have exhausted all avenues we could think of, but no solution has emerged. Despite his words, Huang Yuan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Nan. Human nature is indeed complex. Huang Yuan was reluctant to involve Li Nan in his troubles during such a dire moment. Yet he harbored a glimmer of hope that Li Nan's prowess could somehow influence the matter. This internal conflict left him in a state of hesitation, torn between rejection and the desire for assistance. Lowering his eyes, he chose not to meet Li Nan's gaze any longer. Perhaps it's best if I refrain from involving Master Li in this affair. Li Nan observed Huang Yuan, who hunched forward with his head bowed low. sipping his tea in silence. As someone who had navigated the intricacies of this circle for many years and attained a considerable position while maintaining his integrity, Li Nan could discern Huang Yuan's thoughts with clarity. Nevertheless, he resolved to extend a helping hand, for individuals like Huang Yuan were few and far between in this realm. Please, share your burden. Articulating it may ease your heart, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Li Nan's encouragement, Huang Yuan hesitated but ultimately began, not long ago. My wife and I were out shopping one evening. Li Nan listened intently as Huang Yuan recounted the events. A month prior, while crossing the street, they were struck by a vehicle that ran a red light. Huang Yuan's wife sustained severe injuries, and he himself suffered a head injury. The driver, without a second thought, fled the scene. Due to the lack of clear surveillance footage capturing the assailant's appearance and Huang Yuan's own impaired recollection, the police were left to pursue the vehicle's license plate. The following day, the suspect, a middle-aged man in his 40s, turned himself in, exhibiting an astonishing nonchalance and refusing to offer any excuses for his actions. On the third day after Huang Yuan regained consciousness, he encountered the suspect and categorically denied his identity. However, given Huang Yuan's diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, the police deemed his testimony unreliable due to cognitive impairment. Coupled with the ambiguous stance of the municipal bureau regarding the case, the matter was effectively swept under the rug, as a confession had been secured. The case was considered closed, much to the indifference of all but one fervent young officer who believed in the victim's account. Ironically, the suspect's assets amounted to little more than the vehicle involved in a modest home in the countryside. Due to the hit and run, insurance provided a mere $100,000. And after liquidating his assets, he managed to pay less than $800,000 in total, ultimately receiving a 4-year prison sentence. The Social Security did not cover the medical expenses resulting from the accident, and Huang Yuan's wife's hospitalization had already cost over $2 million. Had Huang Yuan been the man he was 2 years ago, he would have easily managed that sum. However, after his son's wedding a year prior, he had deemed it unnecessary to hold on to such wealth. He had lavished money on the wedding, offering a substantial dowry, purchasing a villa, an expensive car, and financing a honeymoon for the young couple, depleting his savings in the process. Now, his son was unwilling to contribute toward his mother's medical treatment, leading to a rift between them. Huang Yuan's apprentice, fearing the implications of his Alzheimer's diagnosis, had also deserted him. Even now, Huang Yuan struggled to believe that the man who had fled was the true culprit. The suspect's demeanor and composure during the police interrogation did not align with that of someone panicked enough to commit a hit and run. There was surely some underlying conspiracy at play. Yet Huang Yuan felt powerless to pursue further investigation. He could only rely on his instincts and the notion of the vehicle involved in the incident. If the mastermind had forsaken the vehicle, there was little he could do. However, fortune smiled upon him when he discovered that the vehicle had been purchased by an associate of Zhang Hanyuan. Following its acquisition, the car was sent to a junkyard for scrapping. This was Huang Yuan's first seed of doubt regarding Zhang Hanyuan, especially after uncovering that the latter's residence was in close proximity to Huang Yuan's own neighborhood. The street they frequented during their evening stroll was an unavoidable route for anyone leaving the compound. Moreover, Huang Yuan felt an unsettling certainty when he recalled seeing Zhang Hanyuan extend his hand from a vehicle that night. It was him. After Li Nan absorbed the details, he pondered for a moment. This was undoubtedly a case of scapegoating. The municipal bureau's stance revealed significant implications, even with Huang Yuan's Alzheimer's diagnosis. His insistence on pursuing the matter as a victim was met with indifference, a clear indication of foul play. Furthermore, it seemed highly implausible that a man capable of affording a vehicle worth over $500,000 could possess only a rural home valued at less than $200,000. This was decidedly illogical. Chapter 66, Xiaozhu. Yet, whether Zhang Hanyuan was indeed culpable remained a hasty conclusion for Li Nan to draw. This was no trifling matter, and with the vehicle now scrapped, obtaining evidence would be a daunting task. As for the police, given the city bureau's stance, it was likely that someone was exerting pressure from behind the scenes, complicating matters further. Li Nan turned his gaze back to Huang Yuan, who was now cradling his head in his hands and glancing at his watch, realizing that time was slipping away. Rising to his feet, he said, Master Li, I must take my leave. I've shared what I needed to. If this burdens you, I could. Huang Yuan left the sentence unfinished, but Li Nan discerned a glint of resolve in his eyes. Standing, Li Nan offered Huang Yuan a few words of comfort and handed him several thousand yuan. Huang Yuan willingly penned a promissory note, and Li Nan accepted it without demur, recognizing the value of assisting Huang Yuan in finding some semblance of peace. Once Huang Yuan departed, as if to fill the void he left, Mr. Zhu and Xiao Zhu entered the room. Mr. Zhu immediately introduced himself to Li Nan, exuding a familiarity akin to that of a long-lost relative. One might even mistake them for father and son. Master Li, greetings. It is an honor to finally meet you. I am Zhu Zong, Xiao Zhu's father. Li Nan shook hands with Zhu Zong, his tone resolute as he cut to the chase. Please, lay your cards on the table. I am aware of your position as the head of Xizong Company. There is no need for pleasantries. Zhu Zong offered an awkward smile, refraining from complaint as he stated plainly, well, it concerns my child's education. From a young age, he has aspired to attend his mother's alma mater, and for many years. This has been his goal. His mother graduated from DMA, so I would like to inquire whether my child might be eligible for direct admission. Of course, my child has also received numerous accolades. For instance, he has won at least 3 or 4 awards in competitions of this caliber. Lina nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Xiao Zhu, but upon closer inspection, that face seemed oddly familiar. It seemed Li Nan recalled something, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes, his expression becoming somewhat unusual. What is his mother's name? Li Nan raised his head to ask Zhu Zong. Zhu Zong promptly replied, saying, by the way, Master Li, you might know her. She has taken your class before. Her name is Chen Sisi. Li Nan's expression shifted. No wonder this child looked so familiar. Yet Li Nan, still in disbelief, sought confirmation once more. Chen Sisi? The Chen Sisi, the provincial sculpting master? Zhu Zong nodded. Yes, that's the one. Chen Sisi, but she. Li Nan opened his mouth to say something, but recalled a past incident, causing him to involuntarily close his lips. Zhu Zong offered an awkward smile, patting his son, who had lowered his head, gazing at him as if looking through his son at another person, his eyes filled with tenderness. It's all right, Master Li. The past is behind us. Sisi has been gone for over 2 years now. We should move on. After all, the dead cannot be revived. Li Nan fell silent, a strange feeling swelling within him at the thought of Chen Sisi's death. He eventually spoke despondently. This matter is partly my fault. I was the one who established the initial candidate list. Xiao Zhu, as if hearing this for the first time, lifted his head and fixed a piercing gaze on Li Nan, an expression of raw hatred in his eyes. Zhu Zong sighed, shaking his head, vigorously ruffling his son's hair to prevent him from overthinking. You should not blame yourself. The international exchange had already set the flight tickets. However, all 6 of us wanted to see the sea, and they unanimously decided to travel by ship, but tragically, the ship met with an accident. Who can we hold responsible for that? It was originally Cici's intention to help her son with his studies, to ensure he worked hard to get into DMA. She had made a promise with him, yet. Zhu Zong sighed deeply. Xiao Zhu lowered his head once more, silent, though his sorrow was palpable. And your granddaughter's husband? Zhu Zong began but quickly realized he had misspoken and fell silent. Li Nan did not express any reproach but turned to Xiao Zhu and inquired, what is Cici's son's name? Zhu Qinggan replied, defiantly lifting his head to meet Li Nan's gaze. The 18-year-old's eyes were already misty. Despite being a young man, the loss of his mother had struck him profoundly. He let the tears roll down his cheeks but remained stubbornly silent, maintaining his gaze on Li Nan. Zhu Zong awkwardly patted his son. Cici achieved her dreams. She was healthy and safe. Li Nan nodded in acknowledgement. A fine name, indeed. Kangan's artistic foundation must be solid. Passing the art examination should be no issue. How are his academic subjects? Zhu Zong scratched his head awkwardly. If his academics were sufficient, would I be in such a predicament? Would I need to ask whether you could assist with direct admission? To be honest about Kangan's academics. Li Nan waved his hand dismissively. Upon seeing Zhu Zong's expression, he understood Kangan's academic performance was lacking. Indeed, if his academics were strong, he could have directly taken the entrance exam for DMA. And there would be no need for such a convoluted process to bribe 5 judges just to secure first place. I initially thought he was here merely to gain some prestige, but it turns out he was seeking a stepping stone. Li Nan looked at Zhu Qinggan again, feeling a conflict within himself. He genuinely wished to extend a helping hand. However, the thought that the 5 judges had been bribed for that first place troubled his conscience. If Zhu Qinggan had earned that first place through his own merit, Li Nan would have certainly offered him a direct admission slot. Yet, the reality was that it had been bought. Logically, he could not comply with such a request, but the fact remained that he was Chen Sisi's son. To help him would mean breaching principles and feeling guilty, but to deny him would contradict Sisi's wishes, creating a tumultuous conflict within Li Nan's heart. His scalp tingled, and his head felt heavy. Li Nan stood up and began to pace restlessly in the small lounge, walking back and forth for a good 5 or 6 laps. Finally, he resolved himself and turned to Zhu Zong, saying, how about this? I will take Zhu Qinggan under my wing as my named disciple during this period. Or he may choose another teacher. I can speak on his behalf. Simultaneously, I will ask the teachers at Difu Middle School to assist him with his academics and teach him sculpting. Of course, they won't be able to dedicate every day to him, perhaps a few hours each week. If the child is diligent and possesses talent, he can rely on his own abilities to gain admission to DMA this year. If he lacks that talent, he can take a year to review. I will also help him participate in various competitions to see how far he can go based on his own capabilities. After speaking, Li Nan looked at Zhu Zong, his gaze filled with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 67. The competition concludes. In the end, Li Nan remained silent, unable to voice certain thoughts to these 2 individuals. Though Zhu Zong did not secure the coveted admission for his child, being recognized as a named disciple of Li Nan was already a significant achievement. Moreover, Li Nan had also agreed to assist the child with his studies and sculpting. Thank you very much, Master Li. Qinggan, quickly thank your teacher. Zhu Qinggan looked at Li Nan, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, managed to utter 2 words. Thank you. Li Nan nodded, showing no dissatisfaction with the child's demeanor. Once you have decided which teacher you would like to study under, feel free to come find me. Zhu Zong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, left his contact information and departed with Zhu Qinggan. Zhu Zong understood Li Nan's intentions. The reason Li Nan did not grant the direct admission slot, but instead offered to help the child with exams, was that he felt it was unjust to reward a place that had been secured through bribery. After all, Kangan's first place was not earned through genuine examination, and, most critically, the second place entry in this competition was clearly of a much higher caliber than Kangan's work. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Qinggan would have never secured first place or this direct admission opportunity. Furthermore, Li Nan's suggestion to see how far the child could go with his own efforts implied that he wanted Zhu Zong to let go and allow Qinggan to forge his own path. A path of integrity and honor. Zhu Zong longed for that as well. However, what could be done? The child's academic performance was mediocre, as all his time had been devoted to sculpting. This promise had been made between his wife and their child, and in the years since. Aside from the initial period following the tragic news of his mother's accident when he visited her grave, he had not returned even once. Including on the anniversary of her death, he had remained alone in his room, sculpting, fearing that his child might succumb to depression. Thus, Zhu Zong often sets aside his work to accompany his child to various competitions, ensuring that his child meets esteemed figures within the sculpture community. However, Zhu Zong does not always assist Zhu Qinggan in securing a favorable ranking. He only resorts to such measures for competitions of significant merit, ones within his reach, much like this current contest. This particular competition attracted Zhu Zong's attention due to the enticing prospect of obtaining a direct admission quota to the prestigious Imperial Academy of Arts for the first place winner. Hence, Zhu Zong expended considerable resources to orchestrate a victory, simultaneously paving a path for his child while familiarizing him with prominent provincial masters. The era of sheer talent and brilliance has long since passed. The contemporary landscape is dominated by the intricacies of social connections. Only those truly exceptional individuals, whose intrinsic worth transcends the ordinary, can carve out distinct paths, rendering them immune to the machinations of favoritism. Unfortunately, at this moment, neither Zhu Zong nor Zhu Qinggan belongs to that echelon. Zhu Zong must navigate the complexities of social maneuvering. Even if Li Nan were to refrain from mentioning Chen Sisi, Zhu Zong would have brought her up himself. This is the nature of relationships. Zhu Zong is acutely aware that his orchestrated victory would inevitably come to light in Li Nan's eyes. He discerned during the competition and in his dialogue with Li Nan that the coveted admission quota was not awarded to the first-place contestant, but rather to the young man whose work had faltered. Thus, Zhu Zong resorts to invoking the memory of his deceased wife to tug at the heartstrings, seeking to secure a semblance of opportunity for his son. Although leveraging the memory of his late wife is morally questionable, Zhu Zong feels compelled to do so in pursuit of his child's future and to fulfill his wife's unfulfilled aspirations. As Zhu Qinggan followed his father away, his pallid face was marred by tears, leaving streaks reminiscent of the scars on his heart. Yet, amidst this sorrow, a resolute determination shone in his eyes. Zhu Qinggan, no matter the cost, was determined to gain admission to the Imperial Academy of Arts, not merely for himself, but to honor a promise made to his mother. A month later, Zhu Qinggan entered the examination hall for what is often deemed the most equitable assessment of one's life, the college entrance examination. 2 weeks later, when the results were released, Zhu Qinggan fell short of the jade carving score required for the Imperial Academy, yet he did meet the threshold for stone carving. With a score placing him in the top 10 for the arts and just above the cutoff for cultural subjects, he successfully secured his place at the academy. On the day he received his admission letter, he stood before his mother's tomb, 3 years having passed, clutching the notification, gazing at her photograph on the gravestone, and holding her posthumous letter. He wept, loudly, heart-wrenchingly, as if trying to reclaim all the tears he had shed over the years. This letter, sent to their home over half a month ago, was purportedly delivered by the sole survivor of the ill-fated vessel. Zhu Zong stood silently beside him, observing his son, who had lost over 10 pounds in the past month, kneeling before the grave, and discreetly wiped away his own tears. The following day, Zhu Qinggan incinerated the accolades he had procured through financial means. With his father's support, he chose to confess to Li Nan about his father's manipulations in securing his ranking. In response, Li Nan merely remarked, "I had already anticipated this." However, Li Nan refrained from exploiting this knowledge against the corrupt members of the association. Instead, he simply annulled Zhu Qinggan's achievements, believing it to be a protective measure for him. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qinggan voluntarily disclosed these matters to the media, and upon confirming his son's intentions, Zhu Zong followed suit, openly admitting to the bribery. Li Nan could only smile wryly and facilitate the expulsion of the corrupt association members. Later, Li Nan inquired of Zhu Qinggan, "Why did you choose to expose these matters?" Zhu Qinggan, seemingly enlightened, replied, "I cannot tarnish my mother's reputation. Even if these revelations make your path exceedingly arduous, the school might expel you because of this." Li Nan gazed at Zhu Qinggan, now seeing not merely a student but the essence of Zhu Qinggan himself, this young man. Zhu Qinggan nodded firmly. "Wrongdoing is wrongdoing. My mother's journey was devoid of falsehood. Thus, my own path must also be free of deceit. No pain, no gain. Even if I am expelled, I will not regret it. I will not abandon sculpture. If they expel me, I shall study independently. My mother left behind many relics, diaries, educational manuals, and sculptures I once hesitated to confront. Now I am ready to delve into her world, and should I be expelled, I will immerse myself in understanding everything about her. It cannot be described as disappointment, for I have fulfilled my promise to my mother. Li Nan nodded in satisfaction, offering Zhu Qinggan a few parting words before stating, "Remember to report to school when the term begins." Li Nan ultimately quelled the school's inclination to expel Zhu Qinggan, deciding to give this young man a chance, not because he was Chun Cc's son, but because he was Zhu Qinggan, a man of courage and integrity. Chapter 68, The Period of Apathy. Su Fan emerged from the examination hall on the 10th and spotted Leng Ruoxue at the entrance, beaming as she waved at him. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her face, accentuating her delicate features with a subtle blush. Upon seeing Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue hurried over, standing beside him with her hands clasped behind her back, flashing a playful smile and tilting her head upward as she sweetly inquired, "Why did it take you so long to come out?" Su Fan, at her words, instinctively glanced at Wang Gang, who was in the same examination room. Upon noticing Su Fan's gaze, Wang Gang immediately gestured an apology. Leng Ruoxue followed Su Fan's line of sight and spotted Wang Gang seated in the corner. The classroom, aside from Su Fan's exit, was filled with students diligently scribbling their answers, the sounds of pen against paper mingling with the rustling of exam sheets, occasionally punctuated by the scratching of pencils. Leng Ruoxue quickly grasped why Su Fan had taken so long to emerge. Just as she was about to speak, the teacher at the podium cleared his throat, directing his attention to the two early finishers. Unable to voice her thoughts, Leng Ruoxue offered the teacher an apologetic expression as she tugged Su Fan's sleeve to leave. The teacher at the podium finally exhaled in relief. The two had finally departed. Leng Ruoxue had arrived half an hour earlier, and the students in the class had been utterly distracted from their exams, often sneaking glances at her outside, turning the exam into a mere spectacle of beauty. The teacher's gaze swept over the students still working on their papers, noticing that some had barely completed the multiple-choice section. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he calmly announced, "There is still 1 hour remaining in the examination. Please be mindful of your time." The students below looked alarmed, their pencils spinning nervously on their desks. The teacher shook his head in resignation, contemplating whether he should separate the privileged students into a small classroom for future assessments. However, upon further reflection, there are currently only 3 privileged students in the school: Su Fan, Leng Ruoxue, and Jiang Xiaoxiao. When these 3 converge, accompanied by a teacher, it resembles a couple escorted by 2 unwelcome guests. The teacher shook his head, dismissing any unwholesome thoughts. After all, those 2 would surely refrain from displaying affection in public. He resolved that once the examination was concluded, he would confer with the headmaster regarding this matter. As Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan exited the school, an elderly man at the entrance glanced up at them, naturally opened the small gate, and without uttering a word, allowed them to pass. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao had just emerged from the examination room, standing by the window in the corridor, tidying her belongings. As she gazed outside, she noticed Su Fan and Leng Ruoxue departing the school together, strolling home along the road. Isn't that Ruoxue and Su Fan? Jiang Xiaoxiao realized she had seemingly developed a penchant for witnessing their romance. Previously, she would have wanted to flee at the sight of their intimacy. But now she found herself transfixed, scrutinizing their every move, her vision seemingly sharpening to the point where she could discern their subtle gestures from such a distance. What has transpired between them? It was the first time she had seen them leave the school without holding hands. What was going on with them today? They were walking back in silence. Where was today's dose of romantic indulgence? Why were Ruoxue's hands clasped behind her back? No wonder they weren't holding hands. Su Fan, feigning nonchalance, brushed against Ruoxue's delicate hand. Others may not have noticed, but from her vantage point, she certainly did. Ha ha ha. Su Fan took the initiative to hold her hand, and Ruoxue even blushed. They lived together, yet Ruoxue remained so bashful, quite delightful. It seems they have yet to cross that threshold. One wonders what their first adult escapade will entail. A grand outing, or a hotel rendezvous. Perhaps they'll indulge in merriment before retreating to a room together? As Jiang Xiaoxiao watched Leng Ruoxue and Su Fan disappear from view, she finished packing her belongings and prepared to leave the school. Just as she turned the corner, she spotted a large light bulb, illuminated by the setting sun. Peeking out of the window, its head craned outside. The corners of Jiang Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched slightly as she widened her eyes in disbelief, rubbing them gently to ensure she wasn't mistaken. Once she confirmed her sight was accurate, she spoke with an air of incredulity. Ahem, headmaster, what are you observing? The bulb-like figure of the headmaster jumped at her words, nearly dislodging his glasses from the bridge of his nose, and a few of his scanty hairs fell to the ground. Turning to face Jiang Xiaoxiao, his initial panic gradually subsided. He cleared his throat and stated with earnestness, "Jiang Xiaoxiao, you've arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Noticing the headmaster diverting the topic, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt hesitant to pry further. Instead, she stifled a giggle eagerly awaiting his next words. I assure you I wasn't eavesdropping on those two. Oh wait, that's not right. The headmaster, feeling the weight of Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze, inadvertently let slip a confession. He shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. Tomorrow's examination will see you 3 privileged students assigned to a dedicated examination room, as your speed in solving problems far surpasses that of your peers. For the sake of management, you 3 will take the exam in a specialized classroom. Jiang Xiaoxiao ceased her amusement, turning to the headmaster with curiosity. Who will be the invigilator? The headmaster pointed to himself. I will be the invigilator. I'll oversee you throughout the day. Initially, there were no plans to appoint an invigilator, as the faculty has great confidence in your abilities. However, given that this is Su Fan's inaugural examination as a privileged student, I decided to personally oversee it. Jiang Xiaoxiao regarded the headmaster, whose shiny head glistened, and thought to herself that this arrangement was indeed fitting. Understood. I'll inform Leng Ruoxue this evening. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The headmaster nodded and waved her off, allowing her to exit the corridor. As he watched Jiang Xiaoxiao depart, the headmaster exhaled a sigh of relief, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Internally, he mused, I managed to evade that situation, but as the headmaster, how could I engage in such indiscreet observation of my students? Yet, what was the matter with those two today? They are usually inseparable. Could they be experiencing a phase of ennui? Adjusting his glasses, he realized his vision was not as keen as Jiang Xiaoxiao's, and thus he had not perceived the subtleties of their interaction. To him, they merely appeared to be walking side by side. Well, this is not my concern, he thought, scratching his bald head before taking his leave.